through for most games. I mean, we
hello. How are you all doing?
come out, I think even a
How is everyone?
But the majority of the time, you know that Martin's going to be on this Euro, and I don't blame them at all. We have seen such a consistent performance from Martin on this role, so I'm definitely a big fan.
And this is their win condition, right? Because a lot of these teams have their own identity, their own comps. We'll talk about KZ in just a moment, but they recognize that this meta with this player is just the perfect marriage. Why, you know,
KORP FUT, this one could be interesting. KORP FUT is interesting. We got to keep it raid. Keeper, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for that, mate. Hope stream was good.
Vice is the perfect agent to be working with Elite. Elite is not
Lunatic 30 with the tier 1. Thank you for the 26 months as well. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much. What we're doing today, we're doing great. 100 viewers this time. Damn, we're out here growing.
And with that, having a flash, I think it's a perfect gift for him.
I think a lot of people questioned his comfortability.
Are you invited today? You sick of me? You're invited today.
But yeah, in week 1,
we'll see how it goes. I can kick you midway through though.
So I mean, this play here on Pearl, I think,
about that?
For itself. He's definitely settling in. I still
You'll be
think
on your
we're
best
yet to
behavior.
see the best Vice performance from Elite. That could happen today.
I agree with you, especially with the pressure off. You know, they're just playing for seeding at this point, and this is just what KC are so good at, knowing how to win. On the other side,
Is it loud as dropping STK? Yeah, and we don't really know how this guy is, to be honest. Definitely some weird decisions from him in the past when it just comes to comps. I don't really know how he is as a coach, and I don't know if it's like his comps, if it was Sadak's comps back then. So I don't really know if this is a good or a bad move, to be honest. We'll see who they pick up. Pork Chop Slap with the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you. Appreciate the tier 1. I wonder if what's Bonkar's situation like? Is he on contract? Is he free agent? Because obviously if they get Bonkar, then I think it's a great move.
I want to see cracks shining again.
We have such incredible initiators.
Lexi, we'll save that for another day, I think.
That cracks,
but I appreciate the offer. Lit FPS with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months.
In my opinion, I
Thank you for
don't
that.
actually think that him going onto the KO would make too much of a difference. Yes, with his buff,
Bonka, I mean, Bonka has the Visa out there as well, so it wouldn't be crazy. It would probably be a pretty good pickup. Sabina as well, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate that. Hoping for Crew to go to Toronto. Crew just need to make sure they don't have an off day
they didn't win
like
their
they
last
did.
game. They're not looking as strong as they should be. So how do they win today?
I would say I've honestly been expecting a few more clutches coming out from Yetajay. I feel like we're so used to seeing him do these insane clutches, and I'm just not really seeing anything magical.
Bonka would be incredible. Yeah, I think so. I think as we start to see more rough showings from NRG as well, we can't really put that as a mark next to Bonkar's name. If anything, you kind of look at the off-season and you think, well, and they got rid of him, it looked a lot worse, I guess. Only really kick off where stuff was going wrong.
Maybe we can see the double dollies. They have a good performance, and also they gifted both.
And you got to remember that Bonkar in the off-season was the coach with the most offers in the world, I would imagine.
They are Turkish. Shoot! You're the best aimers in this league, for goodness sake. It's not that complicated. But, of course, there is no pressure today. Both teams are already locked for playoffs. But Seed 1 and bragging rights, those are very much
You think we can make Toronto? Okay, you're called 100 Thieves Glazer, so imagine you're talking about 100 Thieves. I think they need to play a little bit more of a team if they're going to be doing that, but I think they have the potential, yeah. I think I just need to see more teamwork instead of individuals carrying them a little bit. I'm not just talking about Cryo, because obviously I feel like all the individuals are doing a lot of work, but Aslar with the tier 1. Thank you for the 2 months, mate. What's a future location Riot should hold, a Masters or a Champ set? Where haven't we done it that has crazy support? Paris will be good. I guess we had one at Turkey, but Turkey would still kind of be kind of fun. Poland. There's a lot of there's actually a lot of Polish players and fans in this game. It probably would go pretty well. Sydney, Australia. Dude, that could be pretty sick.
Both of these teams have already made playoffs.
That could be kind of sick. I don't think they would do it, but
not that high, but try
that's more of a CS thing.
They're going to want to win this today, and this map veto is going to be very important because we want to see some depth here from these teams. We want to see how they're going to look.
India would be crazy. They would definitely fill out a giant stadium.
And band starting with FUT taking away Icebox, and KC taking away Fracture.
What?
And Uli, it's FUT that picked Pearl.
Pearl? You must be.
But FUT are really good at Pearl.
They should be preparing something against KARMINE CORP. KARMINE CORP already proved that they're really good on Pearl.
FUT get rid of Icebox. KCOP get rid of Fracture. They pick Pearl.
They play against Koi. And Koi was
I don't think that's that crazy, no? I think this makes sense.
Executing in a second route, which
Ascent is the last map.
every single time, and they never get punished. And I expect KARMINE CORP to punish it.
Expected? Yeah, I feel like this is not as crazy as they're saying it is. Let's ring Fio. Let's see what Fio's saying.
Harbour fan. I think the Pearl matchup actually is going to be quite even, but the Lotus, I'm questioning FUT here because, of course, they got 13 by Team Liquid when they last played Lotus. So I think they're really going to have to bounce back and put something.
Okay, I'm on voice activation now. Hello.
To avoid that again. And then Ascent is very exciting as we've not seen either of these
veto like 30 minutes ago.
But I don't think this is a crazy veto.
No, it's so obvious.
A few Ascents coming out this week. It's actually
the only question mark was whether Ascent or Split was winning.
Yeah, they're acting like this was a giant shock, but I feel like FUT have been looking maybe the best on this map.
But again, as I said earlier,
and FUT have been banning like every good map from their opponents every time they play. So.
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually because we talk about cracks being a win condition.
Sliggy, do you know how to stream on Discord? Because I'm on single monitor.
Whether that was because it was so dominant, but I
I
think
know
if
how
we're
to
talking
stream
about
on
him
Discord.
showing up and kind of providing some extra
Like
stuff for
this?
this team, maybe Pearl, he's not super comfortable playing that. But again, you never know.
You're
it's
the goat.
VALORANT.
I don't want to be funny, but no EMEA team is comfortable playing Pearl unless they got one of the America's Donnies.
Or
That easy, yeah.
Yeah, but let's take a look at Agent Soleil real quick because...
Chat, you guys are saying old man, but honestly I did it first time. So come on. Let's show respect when it's earned, surely. Okay, they go with the Harbour stuff. Harbour, Vice, FUT keep their normal combos going.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think this is going to
Rare
be
W. You hit me with a
Elite,
rare W?
whether he pops
Got
off on
lucky.
Vice or not,
Come on, guys.
And Yetijay as well.
We're
We've
better
not
than this.
seen massively unbelievable performances. I'm being harsh though because I'm just used to Yetijay literally hitting these insane clutches and being that Turkish aimer that we know he is. But I do think that it's going to make a big difference.
It's going to be a banger though, because both teams are good on both of the big maps.
Does this game matter? Yeah, for sure. Let's look at these standings real quick.
Matters for seeding.
They just should be
FUT still have a chance for seed.
Well, I promise you guys some fun today. We got
So,
a party in the
we gotta
booth. Mitch,
we gotta look here,
energy, Tom,
and everyone can get first seed, right? Yeah.
Holding it all down with
Yeah.
that
Oh, yeah, actually.
massive brain. It's time
Yeah, it
for a
definitely
wonderful
matters,
try-out.
especially when
Who
seeding's
would
like
you
actually important.
Kamito.
Whoa! I'll take that.
Whoa.
Oh, we got a tri-card.
That's what's better.
Oh, lovely.
I'm the
Oh, dude, there's gonna be a lot of voices for you.
Of the three of us,
Let's pick our times to talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
Next up, I'm going to find out I'm bringing the hair.
Well, I've had the privilege of casting with both of you quite a bit in the past, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Which ones do you prefer? No, don't do it.
Oh, no. We'll wait for after the cast for that.
Dude,
Let's keep
everyone's
the morale
loving a
high for now,
tri-cast
'cause I'm
these
sure
days.
it's down on the stage.
We went from none to having just non-stop within like the last 10 days.
I'm feeling cocky today.
They do like at least once a week these
FUT,
days.
they're facing off
In like
and
all
we're starting
regions.
it out
Well,
on
except
Pearl.
APAC.
A surprise on the desk as they saw that FUT chose this map.
Yeah,
Was it a surprise for you guys?
Yeah, I think that because of the performances, we
Sacha
can
was saying he
understand
hated
and
it.
expect
I still
FUT to
don't
be
think that anyone's got the
extremely
proper
prepared for
flow
this,
that I would do
especially
at the
thinking that
moment.
this is
Like,
both
I
of the
think
sides
that the
are
third person
strongest
speaks
for
too
each of the
much.
teams. As I said, with
But I
FUT
think it's only
picking
good
up
if you
this
get
map
the
and
right flow.
choosing it, they have to be very
My favorite
prepared.
one so far was still the mini high pod pansy one. Okay, KCOP on defense, FUT on attack. Actually recording this time. And KCOP had some cool stuff. They had some pretty good baits, but overall I feel like FUT looked really good on this map. But I would just say that everyone's good on this map out of these two teams.
For this B long spot, I say a bit. KC have sent the majority of their team.
they piled 3 players in early on. Remember, this is a map that, like we said, a surprise to see when KC have been picking.
Tricast works better for when there's a tech pause, yeah, so it's perfect for EMEA. Okay, I like this though from K-Corp, right? We had a bit of pressure early on from FUT, and then question mark in theory they thought was created, but they just go and clear all of this, and then the fast rotate comes in. Oh my. My pen went crazy.
Starting strong, hasn't managed to be isolated by the utility at the back. Keeping that position for the rest of the team to rotate into, but they do have to be careful because
Three in pet.
And well, the defensive side just fighting from that back corner.
It is nice though, like wall goes in, they kind of have perma vision block in these 2 areas. Everyone's fighting together. Shout out to Martin though, I feel like silent MVP for clearing all the info over towards C was good. Oh boy, really? Well, we said the Tricast was good for this.
It was told to me that this specific color was only saved for Pansy.
Second week in a row as well, KC.
No, I think with the Tricast.
Oh, yeah, they had the long one last time.
Yeah, they had the 1 hour break.
This way Sadax just... He's losing it, man, the cast.
He's not used to this. He comes from an A. They don't have pauses there.
Oh yeah, they fixed that stuff early.
Oh, we can find out, can't we?
Oh, I can hear it. I don't know if the audience can hear that.
Wait, is he alright?
Let's see. Can we, production, can we please open that? Yeah.
Oh, you're in the arena.
So, Lauren, what have you done? Explain yourself.
I was a little hungry. And on the way in, look, there was some cables. You know?
Wait, Pansy just ran me the broadcast. Forecast.
You didn't fancy
Podcast.
Dorito instead.
No, funny enough, didn't go for that, actually. I thought I didn't even go for a full snack. I just pulled them out of the wall. You know what I mean?
Save them for later.
Tell us which wall.
No, that will ruin the surprise.
Really likes walls as well.
Huh? No, we can't talk about
Not
that.
the blue wall,
Okay.
at least.
How is the tech pause though? How's it going for you guys?
So apparently,
Cypher or Fade be played on every map? I mean, they can. I think that Cypher is more viable on every map than Fade is. Even though Fade's pretty underrated at the moment, combos pretty well with a lot of agents.
Yeah, I don't know if can the audience hear me? Because there's always that question of like, I know we can hear
I
it
think
here,
Fade
but
is
like at home.
really good with like very aggressive teams.
I almost hope
It's very nice for like push outs, for like little trap plays.
I think it's like, I think when you think of the Teo and Yoru are like pretty heavy meta, the combos really well with both.
Have I ever cast with you two?
And then compared to Sova, who like prefers like this kind of slow, long range style, Fade is a lot better with like fighting with these combos.
Not the illness
You can pick what you prefer to do.
And also, actually, back a long time ago, we did cast.
Used to be a Fade one trick, dude. Bring it back.
What game was that, Tom?
Oh,
Say the naughty word. Say the naughty word.
Oh, he said it.
Wait, that sounds like those little like radios, like.
Security's on the way. I'm hearing the chatter.
All right, well, are you getting updates?
No, they're still investigating. And now that they've heard that coming from
It's
you,
a
I think
quad
they're gonna have
cast.
a lot more to investigate.
It's a triple cast and a duo cast technically.
Get in that room.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I'm turning around. Oh no, it's got to be related to the same issues we had yesterday, surely. Because like no one spilled anything. No one.
Oh, yesterday we didn't have issues.
In-game issue again? Oh no, dude, not this one. This was the rough one last time.
No, I mean the last. I don't know if you
prepare any podcast like topics maybe.
They traveled so far.
That's a long.
And you counted how far.
Holy.
From where? I need to know from where. Where are you on the
Second sign?
Stand up.
Not good.
Stand up.
Definitely not that one.
Just stand up. How's that gonna let them know where they're from?
We'll have to find out.
Get raised 2 nades.
Should we send Minnie in with a mic to just ask the people?
Hello. You new here? Yes.
That's a wonderful piece of physical comedy.
Yes.
Only the TikTok stream can appreciate.
Yeah, the in-game issue kind of means that it might be the servers again.
That's quite nasty.
Also a bit ironic.
The claws are out. Wow.
Oh dearie me.
Maybe some bug or disconnect? Nah, last time, so it was, I say last time, it was yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it Wednesday? No, I think it was Wednesday where they had to change like the actual server. It was just lagging.
Sponsors are happy.
And they had to play on the online server.
There you are.
Hit the nail on the head. Problem is, the last time when we had Hal up here for the now it's a quad cast now. I mean, you put Danny Dorito in. I don't know what a.
Fade as a solo initiator.
Cast? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
When they're playing on different server after the issue, yeah, they changed server. They went to a Frankfurt server.
I don't know.
We had to restart the pistol round. We had to run it back. We told Pal we never really have these sort of issues. No. Right? Certainly not a rollback.
No.
And then round 1 replayed, and I'm starting to get the feeling maybe we'll be in that same.
No.
Dude, every day we have the.
I don't think so. That's too juicy. That's too entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god.
It's known. Yeah, I mean.
The same script twice. We would never do that.
Sometimes it's
very next game.
sometimes it's just obvious, Judson.
Yes. Yes. No. I'm acutely aware of the pain I was in. I don't know if I needed.
They're gonna have to do it again here, right?
No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I love the stop and start.
Potentially. I would just hope the decision comes like quickly. Whether they can fix it or not, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling the audience, you're like, guys, don't worry, we're going live. I'm lying, by the way, audience. Don't get excited.
If they know the solution, we should be back early. Not really, because if the solution is putting them onto a different server, it means they have to go onto a different client. First of all, I think that's right. Yeltsin, you have to go onto a different client, and then you have to then create the server, join up together, recreate the first round with the util that gets done. So it's not like it's fast.
No. Just so you know,
it's on the same client?
Okay.
Mitch,
he's probably heard this as well. We're not going anywhere, actually. These 3 are going to entertain you for as long as physically possible. Yes, the production said it could go to a break. I deny it, so I'm going to leave them to it. Have fun, guys. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate you.
Always great to have a helping hand from you.
I cannot wait to see
At least
you
it's on the same
arriving
client.
back home at 1 a.m., girl.
Yeah,
Would a replay system help this? No. It would do nothing. It would probably be more likely to break it more.
Of every single thing.
It's alright, she was enjoying the potatoes in the studio earlier, so.
Can players talk to coaches in tech pauses? Nah, no one's allowed to
How
talk.
would you rate the potatoes in the studio?
See, if you ask
Zori with the prime. Thank you for the 6 months, mate.
I think they've been doing a great job. The mashed potatoes have been there.
When backflip, never. I said after 6 hours tech pause.
I did not say that for very good reason.
That's what I heard.
And luckily we never got to the full 6 hours, I think.
I think the EMEA picked that as a challenge.
Yeah, that's true. This might be the day.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Today, it's a different rating.
So in 6 hours, I mean, yeah. If that's the thing.
You know, we will
they should do the 6-hour tech pause when you're in the studio, so you can go on stage and do the backflip.
Oh yeah.
Is Lauren there too?
I mean, it'd be horrendous. Then you got multiple angles, yeah.
And I think there's something in my teeth.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, but this is just happens, you know. This is the joy of live broadcasting, and I just something's dawned on me. I've had a bit of a revelation in my mind.
Ooh. The first game is C9G2. Oh, that would be a devastating game to miss.
Because I wasn't here yesterday, and you guys didn't have a single.
We need someone to do a 2-0 today.
I was here the day before yesterday.
What initiator would you recommend someone to learn for solo queue?
Is it me?
So,
the problem, it's me.
I think Sova's the best.
I'm sure people would love anything to blame another
It's just self-sustainable. You can do cross-map recon, so you can kind of have impact. You can control the team a little bit by just saying follow my drone. Like, I think Sova's the best initiator to just farm with. At least farm ranked with.
There's a call for Gecko as well. He's pretty self-sufficient as well. But
Gecko, yeah, Gecko's not too bad. People struggle against Wingman.
So I'll just go down the line here, because Meg, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the Tejo. We didn't get around to that before we went in game.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Mr. Fallen, and I was literally just saying to Yinsu, talk about the Tejo playing that role, because I think it was.
I think G2 is going to stomp C9. Nah, I think it's going to be really close.
I can't remember who exactly.
I think C9 have a good chance.
And basically, Mr. Fallen was asked, does he think he's the best Tejo? So he does not.
Why are we
and whether that was him being honest and just being a humble king, or not feeling confident on the Tejo role, I don't think fills me with a lot of hope here.
Is he?
Teo is not good for solo queue.
Teo? Nah, Teo's a combo agent. It can be good for duo queue though. Teo fades or Teo deadlock's pretty underrated.
Do you think you are
I would say Teo breach, but honestly in ranked I just I can see it going really wrong.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think breach is great for ranked. Unless you're like high level.
Yeah. And Uli, do you believe that the Spanish teams are the best Valorant teams? Uli,
if you say no, you're about to get flamed.
I do.
RB is now IGLing for tech. Oh really? Didn't he like really heavy fragged it as well?
I mean, they got both eliminated.
He's doing everything.
He also like flew in the manner in the
final. Yeah, they might even win
back to back finalists. It's time to win.
Why does K-Corp like Harbor so much? Dude, they got the 2 biggest Harbor believers in Eng and Sadak.
I love this energy. In which case, do you believe that Zeus is the best non-opping duelist?
Well, it's hard to
Well, he's
say.
the only not-opping duelist.
I mean, he's the only one that he's not open, and it's true that for me surprised the most because you're coming from a composition where you used to play with Cinet and seen this huge operator.
He just came in. What happens? We played one round and then the servers messed up. Same issue we had on Wednesday, basically.
We've got too many op crutches. Let's have a Vandal crutch, right?
We didn't have an issue yesterday, though, right? It was a smooth day.
That is conflicting.
I think so, yeah.
That is rogue.
Yeah.
And I do think, did I draft Zeus on the chamber? I think I shafted it.
You don't like chamber.
Is Valen the best shooting IGL?
I mean, I shafted for it. I mean,
he's one of them, yeah. I think if you're trying to find like a good comparison of fragging and good calls, he's probably at the top.
I almost feel like it
I feel like
definitely up there.
I feel like John.
You use the word
Nats, Nats is doing pretty good these days.
On days where you might not be feeling it, but also if you look
Boaster,
at the rest of this
dude, if
roster,
Boaster keeps up this form, I'll put him in there.
Where he could just pick up an op every now and then for the shits and giggles. Oh my goodness! And the I've been here too long. You know, players like Boaster picks
odds
it up
in frags pretty heavy.
Because we don't see that from Krags or Atacaptain or Fallen or Yutta. So at this point, somebody should do it, right? At least just one of them.
I think so, and I can try to imagine who could be. And I think
Valen, Mr. Valen frags heavy. Just a little bit inconsistent if we're doing a direct comparison to like Valen. I would say that Valen's very consistent. Munchkin's been pretty consistent. Maybe like a rough kickoff, but that's down to changing players.
Normally should be played from rifles and something like that. And multi-operator maybe on cracks?
You want cracks to do everything.
Boostio? Ooh, I don't know, man. That's the most inconsistent.
I mean, on EG, he was like very consistent. But the moment he left that team,
we have time. God knows.
It's not
First year for him was 2023. And it's the same for some of them. And we're talking about someone who was a rookie. As a rookie, he came into the competition being one of the best. He was playing really good, and you can look at him and say, okay, he has a proper KO. He's improving. Into the second year, you become a sophomore. And as a sophomore, you have to be an extra. And he tried to play with Kiko, with Fate, and some extra
with a Sheriff. That's true. Stacks frags heavy. That's true.
Junior?
He's a junior.
I've seen at least 2 people from the EMEA production post very sad emails in their chat. I mean, I'm scared about this deck post.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to change server and go online, I think.
2020, 2021, and 2022. We just don't count those years.
I mean, I'm just counting all the time he hit into VCT EMEA.
Okay, because he's been with FUT for so long at this point, and he's been... I think he might be the longest standing. Someone check this. It's probably him, Angel, and Boasties. One of them. And he's been here for so long. I think I agree with you. But at the same time, he's one of those players I feel like does what he does correct and already is enough of doing what he does. I don't want to throw more things at him. I don't think he needs to.
Can I throw something at FUT?
Yeah.
We need to see more Sage.
Cloud? I can't include Cloud because I don't think the IGLing is great. Like overall. And I don't think they do the greatest stuff because we kind of have to judge them off of the last roster.
I don't want.
Who's IGLing Loud at the moment? Pancada, right?
Because on Loud, he didn't do it. He didn't have to do this, and he's so good at flexing onto other things. I remember even the grand finals. There was one grand final where he played 5 different agents across 5 maps. This is the guy that I don't want to get Harbor jailed. You know, on his old team, he could Harbor jail one of the kids, and that's what I want him to do because you have.
Dude, everyone from productions just in the chat. You know it's not fixed because everyone's just freely typing.
Taken the trophy, done his thing. Maybe he's like, this is...
Actually, what do you think about like how John QT swapped his roles because he found IGLing on initiators easier?
I don't think
it matters too much.
I don't think it needed to happen. I don't know. I would say that everyone's different, and obviously being with the pack is like it helps a lot for sure. But the actual theory of it is, it makes a lot of sense. But I don't think the IGLing was like bad enough to want to change that. But if they had like practiced with the new players and maybe they didn't have info gathers as much, or like they lost Sassy in terms of like people that can make calls and give them information and like take over a round, then it kind of makes sense. But
yeah, I feel like if you're IGLing from the lurking role, you need like that second caller really vocal.
Yeah, you gotta have faith.
It's how Crashes and FNS worked on Optic.
Yeah, you gotta have faith, or you gotta do like what Vitality does. I think they call from.
He looks like Scream. I feel like we put.
I think they have like protocols on how they call. Like this happens, we're gonna call this.
What we can do is give you guys a wee
You are the production group chat, yeah, pretty much. Everyone is here.
And due to this, we will do a.
I think the only role you can't IGL on is probably Duelist, because you actually have to be locked in on your aim.
So the rest of that, I guess you have
roll
to
back of the round?
You just have to guess what else is coming up.
As in...
give me your best guess in the chat. Give me your best guess.
You replay the first round, or...?
Let me know what the rest of my sentence were. What did you think I was going to say?
It's funny that Tom already predicted. Tom was saying, if we are making a tricast, we have to repeat the first round.
Oh, it's his fault.
It's his fault.
Well,
Tom,
I can read the rest of the prompter if you want.
Yeah.
Wait, we're going to 0-0?
Everybody in the chat has to put their karaoke song, and then we're gonna do it. We're gonna do karaoke.
Yeah, but you can sing. That's unfair.
No, but, no one sings seriously.
Can you sing?
No.
Meg is a beautiful singer.
No, because now everyone's gonna be like, oh, she's plugging.
No, you're so good at singing though.
Thanks.
I'm not.
I'm not, but
I have fun, but I'm not.
But I am a tryhard. As in, like, I'm not good at singing, but I max effort. You know, I'm not messing about.
Give it your all.
I'm giving it. Yeah, I'm trying to hit the notes.
Maybe she should just prove it.
Yeah, right now.
I don't know. Do we get DMCA'd for this?
Are
we allowed?
If you're that accurate.
Yeah.
Maybe do a Valorant song.
Can I DMCA Sliggy as a result of this? Because I'll do it.
Dude, I get that anyway.
I'll do it for that reason.
It happens non-stop anyway.
Oh, I could do
they
the
play
rap
copyright
verse.
music.
Yeah, but
like I just get wrecked anyway.
Yeah.
It happens no matter what.
Because I hear the streamer for NAVI, Marcus, is alright at rapping. He can rap some Eminem.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see it on an official broadcast, to be honest. I think that
So do you sing or rap?
The nail in the coffin, really, for the relationship.
Not in front of people.
With the relationship with
Yeah,
NAVI,
so.
right? Yeah, him and NAVI.
Yeah.
I understand.
Not us.
I understand. Uli, what's your go-to karaoke song?
To be honest, I like to sing anything that is gonna be
Radicals, we'll do another charity stream at one point. There'll be opportunities.
You know, if you.
I mean, I have to say, last time we went into a
Dolph says soon. Okay.
Yeah, Mitch, and I don't know who else was coming. Was here in Berlin, and no, that's true. Last time I went, it was on Barcelona, and I sing some reggaeton.
Oh, okay. I like that choice. I could get down to that.
Reggaeton is fun.
Yeah, I do like backup dancing because we went with Mitch and Tom as well, and they did Barbie Girl, and I was the backup dancer.
I'm a Barbie girl.
Yeah.
I would pay good money to see that.
I emoted. I was emoting a lot behind them. Yeah. I never thought, you know, Tom started off being like, yeah, I'm not for me, kind of out of my comfort zone. By the end, he was the one that I think sang the most. He was out there.
Chat is asking you to increase the
As you remember, we went in Istanbul.
That's a throwback.
I'll put your arm to this because it was me, Meg, Mitch and Tom, Benji Fishy,
Pre-Valorant
Fortnite Fishy,
yeah.
Fortnite Fishy,
Fortnite
Talia
Fishy.
Ma,
Yep.
you're just dropping some names out here. Connor from Connor Ball,
CPK.
Yeah, CPK, Boaster.
Yep.
Oh my God,
there was a few more people. I'm gonna get annoyed if I don't remember this. Benji's brother Charles Fishy
And Josh from the radio thing.
Oh, yep, Josh.
And they full named someone as well. First and second name. That's crazy.
And Boaster had the audacity to sing a Vamp song in front of somebody from the Vamps, which I thought was particularly brave.
And we did force Talia to sing "Stay the Night."
Oh, it was great.
But Boaster sings pretty good.
Yeah, he's a very good singer. Yeah, he's a very good singer.
He used to do some kind of things with theaters and singing.
Before he was practicing his aim, you know, before that he was doing that.
But, so it was in 2024.
Wow! Oli!
This year has been amazing.
Do we have a button? Where's my button going? I wanted to press the button. I want to press the button. Okay, we don't have a button, but we do have a wheel. So let's wheel out.
Ooh. The wheel.
As Durka once famously said, if my nan had wheels, she'd be a bike.
If my grandmother
but I don't have a nan, so here we go. I have some questions I would like to ask the wheel. As you guys know, this is the script writing wheel. Everything that you see that you feel like, oh, script writing, it is from this wheel. So I'm going to start off nice and easy. And I think a very non-controversial topic that should have been settled already.
Another server issue? Yeah, basically.
Ginger? Because we believe he is. He will say otherwise, so this is the wheel of truth.
Is Mini Ginger? So Mini's for sure Ginger.
Mini Ginger.
How do you think he's not Ginger?
Here we go. We can't argue with the wheel. So if they give us what it is, they give us what it is. There we go.
No doubt.
There we go. The wheel said it once and for all. Uli, it's your turn. Go on.
Okay.
Mini's denying it, mate. I've seen the streams where the sun hits the hair. There's no denying it.
It's the Spanish team, the best one from the competition.
Oh, okay. This could be a. Oh no! Oh no! Uli,
he actually looks so sad.
Well, on that note, let's get back into game. And Tom didn't like me saying he was sassy, so I guess he brings no sarcasm to this TriCast. Over to you guys.
Correct.
That was delivered nicely, Tom. I expected a snarkier response, but you're trying to shake the allegations.
How about we just start over?
Okay.
The game is starting over.
Welcome to KC versus FUT. Round 1 has not started yet. We're about
to
jump into Pearl
full rollback.
First look at how this pistol round's going to go. Now, Tom, something tells
That's
me
a rough one, but I guess the server was lagging so much.
But I don't know if they'll do that now. What do you think?
I was gonna say, can we get the telestrator up so we can highlight it?
Why is there a rollback?
Can't see it.
Not on the
So
it
looks like a similar issue to what happened in
okay.
the Liquid game.
That's good. Okay, so Pearl,
And
very popular map in
I
Copenhagen,
imagine
not
it
a lot
must have
in alpha,
been
but definitely
very
these two
rough to
teams
play,
have
and was a
some
reason
experience with it. The audience is ready,
like
and
so
so
bad
are
that
the players. 20 seconds
you
to
can
the
use it as
beginning
an
of that
argument to
first round,
replay
and
the
Tom,
round.
you
So.
were speaking about something happening in B-Long.
Okay, this is interesting though, because everyone's going for pretty much the exact same play that they did.
So I was talking about the fact that there's 3 people here.
You know,
the crazy thing is, there's a couple of people here as well.
I said it. I will leave it.
Well, I don't think the read was
Why
there
restart
from
the
FUT, that
change
there was that
server, I
big of a
imagine.
presence, but definitely that there were players around there. We're resetting the pistol round. They've played it once before, and it is almost interesting then to see if there's going to be a change of identity.
Okay, the exact same of what's going on.
We saw last time, global control around middle, but 3 players.
Okay, but this time they get hit.
It's only a decoy that they run into. With the gate crash from FUT.
Okay, but it's literally the same thing. Martin re-clears this. Are they actually going to end over towards A and we're going to have a 3-person stack in pit again? Okay.
Do you do the same?
Wait, that was nice. Off of the Prowler info?
When it failed so miserably, well, I guess in round 0 that we're never going to see. For now, at least.
It's pretty similar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We don't have
going down instead of Jettage.
I don't think we have Sugetsu yet in the pit, but I think he knows that there's a very high chance of the salvos going into that position, so just playing on the edge of the exact same spot.
Oh, they ping the wall.
Not much. Like, it's not as much of a rotate. They have less people here. And Harbor was like over here to be able to do the wall.
A moment. It's going to get the rotations coming through as Martin's making his way to the spawn. But the players on site have a bit of a fight. It was flawless last time, but now FUT are putting up a bit of a better fight. 4 versus 3.
Gonna be feeling rough about this one. Nothing to stop this plan.
This is
a great shot.
Like a little bit of a better scenario until Sugetsu drops Zeus, and we're back to even footing with a snake in the grass of Martin up close, waiting to emerge from that smoke. On its way around, late from Sadek. Martin's gone early and he's been caught. The herd thinning out. Sadek's flank finally gets one. They know where the last player is, but it's Mr.
Salvos, of course.
Salvos online, and he'll use them.
Mate, you got to tap against the Salvos.
Now the time not really pressuring him, and he'll use them as the rotation comes around, moving into a new angle. The defuse started. It's going to be halfway, but here comes Mr. Fallen swinging in.
Is a little much.
He doesn't get the kill. The clock, what he's playing with here, attempting to run it all the way down. The shoulder piece working. Sadek gets the kill, but the clock desperately low.
Oh man, Mr. Fallen played it really well.
From KC
Well,
last time, but 1-0 to FUT.
doesn't go the way of K-Corp this time.
The duel of the
But
IGLs
1-0
right
for
off the
pistols.
bat we see on round 1, and a different result this time around. When we speak about FUT and we look back at what they've done.
Alright, let's get another rollback so we have a best of 3.
Reset, yeah, the best of 3 pistols.
Or any
It's treated like a scrim.
on the other side. We see a different footing. against KC.
Similar situation. It was pretty similar, yeah. The big change as well was like in the first pistol they had like the wall like this, and that kind of stopped them hitting over towards the site on time, or they didn't like have any areas cleared. Or is it something that you call like map control?
There was also one less person defending game.
On site, yeah.
It was like 3v4.
This time winning the battles at a captain, farming up a few, but
Wait, what the?
mostly at Zeus.
Doing alright on this eco.
To lose any more players.
It's good damage at least.
Oh my goodness, he got another one.
Very good damage.
Wait, oh dude, it's insane damage.
Put bodies on the floor. Sadix coming in, a classic in hand, half HP on Zeus, but an upgrade to a Bulldog at least. There is a real opportunity, especially if they go for this plan to 1v1, could be isolated. We'll see it here. Oh, it's Sadix getting the first and the second.
Let's go.
It might not have been flawless to start.
Well, honestly, that's better than winning the pistol. Bro's just cracking up. Dude, Aves did incredible work to make this doable.
Aves was crazy. He got like, what, 3.5 kills?
Oh, no.
No!
KC win a round challenge.
You call it, yeah. Mr. Fallen's like, that was not legal. That was not legal.
You see the script here, it says 2-0 to FUT, so we're just going to keep reset until we get there. Oh man, that's a tough way to come out.
As soon as they
win
around, it's a tech pause.
Maybe that's good for FUT's mental. They'll need a moment
Are
after
you just
that.
not allowed to win a round or what?
Start. His classic's looking good.
This is rough,
good
man.
signs for KC at least.
There's even a Red Bull clock.
Let's just put the whole thing online.
There it was, yeah.
Let everyone play in the house.
I'm just here for the sponsors. That's my role for the day. I'm just going to be reading out all of the sponsors.
Actually, just move the whole studio to Frankfurt, so this is not a problem. We don't play on 30
Next to the server, yeah.
But that round was wiped from existence. But yeah, we'll wait and see, because obviously I'm assuming it's going to be a similar scenario with that being investigated. So
Does EMEA have the most tech pauses this year? I reckon they have more time in tech pauses than all three of the other regions combined.
This year?
Yeah, I would say easily.
Because only
For
one
sure.
player survived. But also you destroy your opponent's economy. You're going to get a few orbs along the way as well for that reckoning, which I'll be honest, it took me a moment to remember that alt's name, because I think this is the first time in an absurd amount of time I've actually casted someone playing Harbor.
You haven't casted Sanak this year.
No, I don't think we have.
I don't think we have. We've dodged him every step of the way somehow.
Or he's dodged us.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand it from his side.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
I love you guys, but yeah.
Maybe that's what Sue meant when she said I was sassy.
Yes.
Someone lied in their resume.
Wait, you thought she meant me?
Yeah, I'm really good at setting up servers, guys. I got this.
Well, yeah, I agree with you here. There's a good chance we could be looking at the same issue. The question, I suppose, on my mind is whether that's going to be a rollback for KC. You put 2 out of 3 rounds on the board and they all get cancelled out. That won't be a feels good man for the squad of KC, but the rules are the rules. Either way, Sadic's got to be feeling great, man. Comes in with the classic, walks out with 2. The fact that Aves was able to
this
do so
round
much
must
on long as
count,
well.
surely.
Let's just hope they get to keep it.
Well, something that we have definitely seen.
I mean, if
this
they roll
couple of
this one
rounds,
back.
Now is
I
that
won't
aggression that
speak.
KC
I'm
is
biased.
putting
I won't
onto
speak.
B Long. When we were speaking about FUT, and I was saying the punishing the mistakes of their previous opponents, it was difficult for Koi to fight that space because they were doing it with the chamber. And
What was the
actually,
problem
Mr.
exactly?
Fallen was
Apparently
brilliant
server
in
is
dealing
lagging.
with that and putting out a lot of pressure so they could control that part of the map. It looks like KC has a very clear idea on that is a part of the map. They
Yeah, I know, bro.
Well, I also
not
wonder
speaking.
as well if it's almost just a counter to their own comp.
K-Corp always getting tech pauses? No, it was K-Corp last time. Players are adjusting settings. Okay.
You abandon that side of the map, leave Vice there alone just with the vines, then you pop the vines.
Players are
when anybody
adjusting
crosses the wall.
settings.
Well, if you're then pushing that with 3 players every single round, if you're FUT on that side of things, you're going, okay, but there's probably just a wall there. We get this space for free. They're putting a prowler in, they're walking through, and then they're meeting a ton of resistance. So I quite like the idea of KC are doing that, just going like, you have an idea of how we're going to play, and we're countering ourselves before you can do it.
Well, I have some good news for you.
We back?
Not only will we be getting back into the game very shortly,
Okay.
this
Are we starting again?
Round counts?
we're not going to reset
So
the
what
round.
round are
So
we on?
we're going into round 3. Everything's
Okay,
as
round
it should
counts,
be. 1-1.
nice.
KC did manage
As
to
it should
upset
be,
in that previous
1-1?
round. This fight did really happen. It wasn't just in
Dude,
your
non-stop
imagination.
headshots,
And
like a
Sadek
turret,
can
just
keep that
perma-crouched.
smile on his face. They get that
That's my goat.
second
That's
round
my
win,
goat
which, as you
ideal.
said, Tom, can often be
Still
more
red.
valuable then taking the initial. I believe they're still tweaking some settings, but it will not be as extended of a pause. We won't be keeping Lauren an extra hour.
Yes, that's the stage we want to see today. Definitely.
Heng almost smiled as well. He was very
close.
He was close. He was holding it. He was holding himself back.
You know, he's got to resist. He can't look too happy. You want to. It's only 1-1. It's only been balanced. Sadek doesn't look quite as happy right now.
He's played 2 rounds in 35 minutes.
He's keeping himself, his mind focused. 5-0 start for him.
It is rough.
That's not
at this pace we might miss like
the whole of Americas.
Yeah,
it was the whole of Americas.
I think it was Sugetsu and was it Elite or Aves? I think it was Elite.
Okay, I think we're back.
I don't know. Okay. I can't remember. It seems like
looks like we're back. FUT, after getting eco, now after full eco, Sadek has a good amount of money because he got the gun upgrade.
Just wait, yeah. It's gonna go 3, 2, Red Studio.
Pansy will open the door
Two
on
ghosts,
one and everything will turn red.
Well, we've kept her away. She's not chewing
That's
any
a
more
drops.
cables for the rest of the game.
He has the mood lighting for the room.
1-1 we go. KC.
Okay, K-Corp do this all the time though, where on their default they block vision. Do you think that already we're starting to see the camera that can get info through this is smart? They got, honestly, they got loads of options to be able to do this.
Disadvantages that they've
got.
If
camera starts punishing them, they have a protocol to
with
like
the
a quick
numbers.
mistake as
Really
well.
fight on A. They don't get anyone there.
Okay, we'll see if they actually start breaking at one point.
Or what few he has to assist the squad. And they'll again look to pressure up towards Art. They've seen that this is where there was a wall waiting for them before, but the setup has changed.
Yeah, very careful approach from the side of KC. Just
interesting that they use the oh man, we get a Yoru all early for the next big buy round as well, you would imagine. Little lineup. Dude, being the outlaw player on the team must be the best thing ever. You just get like 5 to 8 free kills.
Or more importantly, in terms of finances for KC, this is as good as it gets. You get to eco around, you win that eco, you get a free gun, and then, well, if this one comes out flawless, they're in a great spot.
I love the wall position as well. They've given up so much space, but they'll make up for it by holding the extremities, and then if there's a deep push down to the real danger,
I mean, they got to get 3 fawns and a wall. Like they ain't doing this.
When I start the round.
No, Tom, you were ahead of the curve, okay?
Yeah.
Cerebral gameplay from Tom.
Oh my goodness. It's locked onto his head.
Through the smoke. These ones a little easier.
Okay, Sadek gets his ult, and FUT are in a really rough spot because they gotta go up against a Harbor ult and they gotta go up against a Yoru. Most likely if they take A main.
Unfortunately, we're gonna be resetting. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic.
Yeah, I was gonna say they won another round. What happens now?
Well, 2 barrels, 3 kills.
I was saying, I really like how patient and how much space KC were given, just playing with those stars. Just, oh my God, why are we doing this? Is this tactical?
Nah, surely not.
Guys, guys.
I was kidding. We don't need the red LEDs.
Dude, they don't even want to do it, but it is a tech boss.
You promised me.
No.
I see Mr. Fallen smiling, and that usually makes me happy, but right now, yeah, I don't see anybody with their hands on their keyboards.
No.
I'm panicking.
After every single round.
This is certainly a bumpy start for both of the squads. And
there it is. There it is. Spoke too soon when we were speaking about having a next round.
Somebody traveled 7,000 kilometers for this, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's devastating. Dude, we gotta give that person some free stuff, surely.
I bloody hope so.
They can't catch a break.
We've got the let's go tech pause.
We made it, guys.
Mola. Well,
the crowd was cheering let's go tech pause.
Certainly not the first.
Oh, dude, I thought Aves was out of here. I thought he was going to walk off.
Yeah.
So Getsu's
side to side.
warming up his wrist.
Yeah. Keep that blood flowing.
At least it's not the winter. It's still warm in the studio, so no one's freezing up down there. But my goodness, it's certainly not an ideal start.
Buff Fade. I feel like we need to buff Sky. There's only
Mr. Falling begs to differ.
I would have said buff Harbor,
did
but
they win?
I said Mr. Fallen begs to differ. I didn't say Mr. Fallen.
You didn't say it was right. You said he begs to differ.
Do you know, when I was having an interview with him and I was asking him
Wingman
about the
Vandal.
composition,
Hardware
and also about
issue.
the Lotus coming up
Give
later
Wingman Vandal.
after- well,
Jesus.
we ever finish this
That's
off.
an idea. Give Cypher
Thinking of the
coming
Lotus
up as
coming in
well.
later.
After the 6th pistol round.
After the, yes, after the, we'll get past the bonus eventually. If there is even a bonus. But as I was saying, after
Where am I
last week
visiting
and
from?
the performance
One
that we saw
single-
against
wait.
Team Liquid, that
All
1
three?
to
Making us
13, maybe
guess.
that Jet does not come back. Maybe we go back to the FUT that changes composition after this work.
Wait.
Is it?
Yeah.
Quiz.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I'm
a
gonna
quiz?
go with number 3. I think it was Indiana, purely because I don't know
Is it-
anything about
where am
Indiana. I want to
visiting
learn about it.
From New York, United States, Indiana. She's very pretty, so I'm gonna say New York. You're gonna go for Indiana?
Was it? I'm guessing I'll go Singapore then.
Yeah, I guess. Can you find the correct one? Which one was the correct one? Indiana.
Oh, was it?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
Oh,
For the first time.
I don't know
Is that
anything
something-
about Indiana.
Dude made
except
it
that
into a
person's from there.
quiz.
So there we go. That's the first fact I've got. Perhaps we'll learn more as time goes on.
Yeah, they're relying on her for the content.
PC. Which one of those pesky PCs?
It's Sadax. It has to be Sadax.
He's 7-0 at the moment. I don't think it's
7-0.
Sadax.
First with the
Someone
classic, then with the
accidentally installed wall
bulldog.
hacks on his one.
Oh, you're swapping stage PC.
Whenever he clicks, he's on someone's head.
Swapping
It's,
PC?
that'd be a
Oh
problem
boy,
to
we're
have.
here for a while.
Yeah, and again,
We're
I think
here
one of the
for a
things
little
we'll
bit
clarify as we
again.
move on is whether or not
Dude,
that's,
we-
the 2-1 will hold its water.
We're
or
gonna be
whether
an
we'll
hour
back to even
behind.
footing.
We
Either
actually
way, it
might
was a
miss
round where
C9
FUT didn't have a
G2.
lot to work with, but it would be a shame to scrub that
I
collapse.
love EMEA.
That'd be a shame to scrub the end zone flawless. That'd be the second one.
It looks so bad on us because it's been only after like the sponsors, and it makes me sad.
So,
Yeah, that's true.
a little update for the folks at home as we will move away from the caster desk. League officials have confirmed a hardware issue on stage. So while we wait for the PC to be swapped
Dude, they're
out,
taking
to take a
pictures.
moment, we're going to go off to a break. So we will see you after this.
Oh god.
What's this gonna take? 10, 15?
Yeah, at least 10. Yeah. Okay, chat. I'm gonna walk away for a little bit. I recommend everyone does the same thing. Walk around, get some water. Be back in a little bit.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring.
Entertain us, Theo? How?
You know what it is, you know what I mean?
Give me something to entertain you with. There's nothing.
Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10.
Your karaoke. Everybody would leave this stream. Q&A, ask me something.
Gone with the wind. Gone with it. I feel like a champion.
I cannot sing in, so you do not want to hear me singing.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Can I go and fix this? I don't think so. Favorite ice cream flavor? Anything citrusy. Lemon, lime.
Put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Feel like a champ. MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed.
Things in Bilibili Gaming? I don't really watch China, I'm sorry.
You gon' speak about it, then be about it.
Super team, but one player from each region? Jesus. Wait, give me a second. Favorite pizza topping? I'm a simple person. Either margarita or quattro formaggi. Should I get into TFT? No. Why do you like Sadak? I just think he's smart. I think he's smart, I think he's creative. Right? Like, he looks at the meta not in a way that like, what are other people doing, let me do this, but more like, what do I want to do in this environment? And I think that's really interesting. Explain why are you so freaking troubleshot by Civil here? Different streams have different rules. So I adhere to the rules. Favorite emote? This one probably. Am I getting paid for this entertainment? No, I'm being held here against my will. Please help me. Much better, maybe. I don't drink energy drinks. Did I watch the United game? No, I need to watch the highlights. I was watching Chelsea, like, yeah.
I got big dreams. I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow.
Favorite VCT team? Right now or all time? Right now it's KC.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got
Yes, I am.
life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it.
How would I buff Gecko in the current meta? I personally wouldn't. There are some characters right now which aren't weak. They are just overshadowed by the presence of Teo and Vice. I think Gecko is one of those characters. So the moment you nerf Teo and Vice, Gecko will come back to the meta in my opinion. Can I meow? Can I do a kickflip? No, I break my legs every time I wake up from bed. You don't want me jumping. All time my favorite team? Loud 2023. What do I do in real life? I don't work, I'm a student. That's an Arsenal 2-1 Madrid. I'm not happy about either of those teams ever winning. I'm a fan of Chelsea and I follow Atletico Madrid. To me that's like devil versus devil matchup, I don't care. Well, am I studying electronic engineering? Is Intelec stronger than Vice? They're both broken, they have different use cases. Is there a tech pause? Yes, they're swapping a PC on stage. Thoughts on Villa? They're doing great. They're also proving that Emery is a good coach, which I've always thought was the case. Thoughts on PRX? I think they can come back in the second stage. Bro, watch Chelsea get beat at home by Legia Warszawa? Yeah, I did. Why 23 and not 22? 23 was the Toys, Kawanzin, Sadak, Aspas less, right? That's the team I meant. Maybe I fricked up the years, but that's the team that I meant. Can mods change stream title? We can. I've seen the clip that we watched on stream, Ivy. It was good. Aiming to become a pro in the future? Brother, I'm gold. Hold on, Sliggy as your boss? He's really funny. And he's very nice. Do I touch grass? Yeah, sometimes. Currently? Well, that's a good question. That's actually a good question. AMER is the easy answer, but I actually have been a fan of Colville for a very long time, so I'll say Colville. Palmer's form, just ups and downs. He's a young player. He needs to figure out his head of how to stay in the game. Right now is like the crucial time where we see whether he becomes a really top player or whether he just becomes a Premier League standard, like normal guy. I said that gold he is. Messi or Ronaldo? For me, Messi. But I have massive respect for both. Cereal before milk or milk before cereal? Alright. That question is flawed because the answer to that question comes directly from the more important question, which is whether you use hot milk or cold milk. If you're doing cold milk, then obviously cereal first. If you're doing hot milk, then you have to... Yeah, if you're doing hot milk, then you have to do milk first. Yes, hot milk. People do hot milk with cereals. KC did not win 2-1. It is map 1. This is the round score of the first map. Is hot dog a sandwich? Yes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now.
Hot milk is definitely the less popular one, but it does exist.
Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest.
What uni do I go to? Yeah, let me just dox myself. Yamal is insane, but I also expect him to just start going down with injuries at like 26.
no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these.
Oh, sorry, XYZ. No, I like the 23 one because I'm a big Kamanzin believer, and I also thought those comps back then, they were incredible. Am I Mariska in or out? I don't know. I don't know. I'm willing to wait until the end of the season to answer that question.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah.
Miles Lewis Skelly, I haven't watched enough Arsenal to really say. He looked really good in the England games that I watched. Who do I think goes to the final of UCL? Let me look at the semis.
Money on my mind, I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great.
Probably Barca Arsenal, but I hope PSG wins instead. Am I dating? No. Did you buy the KC bundle? I'm a broke student, my guy. Who do I think makes Toronto from all the regions? I have no idea. G2, boom. Yeah, I don't remember any other teams. Favorite area in electrical engineering, hardware design, and also like assembly stuff. Not assembly as in coding assembly, but assembly as in like putting actual artifacts together. Favorite team in other regions? In Americas it's probably Sen. In APAC it's either PRX or Boom these days. In China I don't have a favorite. I don't watch Tier 2. Are you gonna become a millionaire in the future? Not sure. Least favorite team in other regions? I don't hate Watch. I'm from Poland. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance. No, assembly coding is not it. I meant assembly as in like actual physical assembly of like electrical components.
Welcome
back,
in
chat?
Everybody. It looks like the Reds disappeared from our studio, and we'll be jumping back into the game in just a couple seconds. In fact, even quicker. We're already back in the game.
We're back
ready to roll. League officials have swapped out the PC, and hopefully that's going to be the end of our troubles. Perhaps not the end of FUT's troubles. They're 1 round on the board out of 4 played so far. But
oh my god, look at my IGL.
And the barriers will go up with KC.
Okay, so K-Corp, they're 1 away from Euro ult if they won it. They're going up against a Euro ult though, so they do find the wall here. So, okay, they take a lot of the space, and there goes the luck on this now. Okay, with that kill as well, Martin has his ult to be able to retake this. They got some good retake ults right now. They ult to stop them. You imagine this will go over towards here. Honestly? Yeah, I was going to say, which one do you want to go for? Wait, he has to commit. Sadak has to commit.
Oh, there was a stun there as well.
Yeah, there's a nice stun from Fallen.
And Martin gets his reward. Low HP on Mr. Fallen, but he's getting some of it back. Aves quickly dispatches him, and Cracks doesn't last much longer. It's all down to Attica.
Doable.
The spike already being diffused.
No suck.
The stun, and it's beautiful. Denying.
Oh my god.
Just in time, and that'll pull it back to a 1v1. So desperately close to taking it across the line, but the defuse under is no.
Oh my goodness. Big 1v3. I got close with the defuse though.
The amount of tools that KC had
the tail was pretty nice. Tail into the stun. I felt like Mr. Fallen did pretty decent.
It forced the Vice like all the way into connector.
Yeah.
What a beautiful play to close things out in round 4.
I think just normally in those cases you want to have the grab well. The stun not.
Yeah, they kind of rushed it a little bit when you look at K-Corp. Dude, no pause? Oh my goodness. Living a life of luxury right here.
But you now look at the purchase, they've got plenty. operator in hand.
Yeah, I do feel like KCORP kind of rushed it a little bit, right? If they had that smoke from Sugetsu, they could have probably timed it. They could have done the smoke. There could have been multiple people. They could have timed, like actually just tapped it, and then multiple people can duel. I feel like they messed up. Big round for FUT. Money's not good. But okay, this was a nice little retake though. With 4 people, re-clear over towards middle. They take the space with the wall and it blocks here Palmer. This is cool. Was this Theo, you should know this. Was this not different to their normal punish of middle as well? Didn't last time they do this punish, it was with the like longer harbor wall?
It was with the long harbor wall, and they usually wall off themselves and then flash through it with a
Yeah, so they had a different punish over towards middle, so they didn't realize what strat it was. That's cool.
Yeah.
Which is going to pull the
that was the wall that they...
the majority.
Actually, no, that was just a cascade. Yeah, that was completely
yeah.
Everything available for this defensive side, and with 30 seconds left. Are they giving up
yes,
the
KC
round?
are in
That's the only assumption I
playoffs?
can
Yeah,
make.
everyone's confirmed in playoffs for EMEA. It's now just 2 Gitswear. Dude, they actually just saved this? Well, it's going to get a little bit weird because Mr. Fallon's not going to be able to buy anything. Got 1-9 loss bonus on top of this, so this would be an okay gun with light armor. And then, I mean, Sadak's about to reach 8k. Chocolate with the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months, mate. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for doing that.
We were speaking about leaving B open and having that double push on from B.
You just got hit now? It's only 2-2? Nah, we just had the longest rounds ever. There's no tech pause. Yeah, everyone just saving from the beginning.
It's so good to see that from the defense we were going to see this proactivity coming in from them.
EMEA never has tech pauses, come on.
Out as well, just cutting up that push and allowing the rotations to come back through as the Vice wall, and I feel like Elite, it's been a real pain in their side. You can see FUT in some of these rounds pinging out where they think the wall will be.
Okay, we got the op out, and person that takes the hit buys a stinger. The block of middle create pressure, and they had a fade eye that went deep over towards B, and they kind of got info from that as well.
The retake on mid is a nice approach, but FUT have gone the other direction.
I'm a little worried with how FUT are playing this. Not just this round, like the whole overall thing. I don't think they create enough pressure around maps to do what they're doing, but here we are.
They're like pushing a little bit too hard.
The FUT have decided to go for something far more direct based off having a few weaker weapons. They're being slaughtered though, not able to get past that cross whatsoever.
Okay, definitely seeing a timeout come in here. We got 2-4 loss bonus for FUT, no money here, so they can't be buying anything on this. They just need to do more around the map. Like,
I'm very surprised they decided to go A, because if they did a proper anti on KC, they should know what setup they use when they take the op out for the first time. So unless they
they don't. Yeah, they thought he had outlaw still. So he had outlaw last round.
He was also one away from his ultimate. So if he got that first kill and got out of the fight, they could play for a full retake. They didn't need to.
I think like the main thing here is that they just don't do anything around the map.
And KC has permanent control of mid, so they're never scared of like getting split on.
But loses this. It's starting to look like it. There's still a long way to go, but with what you're seeing, it looks like they're going to get like 4 rounds on attack, which is not enough.
I'm a bit concerned.
Martin killed Teo with an op. I thought he killed him with an outlaw, didn't he?
And with what they've already seen with aggressive pushes coming through from KC quite regularly, they had to know that quite quickly they were going to figure out where they were going. But they still took their time. They were still quite slow. That's why there were so many players there in the last round. I think that could also come off the bat of...
It was an op? Okay.
It was for sure an op? Oh, okay. Well, then maybe they hadn't done their homework, like you were saying.
Because they have I mean, it's a bit of a 50-50, but they have 2 setups on the first round when they have an op, and it's leaning towards a more times.
The control that they'd given up. Well, they were playing a little bit more aggressive.
Is Yoru op or chamber op better on this map? I mean, Yoru has way more flexibility for playing here. But everywhere else, the chamber's a little better. But you're so restricted. Okay, honestly, for getting a plant here is probably all they can hope for.
can see, there is no worry. So far, we're on track for an in-zone flawless. And with a stunned up
the money
Mr.
from
Fallen
KCOP is
Classic
just
in hand,
insane
there was
right
no
now.
other conclusion
They buy
possible.
for the rest of this half.
5 players alive, in-zone flawless, and 5 rounds on the board. This defensive side is looking very hard to crack, but let's not forget that is FUT playing an eco.
It's so important what you're saying. It's difficult to crack. Every single round, we're seeing a different default played in by KC. So if you're FUT, if you're trying to see any gaps, anything that you can exploit, if we speak about the individuals, we see a Mr. Fallen that was super, super successful and that can take advantage of those cracks. But by KC just doing something different, just having different setups for the device, putting the operator at different positions.
We've had this Astral for a little bit. They maybe could have used it when they went for the straight hit up over towards A. We got so many ults in defense. So many ults, so much money. And see, this is the wall that I'm like not super keen on from KCOP. So like it gives away when they're playing aggro towards A, and you kind of just take a lot of space free from middle. What do these two do? Are they gonna push?
Utilize the salvos already.
Prowler goes in, they do smoke.
Close. That's gone in through to middle.
Wait, whose smoke is this?
And it's given them some extra space.
Is this his cove or something?
Finding any resistance.
I didn't know.
No, that's Ash's smoke.
And then an incredibly aggressive push on the other. A lot of information already garnered.
Yeah, I like this reaction though. Lose over towards middle, start telling on the site at 1 minute's time.
Oh, the gate crash. Look at it going through. They're not going to trip the wire instead. Going to allow this deeper rotation from Martin. Whether he pops the ult first or not, I suppose.
Still 3 on site. They still have a flash. They still have. Oh, he didn't hit the Yoru TP. Oh my god, he didn't hit the Yoru TP. No way. I thought he was close enough.
And now, well, have whatever flank you like, KC.
There was Teo explosions going on at the same time, so maybe Lance down.
And indeed, you can see that Martin is going to go back towards middle, perhaps into the waiting arms of Yetije.
He's got incredibly deep control. Even has a cam to play off as well. So. Any surprise factor.
There's no point in KCOP saving. They got so much money. They at least just lock him in and do damage. Plays in front of the ult. It should be nice from FUT. They need something like this.
For the remaining 2, they have unlimited credits. They are literally at the peak. So the idea is to, well, not even get the ults online. It's just about doing damage, as both already available.
Do you want to, as we're saying, you know, like you already have your ultimates. I think it's time to maybe like remove yourself.
Shot.
Okay, there is some damage if you're a vest.
Shots.
That's a great damage.
Dude, that first kill is so impressive.
Running for the hills is his only option. He'll make it far enough
about
away.
the wall you mentioned, right? They use it in multiple ways. They use it sometimes for a mid take, they use it sometimes for the A aggro, but they also use it when they don't do anything towards A. So it's not exactly a
It's not, yeah. It's not like it's a hard read, yeah.
So it looks like it's aggro, but it's not actually aggro.
It's nice as well, the Teo damage to make sure that your TP's clear.
We're speaking about FUT, come on, you need to make them play your game. This kind of executes, this kind of putting all the pressure onto them, finding that gap, spotting where their operator is not.
Okay, now everyone kind of has a good amount of money.
Also thinking about the ultimates that you have to work with.
Still would imagine it's going to be an eco from FUT.
I think the surprise factor as well. This is what Zeus
sees the wall again. I do feel like with these rounds where they see the wall, I think you've at least got to clone that. Oh my goodness, that is rough.
I did not expect him to actually like stay there.
Coming out with 2, but Yetije and Mr. Fallen have evened things up.
Good info, big send over towards B.
Whether he's already made it through, Prowler is sent in to confirm that information, and Martin realizes
Martin keeps his ult for retake though. That might actually save them.
Yetije trips the wall as well, so there's no late round security for KC. They have to be worried about all of those angles, but they have made it here ahead of the push. FUT a little late, bringing this spike to sight. And if it's a 1-by-1 fight, Elite may have a real chance to just end this round here and now. But the ult is sent in, and he's sent out of elbow, out of the round. Still one watching from up above. And what do they have to deal with it? Can't put a smoke in instead, just having to swing in, but look at Liabez was tight in the corner, not able to pick them.
Dude, Alves is popping everyone from heaven.
2 versus 2 as a result, and Martin putting the dimensional drift into play to try to find these last players.
They have the info on where the majority are for one side, and he's trying to garner it for his squad. 2 versus 2. Both players spotted, but it seems like
it's my fault. I complimented him in heaven. Still, money's pretty good. I don't know how they won this one though. YETIJay did so much, really.
To turn things around. I think that YETIJay, we were speaking about him not being able to get the kills.
Okay, that's a spam back from the minimap.
A couple of rounds ago, and I think that it's given him the confidence back.
Was the
And
great
also
AO,
Mr.
and
Fallen
then
is
the
making
YETIJay
sure they're playing
killing
backside
Art.
is just
And the tail was good. They,
they're on B. And we absolutely know
okay.
that when we're speaking about FUT
Alright,
and
normal
speaking about
timeout.
being
This is nice to
confident,
see.
being comfortable, everybody is
Striker
going to be
Striker
cheering
CS,
up
thank you so much, dude. I
each other
appreciate that.
players.
Thank you for the 53 months. That's madness, mate. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the support.
I will say for me,
A long time.
Mr. Fallen actually is my favorite. I think he's so incredibly good at putting players into position, but also making
chill a bit. Nah, he's getting him hyped up.
I think we go onto the defensive side.
Still, dude, look at how much money KCORP have. Like, even with the buy, they're still good, losing 2 in a row.
His plan denial, because of how much space he's able to take, and I think you're witnessing it here. In both the last 2 rounds they've won because his utility has given them an advantage from a position where they were at a disadvantage.
Close
That's
to Harbor
something
Roll,
that
they still
I
have
think you look
Astro.
at any other agent, there are times where that's possible, but to do it consistently is so much more difficult. Is he 4 and 9 on the board? Sure. But 3 kills have come off his
If FUT should we be worried about them? Not really. I think that KCORP have been looking better and better, to be honest. I think this is like a relatively even game. FUT probably should be winning.
Yeah, it's
but
not
I wouldn't.
our favorites here, but with how they've been improving week to week, this is not like.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a giant
I
upset.
think YETIJay was closer.
Yeah. A Monkey Enjoy with the 21 months. Thank you so much. Which is my favorite team to watch at the moment. Probably Boom, maybe. Boom's really fun to watch right now. Just because I wasn't really expecting him to look this good. Yeah, I'd probably say Boom.
Find some information. But that info is going to be obtained across the map as pressure
Liquid, I like the Liquid games. Paperx games are always fun just because
there's no real space
because you annoy prod.
because you don't know what you're gonna get.
With all the things that
MIBR,
we've seen
yeah, I
happening
like that.
on
MIBR
mid,
games
we
as well.
decide to double down and just try and see if KC want to go back towards those fights.
Okay, KCORP on this one playing super passive early on, but they still have early B info. Got TP out of there. We got I kind of thought they were gonna go a little bit more aggro, but let's see. We got no ults for FUT at the moment, and honestly, their no ult rounds haven't looked great.
He has used up the majority of it though, but that delay puts FUT down to just 40 seconds as they look to build into a site where all of the thorns currently lay. They're going to be slowed down a lot on this entry. Especially late round.
Okay, Sugetsu has like 3 stars to retake this and ult. Like this Astro Util should be the one that wins in the round, really. How does he want to do it?
Mr. Fallen previously
Keep an eye on the luck.
as soon as the spike hit the ground. This time, he'll be able to retreat and set those salvos up. KC want to get ahead of the problem. Already picking off Zeus before he can fall back. Spotting
Oh my goodness.
Oh, spamming in fact, but Samuel's nothing but
Well,
his trouble. Up goes
Astro
the
ult
Cosmic
goes
Divide,
in.
but
It
that's
only
the
cuts off
signal for
once, so
YETIJay.
you would imagine
He's gonna
smoke
start
on
his
spike in a little bit.
his way all the way around.
Cove, but no one taps it. Dude,
Delay,
everyone's dead.
all in the ground. All the spam's giving YETIJay away, and he can't stop the defuse from there.
Holy,
That
I mean,
could
they had to
the
play in
fight
front
that
of the
game, but
Astro ult.
instead, the round
Yeah,
was
I was
already
about to say
lost.
the Astro can be bad for them because Cypher could just accelerate without making any sound, but then they just won all of the duels.
This guy had to stay alive though, the B main player. He's out here dueling.
Nightmare. The Cosmic Divide to force them forward into positions where you're going to battle from. The Cove to make players have
I think
to go
FUT have
in
only
towards
won
that
the
spike.
pistol on
And by
A,
that
and then
point,
every other
well,
time
you're
they
narrowing
came
things
to this
down
site,
to
they've
2
lost
or
the
3
round.
They only look
angles
good when they
rather
have
than
ults.
an abundance of
As
them
well.
as you would normally in this site retake.
I love the awareness that we're seeing from KC. This is probably what a lot of what we were seeing on that first round that actually was never the first round, but it happened, but it actually never happened.
Imagine that.
EMEA production is failing in quality. What do you think about the EMEA trophy? I mean, the EMEA trophy last year was horrendous, but this year looks a little bit better. I would say that we confuse, like, depending on what the issues are, we don't really know if it's like server issues that might be out of their hands. I'm not entirely sure. But in terms of the production, I still feel like the actual production of the show they put on is normally better than most regions. Especially when you're looking in-game.
Also give them credit for the content that they put out when they do have those tech pauses, because both the casters and the desk are great at it.
See, I think they lack in that. I think that Pacific has the best stuff for that. Pacific's incredible for when they get delays.
Yeah, Pacific is incredible.
But Pacific's unreal for actually having like loads of content to fill gaps with. But like EMEA in game, I think is the best. It's kind of on par with China.
I don't think there's been too many games where we have the majority of those superstars. Like, they picked up a lot of players that were
Pacific, yeah, Pacific have the best like content for sure.
Rolls around to try and fit things in, but you look at the scoreboard right now, and other than Elite having a bit of a quieter performance, everybody else.
Round.
Yay! Yeah, okay. But everybody else has been really good so far. So it's a dangerous time for FUT. Obviously, we talk about the value of
Did we forget the 4-hour delay and bleed T1? I mean, they learned from that though. Like that, you gotta judge it year by year in terms of what they learn. And Pacific now, honestly, probably have like content that maybe lasts like 2-3 hours to actually cover all of their delays if it happens.
Looking a bit more towards the extremities this time, seeing Yetije side out of captain. It's just a few pixels away from being picked off by Martin.
Lovely shots.
To give away the opening duel.
Dude, got a little jump peek on there as well to get info. Prowler missed over towards A, so does that mean that he wants to try take a lurk timing and bring his team back? Don't really know how Yetije wants to play this. I feel like they need to go back here, but they have to push this op off. Okay, no matter what happens here, they just have early info, and no one heavy hits from here. So, K-Corp look really in control.
Every time they enter this site, they're met with thorns, which do damage and delay you severely in terms of that time. 25 seconds to make their move. There's now 3 players on this side. They also have the stun, potentially even the grab one. They're going to try and swing off the back of it. Elite does well. Zugetsu in tandem, and that clock is now ticking very fast against FUT, but they find the openers.
Hold up.
Both kills incredibly
they can get the spike and plant. Fast flood goes in. Dude, Yetije is doing work. Damn, Yetije, that's a mad round from him. Was it the fade eye that got him the kill backside, or did he just spam him? He did it. Unreal. But I thought that was like a lot earlier, right? Like he did the fade eye, they didn't get kill off of it, and then he's just spamming later. Oh no, yeah, pretty much off the fade eye.
Yeah, but it's
oh no, yeah, this was the second kill then. Damn, he did so much.
There you go. Yeah. For him, it was absolutely nice.
I like this extra peek that he's going to do there as well.
I didn't even realize that shot hit.
He positioned well though, like even if the diffuser went down, he's still swinging on the 1 second to make sure he gets the trade. Let's see, gets the last round. Elite's the only ult in play, and maybe the only ult we'll see in this round. Yeah, feels like it. Dude, bro's doing unbelievable though. Gets an extra bit of info. He knows that Aves is super low HP.
The record show, that violation was unprompted. KC, 6 rounds. Let's see if the FUT can equalize by the time they close this one out. Half has 1 more round to play with Aves tagged up already. The defenders
okay, they tell. Big flash. Oh, that kill is everything. That kill is the whole round, by the way.
They're not able to stand a chance in that first fight. You've still got the wall to break on through. That's going to isolate one of these players, leaving out a captain on his own.
Still, we've already seen massive rounds from him already.
Oh, he hit that.
As he swings back around, leaving
dude, the individuals are going crazy on FUT. We got a 4K from Yetije, 4K from Atta.
But they go in even.
I don't know why Sadak is looking connector. Like, was there time for FUT to even go there? One of them was walled off in B main.
Definitely showing that they have the resilience and they have the individuals to be popping off in this moment.
Unbelievable. Ada Captain was thrown to the wolves there, but he came back leading the pack. Phenomenal. That's going to get the spirits of the FUT fans.
Wait, he's looking behind him?
Actually,
I mean,
with our FUT co-streamer Rage as Yinsu.
Probably not, but they still didn't know where one is, so you got to be on top of it.
Great time to be a FUT fan, of course. I'm now joined by Rage. Now, you had a lot of energy just now. The last couple of rounds from FUT were absolutely fantastic. So, tell me about that first half. How you doing? How's your heart beating?
My voice is already broken almost. I'm already shaking. You can see my head. I'm already shaking. The match right now is beautiful. I was waiting for a long time to play against them because they're my friends. We know them, all together. KARMINE, ensemble. And yeah, playing against them is always nice. It always feels bad, you know, because I feel like I'm betraying them. But, you know, it's all
You gotta back your boys.
Of course.
It's your boys.
Yeah, of course, all day. But yeah, it's nice to play against them. I'm very happy to see, and it's very tight right now. So
yeah, and speaking of your boys, I know that you're a bit of a jet opper yourself. You know, you like to pick up the op. You like to play duelist. Now, your boy Zeus doesn't really do that. So, what are your opinions on them picking up a duelist player that doesn't op?
Yeah, honestly, I already asked him about it, and he just says, I want to headshot. I want to aim at the head, but I'm like, if you play OP, you can also be annoying. He knows how to play OP, but my dream is to see him like, you know, being 50-50. Like headshot people and play OP as well.
A good balance.
Exactly, yeah. But the way he's doing right now, it's very good right now.
But on the other side, the Martin op on that first half was kind of destroying them, right?
Yes, I was talking about it. Like he has a big impact. Wherever you go, like when you say an OP, you're always scared to fight against it, right? And Martin is doing insane right now with the OP, so.
Yeah, we'll see maybe Zeus surprises us, because if you play Chamber, you gotta know how to op.
Absolutely.
So he probably does know how to do it. Now, we heard from Mr. Farland previously, he doesn't think that he's the best Tejo player in the league. What do you think about Mr. Farland's Tejo?
As I said to him yesterday, personally, I think he's very humble. Very humble guy.
He's too humble, maybe.
Too humble, yeah. He's very insane. Like right now, for me, he's like top 3 AMER in the world as a leader.
No. Oh, 100%. OG Frag in IGL. Yeah, he was doing it before other people.
Insane, but his Tejo is very good. But I love the fact he's so humble, you know.
And lastly, and not least, there's a lot of FUT fans in the crowd as well. We've seen them. They're very hyped. So could you help me hype them back up as we head to the second half?
Okay, sure.
Give me some energy.
Okay. FUT! FUT, brother! I want some screaming guys! Some screaming, come on! Some screaming guys! Whoa, whoa!
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Let's send this back to our casters and see if FUT can close us out.
You did great.
Well,
she asked and he delivered. Can't ask much more than that. Imagine no one screamed. I mean, no one was at the beginning. He just carried on shouting.
Into FUT's grasp, and well, it has looked very good, especially out of captain popping off
yeah,
like
that's
that.
true.
We thought he was isolated, left for dead, but he came back and clutched it out. Now it's KC's attack side.
They won over towards middle in terms of swing. Wait, camera spots. Do we even flash off this? Flash close, fade eye deep.
In fact, yes,
I'm not even sure they would get a kill off this, but
about micromanaging it, but it was not before EMEA.
Do I know?
Sorry, before EMEA, he had not played it himself. But now we're seeing a different phase. We already saw a little bit of utility. No movement on the side of
no, they had the.
I promise you guys, the PCs
they had the one from back like mad.
Yes.
Unless they played it again.
For now.
If this studio goes red after this, man, we're gonna be having words.
Yeah, I'm gonna start questioning if Pansy.
Okay, well the camera can't spot anymore.
To just curse our cast.
I have the spike.
That's not better. I'd do it for free. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that one. That makes me feel so much better about myself.
You reckon it's Teva over the top? That makes way more sense.
Additional pressure. Has the salvo online, has the stun available as well to slow them down. And they're both going to look to sit towards that backside position. There you go. That's that additional delay.
Okay, 30 seconds. 3 people here. Mr. Farland's an absolute madman, but he's been rewarded with it. Really nice. Dude, they're talking about him being a frag in IGL and he does this. Next round.
I think he's one of the better aimers, one of the better Teos.
Yeah, proving the point.
Oh, I question what KC think at this point.
Well, they think the round's gone. 12 seconds.
They have a spike to retrieve in 10
Oh my goodness.
4 players to run.
Oh, dude, it's unlucky. He won the round though, mate. He did great.
Up on the board.
That's 3 in a row.
Yes. Got jealous of Ada Captain in the previous round.
Dude, it's non-stop hero rounds for FUT at the moment.
Yeah, from 3 different players, so the 3.
Yeah,
Jay after Mr. Farland.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Farland. That's absurd.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about the harbor, right? And we saw that wall, that height being used.
Surely the server lagged, right?
From Sadak.
On this one? Yeah, sadly not on this. They just didn't expect him to get in the smoke so fast.
No way. That's like
Especially with the time so low, like most people here would just be playing for delay.
Out of this situation, and definitely a 4K is the most.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of IGLs at the moment that when things go bad, will try and put the rounds on their back.
Oh my goodness.
I don't mind. Genuinely has
It's non-stop. There's a great time of the drone as well. Actually clears everything. I was going to say he might feel like they went over towards spawn. So even though he clears close, there still definitely is a time that someone could have got over towards here.
Neither of his opponents either. He always goes missing.
Until they're 11-3 down. 7-6. FUT on the defensive side. They put a round on the board, and now it should be the easy conversion. But this is where KC were able to disrupt the flow of the game in the previous half. It was Sadek
Double kill trip.
popping off with a little two-piece to finish it off. Aves getting more than he should have over on long. Now they're on the attack, grouped up. Safety in numbers, perhaps. Spams don't land on anyone. A decent start. Sadek up to his old tricks, but he's only good for one. And it should be housekeeping from this point. I like the little crossfire that they were
I was
attempting
going
to
to
put
say,
into
Tev on the
place.
floor
Getsu
there
and
to
Aves
see if he's actually
Cracks, give you a
over
4K.
there.
Nice from Sagetsu, a little more.
Whoa, whoa,
The damage
whoa,
would be
whoa,
felt, and it
whoa,
got a
whoa.
little bit closer
Dude, I was
to
looking at the
life.
HPs. Yeah, I was looking at the HPs like, hold up, that one.
They
All I'm
survived.
gonna say is
Okay, so they
the
win.
KC
Okay, so it's
classic
double
stunts
pistol,
are going
and then they
through
managed
the
to
roof
win
right now.
what
the
they
eco on
Might
this
have
one.
to
They
get
didn't do it
just to
last
see
time.
if it works.
Yeah.
I think it might be more than
Good
just
damage
the
from
skin
KC
tone.
though.
Yeah,
What is
Yeah.
it?
Armors,
I mean, yeah.
3 guns.
Yeah.
the
What are you trying to say?
It's the players. It's the skill.
I
I'm
told
saying
you,
you're not as
I-
good
You're
as
saying
them.
we
You're
should
done.
buy the
Did you do
Absolutely,
forget?
that's not what I said.
I was sat here.
2-1 on the
Still
pistol.
one.
Oh, okay, I see.
I do something.
forgot we're
that,
including
you
that
know,
one.
Try and sell some bundles. And comes in and goes, "Well, it's not the skin. It is the skin. It's the skin. Buy them all.
100%.
We're speaking about the bonus now for FUT. Mr. Fallen
Let's go.
with a Bucky
Let's go.
and a
He's
dream,
keeping it.
and one away from his ult. So
Hey, he's hiding in smokes. What other gun would you want?
Dude, the Bucky might actually be incredible here.
based.
Oh, they're coming his way. Chance. Mr. Fallen with one.
Dude, no
Stunning
greed
close
on
to
this.
fallback salvos to be
No
sent on
greed.
home.
Ult's good.
It's gonna be sent
Ult's
home.
really
It's
good.
gonna force
Oh
them
my.
And a Bucky. Mr. Fallen. He's not
Doesn't even
taking
want to
the
upgrade. He's got the
weapons
best
on
gun
the
right here.
He knows what he wants. And it's another
you dare.
Bucky kill. Decoy sent through on the
Yeah, go on. That's so messed up.
Riot, are we watching this?
That's so messed up, man. The first big buy round who gets a Bucky, that's actually my IGL right here. This was sick.
Change it to play of the year or something. Weak doesn't
Dude, this ult was incredible.
The ult in the middle as well.
There's no way.
He took the decoy and the flare out in
incredible.
one. Oh my.
Yeah, but he's definitely not the best.
He had no
sailor in the
shield
league.
in this round, by the way.
Yeah, dude, the Bucky's so strong, man. That's what I mean about shotguns in this game. The maps are designed for shotguns. It's so risky to have them so cheap and so good.
Well, 3 back-to-back 4Ks
I've never seen
is
anyone
not
playing
enough,
this
but an
pulse
ace
though.
with a Bucky
Stun,
then.
stun
They have
spam.
remembered that they are
It's gonna be
Turkish,
one shot no matter
you
what.
still have
Sick.
that question. You guys can shoot. They definitely can.
Supposed to get an ace.
Yeah.
Mr. Fallen has to up him with an ace from a Bucky. Martin, well, he was going to try and bring something back for
Dude, they're just pumped up. Look at them. 3 bullets. 2 bullets, no bullets. Okay, they actually managed to... Ooh, I like this from Cracks. Pushes fast so they didn't get a gun. Still pretty close.
Overzealous in this round, a little overconfident, and wow.
Well,
They swap places.
Yeah, they got a gun.
Gotta commend KC for bouncing back after that previous round so quickly. We're
They're gonna have a lot for the retake.
Rifle for Aves, but low HP, elite.
Yeah, I think I like this from Aves, trying to get early.
Honestly, post plant here, great
Early
potential
info,
with 2
at least get a
Razorvines
shot
still
off.
online to play with an Aves with low HP. He wants a bit more, and that was deathly close, grazing the players, but not quite.
Also
dealing
creates
the
a lot of
damage he
pressure
needed
that
to.
might be close to
They'll
make
fall
some
back,
UC too
though. Like I
early.
said, a hunt as well online for Aves to play behind smokes. Well, there are none either.
Double vines
FUT
on
have to
the-
just step
Double
out in the open, and
vines.
both Razorvines on the spike. It's going to be time delay.
They got no
Bleeding that
vision
clock
block.
dry
He's got
before
to
they'll have a
seize.
chance.
He could seize them both behind the pillar, put them low, but it's just down to time. No, he's going to check close. Was a little bit nervous about that position. Spike tapped. Horn utilized.
That was
Nice shot
nice.
from Elite.
Wow.
This is going to be an immediate
No
swing
time.
back, an important round to
Really
take.
nice round from
It
K-Corp
would
in
have
the
been
end.
the mental completely obliterated, but an immediate response and a pay save card. Thrifty. We've hit them all this game.
Very
Well,
important for
if the
KC,
individuals
yes,
don't kill
we've hit
multiple,
all the sponsors,
looks like
but
they win.
Very important for them after the round with the Bucky, after us going insane, it is very easy to lose your mental and to think, what the hell was that? It is so good to see that the response from that is being very fast, even though they have that
Kind of
weaker
feels like
weaponry
most
to
of
see
these rounds are
if
coming
FUT
down
are
to the
still
hero plays.
celebrating.
I mean, they all are. If you look at the FUT rounds, it's either someone getting a 3 or a 4K and then just all rounds. They don't actually win by V-Binds without like playing together.
Who knows?
But if it was Mr. Farlin, check him PC.
Yeah, whatever, whoever swapped that one in.
To be fair, it was all on
They have a
camera,
jersey
and
on?
we saw it. It was a Bucky, and you know, like, we saw everything. Do you think?
He's got some sort of an implant in his brain. I don't know what's happened, but the switch is being flicked. But for KC, an immediate response, a necessary one after losing that 3rd round and a half, and a timeout called here to steady the ship as they attempt to push right back up into the lead. But 2 rounds between them and FUT.
Can we change his name to Sir Fallen? Because I think that deserves a knighthood. If I'm honest, I think that's.
Maybe if they win. Maybe if they win the match.
The most British commentary I've ever heard.
Because of the buck, you get knighted.
How long's the FUT coach been with the team? Long time.
Get Charles out.
Long time.
Yeah, it has been ace. What, just
The whole time of franchising, right?
You could just eat the whole game.
I'm just double checking if I can be a knight as well.
I'll make sure I only get a 4K with the bookie then. 9-7. 2 rounds in it as we get right back into the game.
Ace with an Odin, what did you get?
Deported.
Exiled? Is that so? That's why Mitch is Irish, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
so which ult do they want to get here? Want to try get Yoru ult early? Okay, lose over towards A, question mark created, insta reaction is pushed through over towards door with 4. Oh dude, they're just absolutely sending it. They got 1 kill trip. Double kill trip.
From FUT will come in perhaps a little bit too late. This is a pacey take that KC are going for. The pressure then applied onto Zeus. A flash around the back and a spam from Yedishe. That's done quite a bit of damage. And they're just waiting for that wall to fall. Zeus gets ahead of it. That crack stepping in is put in the dirt. Zeus wants to.
That's a great jump out. Martin 5 HP as well. Insta ult with the kill.
But it's enough.
Reckoning. I was going to say it will hold them back, but it's more so just...
It's still no plant, and they have both the trips up.
The Astral Wall utilized to divide them from their opponents, but it's FUT. You know that there's going to be a temptation to play through this. The problem is they can't hear the spike being planted. They'll get the information from the top
How do they do it? Salvos to like lock them in?
They still have an awful
Dude, there's so many
lot to
options
do.
with the
Luckily this
salvos.
time, and a captain is still alive.
No, okay. Salvo's close to push them into the angle.
To play for this post plan. Yetijay had also used this camera to get some information onto site. The 3v3 in all the positions are favorite KC for this post plant.
There's nothing left to block
Yeah,
vision
there's
once the
that.
smoke goes down. Mr. Fallen's got one through it. That's a good start. Off the spike as it's already gotten to half. They want to force the fight. Send out a captain claiming head. Sagetsu tries
Ooh, nice shots from Ada. Okay, this is the thing that I liked here that was like a little bit better than what KCOP did is they just all started facing. Like once they realized the smoke was down, they didn't just try and stick it, they were just all dueling together.
The scary prospect
Zeus did unbelievable though. I feel like if he doesn't get those kills.
The impact that can be had with a Mr. Fallen Armageddon. Dimensional Drift as well would be the perfect combo. And a lot of close ultimates for KC, with orbs being in fairly favorable positions, especially on the A side of the map. But because of that, it seems like FUT want to try and face them.
Another A control. Dude, they have like the best comp for A control.
Yeah, like you can't fight this.
Yeah, like yeah, you just can't fight it. Like if they want A control, you just gotta give it to them.
FUT have not been very eager to engage in these early duels. Happy to do so on their own terms, as you were mentioning, Tom. Cracks and Ada Captain already pushing through A.
They're a little bit bold against the eco.
Right now, Ada Captain.
At least they're doing it together.
Mr. Fallen in the same boat. I imagine retakes would be a serious option.
Almost lined up.
But they go
Did he get the gun out of there? No, gun down.
Sagetsu, sure he goes down. But with the weaker weapons, one-to-one trades, especially when you're on the attack side, you're not going to turn your nose at that. It's a decent start for KC. See if they can make a little bit more work.
I wonder if they got rid of the gun. I'm sure they did.
Oh, maybe he did. I can hear it.
They did. Yeah, I can hear the shot.
Dude, I was looking here to see if it would show me the gun. Wait, Crack did incredible.
I'd be so scared if I was KC. I see Mr. Fallen and I'm like, guys, run.
Would he even bother using it here? You already have a player advantage. Sure, there's a single gun. Okay, well, there's no
It's a
opportunity.
massive kill. He can pick up the gun now.
That'll be information.
Shoot me.
Trying to get his teammates the kill.
Really, really nice. Damn, really nice. My team did awesome on this ult.
And the only man left is Zeus.
1 against 3. A lot of clutches for FUT. A lot of big plays. His teammates have led the charge in so many of them. This one looks so difficult. Even getting rid of some of that utility. Look at what's waiting on long. 2 players stacked up.
Very, very nice. Solid shots from Elite. This is a lovely ult.
In that first half, but
It's a lovely ult from Martin.
The gap back to 2. And KC climbing back into it.
He's the one that hit the guy through
Yeah,
the wall as well, the sheriff, right?
Not the best for them. We're seeing some sheriffs, some stingers, and we were also seeing, getting rid of the gun, making sure that they were not going to be able to play with it. In the meantime, Mr. Fallen did get that kill. But as I was saying, KC baiting that plan, trying to bait that ultimate.
Dude, you had to J tunnel vision to work so hard there.
Even needed after getting the kill on the Turkish IGL, and that didn't look like Sadak was very happy after getting that round.
And does he know they won? Is he aware of that?
I feel like FUT so far has been incredibly.
Mid-eye with the wall. Create pressure over towards here, dude.
Rounds. A lot of their individual
One hero gun.
Fighting things on their own and not necessarily
Gonna
having
get
that
incredibly
synergy
close.
and retakes has cost them so many a time. Wanting to get ahead of things, maybe even getting a little bit cocky. And I guess when you see how many multi-frags they have, you can kind of understand why. But versus the pistols, value really doesn't seem to be there. In this round, ults are very good. That's the main thing we're looking at for FUT. And of course,
so question mark created over towards him with the jump spot. And the fade ID, they clear this out, but kind of warning to KCOP that they've cleared this, so they speed up a little bit.
They can afford to do this without losing too much.
Very quick rotations also on the side of FUT because of having that.
Do a kill trip,
weaponry.
4 passing here
And
now.
of course, with all this noise, they need to do something.
A little bit scary for KCOP.
Prowler catching 1.
They don't really have aiming control either.
They look to pounce on that.
Well, that's not going to do much.
ISO.
Oh.
Oh god, and 2 have pushed through and given them guns. Oh boy. This is an absolute disaster class.
So far. But now they're being controlled. The ultimate of Mr. Fallen sends them back. Runs this clock down. 14 seconds. Spike behind enemy lines. And a cosmic divide
Oh,
blocking
this
them
was
off.
an
There is
absolute
no way
disaster. I mean, FUT did really good to clear the info over towards B, and then they just kind of ran ahead, like full into a stack, and then didn't really push back a side together. They wanted to try to capitalize off of the Vice ult, because I guess they thought the like stingers and stuff were out, but as we could see, there was none, so the Vice ult didn't do anything.
Yeah, but of course,
that was the flashback to the BBL.
But like, what are they doing here? Like, what is this? That's mental. And this.
Trying to bait the plan, but leaving that spike there also trigger Mr.
That is one of the most disastrous rounds in EMEA we've seen for a while.
Using that cosmic divide to make sure that spike was actually for the defense.
No, I mean, there were 2 of them at least that wanted to push, but it didn't go great. But yeah, Sadak's play there is absolutely insane. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Like, he wants to push back site, and I don't know if there was like a flash comm from his player. I didn't see it.
Like they're not going to try.
I think there was, because Martin was flashed.
But you reckon he flashed himself?
I think so.
It seemed like that last round was just.
Because I'm pretty sure at that point.
Like, I think the use of the steel guard was just them thinking maybe there was a full investment there and there wouldn't be a gamble.
They were scared of the bucket.
I think that when it's that close. No, maybe not the bucket, but when it's that close to
it would take it away.
I don't know. That's the kind of thing that you can misread.
I think Mr. Fallen's on the site. Quick, use the steel guard. It's a low buy. That Bucky's gone. Easy round. But, well, it didn't prove to be.
He at least can't ace us with a shorty.
A great fade eye.
You might regret that. Sadak, this time he gets the better of them inside.
He does the exact same for his own curve.
Piece of information. Dive back from Martin.
Big stun. Oh, that's unlucky. Yeah, like the hesitation, man. He lost his timing of it.
Well, KC looked
I guess now we saw what was the plan last round.
What should be more resistance.
A bit more of the same plan, right?
I mean, at least there was multiple of them.
The difference in synergy there was huge.
And this round they actually beat the 8 default from FUT. Martin TP'd behind box, he got Zeus.
Within your smokes, around the coves, like in odd positions, whereas when you run this strat
That's
again
I mean, FUT are just going to go aggro A now.
a rough idea of where people are going to be when you push this
They're
through
gonna clear
together.
behind
So
box
the
now.
pistol?
Sure,
Have they
why
got
not?
to play
Which one?
twice? Like they got to pick twice. It's not many options. There's not many times in life that you're gonna get to play the same pistol twice.
Then again, I say that the second one went much worse.
I was curious as well. They used the same utility. I suppose not many teams go into like, what do we do if we have to play this a second time?
They just want it to be fair.
How should we swap it up?
As in, we want clean and fair. You know.
Well, they didn't, but they got the second, and that's put them in a decent spot in the first half. But now they're climbing right back up after a big response towards the end of the first half from FUT. 4 out of 5.
There's a nice force through from them.
KC putting one on, losing the next. One on, losing the next. It's been back and forth for the last couple.
Martin is
They're
such
2
a criminal
behind.
with the
We now
Shirley.
need to see them start
Martin, yeah, his Yoru's always been good. It's just they had a slow start this year.
For Harbor.
The only one.
That's the only one on the server, indeed. So perhaps that can bridge the gap slightly between the two. FUT have looked good, though. They've always been able to fight back in these rifle rounds.
But they just disrespect that ult completely. Like the amount of times I've seen someone just step,
But
jiggle back into the same
even though they're
angle.
ahead, they're a little bit in trouble if we just look at ults.
I mean, if
They don't get ults for a long time.
be prepared for, right?
Yeah.
Harbor ult goes in, it doesn't reach back of
Immediately
sight.
used, actually more
What is
so
this Harbor ult?
towards the spawn, but that does mean
Co
it's given a
covers
lot of a gap
covers
over
info
to
for the
Zeus.
split. It's kind of
Not a
cool.
player you can let go and miss.
Goes into the
Like, they've
open. The only
utilized
thing it
to
doesn't
try and
clear is
clear
back
some
of
of those
sight, but
mid-positions that
it
they
lets
have
the
problems
3
with.
go
Already
through and
getting
give some
full
info.
information
They
on
wait
where
for it
this
to
guy
see if
is,
it
but
taps
he still
anyone
manages to take
fast.
down Sadak.
It's at least one. The numbers on site, though, still going to allow a
Then they
plant
got a
to
late
cap it
lock
to
here
make
as
the
well.
Fights, and the trades are at least found. KC doing well. The spike finally finds its way to the floor. The spams through the smokes in return. Not going to land anything. Sugetsu does
Man, it was
well
a pretty
to
cool,
provide that bit of cover. But the spot that
pretty
they
cool hit.
planted in, it's not going to allow them to fall back to long.
Boy.
Sugetsu's keeping that control later on towards the laneway. They'll have a crossfire here with Martin. Once they step their way out, and it's looking clean. Out of Captain
He
finds
went
one.
to shoot his
Knows Martin
teammate.
is close, but can't deal with him. And now escaping back with the gate crash.
Uh-oh.
Ult online.
Not a great
The
plant
gate
for him.
crash sent
Oh, he
back
thinks he's
into
still
yellow.
there.
That can be used just to cause a headache for HERETICS, who even now is clearing out those angles. Good swing from Martin.
It's a lovely round from him. It's a really, really nice round. It's very calm with the salvos coming in as well.
For them. And Martin, also one of the players that throughout the year we were
Man, he's a really
about
good
him
Yoru.
being in this Yoru jail.
You know
I would
how,
say
like,
most,
a
if
couple of
not
days
all
ago
of
you
the
said
matches
all
that
the
he's played,
players are playing
he's
Yoru
played with
like
this
it's a
agent
jet
and him
and are not
being
using...
able to find a
Yeah, he
couple
plays
of
Yoru
kills
like a
here and
Yoru.
also being able
He
to
plays
actually
Yoru
play
like a
from
Yoru.
much safer angle. Speaking about the layer and also of utility after that spike goes down, they're being very cautious, both of the teams, onto when to invest
Wilson down
what.
to an eco as well.
Because
Dude,
of
he
how
might be doing
close
it.
every single one of those
Might be doing it.
rounds have been.
As is all,
I wanna ask,
like we
who's
said,
the
over towards FUT, they don't get their
prison
ults for a
guard
while. Zeus
at
2
Yoru
away.
jail?
Yes, J 1 away, but the
Like,
big
who would be
ones
guarding the Yoru jail?
pretty far away. They clear A main, insta TP over towards B. I mean, he could just call his team
the
back over
ultimate
towards
Yoru
B
or-
here.
No, who's locking them up?
Gonna get really weird.
Yeah, of course.
They're
Thing
so
is, they've
far,
just trapped
though.
in.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, they got so much time they can just wait.
Yes.
Just banging on the
They got to be
bars.
really aware that they probably think they push middle.
I like the wall used here by KC. They're just trying to rob that information.
However,
And
Yuto
on a
goes
round
in
like
for a
this, you
fake,
mentioned it
it actually
earlier when
pulls
FUT were on
off
that low
FUT.
buy. You're
Work-
likely to make those
work
over
really well.
rotations. You're likely to move as a pack when you see that contact.
Okay,
Wall
it's a
goes
nice
down,
little
they're
Prowler
ready to
clears all
pounce
of
on
this.
these
Rotate
players on A.
goes
They're
in,
expecting
but
Sadak to come
gotta think
running
they're a
through
little
the
bit too
Cove any
late.
second.
Trying to min-max it, they're gonna
Instead,
get the
KC have gone
Astra
the other
ult with the
direction.
plant.
They've already taken backside B control, and the plant should be easily secured.
Suigetsu has gotten that orb. If he gets the spike down, he will also have that cosmic divide in case they need it for that post plant.
Oh, I have a feeling they will not.
Yeah.
Bro,
We know
Martin,
the best, and
he doesn't want to lose.
try and get
I'm
ahead
telling
of
you.
it. They know that
Yeah.
if it gets
I'm
into
not
a
sure he's gonna let it
post-plant
happen.
scenario, they don't have the utility or the weaponry if those players are all sat back towards long. So they try and play in front. It didn't work this time.
Ada Captain good for one, but it doesn't change anything. Well, Suigetsu,
Well,
you know, he
they're
will
probably
have
gonna
the
go
ultimate,
A main, get
for
Astra
the
ult.
upcoming rounds.
So,
To see that the rest of
K
the
CORP
players
knowing
in
that, what are they
KC
gonna
now
do?
bringing things
It's
very,
not like
very
they,
close up
well,
together.
they could have the
11
Astra ult
to
for
11
Astra
on
ult, and
this
you just
draw.
Astra
And
ult when they're gonna
I know that
Astra
you
ult.
have had a lot
And then you
of
just play
overtimes
heavy
this
sight.
year,
They honestly
have you
might
not?
just fast speed
We've had
this.
quite a few. We've had some lengthy ones.
Yeah,
your
if you're
18, 16s.
Because you
That was
don't
good
you don't
fun.
expect to
Normally
beat their
on
A
sport,
aggro
that's
default
it.
anymore
I feel
after
like
doing
that
the one
has
play behind the
always been
box.
on
So you
sport.
might as well just go aggro B, right?
It's a big time. He might even be, might even be talking about this here,
Thank you, Angel.
knowing that they're gonna go aggro
I know
against
you're
it.
probably here somewhere.
Like they honestly might let him have A control. control. get the ult, and then just go aggro over towards site, but without the ult.
The winds have changed. Now it seems like it's
Unless they want to do that thing where like you Astra ult and then you go aggro through it. Teams have been doing that.
Consecutive rounds to get a follow-up. They've done that now with 3 in a row. It's FUT calling a timeout, realizing that this map, a map in which they led for quite a while, since that end of the last half gave them that little bit of a
They got really like the Harbor Fade Yoru. Yeah, I mean, they like the Vice as well. Like their whole theory is like this is the new Sky, and they won with Sky, Harbor, block somewhere off Flash, get info for free, create pressure.
The idea is you use Harbor to create like very dynamic spaces that you clear very easily with either the Vice Flash or the Fade utility, and then you can also aggressively push with a Yoru Flash, which that works kind of like the Sky utility being used for that.
Okay, so they know they're going for this AWP, and they just did a timeout. So they know they're going to get this, you know that the Astra... Oh, they go for the Yoru AWP.
Dimensional drift.
And an immediate rotation, the pre-round.
They didn't take too much space with it. They create a little bit of pressure. Flash in front to see if they can take it.
No control over A long, B long secured. Even the laneway being watched by this camera. So
I think the plan from K-Corp could have been a little bit better, but here we are.
Same start that we've seen from KC, right? Or right again, just putting that hover utility onto mid, getting that control.
I feel like they just let them. They took mid control, which you pretty much have anyway, and let them get the AWP on Yoru.
It just appears all of the mains.
Okay, he can just.
A lot of it has revolved around sitting back passive in these positions. It gives up that control though and looks to try and support Yedajay.
They're trying to fake, but the problem is he just cleared all of this, and no one hits B site from 5 here. Priority on the signs. You got Teo. Oh, they actually used their util. They might have owned them.
Really now 4 players with a quick rotation from Zeus.
It's done deep, flash close to get through. You want a flashback? Dude, they got no more flashes. Oh, K-Corp have no util.
Only for a trade. And look at the position. Oh, out of captain. The position of Aves though. This was what drew my eye, but
they had no util.
Around the edge of the smoke. It's been round
I was looking for everything of what they could use there. It was a tether, that was it.
But now locked out by a cosmic divide. They know exactly where Sagetsu is.
Oh, I think this was our... In terms of like barrier down after a timeout call from K-Corp, they really lost this one heavy. Let him take an ult so easy.
I feel like especially once KC
it's a little confusing because mid is free anyways if you're expecting them to go aggro, right?
I think they thought it was... So they thought something was going to play out differently. I don't know what it was, but...
Maybe they expected the... Like after getting the orb, they will actually push out of A.
I don't know how you can be 100% sure that it's a Yoru ult they're going to get, but... Okay, let's see.
Of course, the economy would have not been the best for this one, so this is the only way that we could have had to the overtime.
Ultimates, once again a close. Martine's dimensional drift has garnered them so much space throughout these rounds. That's where I'd expect the orb to go, but Aves being able to get that Nightfall as well.
The free orb on A, it's just so nice for them. Okay, question mark over towards A, but they know they're taking it, so they're gonna go back. We don't get any early info over towards B. So,
they showed their strength on it just the previous week.
Okay, how do these two want to play it on site?
Bit of a difficult finisher up against FUT this time. 1 round to bring them to overtime, or to bring FUT.
Teo. Big Teo. That Martine's done a madness though. Clears all of that space to get him back. Gets a dink as well.
Wow.
They're doing that thing where they've been told to go take the space. It's close, man. Look at the HPs. Oops. Mr. Fallon's out, he's stunning himself almost.
unlikely that
Still
we haven't
no
seen
plant.
the
20
end of Furl
seconds.
yet.
One bullet would take him
Yet
down.
late, making his way through Art, but they're ready and waiting for it. 20 seconds. The plant needs to be
15
secured, and that
seconds.
means a cross for Sadik, but he's found
Oh
one, and
my.
Elite will finish it off, bringing us to round 25.
That
We're
was
going
real
overtime.
close on this.
So it was true.
Dude, Martin, man. Martin's insane.
With you, it just
Martin and Aves are insane. No?
You do
This
the
map.
you do the sponsors.
Aves has
you're
also
in
had some
charge
hero
of
rounds
being
in his
here
view. Has been
forever.
great.
Let's be honest, a few scripts.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just been all I can notice is just Martin just dominating everyone.
Maybe I thought we wouldn't get the OTs. You know,
We ticked all the boxes today.
Yeah. That's where they're going to break records later today.
Oh yes.
I'm not saying what records. Something will be broken.
Oh listen, I'm chewing a few cables on my way out. Let me tell you, getting back at Lauren for that one.
2 hour man. Yeah.
And yes,
It's
we're back into the
Fury.
fight with FUT moving
I'm
back
pretty
to the
sure.
attack side. We'll see
I
if
mean,
they
we definitely had series that have ended faster than this
the
one
same
map.
sort of spark they did towards the end of the first half. It was 4 out of 5. And a lot of KC's
Okay, they
game
do their
plan was
they do
around
their
either
wall.
deep control on
They
B
die,
or
but they
leaving
kind of
the
mess
vice
up their
wall
wall a
there.
little
And
bit.
this
And what is that?
re-aggression.
Oh
Almost
my
got a
goodness!
taste.
Look at the
It's a spam
damage.
through the doors for one, and as you said, Tom, Zeus is down to 35 HP. A phenomenal start to this round for KC.
Really couldn't hope for much more, just with a seemingly almost random spray through the door. I guess got a little bit of
Eco breaks the
information maybe off
wall.
back of
In
a
reaction to
prowler,
them
but
losing art, they want to get
a lot
info
to
on
go
the
on.
sides.
Defensive
Obviously, if
side,
you
they
get
can
info on the
continue
side.
this aggression.
Oh, this is weird.
Don't think
Prowler goes out.
actually
It cleared all of
cleared out
A
Yet
main.
for
No
that
one's even
reason. He's not
considering
gonna
that he
make
was
it
round
move.
here.
Start
And
pushing
they're
up
going to try
towards A.
fake
This is a
B and
lot
go
of
all the way
information
back.
to be had
Right?
for this attacking side. Now there's still defenders in this position.
Let's see what Yadajay
but
can
it's
get.
whether or not maybe they turn their tail and run.
Yeah, kind of covering it.
But with the
They're playing
spike so far
2-on-2.
committed, I'm not
They're
sure
ready
they
for
will.
any hit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are they going to try double fake this or something?
Oh, I'm seeing Yoru walk
But
that
what's
way.
the
and
spike
the
doing?
captain down. The spike needs to run for its life. Mr. Fallen barely
it's
making
got
it out.
30 seconds though, they have to
Needs
commit
this
to this.
space. If they go
Yeah,
down
Yadajay
here,
can
it's
still win
done
the
and
round.
dusted, especially with Razor Vines blocking them out and actually dividing the forces. Zeus won't be able to make it onto Yadajay
No, they know.
to help him out, secure that back site, and with 15
It's
seconds
going
left,
10 seconds to try
KC
plant.
know what's going on. They've seen the cam. They know the contact is coming this way. 10 seconds
Okay,
left, and
very
that's
nicely
it.
done.
There is no way for Mr. Fallen to get this plant in. With 5 players, he'd need a god tier spray. He'd need a bookie
Dude, this,
to make that round work. It's 13 to 12.
It was
KC.
insane
Holy
from Sadak though
Maybe
to
a
begin
little
with.
bit of an
It's so much
overcooked.
damage.
We saw the first kill, right? Sadak taking down
Yeah, in the
Cracks,
4v5,
not having
the
that
plan
initiator
wasn't
utility
great.
Change their plans for what they wanted
Dude, that
to do.
spam is deadly.
Yeah,
Oh, this incredible spam.
change their plans completely onto how to take the sites and how to approach this space.
This push as well.
Maybe too many cooks in that kitchen because
I think it was just a giga misread.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they thought the fake they'd sold had moved everybody off of the site. They had absolutely no idea that Sugetsu was still in the pit.
would you consider that a fake?
Well, they threw in Ana Captain, threw Util, and
Mr. Fallen
put everything onto that site.
And yeah, it's
I think
definitely
it
a
was an
fake.
attempted fake. It just didn't work.
Not a very
Yeah,
good
but
one.
like, okay.
Not a very good one, but
I didn't consider when the spike is moving towards that side, you know?
Would have a lot of
As
control.
in
with
you are trying to cause a reaction, you just don't see it.
But I also wonder if Mr. Farlin went deep to put the salvos in, because if he does it from further away, they would know.
it's obvious. Either way, whatever the plan was, it certainly didn't come to fruition. KC, again, taking control of this mid space. You see it a lot in their defense. This is what they hold on to passive and then
Magenta
push
mates
back
out of
into
playoffs?
late.
Yeah, they are.
No surprise on their attack. They still focus around that part of the map.
Okay, it looks like we might
Splitting
see a
back out
similar
to one
thing
side,
where
so
they're
we'll see
getting
the
info
fakes
on
too.
the sides.
Often moving up, breaking into utility that would be
So they
protecting that
probably
B push.
know
I'm a
that they're
little
gonna be
nervous to see
ending A.
Sadik this far up on his own with the spike. Especially with a man like Yedajay on the other side, there's a good chance he swings through that smoke. And even now with backup, Martin could have his work cut out for him. If Yedajay does decide they both...
Yeah, they both gonna have util out.
This is really stressing me out.
Oh, they actually worked out pretty well. Where's the spike gonna go? Commit over towards B, tap for the spike, and then they TP back, and now they go over towards A. But they don't move. They're kind of hitting too early. These guys are running.
Fallen going back to the A side, and a captain with the double, and FUT still have a chance.
Keep an eye on the time. They might just double face sight here and stop the plant.
They need to get rid of
There's
this
a
man before
crossfire.
they can do too much more, and that's exactly
Okay,
what Martin
Martin.
will do. But now Mr. Fallen in position as well.
Oh,
Battling
Mr.
with
Fallon
that
got a little
Sugetsu.
greedy on that extra peak, I think.
Still on that long rotation.
He was desperate to
trying
stop.
to sell the steps with the fake out, trying to give the idea that maybe he's gone a different way.
We do not know where Zeus is, though. They haven't seen him
Passively
for the
the
entire
attack
round.
has moved. Look how far back they are sitting. Sugetsu has been spotted, but a move here is not going to be
Hey, dude, Martin, last
Oh!
go. What a beast, man. Martin did so good on this map. So good.
Oh, he was never in doubt.
No? Okay.
Yeah, there was some
No, it was never in
small
doubt.
mistakes, but it does not
Great
matter.
map, though.
This was FUT's map.
Still feel like the EMEA teams look rough on this map. It feels...
It feels really bare bones strategically, and then a lot of hero rounds.
No one likes to pressure the sides much.
Yeah.
If I kill 30, I'm gonna buy it, bro. But if you kill 30, you have to kiss me because no, if I kill, okay, let's more realistic. If I kill 10, if you kill 1, you kiss me. If I kill 1, okay. Okay.
I love this team.
Dude, hour 50 for one map though, that's wild.
Lovely.
Kickoff vs FUT, stage 1, map 1, PAL. Yeah, I definitely want to keep an eye on like EMEA's records in Toronto on PAL. I really think it's going to be low.
Yeah.
You'll just watch EMEA on PAL and I just worry every time.
I agree with you.
Okay. EMEA fastest match, 1 hour 50, yeah. Brother asked if I would name a volleyball chat if I was on deserted islands. I mean, probably I would lose my mind so much, so why not? Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Symmetry, we're having talks at the moment of what's going on, so I don't have a day or anything, but it's more in motion than it was a month ago, let's say that. Okay, back in a little bit.
Bro, that shadow is a legend. Okay, Chad, I'd love to entertain you, but I also need to be back.
Necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win.
Meow.
Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion.
you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need
What's
you
she say?
now? Stay tomorrow, but tonight.
When we start, she said?
No. Stay tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you're gonna do is just meet me at the party, 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 party. Party, 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 party.
W song, by the way.
Yeah! I love how he's like, when Anne's trying to say something, he's like, don't interrupt me. I'm singing right now. Vibes.
I'm having my moment.
Yeah.
Let me have this.
And also Eng like, okay, I take my headset off.
We don't often
Enough.
see Zeish do that though, because he's normally stressed, you know, really stressed more often than not. I think he would have been stressed.
Chad,
with
what did
that
you think
one.
about map
However,
1?
They did win, which I think will make him feel a little bit better about the 2 5v3s they threw. Did you believe in the
We
KC
do
win
love
as we
Zeish
came
in
back
this
into
house.
I did. I do think it came down to who had the better reads in overtime, as they were both aiming the amount of multi-frags.
Not even
coming
close,
up from
that's what
either
I'm
side
saying.
was kind of
It was
astonishing.
never in doubt.
I also do think the Martin Outlaw found so much, not just the Outlaw, but the op on defense. And I do think if he hadn't picked this up, we were kind of talking about this earlier with Zeus. Maybe
No, not the
utilising
banana.
this, but if
God
he hadn't
damn
picked this
it.
up, I think their defense may have not gotten to 6 rounds.
Zilf, how could you
What
do this
surprised
to
me
us?
the most is that the team that got plenty of multi-kills only got to an overtime.
That's crazy, right?
It's crazy. I mean, it's the only reason they are on overtime, because if we figure out on right now, Enk is
Yeto
asking
needs
for a
to
timeout.
wake up. Bro,
He's fixing the
Yeto
defense
won
in
them
order
like
to
4
try
rounds
to play
alone.
around what FUT is
Alone.
doing, and every single plan was correct. They were well doing the proper shoots. But
If you're hijacking
every
Sliggy stream,
single
I
multi-kill was
see.
getting the round.
Sliggy needs to
Yeah.
go to
Back
his
for
charging station.
I mean, I think that tells the story of that, but
So
also
he
for
takes a
Martin,
little bit longer being AFK
kills, I
than
think,
me.
in the end with the sniper, which is, like you said, ridiculous and something we expect to see him do. Now, it's such an unfortunate situation because FUT
Sliggy's
could have
robot,
this.
yes.
They could have
You know
won
those
this,
Boston
but the good news
Dynamic
is, as we head to map 2 in
robots,
just a
they're
moment,
trying to
is
recreate
they're
Sliggy.
back. They remember they're Turkish. They remember they can shoot. They can pew Uli, and they looked so good doing it. I hope they can reset as we go to the next map, because if they shoot like this, we are going to see map 3.
Let's hope it, but I have some my doubts on it, because we are going into a strong map. They have to
Is the
be
KC player
making much
most
more
fan of?
multi-kills. They will
Sadak.
have to be pretty strong in
Sadak
order
is
to
the reason I
avoid
like this team.
facing a KARMINE Corp that is just trying to adjust
Oh,
every
Sadak
single
and
time
Eng.
that they're playing against. Checking every single play. I mean, I'm seeing all the highlights and I'm getting motivated. I want to play VALORANT right now with a Bucky, like Mr. Falling.
Yeah, I slapped the desk so hard.
His
that my
entire
hand
team
was
is pretty
pulsing
insane,
out of
though.
his face. It was so enjoyable to watch, and I think all Bucky users out there will rejoice.
Oh, well, okay,
three
what
of
happens
them
now?
do it.
We get the
The
double
three of
banana.
them. Yeah.
Bucky.
Feel free.
Yeah, the 3
Oh.
Bucky users. Let's not set a precedent though, because you're gonna go home tomorrow, and everybody in your rank is gonna be using
That's
the Bucky.
true. That's true, and that will be very painful to experience in the elos that I play on. So yeah, I'd rather not have to do that myself.
Was
You're
the
not
banana
Mr.
lore?
Farland,
There's
you
a
can't do
curse
it.
that
So,
when
yeah,
production
don't be
shows the
doing
player
that.
eating a
But
banana
let's look
between
ahead to
maps,
the
they're
next
losing the
map,
next map.
because KC, they have a very good opportunity to perhaps bring this into a 2-0. But what do you want to see from FUT here? They will be
I'm not gonna lie, chat.
starting
I
on the
kind of want this game
Well,
to go to
actually,
Ascent, just so I have a
can't
new
remember the
map to
match
watch
they
and
played against
analyze.
Molotov
Because
and
I've
his
seen
defense
Pearl and
was
Notus too many
pretty
times.
okay. They were pushing out, getting information, trying to always adapt what they're playing, and also making flutes every single time. But if we know the term flute on VCT EMEA is because Eng bring it last year, and trying to play the same playstyle that the other team is gonna play, I don't think it's working. I mean, for me,
I still
we'll have
don't
to
want
do
Ascent. I
plenty
just
of
want
shots,
a
plenty
new
of
map
multi-kills, and be Turkish.
to watch.
Do
That's
we
all big
like
back.
the Jet? We like it.
I do. I think for Zeus, that's a very comfortable role. I
Also,
think
Prod,
we've
I was
we
thinking about like
questioned this
the,
before, maybe seeing
you know,
the Jet come
you asked me
through
to
from
do
Zeus, and they were like, just
the super team from
trust
all
us,
4
trust us.
regions.
But I do have to say, when you said what would
See,
you like to see from
I
FUT,
have a problem
more
that I
than
don't
one
watch
round,
China,
since
so
the
I'm
last time
kind
we
of
played this,
forced to
it was
pick
a
Kang
13-1.
and then
also,
I'm
very
forced to
excited to see
pick
Mr.
Sadak
Fallen
as well,
hopefully
otherwise
back
I'm a
on the
fraud.
breach, because you mentioned coming off the back of
So what do
Pearl,
I do
he
from
got
there?
0 kills with his ult, right? Like, yes, it did help the flood into the Bucky, but his utility on the Teho wasn't.
I guess I finished it
And
with
I
like
think there were points,
Xander
there
Forsaken,
was-
and then
there
I'm
were
looking
standout
for a
points, but I do
Sentinel.
think with the breach, you cannot mess that up. Like, he's definitely a seasoned breach player, and I think it will be a lot.
What does Chichu
better
even
for
play?
him on the
Bro,
Teho.
On the
I
other side
don't
of
watch
the
China. I
office,
don't even remember
a
what roles
back-to-back
EDG players are
harbor,
on.
Potentially, Meg. I know you're such a Harbor enjoyer.
Wait, no, just give me less Sentinel. Boom, I have my team.
How do you
there
feel
we go.
about this?
I like it. I feel like it definitely showed in Pearl how you are able to kind of use his
I did watch Shams.
Harbor's
I have a
utility to
goldfish
sort of
memory.
freeze in moments and then wait for it to regenerate and go again. There was a round, I think, that we saw him ult into CT and they didn't utilize anything off it. And I was like, what are you doing? Why would you ult? And then they basically put up the wall and just went
guys,
again.
Yes, I am a Valor Watch Party, but
like
you can count on one hand how many times Sliggy has watched China this year.
Nah, that's a lie. I must have done more than that.
Whoopsie!
I must have done more than that.
It also allows them to
Games? Dude, you're forgetting kickoff. I did most of kickoff.
Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true.
If you're saying just stage 1, then yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to destroy his feelings.
Thank you.
I genuinely
I'm
did
gonna
not
be
know
in the
you were
middle.
back.
I
Whoops.
like it, but not with Omen. I want it to be with Viper.
Okay.
I want.
Viper is
Can
a
you
must.
just old school loud shenanigans, man? If you're gonna run the Harbor, Uli, could I convince you a Harbor Viper instead?
Doesn't know that Chi plays Sentinel. Who doesn't?
Yeah,
Yo?
that's what I'm saying, right?
I don't remember anything about the these days.
That's bad, bro.
And I really like it.
I
And
know.
I think that it will work because you cannot get rid from Viper.
That's
Viper
bad.
is a must. You need Viper to set the wall when you're attacking in order
I'll
to
watch
create a
EDG
space
back,
where you can
I
be
promise.
lurking, trying to deny information, and forcing them to waste their
Mods,
utility
surely.
in order to get
EDG having internal crisis, that is very true.
So Harbor could be helping if it's a Viper on top.
I want to counter that though and back up the
EDG, yeah, dude, that's true. That's not even just watching China. That's like international stuff. That's masters.
Yeah, I know he always pops off in internationals as well. I'm actually a fraud.
That's kind of insane.
Statue thingamajiggy, I don't know
I'm
the
actually a
formal name
fraud.
for it.
I like statues thingamajiggy.
Yeah, and kind of creating that pressure, working around that, and I just think that the
But
Omen allows you to
EMEA,
get
Pearl, and
yourself
Toronto,
into aggressive
Liquid,
situations
Heretics,
get
and
back out.
Fnatic,
We've also seen
and
clutches,
Vitality all banned
with
at the
the
moment.
Omen TP
That is
Bolster,
true. It might
for
be
example.
one of the reasons why we
So
stuck
get
there.
to
What
Viper.
role does Nova
Can I
easier
counter
play?
that?
Smokes,
Yeah.
unless he's changed something.
Astra.
He was playing Smokes in Smokes in kickoff. I don't know about stage 1, but he looked good on Smokes, so I imagine it's the same.
It's an Omen is a must because it will let you to get info on June. You can just get
Are
some
you
info
going
on
to say
C,
no Harbor then? You're
And-
going to say Omen Viper?
and then you can get Rubble. The Omen is
I'm not gonna
is
stream,
right.
dude. I don't
Yeah,
even know how
Omen
to get someone's
Viper.
chat log up. I'm not
We
gonna lie
say
to you,
we could get rid
unless they
of
type.
Harbor makes
Well,
nothing on
Let's
this
see
map. I don't
if
like it. I'm sorry.
KC are going to listen to you, and they will
Thank you!
not. However, Zeus is going to play the wheeler. I'm really upset with myself because I actually wanted to say this.
No, because Zeus literally mentioned that he was not wanting to play the Waylay.
Wait, players lie? No way. Shock.
Maybe he threw that in there
That
to
is
put us
true.
all off.
Well,
But
let's see what
yeah,
they
this
got.
is crazy. He's clearly seen camo
Do
on
they steal
Lotus,
some of the
doing
liquid
his
stuff?
thing on the
Probably.
Waylay, and he wants to recreate that. So it'll be
Does it
do you
work
think
the
about
same?
What I really like from this
What do I think about what?
the FUT is bringing is
Waylay.
not only the Waylay is
Like, we've
able
seen
to
some
bring
Not good.
horrible
breach and
waylays,
sometimes
we've
don't
seen
sacrifice
some
himself.
decent ones.
I just don't think it's good.
They bring breach into
You don't think it's worth it?
I don't think I don't think Waylay excels at anything.
Second cycle of utility, and I think this is the correct moment to do it.
Well, Zeus, he lied to us, but here are 3 people that will never lie to you. It's back to you guys, Kamito.
Well, thank you very much, Sue.
Is that it, Mitch?
Didn't get a cue. I thought I was just waiting. I thought you'd have more to say. But yeah, diving into this matchup, it's pretty interesting. Zeus taking out the Waylay. Excited to see what FUT can do. I mean, changes had to be made after last time. What was it, 13-1?
Against
They lost
the
last
Liquid
week? Yeah,
that
against
was
Liquid.
playing with the Waylay, so probably, I mean, we're back to the FUT, probably, that they've tried a composition, worked a couple of times, didn't work. Okay,
Just
we'll swap
everything
things
about
around. We
Martin.
saw something on the other
That's
side
kinda
that was
wild.
actually pretty strong against us, but the things that Liquid were doing, yes, it had to do with the Waylay, but it had to do also with all the setups that they had to make Camo look very, very good on that agent. Let's see if also Mr. Fallen with that breach is going to have the same impact.
Well, they got Giga countered. There was the double
Symmetry,
sentinel, they were
holy
pushing
hell,
up and
mate.
just taking all the space away from them.
Okay, well, chat, you know what to do. You know what to do. You better get that slug oiler spam going. Telemetry, thank you so much for the 50 gifted. Huge numbers. Crazy, crazy guy. Anyone that got gifted, please add Slimetry, say thank you. Double M, double Y.
750 total subs.
FUT on... Dude, yeah, that's insane, isn't it? FUT on defense, K-Corp on attack. Slimetry, absolute hero, mate. I appreciate everything, dude. Thank you for that.
Go for the standard DC that they always do.
Ooh, the stun. I mean, it landed. He's just ahead of it. Dude, Martin is just looking so nice in stage 1.
They know that they can put the pressure on to see with that door opened as well.
Hero round from Slimetry, actually true. Dude, there's a good amount of slug oil this chat. Well done as well. Slimetry again. Thank you so much for doing that, mate.
Catch them, maybe even a wall bang that could come through. And it looks like his setup will be put to the test, as we can see KC.
You're a mad guy, dude.
Towards that side of the map. But we also see a little rotation from Cracks and a reveal that's going to get them that info early on.
Broken maybe a little bit too fast by Aves. We also saw Sadak getting that orb early in the round, building towards that reckoning. Walking onto side already.
30 seconds left.
Cracks in the Edge. 20 seconds left, so they are going to be making their move into this side of the map. Sadak wins his battle and Cracks so desperately
The slow actually kind of got him that. Yeah, a little bit extreme from Mr. Fan. I do like the K-Corp put together. If we actually just look at pure team play at the moment, I do feel like K-Corp are coming out on top. Even though Martin is like doing insane
doing
work.
a lot.
Yeah.
It's not like the team is not playing well behind him.
A lot of 4Ks, but this would have to be a pretty big mistake. Don't think there's going to be one made already. First kill does go his way, but getting back out of this is not going to be
actually,
very nice.
actually felt like it had potential.
It's not going to be the round going their way.
Yeah,
it really did.
Also, love to see KC just making and taking the best out of that harbor, using that cascade and the high tide also to just focus on killing the players that are
Harbor,
going to
they do some nice stuff with the Harbor.
We know if somebody's coming from
Wrong Kanan, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Appreciate the 13 months.
So pretty good round.
Nailed it, right?
KC to kick things off and
Surely.
maybe on the path of closing this on a 2-0.
Surely. Okay, full eco on this one, so should be
played
relatively simple.
Waylay well on their first attempt. I feel like everybody in their first
Has
attempt
anyone
was
played
sucked,
Waylay?
and then,
G2 played it
Camo
well on
came
their
in,
first
and then
attempt.
with one of the later attempts was really good. Miniboo had a decent start to a game,
And
but
so
then it really
did
fell
so did Liquid
off.
on
They ended up
Lotus.
getting banged on that map, so I don't think anybody has come straight in, picked Waylay, and been very good, at least in EMEA. Like, obviously not including Jorgamo and like...
For next week, not that down, because we'll definitely be speaking about this.
Let's take a look at the stats. You know, the other interesting thing about KC is that most of the time, these first kind of 2-3 rounds, they play out as a formality, right? Like, we will even have games where we're talking very generically, talking stakes of the game and what we'd seen last week, and especially in these rounds where you've got
About
classics,
Primy's Waylay, he doesn't have enough setup for it. Like, he's good on Waylay, but the actual full process that you need for the setup isn't really there.
It's very similar to how EDG used Waylay, where it was just fragging and not
1-0 on the
Waylay
board.
doing
KC,
stuff and mix it up.
again, housekeeping. You're up against classics. You shouldn't be losing that much. They've got a margin for error.
Well,
it's already been pushed with elite
doesn't
falling
look like
down,
it's gonna be
but
too
Sadak
expensive.
Can recover any weaponry that goes by the wayside if Abez does.
And they refuse to buff out. Nah, I just think they don't know what to do with Harbor, really.
Next round is all that really matters, and that's why Zeus is
Wait,
trying
it's incredible
to make
timing.
this costly. Those shots don't quite land.
If there's any more damage at the moment, it's not too bad.
Player to take down at a captain. How much can you get done?
How would you fix Terror? You just change the damage. You just put the... I would shorten the drone, and I would make the recharge longer by like 15-10 seconds.
In case he's trying to trap them in. Should be a relatively easy exit, and I think from this stage, Atacap was just hoping that they'd go in his
they
direction.
didn't lose that much.
Falling to the spike, of course, you look at the ultimates on the other side, you don't want to give
Almost close.
Sadak an opportunity
55 seconds?
to
Yeah,
get
that's what I would do.
early. So he's just going to die to the spike instead.
Liquid's Waylay, yeah, for sure. That I think that's going to be the argument. They made it look nice first time. I do think when you get some demos, though, it doesn't look as good, personally.
If we take our heads back to when they played against Koi, it was
Buff
actually
Sky.
on the seaside where they found
I'm a little bit worried about buffing Sky. Trying to work out if the free flashes would be too much, even.
I think that's the only thing you can do to her to not make it completely broken.
Or you bring back the old Sky Dog. Okay, we got big buy round. We go for a 4-1, and they have one close enough to like hear the push, so they might just insta-react hit over towards C. Depends on how much util they use.
The other kind of interesting thing in this series,
They should just have one miss out, but same recharge.
But then he's weak.
Each other ships in
Is he though?
This veto, I mean, you're playing out week 2, Lotus 13-2 to KC. Week 3, Pearl 13-2
maybe
to
actually
KC.
does
They're
exactly
happy
the
to
spot
play
that
both
should
of these
be
maps, and for FUT, feels like they've been on the back
Because he's
foot,
still good for
especially
afterplan.
now having lost that initial map. A lot of questions around how this Lotus can play out, bringing in that new agent of Waylay, but like you said, Tom, it does feel like players often struggle to get it done with that. Add a captain and Mr.
I mean, they wanted to take back a site, and FUT were just fully ready for it.
That little bit more. They get punished.
I think maybe they expected 1, maximum 2 players to be just waiting around that corner.
Dimitri, you've had the new Imminence song. I was listening to it today, and it's kind of banging. Not Nowhere with the Prime. Thank you for doing that, mate, as well. Thank you for that.
Majority of the squad. With how much space was taken already, it was that attempt to make it through and just ended up lining up instead of creating an awkward battle for the side of FUT. Still though, it was a bonus, a piece missing or 2.
These two, but they list.
Drift,
Yeah, that one's Dimitri. It's banging.
Find value from this ult, but I think KC is so good at having a set play around this ult.
It's so good.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we also see Sadak at the beginning of the match. We were speaking about how he's grabbing his orb. He is always most likely going to be the one planting the spike, 1 away from that reckoning.
Okay,
We see the
let's see what they got off the back of this.
They bring this back from kickoff. I love the 0.
Oh, it's weird though. There's 3 people over towards this. Dude, Martin's so sick, man. Oh my goodness. It's like an aimbot.
Brings it back to equal footing.
He was like a
Cracks
turret.
and out of captain. They can even play this one together if they want. This looked like a lost round from the get-go. A huge play coming in from Martin, but now FUT stand a chance of picking the pieces back up. I believe that door is still shut, so you're giving away your position in the process of breaking it. Paranoia, though, opens the door for Cracks. He's seen one, doesn't know.
No way.
But Sagetsu caught him as well.
The hesitation.
They're both sat within a similar position. This is not going to be an easy spot to clear. Maybe
Oh, it was nearly incredible though. The smoke almost nearly got him.
In that high-low.
Yeah, Martin did unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like a duelist stuff.
In kickoff, I really liked it the first time I saw it.
It's all. I mean, they have no backup plan, but when they did this last time, did they Omen flash Heaven? Like if they saw him?
No, it's all of the other util goes towards the B main take, except the last time they didn't get to face 2 other people, so it looked a lot cleaner. They helped it more on side.
It's just like trying to distract over towards Heaven, and then they peek close.
But something that we can
That's
always
pretty cool.
take into account, and every team should consider, is Martin.
Okay, massive round for FUT, because if they lose this, it's gonna have be a really rough half. Definitely see the ult getting involved in this one. Zeus 1 away from his ult as well, so I reckon he just took the ult pair, wasn't fully on top of it. Prowler hits the Omen. I mean, they're just harbor ult sending this.
Yep. Well, a push towards the A site, and it seems like free space.
Yeah, harbor ult makes sounds, so they know that they're over towards sites. That's why they use that extra bit of util. And we
deep smoke as well, a one-way for Martin to play
absolutely owned it with this pause from Martin.
Zeus is punished immediately.
No way, bro.
Oh my god.
Nice shot as well.
I don't know how Sagetsu saw Cracks, but this round, oh, it has quickly come to
Well, that's the big buy round that they had to win. Martin's been unreal. It's like he just doesn't stop.
An attempt to save this weapon, as that's the
He has
only
zero fear
small
at all.
victory they could claim.
And we were just on the previous round, number 4, we saw Martin and that dimensional drift that we were speaking about. He's only 2 away from getting his ultimate. Again, that's probably where we see him trying to hunt down wherever JetaJ is playing on the map. He's not going to be finding him. But speaking of the win condition for KC, having all of these ultimates to start off the round so strongly and conditioning your opponent to just playing for the retake almost.
Well, the thing I like about it is they're very good at cycling them. So you're only really seeing one ult being used to get you into the site, get you that post barn.
Is this against the Blitz? He had a 52 headshot percentage coming into this week. A 52!
Well, I'm no surprise then that he's playing that
And again,
angle.
how many kills did he get?
Sui?
If it's 52 with 4, I'm seeing.
Wait, what's he doing? He's going crazy. Oh my goodness. They want to see what he wrote down.
He's currently 62.
It was such a good headshot that it
Oh my
counted
god,
as
he's
an
going
extra
in.
Why is covering it?
Holy hell, he's going to pick up the mono and throw it. What's going on?
Guys is on his feet.
Standing up. I absolutely love Guys because he's so expressive. Jesus.
I don't think I've seen this man that fired up.
Bro, he's Jesus. He's clenching onto his heart. He sent it too much.
Back down. Relax. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there you go. He heard you. He
needs to
relaxing.
kick back, in through the nose, out through the mouth. It's all going to be all right. Well, Geis has given his words. He's obviously seen a lot of problems.
Did anyone
My goodness, bro. Bro's going for Bro's really going through it, dude. No, it is, man. Genuinely looked like he was in pain afterwards. That's messed up, man. Do we need to get a medic to check on him, or?
Of their own fate into their own hands. 4-1. And facing a very low buy. It's going to be that rifle saved by Yetege. Nothing else to help them out. Some ultimates they could lean on, but honestly, in a round like this,
that was
I think they're better
insane.
off saving them for the next.
Another start just taking control of Mount. That orb that is also going to be taken by Martin.
Do you know what's annoying, right? Because I'm a big Harbor hater. But I do love the stuff they do. Like the stuff they do is actually like really smart.
We say this every single week.
It's so
every
annoying.
Single week he convinces us more.
In this round, other than the flank, and he has managed to take down Sadak, but I think after the gun was spotted.
Give me a lead.
Happy Fish 123 Vow anniversary. Wait, is it today? April? Yeah, maybe it is today.
Currently completely open. The only danger was the flank. That's not going to be spotted.
Big.
They do still have a cam within the site, but it's not going to be an easy retake with the weaponry that they currently have.
5 years.
Far from it.
God, it's a long time ago.
Stun could help. The old one by Zeus. I didn't expect to see it here. Saturate even, but the rifles are down below.
Martin again.
It's not quite an opening duel, but he's been flawless in those so far. 4-0. 2 more to take down. And the ult used, but Yetege, he's sneaking his way around the door. Great reposition. He was spotted. Elite caught him. Yetege's the one to land the shot. Martin comes out of ult.
The raid boss, though.
Best ult in the game, of course. Of course.
It's a very nice reposition from Yetege.
No more utility to fall back on. Martin's going to have to do this.
Potentially
hurt his rifle.
He's out the steps. He did. Close enough. He's going to go look.
Oh, he knows that was him because of the ult.
Maybe a little bit worried that there's still a second player around.
He's going all the way around Plant for Heaven. Oh boy. Does he believe in the tap or does he just accept it? Damn, he's a no. Oh no, okay, he ran.
I have to go for the run. I have to sprint into this one. Flash, dodge.
Oh, okay. Dude, imagine where he just believed that he wasn't sticking it. That would have been crazy. But obviously, like, he last saw him here and the plant isn't for him, so the likelihood of him actually at least getting half is pretty high.
Martin actually getting ready to dodge that flash, not very sure. You saw Mr. Fallen already just picking up with his flash out.
Don't forget, it was a pay save card thrifty as well.
It was a pay save
card thrifty.
Why are you so keen to get other people?
Why run? I mean, he would have got half. I mean, not even half. He would have just defused that.
Do what it says in your contract.
I'll stay in my lane.
The turn was like peak a second too early as well.
In opening duels, 12 back into the server as well.
There's one thing that we got to look at right here, and it is the money. The aftermath of this is potentially rough. It wasn't ecos, so it's not too bad, but it would be a straight up reset with no money here. These 3 people that can't really buy. Sorry, 4 people. That's a great shot.
Oh, he needs a new strat this round.
That'll be 4-1 in opening duels now. Great shot by Mr. Fallen. And that's now 2 kills in a row for him up against good old Martin. Site take attempted, but the rolling thunder back in response.
Oh, it was kind of nice. They have a backup plan.
They know there's a player trapped up close. Paranoia catches one, but that's not the player.
A lovely little double swing from Cracks to get involved here.
That's the spike now on the floor. And Sadak and Elite in a 2v4, spread out, surrounded, and not even close to the spike.
Still moments of craziness.
Hold up. Hold up. He's very fast with this decision making. He's very fast. Does Mr. Fallon even consider it? Spike down over towards tree might sell it that a little bit more.
money so low, the element of surprise.
Okay, shout out to Yedajay. Shout out to Yedajay on top of it.
Good read from Yedajay.
Oh, good shots though.
That's nice shots, yeah.
Much more reactive.
Still means the
I think
money's
that we
like
saw
really
it
low.
also on the previous round with Waylay ultimate used onto the side.
Oh, that's a
trying to prevent
pre-fire.
that plan from even happening, not having to play for the retake at the same time. Here with both Ada Captain and Cracks playing together, yet getting the most out of that paranoia, the most out of the utility to get the most out of those duels when you have the advantage.
I want to know what guys said.
Me too.
You come back, win what was a pay save card thrifty.
Thank you, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
They're managing to double that up with a very quick opening kill. Maybe told them to stop.
Veto spots nothing here. They set the Waylay up. Okay, then they trade places with the AMER, and we've got one kill trip. We've got a wall to cover this walkout. It's nice.
At least it seemed. They're selling it as somewhat of a
He
ruse,
realized
maybe
that FUT
trying
are
to
not
pull
fighting
rotations,
Mount
but
too much, so they
FUT
save.
have not
Oh, this
followed
is
their
huge from
hand. They have
Yettajay, by the way.
kept their position.
Just clears all of the pressure here. Means that everyone can stay strong. They're still holding aggro A, early info. Who can't buy next? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 and 2.
Keen to just jump spot and keep the information late. We see a ping go down from KC. They're looking to retake this control. They're going to smoke it off, rob them of the information, use the cascade to do the same around Rubble. In goes the Prowler. 3 players putting utility down in this angle. It gets paranoia out of the other side. But you know that they've retaken the control now, but you also know
Yeah, but
there's
they
2 players towards A long.
every time they just clear the
There's either a
info.
rotation off C or a push up, and they've learned it
Great
was
trade.
the latter of the 2. With Yettajay
Veto?
taking only 1.
Hits all 4. Sorry, hits 3, but then they Omen ulted. Wait, did he? Did he get hit by it and then Omen ulted?
Because they've been delayed,
No.
it would be foolish to try and play through a
Wait,
site
he didn't even
with
Omen
no
ult.
sound.
I didn't see him on the minimap.
Zeus about to
No,
lose
it
his
was,
weapon, but that
it
ult
was
takes a
FUT.
long time to activate. That's
It is
enough to
Asus,
get
yeah,
2
Asus.
kills off the back and up close.
Okay, very, very nice. Dude, I heard the sound and I was like, oh, okay, this Omen ult, and then I didn't see him on the minimap. I was like, oh,
There'll be
okay.
another round won by that gun.
Well, Vice said
3 in a row since the
They
timeout.
certainly did, taking out those secondaries. But actually, you notice before the ult even went down, they wanted to use that shorty up close.
It's great for Sadak to make Toronto. Dude, I just want K-Corp to make Paris. Like, I just want them to make champs. That's the one. Because that would be so hyped to watch. Because the K-Corp fans are incredible.
Maybe being more eager to take those duels the moment the KC puts a little bit of utility onto Zeus. Yettajay ready to take on that first fight.
Oh my goodness. That was one of the best.
And throughout the rest of the round, that's what we see. FUT playing to the most of their advantage, always taking 2v1s, 2vx's, and probably that is what puts KC in the situation of taking a timeout here.
Do you think
Taking a lot of
PRX
time
makes
to make
champs?
those decisions and trying
Hey,
to prompt
Brex?
some reactions
Sorry,
onto
Brad.
FUT that
Yeah,
are
probably.
not really happening.
I think Zeiss has been watching
Somehow.
the demos. 'Cause
Surely.
he's
No, I think honestly Pacific's a little too stacked, but I think I probably believe more than other people believe. I would say that.
Guys watching Pipson, it's there's a lot of inspiration
I
in those
think
coaching
there's
booths right
like
now.
the difference between the
The
first
9th
and
round
6th
set
in
to
Pacific
go.
is like not
Fairly
that
soon.
big.
I mean, KC
Yeah, I
is like,
agree.
I
they
wouldn't
called this
PRX
time out,
are
but
like
we saw FUT
favorites to
win
get
in
the
a row.
fourth
It was
slot,
big
but like
resurgences,
they're in
although I'm
there.
not sure you
It's
could
not
have
impossible.
communicated
Nah,
much
but
about
Pacific's
this before,
awesome
and
to
ended up
watch
doing
'cause
the
everyone's
right
so
clutch
close.
alongside the phenomenal
Yeah.
opening pick he got right afterwards. Put Martin in his
Okay,
place.
force them
12
down
and
to an
4, now
eco,
12 and 6, stalling out in
and
a lot of these fights.
they went from
No
being
doubt that's what
super
they're gonna
close to
look
being
put an
reset
end
to
to.
kind of being in control
I mean,
now.
all the success they've had so far has been off that man.
That's true, Slimetry. You did call it early. Dude, I just didn't see it coming.
Now, I don't think
I'm still
we
not
can
sure it's the right thing to do.
really use them as a litmus test, but kind of have to hope there's going to be
Oh boy, he gets a double for it as well.
Gotta
be loving that.
Easy picks with the
Did
weaker
a low
weaponry.
down
He
trip
has
as
no
well, hard to
plans
see.
of Trying to be a hero anymore. This comes down to FUT just playing the advantages.
Can he step down himself? I don't think so. He wanted time off after the change happened. They haven't officially like said too much. He wanted to like go home.
A stinger and a sheriff, and I was going to mention what Elite had, but he's
I
already
don't know if he asked for time off and that's why they swapped, or whether they swapped and then he asked for time off.
Yeah, I thought it was what you said latter. Like they tried to swap and then he asked, but who knows?
I don't know which
and it's
one it was.
Yettajay streaking kills one after another, a 4-piece to take the lead.
An in-zone flawless. How did I do?
That's
How did I do,
Tom's
Tom?
job.
Aw, don't be sad,
I can
Tom.
just leave.
No. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Nothing left. He has 3 more callouts before he gets dinner.
I see. Sorry.
Yesterday did great to change his trips there.
Yesterday's utility, and of course, it's going to be brilliant as we know. But probably one of the things that was said in that timeout is like, you know, they want to fight. You need
Yeah,
to
that's
fight
true,
up against them.
Matix.
If they want to take
But he
on those
also
duels,
like
it's, okay,
this trip that he's been doing here had been caught by
Only
the
that best example
clone a
because
couple
of
of
the
times as
weaponry.
well, or at least
You see that
once.
foot is going to be
So to
ready.
mix it up and do this was
Now
very
the
nice.
aggression coming onto Rubble. A place in the map that KC has not been
Sadak
eager
has
to fight
all.
at the beginning of the round at all.
They know that he's fighting side. They got that 1 kill trip again.
Zeus in position. Now though with the reckoning, they know that they can force Yedajay out of position without too much trouble. Now they've always wanted to fight forward, and this time they're a little bit more
Dude, Mr.
aggressive
Fallon
with
got
it.
an incredible trade there. Just
Still,
with the
though,
pre-fire
Avez
peak.
likes a bullet of his own, and it will still be even on this retake with Zeus ultimate online.
I'm gonna say Zeus's ultimate is legit for the retake here. Only hits 1 in terms of the harbor.
Stepping forward. A player down now for KC. Time ticking.
Dude, that was nice. I was watching Sadak get hit by the ult and just slow-mo drop a clove at his feet.
He loves scoping himself.
I mean, here it was actually pretty good.
He does it a lot, actually. Whenever anything is coming towards him or like the team in general, he always uses scope.
Just KC going back to what was working for them
It's
at the
good to
beginning of this map.
it's good to do it
Very
reactively.
frontal C hits, very quick, get the
At the very
spike
least,
down,
it like
just work
stops
through the
some
post-farm, work
damage
to
coming
get the
through.
best out of the
Damn, nice
positions
shots.
that you have, and for FUT to be working against the clock, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say as well, it's another
They got the
scenario,
Waylay ult out of them as well.
where they have either the
Waylay
reckoning
hasn't
or the
gotten much
dimensional
value
drift,
so
and
far.
Okay, I mean, do they time out or do they on their own realize that they got to change something up over towards C? Because they're just getting run down on sight.
I think you're pointing to it now.
Oh boy. Wait, he's on his head.
Dimensional drift.
He landed
I don't
on
even
his
think
head.
Zeus knew where he was.
No, he was like, oh, they put a box here.
Oh my god, I can do this?
Wow. Well. Luckily, it's a trade out.
No Sadak to get in this time, though.
Yeah, you're missing that utility. Martine's gonna.
Oh, is that flash on the corner? Doesn't get anyone on the floor, so you can face Evan.
Couple taps through the wall. He's landed lots of damage, but a few shots fired back at him will send them.
It's a
away
great
from the
pivot
C
out.
site. 3 players have been rotated in. Yedajay in the spawn. There's nobody. In fact, if they go to the A site, there's no one anywhere close by. For B, there's no one to deny the plant. It could be found. Just moments from now.
Okay, let's see how FUT handle this, because pressing this door is like really important, but at the same time they don't know if someone's lurking here. So you might just see Mr. Fallon play incredibly late and everyone else just makes a lot of sound.
Now leaving, he's vulnerable to 2 angles. It's not an easy position to play.
It's the timing from
They
Yedajay.
need to win this fight against Yedajay in the spawn. They do not. A first pick, but no follow.
Oh, that's nuts timing, dude. Open the door and then had a little flash.
So it's about to come through. Avez
It wasn't team flash, right? I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Fallon's flash. Mr. Fallon did nice of util here. Stun to help the guy at spawn for the swing, and then we had the flash to enable the 2 to swing as well. That was nice. And he cleared all of the mountain pressure as well.
Seeing that initial usage
Really
of
good
the
play from
dimensional
both
drift
teams,
mentioned
to
it
be
when they were
perfectly
giving up the side.
Mate, that looked mental from that POV.
So
Their
funny.
opponents can even take it.
Yeah, and even though Zeus was only good for 1, it literally goes against what KC has been doing at the
Oh,
beginning.
it
He's
was.
every
Getting away from his
single
own
round.
flash.
Nice.
Breach is living it. I don't know if it's getting through the mics, but sometimes he's screaming, he's giving it everything.
Oh yeah, you can definitely
You,
hear.
you might have
in the
thought it
arena.
was only Yedajay, but no.
No. They've got consistency in their signings, I'll tell you that. 1 round left to play for KC. On the attack,
Oh,
and sending it in
5v5 retake.
quickly. Avez already using his ultimate to clear out that right side.
So, because they're up against a fade ult, do they try and take space? Wait, we go for a fast flood. That's a great omen flashing reaction. Stops them from hitting. We've got a prowler as well, which would hold them here.
They're looking for control up in heaven. They've got
Yeah, I
it
feel like
too,
a lot of
but
this is
then
on
using
Yettajay.
it as an extra angle to fight from the cove, blocking off some of the players. In fact, FUT are able to flood back in, isolating duels, and it's
And then did Yettajay won his duel as well, and he heard the TP. Dude, Martin took the TP out of there. I don't know what util he ate, but Zeus did unbelievable as well.
4K to close
Yeah,
out
that's
the
an
half with a
incredible
2-round
comeback
lead.
from them. Like after that timeout.
A couple of big
4-1,
rounds
I
on
think
that
it was.
defensive side, but
Yeah,
that's
at
where
least
he
we know
had
Hearthstone okay
that
now.
real prowess last time out.
Oof.
We'll
Hopefully.
see if he's still going to
Nice.
be able to do it when they switch to the attack after the break.
Okay, let me make sure we don't get owned here.
Doombros tweet.
What's Doombros here? Oh, okay, at the bottom.
Yeah, might have to cook Bucky strats.
Something about the Bucky. Dude, the Bucky's so sick. That must be the first ace with a Bucky we've seen.
Do you think there wasn't any back when Bucky left click was an op shot?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Maybe not. I wasn't watching back then, so I wouldn't know.
I mean, there were a lot of multi kills, trust me, but an actual ace with it?
Not sure.
Not sure. Fnatic probably on split is like the best bet.
Could be.
Yorgamo, guys, he got 1 kill with the Bucky, and everything else was his jet knives. We're not counting that. Two with a Bucky? Okay, you doubled the kills. It still doesn't count.
It's still not an ace.
Stepping onto their attack side, as we're going to see KC put to the test on the defense. It's been a while. In the last series they played, they didn't get too many of these rounds up on the board. Wasn't too much to play with. I'm excited to see what they can do.
We're seeing a reflection also what we saw on Pearl, right? KC start off the map very, very strong. And then FUT come back to life, maybe because of those tag passes called by Gaius, but they're definitely having the effect that they need. Can they now start this half getting the pistol on the board?
Yeah, I think it's important for both sides. FUT have struggled in the past when it came to the attack. They've been in a position where they're not really able to get too much other than just these sort of individual aggressive plays. And then on the other side of things, well, you mentioned
Map was going so well.
There wasn't
A little
really
too
a
smooth.
defense to be played by KC, so it's
definitely
much more unknown territory. But I think I'm actually more focused on FUT because they are one of the few teams I think we've seen on this map who've been poor on the attack.
Yeah, and I want to see if bringing in that waylay, changing a little bit of those executes, we saw some aggression from the defense, but we did not see how it would clash against KC, sorry, because all of those A rubble control were most of the times not fought for at all. So I want to see now that they have the ball in their court, that they have to be the ones making the plans and executing onto the sites, how this waylay, that currently is sitting on a 13-9, leading the board for FUT, is going to look on the attack.
And again, I got to call back to how this map started out. It was very early doors when we saw Martine 12-4 dominating with a 4-0 lead in opening duels. Everything was going their way. And of course, how couldn't it? Then things tapered off. I think that was round 5
Are we back,
that I'm
or?
referencing when he was 12-4. And since that time, it has been a stall out as FUT were able to deal with almost every piece of early aggression, every piece of late
I mean,
aggression.
we knew it was happening. They just
Well,
decided to accept it.
Maybe not.
Let's go, tag pause. I gotta give it to you folks for being good, keeping the spirits high.
Making the best out of the situation.
Good sportsman, even in this trying time.
As we can see, a player has reported some audio issues, so currently investigating, but we'll get back to you. Sue is also chanting with us. Let's go, tag pause. Let's go, tag pause. Lauren is back also in the casting booth. Lauren, would you like to have a headset?
Your headset, madam.
Can you tell us?
Hello, Yumpy. What do we have today? Chicken green beans sauce today, Yumpy. A little bit of a change up.
This time, actually, just sabotaging everything.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit wild these days.
Well,
it's audio.
What about you, Yumpy?
it's an audio. That should be fixed soon then. Right?
Well,
You predicted Gentlemates yesterday. How did it go? Yumpy says. That's crazy. I mean, Yumpy played good. I'll give you that.
Well, if
Speaking of your predictions, you want to comment on that Thatcher's guarantee on this match?
This one?
See your
Wait, you need to wait until the game's over first, surely. Hey, I can't control the others. That's all I'm saying. When it's 50-50s, people should go for these other teams.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm spending like 3 weeks here trying to gaslight you into KC being a good team, and you still go for FUT. And you're the first one to say I refuse to change.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Because
I
don't like the Arbor.
Is that? Are you sure?
I mean, she gives the call confident.
Avia with the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months. Thank you.
I don't work here. You know, I don't work here. We heard you.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren, for dropping by. She's going to go down and get that server started herself if she
Get
needs
him ready,
to.
checks. Okay, we're back.
It looks like we will be diving back in fairly soon from what I've heard. And indeed, I'm excited to see the second half, how it plays out. We talk a lot about
Used to switch to Pred when there was a guarantee. Dude, if it's cuts, it doesn't count anymore. It's Cut's fault. It's not mine. He says no matter what, it counts from the beginning. They changed the rules this year. It's not me. Otherwise, I'll be going in for it. They took the content away from me.
Even I was confused when I was here.
Is it this? It's 2-1, right?
It's 2-1 to FUT,
put a focus on a
yeah.
Again, he's at a
or
bit of a
2-2 if you want to count the rollback.
We know that
he's a second half player.
If he can have that C-site hold on lock, it really does change the game for KC. That's not the start they were looking for. Paranoia utilized, but after the pick has already been found by
Got out of there, didn't get anything for it. Raid boss down as well. Probably the most important kill of what's going on.
They'll have some delay, you two. In fact, they've thrown the thorns in towards tree on A to help out. It does leave Elite with a little bit less on that C site, but will mean if they go towards A, a lot of potential to slow things down. In fact, they put the wall there as well. It's basically just Sadak playing around the full setup.
Oh my.
And he's out.
Oh, the refract used to get him right.
Oh, they got info at least.
Spike down on the floor. The wraparound coming in. Sadak's not long for this world with Mr. Fall and rolling
Yeah, did he have to go earlier when the smoke was there? I think so. But he's trying to like get kills from his
They may be able to climb back into this, but surely not in the pistol. You mentioned Elite has had a slower start, and indeed, in both of these maps, the first
Sava, thank you for saying that, mate.
But the start of the
I appreciate that.
to be any gentler
And
on KC's hopes
they're
and
too good with the
dreams.
pistols at the moment.
8-5 now with a pistol under FUT's belt.
Then it is, yeah, maybe.
Made it look a little bit easy. Having the waylay just going onto the side, even if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter. You can always just go back. And even KC getting that opening
No
kill
change has been
doesn't
kind of
matter.
good.
The
No, yeah,
rest
we've
of
actually
the fun was
been.
already
It's not
coming
as bad
onto
as
the
last
side.
time, like most years.
Fun and round for them. Probably within
Like 1
the
in 4 we
preparation
get
for
wrong,
KC,
I would say.
think that waylay was
Yeah,
on the books.
like 75-80%.
This is the problem when you run so much sort of util and delay.
Not too bad.
If somebody disrespects it, a lot of the time you're not ready for it. And that's
Oh
exactly
boy,
what's
we saw. Who's the team that went for this? Who didn't get it? We called it the Astralis. It was whoever Mini and Pansy were casting.
That was
but
the
there were
second
4
game
players lined up at the Classic, so yeah,
The
I'd imagine there
Astralis,
was a
yeah.
few shots
It was
landed to allow
Fnatic, yeah,
that
they were
to be
great.
so deadly. A firing squad that,
And the rotation is instant.
yeah, the big
Yeah,
road
they can
rotates
fast
4
flood
players in
this.
the spawn. If FUT get
They
aggressive
got one
and try to
flash,
take
they got a
extra
wall
space, they'd be in
to
trouble,
scale
but
behind.
still having Yetege alive, they've
Oh
got
no,
their
they
back
don't.
secured. There's no
He's
need
here.
to go walkabout
There's
and
our
take
wall.
that extra control. Cam destroyed, trap destroyed, but Sadak on a wrap back towards the B site. They'll burn the clock down a little bit.
I like this from Sadak though. Creates pressure behind. Now he opens door as well. He's done like 2 bits of pressure on his own. He's got a wall to block vision. He's done another wall to block vision as well. Cut him off.
Definitely leave FUT in an awkward position for the next.
He's done pretty good to enable him over towards site. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's fun to watch.
The main thing is that they get this round over the line. A 9th onto the board for FUT. 2 rifles retrieved as well.
And I think the other thing is
Does Yetege not shout as much anymore? No, I think he shouts loads. But I think sometimes the mic like peaks and they don't show it. Because they stopped showing Yampy yesterday when he was giving it.
Some teams will go for those buys.
They had to use the crowd mic for Yampy.
See
Yeah.
just how impactful it would have been if they had that kind of an investment, but they gave themselves a margin for error and operated within it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Mr. Falling just with the ghost, but it doesn't matter. He has a lot of utility to set
All
everyone
my
up.
armors.
And it looks like KC now, even though they were not very interested in ruins and rubble, when they were on
This
the
is a
attack, from
slow
defense, it's a
reaction,
different
really,
story.
with what's going on. They went aggro over towards A, and then the call was like pretty slow, and it looks like they're going to try force onto site. We'll see. They're going to deal with a foot.
The Harbor util.
Oh my goodness.
They've now seen Elite as well. Zeus has been on an absolute
Pathing is
tear,
pretty
even
nice
going
though.
into this attack side. I was gonna say
Behind the back, and they do it like as the stun lands as well, and that's when you actually get like the biggest effect from the stun.
wasn't ready there either. Luckily, the IGL of Sadak has brought
Oh my! Gets his ult as well. 2v3.
Yeah, they know exactly where both players are. Flooding back into the site at a captain, staying up close, will grab Sigetsu.
He actually has to ace it. Got a cove as well. No, Bossman, he had a cove.
Mr. Fallen wants to be the only one. He shuts down Sadak and puts another round.
It was a nice try from Sadak. Got him into that position.
Of their opponents. Hell, there's a world where we could see this being FUT's pick instead of Pearl, and maybe it should have been.
But again, we're going back to a FUT that has a new idea for
Yeah,
a
that's
map that they
awesome.
have
Here's the
already
entire
played.
side as well.
And this round, even though very, very close there at the end with Sada using that Reckoning to be a little bit faster. You know, as you were saying, you know where the players are, but you need to be fast if you want to actually spot, maybe capture some of it. But with that plant on his
Dude, all four of his team's going crazy and he's just chilling. Dude, what the hell happened here?
They've upgraded their spam.
Do they all just spam the same pos with sheriffs?
And that's why they did it.
He might have shown, I guess.
I think he got fade review.
Oh my goodness, timing was a little bit off on this one, but got the kill.
It does seem like that.
Kind of just sent it in on his own, really.
On the dash, now moving away from the jet. If anything,
Good plant over towards Mound, but again, they also have like good amount of vision blocks, so can't go too many people here. Maybe like a 2-3.
Comes flying through. Well, for the remaining 4 with only sheriffs, you can't really expect much here.
And Fado against the Eco, they're not messing about.
At least getting an ult out of Cracks, it's some sort of a trade-off, but when it comes to the fights themselves, it's nothing but victory for the attack side with Sigetsu left alone.
I guess they're also more okay with using it because they have the Waylay ult.
Good shot, and that's about all you're going to get. And with that, FUT continue this streak here on their attacking side.
Yeah, very nice. Just a timeout before this, maybe?
As the next battleground, most likely on the board.
Actually very excited to see this, and if we get there 2 rounds away for FUT, that first map, everything came down to that overtime, but KC walked out with the victory. FUT with this new plan and this new set rounds.
The funny thing is the Paranoia didn't even reach. Like, he was so quick to get over that position that the Paranoia actually only ended up
those
blinding
entries.
him.
I'm just thinking, could you not do the same thing with a
I think a lot of teams will come into this and you'll have expectations.
I mean, not with the one that they did back at site. It was sort of a lot easier to get shot in the air with a raise. I feel like, but I agree with what you're saying. It is very similar entry to that.
But more importantly, he can literally.
I feel like they're using it right. This is like the only map where I'm thinking the waylays like not bad.
Truly left things
in
a horrible position.
It also looks a lot better on attack
19
than
and 11
defense.
Is the only player even close on the server. I think this one is done. Unless we're going to see the stand up of Aang and maybe having a go at his opponents at his team, because since that pause there has only been 1 round going against FUT. I don't know what guys said in that moment, but I want to know.
Yeah, the timeout's been insanely impactful. When you op with Waylay, it's not great, really. You can get like a good peek with the initial. It's more meant for like re-clearing, I feel like. It's not a good op agent. It's like okay, but I would even argue that like maybe an Omen might be better, or like at least similar levels. Because this doesn't give you too much, it's only the retract, whatever it is. It's like half decent.
Aggressive stance.
He's pie. Yeah, he is. He is pie.
No, sorry. Looking sad on the KC side.
Well, he heard you. That'll do.
A bit more of that.
Just running, sprinting headshot onto Mr. Farlin.
Precise
Why didn't he
gunplay.
think of that one earlier?
Exactly.
Now wants to look for a little bit more, trying to get ahead of all of this utility. Let's be real. They've had to switch up their setup because Elite has been getting wrecked. He has been having a horrific time trying to hold down C with players diving into his position, killing him off multiple rounds in a row. So they have put.
How much does yesterday send this? Okay, they at least pinged the walls here. They hit the walls there.
By FUT as they move elsewhere.
Did they?
Moving a little bit everywhere. We see Jetij making some noise here, but he is
loading?
by
Oh my god,
himself.
Sadak.
Rest of the players now we see Adacapta
And
moving
now they
away
know.
from Mount.
Dude, it's incredible pressure from one person.
Prowler got to spot him. But not, right now, if you're KC, they think they're everywhere.
Void of info being filled in at least. In just a moment, that
How red is he?
going to come round from Zeus. Sagetsu's holding
That
it, but the
incredible. Dude, the
crouch
crouch
into the
peaks
angle.
are so deadly.
Masterful stuff. Sagetsu can't respond in time. Zeus now takes his fight elsewhere. He's looking into the spawn, but the ult's being thrown in. And
Wow, this is nice from FUT. Okay, they're just better on this map.
pulls Elite's crosshair off the angle.
Oh
Zeus
my.
with more, and it's all ready for FUT already have an ace. And looking for a 12.
Martin's just trying to play off the fact that he might just actually hunt for it. Does need to save though, really, when you look at the money.
Or the weapon that's in his hands. Is this
They got so much money that they can hunt at one point.
a huge resurgence from KC needed. This FUT, well, they are just one round
Zeus?
away at
Yeah,
this
he does
point
frag
from taking
super
this to
heavy on
ascent.
this map, it feels like.
Funny that you say that. 7 in a row is what they need, and I think 7 in a row is what FUT have right now on the board. One more, and we go to Ascent. Again, a FUT, it doesn't matter that they have that one player down. I feel like for KC, they're struggling a lot setting Martin up, right? Because while on the other side, we see that the Breach is going to be accompanying Zeus on most of these plays.
Not in this round, because he died within the first 2
That
seconds.
last one
That's
is...
the crazy thing about Zeus is, I genuinely think you might talk about like teams that
Wait,
are best.
what?
What the hell is going on?
Oh my god, bitch, look away.
What is going on over there?
Taking
No,
the
what I was gonna say is, I think that you look at this and
That's
go,
a true
okay,
FUT fan.
FUT
Okay.
probably aren't one of the best teams in the EMEA on this map. Zeus might be the best player.
That's
Genuinely.
mental.
He just has a field day. I think it was 33 kills the last time they tasted victory on this map, or maybe the time before.
Oh, the
Well, I don't think
slow
he's gonna
messed
beat
up
that
his
this time, but just
dash.
because of the pace of that victory, they finally managed to deal with it.
Oops.
Might be a chance. Samada captain has got completely caught.
Not bad from Sadik. Going straight through the wall as well for that spray. Couldn't see him, but took him down anyways. For FUT,
That's the type of reactions you want out of me, okay, yeah. I'll note it down.
Plenty of runway to work with.
Keep it in
Yetej's
mind for
already
next
playing
year.
the A side as well. The
Handstands,
spike on its way in, and no one
backflips.
to interrupt it. It's Yetej going
Bit
for
of
that deep
trampoline
aggression.
installed.
Cam online in 4. No real traps to work off of here. Their back is secure at least.
Started TikTok stream as well at the same time.
Will have his
Yeah.
ultimate after this plan
Sure.
if they want to use it. Even in a 2v4 situation, this could be... This could change the game. This could change the round.
They've been able to win any round they wanted. Like, look back to the previous map, the amount of 4Ks.
Are they going to
aces.
win this?
They have a lot of delay.
Oh boy. you don't have to do it. He's gone for it, and they're actually going to win it, aren't they?
Oh.
He's done it again. He's done it again. The defensive cove, it's banging.
Put it all onto Mr.
Time though.
1 versus 3 to try and end this map here and now. First goes his way. Spam doesn't quite connect, but he has been able to deny that defusal, at least for the moment, expecting them to let go. Another kill goes.
Bro, look at him go. Dude, look how much better they were on this map. That's kind of insane. 2v4, he's in control the whole time. He knew he was going to win it. Dude, ever since that timeout, they won every single round apart from one, right?
I think so, yeah.
The next map up will be Ascent Bay. I saw in the game
Kinda insane.
y'all played yesterday. This is a map we haven't gotten to see a lot of. The least
Oh, now I have to watch
here in the
Ascent.
EMEA. Well, let's add one more to
That's
the
a good
tally
thing.
after the break.
And to be fair, it's a new map. I'm actually excited to see something new.
Do they play Harbor on Ascent too?
They haven't played Ascent once.
Oh
'cause
god, they're
it
going to
wasn't
play
in
Harbor.
kickoff, and they have not played it.
There's no way they play Harbor. Wait, they're going to go... They might go Harbor Vice.
I don't think they're gonna play Harbor on this map. They didn't even play Harbor on this map when they used like back on Loud.
Yeah, but mate, the loud comp. I would rather they use the Harbor than the loud comp.
Yeah. Oh no, I did. No, sorry, I didn't mean the triple flash one. I meant the old Harbor Viper one. Right, like even back then.
Oh,
they did Harbor on
okay,
this map.
yeah. I thought you were talking about the
No.
I thought you were talking about this. The solo Phoenix.
Phoenix triple. No. That comp was actually just bad.
I think they might pick Arbor on this.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I'm kind of excited. Let's see.
Dude, they got the god. Do this replay. Dude, we should literally check on him here, though. That is a worrying sign.
I'm genuinely concerned.
Like, someone should actually just ask him.
Both teams haven't played Ascent yet. So this could be fun.
Stage 1, map 2, Lotus. Okay, chat. Let me get this VOD up and then we'll be back in a little bit. We got Jack Q, Jack K even with the tier 1. Thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
How's the map? Control.
I think they might do the harbor vice. I really do. I think in theory they're gonna be like, hold up, this could work really well with getting information on the mains, and I think they're gonna do it.
I think they might do something more similar to their Haven with the Phoenix.
Phoenix, oh god. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Let's see. Honestly, if they do like a Phoenix tail, I'm not too fussed, but I don't really love a tail. Okay, chat. Back in a little bit. It'll be funny, really.
Yeah. Alright, chat. Do we have spreads running? Nice, good job, mods. Then we have some this. You're welcome, Prod. You're doing great. You're all doing great. Classic modding today. Lexi, you're also doing great. What is this replay?
What a confident and dominant response from FUT on map 2. We will be going to a map 3. I am your host,
Vice Harbor, Viper,
and Meg.
Phoenix
now we've
Breach.
seen Waylay on Lotus
Not
before,
even Sadak is
but
that
very
crazy,
different comp this time from FUT and Uli, a very different way to approach it. How much did you like what they brought out on Lotus?
To be honest, I like how they played. I cannot say anything but I'm so scary of they're seeing the reaction after every single match. But being honest, Waylay performance on the first half was a bit shaky because sometimes they were trying to get rubble, get information, but just if KARMINE will wait 10 extra seconds, Waylay's rate of TP and maybe was stuck into the rubble and can only get one fight, one and done.
I do think on defense, like you said, Uli, the attack start was a little bit, there wasn't much happening really from the Waylay, but on defense, they came alive. I think it was their bonus that Mr. Fallen set up that breach stun on the C site and caught the guy as Zeus dashed, is it? It's a dash, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Double dashed in and absolutely went feral. So I'm really here for this, and I do see Waylay coming in as the meta, potentially, for Lotus in future.
And I like the difference between this one and the Liquid one. There's a lot to talk about, but more importantly, we've had some incredible coach reactions in VCT EMEA, and this one from Gaius. Maybe this is what Pipson thinks he's doing, because it worked. It worked. After this, Uli, FUT just, I don't think they lost a round after this.
No. They just went into, I mean, I would like to, first of all, know
he
what he's saying.
He was so close to grabbing this monitor.
Know if he's feeling okay, because he was giving his hand to the heart like he was so passionate, giving a message, and it works.
I think he's saying like Buneya and then a little bit of like chocolate.
Come on, Kankas.
Maybe.
Well, Mitch was telling him to calm down.
I don't think he needs to calm down.
No,
although for his own health,
I like
maybe.
it.
Maybe, but obviously whatever he said in this timeout, it made FUT come alive, and you could see that in the passion, you know, that great starting segue into our gorgeous analyst desk of them screaming in slow-mo, I think summed up how hyped they were to come back on Lotus.
This is a team that is quite a bit higher on the decibel level, you know, it goes like normal comms, them, and then Uli at the very top when it comes to the screaming. So I think maybe the shouting, they can absorb it. They absorb the shouting starting, and then they project it back out, and it works really well, especially for Zeus as well. I mean, we talked about this Waylay already, but let's take a look at him back in action here. And does it inspire you at all, Meg, to try this out yourself?
I mean, absolutely not, because I don't have the Turkish aim to go with it, to be quite honest with you. But it was just so amazing to watch Zeus come alive on this Waylay, and it was definitely something that was lacking maybe on map 1. So it was really, really nice to see. And again, a duelist is nothing without their support, and I do think everybody in FUT was doing their absolute utmost.
Yuki just crashed. Oh my god, no, don't say that.
Individually, and also the team.
Wait, where are they this weekend?
For me, one of the important things I seen from this Lotus was also Mr. Falling on Bridge.
Yeah.
He feels much more comfortable than on Tejo. I mean, on Tejo he was playing really good individually, but maybe the agent is not feeling that much. Probably, I mean, the last interview he said that he didn't feel that comfortable. Yeah. I can understand why.
Look at that glow up. That is a way slay if I've ever seen one. Does it kind of make you think that Cracks could play the Tejo? They could just run the Tejo breach in that setup?
I mean, we've seen Cracks trying to adapt one more time. It could be working. I mean, I think he did it with Gecko last year. Maybe the agent he's lacking this year to pop up and be the Cracks from last year could be playing Tejo.
We could be, but let's think about it as we go to Ascent, because this is the map that we haven't seen all too much from the teams in general, and especially not these two teams. The obvious, I guess, choices you can look towards is obviously the Turkish Jet. You know, the Turkish Jet on Ascent. We love a Turkish Jet on Ascent, but what about the rest of the agents, and what could the players choose here, Meg?
I think we could see the Cracks coming out on the KO. Previously, Narrate did play that and fill that role for them on Ascent. So this could be kind of what we were mentioning earlier, maybe the time that they do bring that KO out.
PRX and Ferrari Fun, my god.
Played Ascent. Are we going to see that kind of deadlock?
Does KC win? Neither of these teams have played this map this stage, so
switch ups.
We have no idea.
And again, the Tejo, maybe in replacement for the Sova?
I was thinking maybe on Mr. Falling playing the deadlock. I remember him to play in...
I mean, you did this to yourself.
Maybe they decided to play Ball Sentinel.
I'm just sorry to hear that.
Vice or playing Cypher plus deadlock. Something close to Apex combo.
I completely agree with you guys.
There is no way they're playing solo Harbor with
like a
double duelist Phoenix Waylay.
AMER is also a very, very competent Sova player on this map as well. I want to know what Sadak could do here. You talked about Narrate already. I think the Sadak Narrate 1-for-1 it makes a lot of sense. Sadak playing KO here, he's very, very comfortable.
They did play Vicelog on Bind in kickoff.
So don't say Harbor.
Chance?
Maybe?
No.
Meg, actually, go to your naughty corner.
Okay,
go to your naughty corner. But what I don't want to see is, I can't believe I'm saying this, is Zeus on anything other than the Jet.
Agree. I mean, Jet, Omen for attack captain, KO on Cracks are a must. The other two agents are my biggest doubt. They should be going Sova or Tejo plus a Sentinel, or they should be playing Deadlock plus Spice.
All right, what about Sui and Elite? Do you want a Sui smokes here? Because Sui's, but Sui's Sentinel on this map is legendary. So many of Navi's wins back in the days on Ascent was because
I'm excited for the comps here. They could be anything.
I don't know, because we're starting on defense. Do you really want to
Chad reminded me that Vicelog exists, and that reminds me that they did play Vicelog on Bind in kickoff. So there's like a
sliver
of hope. Yeah, they did play.
That is true.
They have 3 Sentinel players.
So there's like a sliver of hope for a good comp
They could
here.
literally run a Killjoy Cypher, anything, a combination between Sadak Elite and Sui.
Yeah, that is very true. They might have had that.
I mean, I would like
Although
to see
I saw
Sui
Vicelog from Nova this morning, and that was
I like that. Good
I mean, one of the best strongholds.
traumatizing.
It fits.
Just to let you know, the last time that
What map? Ascent?
FUT did play Ascent was split.
They played it bad.
In 2024?
Yeah.
Maybe? No? Stage 2 2024, and they did run the old meta, which was the Killjoy, the KO, the Sova, the Jet, the Omen, and I know so much has changed, but
there was an Ascent as well, no? Oh wait, no, it was Lotus. Yeah, sorry.
We're going back to the old.
There's on Lotus, okay. It's a little harder to play.
I don't even think they need to practice.
Here we go.
They just wake up and play it. And looking at this,
there is a deadlock.
Goodness. Okay,
Double duelist.
everything's been been turned upside down. Let's start with the FUT one because that's the easy one to explain.
What?
Okay, the first one is easy. I mean,
We got a raise.
We predicted.
What in 2022?
Yep.
Raise instead of dude, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. We got the old school comp, and then we got Deadlock, which is obviously very strong at the moment. We got a raise, which you must imagine is for like the Deadlock GravNet, and then but the double. You lose so much without the KO, and they got no flashes still.
You know what's even crazier
Is this their version of Teo? You know, like Boomba does a drone and freaking Ney does a salvo?
Yeah, I mean, when you do it like that, it's kind of a similar agent.
Yeah, it's looking like
all the other stuff.
At this point.
Oh, kind of gives you a little bit of space.
Oh, it's gonna be a quick one, is it?
No.
The satchels kind of stun you.
We're not very used to seeing the double duelist.
Yeah, it's basically just a Teo with movement, yeah?
Well, I tell you what though, I tell you what, normally there's so much good thought process into the K-CORP comps that they're always good for their first win. Like first time they use it, they're normally good for a win. The comp worries me a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing that's a little concerning is the lack of the second initiator, that lack of info, but you can
Dude,
also
the no
get
flashes.
that with the recurring gravity net that you'll see from Elite. So he's going to have to be quite a bit more proactive.
It's fine, Fnatic was the best team on Lotus without flashes for a year.
I guess they don't need to second wave send it in if they're both sending it in. Cracks could just annihilate this whole game. Okay, FUT on defense, K-CORP on attack. Weird comp for K-CORP for sure. But when have we not said that? You go for a little 4-1. Wall to lock you in over towards stairs. Recon on site.
Solid.
Okay. And they save the GravNet.
Before even a lick of damage is done.
Thinking back to old school Sadak deadlocks, it was some of the sweatiest deadlock you're ever going to see in your life. So expect cool setups, cool ideas. Already the wall going over the top to block players as they attempt.
Did they have a good deadlock? All I remember was their Lotus deadlock and it looked awful.
The Lotus was terrifying. A lot of damage done initially, and Martin thought maybe he was going to be in a sneaky spot, but gets nothing done.
Push through with 2 bullets.
Doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are low.
Well, that frenzy could clean them up, but the shots don't land, at least not for FUT. As KC claim another pistol round.
Well.
That's 1-0 here on Ascent. And well, they got a pretty easy site take, but I was worried about the retake, especially with that low HP. Cleaned up nicely in the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage being done there by FUT. So we were saying at the beginning of the round, decided to stack more towards the A site, playing that B fully for retake. Sadak, of course, in charge of Fountain. The spike is something that we see in every map. We also have seen in every map today that strong start for the side of KC, and especially having this double duelist with them on the attack is more of what we can expect.
Okay. So pistol-wise are a 3-2, obviously 1-0 on this map, and they go full eco. They're allowed 1 death here by 1 more gun than normal.
A lot of teams will go for the 3 rifle, 1 pistol, or sorry, 2. But this time they've gone heavier on the rifles. So for KC, they can only
okay, this is still nice though, like heavy force over towards here. You got the GravNet close, so if they do try duel you, or they try and force through a smoke.
Longer range angles, especially if a battle comes into mid, they'll have a pretty hefty advantage.
Like if you can do that smoke as a default, then I think the actual sonic sensor here is really strong. Always create pressure over towards wine. With double duelist comp, you can insta send it no matter what.
If anything, the timing couldn't be any better for Aves. That's just as he rounds the corner.
Now looking towards the A site, you know, spamming the cross. You can see a lot of damage done with that in many games, but when you've only got the classics, it's a bit harder to do anything meaningful. Sugetsu decently low, and talking about the margin for error, we touched on it on Lotus in both of the follow-ups, and there was always like 2 rifles in play, maybe a Marshal, but
I mean, post-plant, the deadlock's always good. I wonder how proactive like FUT play it is. The no info sensor on this can be very rough, especially on defense, but also on attack.
And a little bit of a risk being taken by Elite, but of course he is the player that can fall, but playing just with the Ghost.
But he didn't start with it. That's the interesting thing. It was Sadak, so what they did was they sort of swapped it over so that he could farm orbs and try and get
keeping all the guns
towards that deadlock ult, which of course is
very
very good
nice.
for takes, because if there's a solo
Keep all the
player,
guns.
you can basically pick them out of
Elite's
position.
like
And then
relatively
fight
close to
anyone
his
else at
ult,
the same
3
time.
away.
For FUT, not wanting to overextend. So they're going to make sure that they go down to the spike. Don't allow for any more orbs to go into enemy hands. That will be a clean enough round for the side of KC.
Now's where things should start to get interesting for the side of FUT. That full buy.
We got strong bonus. It's gonna buy armor though, right?
Cracks, I hope that you buy some form of shield. Eddie will be good. No?
He's thinking about
it. Yeah, hopefully.
He's got time.
Does he have time?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Just at the end, he's really making us sweat.
2 seconds left. That was a little sweaty, but he got there in the end, and I think he even went for full shields, popping it out at the last second. So KC, attack side, decent weaponry, very good weaponry. In fact, for any fight they go
With their
for,
hit
being
short
able to move as a unit
fast.
always has its advantages.
nice shot.
Mr. Fallen, good to find the opening. They know there's a second player there now. And the net that's spread by KC across the map looks to catch any extra aggression. FUT players pushing short, maybe they push up B, maybe they try to take some space on mid to catch them off, and that's why you've got Elite waiting outside B. You've got
Does it
Sadak
look like
and then even Sagetsu
does it look like they are gonna do
way
this
into
smoke all
line.
the time on their default?
But FUT have an advantage, and they know they're up against some
Like
form of
heavy
weaker
A main default all the
no
time.
risks
Smoke
being
here.
taken just yet.
Create pressure either side, and then we can just burst from sight. There's one thing this comp can do, it can burst through sight. I'm interested to see if with that start, putting the KO back over towards A, like a traditional setup. I think the knife here is really going to help.
Really does have no fear. With the amount of damage he's already done.
One pass and fake over towards B, try and keep 3 there.
Push comes to shove, it's out of Captain, who's caught in the corner. Good for one and fades his way
Lovely
back out.
reposition from him.
Beautiful stuff with the shrouded step. Zeus with a real opportunity. I think the Paranoia almost just blocked him from vision on the first fight, but nothing stands in his way now.
Very nice. Good recon as well from Mr. Fallon. It looked convincing. Yeah, it looked nice.
I'm interested in FUT are gonna prioritize mid because there's no KJ turret to like spot you early, so you could technically like
Two pushes, yeah. I mean, they probably will start going proactive at one point.
Out of the box. This was a very simple round of Ascent, just playing your positions, trying to get KC onto taking a step in the wrong direction, just playing with the timings of everything, your own smokes, the control that you have over the map, and just
so normal after he's done the shout. Okay, big buy rounds, especially in terms of money for KCORP. 3 people can't buy next. Still keeping with the A default like we said, so wait for this smoke, they'll probably re-smoke this and then... Right.
Yeah, we're just going to mute all microphones.
How do they just deal with this? They got no flashes. Do they like boombot it or do they always wait?
It will just go off
Okay, maybe we don't know.
I think for the Turkish players sometimes can be enough.
Well, they just want to go for a pop. This is kind of weird from KCORP, really. If you look at both of their rounds at the moment, they're just trying to pop. They tried to contact over towards short, and now they're just trying to pop sight. I think it's really scrappy. Oh, he got out with 33 HP. Spikes over towards main as well. You might see Yesterday push all the way behind.
Still have to go back and grab that spike. And it's going to buy time for this rotation from Yedeje. Nothing to watch their back on KC either, so...
Yeah, just going to wait for the plant on this one.
And a jet left, the 2 duelists, it's the perfect time to go for a flank.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out.
But when he gets to like here, they should start breaking the door, create pressure. Yeah, there we go. So he can turn the corner that anyone would have been focusing over towards sight.
Oh no, nothing's coming
And
in this
then,
direction. Keep focusing on us.
nice shot.
They do eventually find that flank, but there's so much more they need to get.
Dude, that felt risky. But actually they like dropped and swung like this position at the same time, so it wasn't too bad. Okay, I'm a little bit worried for KCORP, because if you look at their 2 buy rounds, they double contacts, basically.
ACS, if I'm not mistaken. Now playing from a jet, something that he should be extremely comfortable with, and in a map that even though hadn't been in the pool for the year and is the first time that they play it, it's a map that everybody has played. Everybody is just going back into it.
How many rounds do they need on attack? I don't even know. Because I think the comp struggles on defense as well.
You would just see the jet
Sad. I don't really know. We're in like weird we're in a weird area where I think the comp isn't good on attack or defense. I don't really know what to expect.
Oh, yeah. Well, the early duels was a big conversation on Lotus for Martine. Not getting off to a good start here. Without a captain firing back and taking another. It's Aves who is able to claim Zeus in the end. And that's been a big troublemaker for them. Even last round, 33 HP after the first fight, still gets 2 more. Now he is in the dirt and another hero is needed. Thing is, FUT, no shortage of players that can step up in the moments when they're needed.
Oh,
nice
shot.
Connection by Sagetsu. Elite finishes off Mr. Fallen, and now
Damn, they're gonna win this one.
icy showstopper. Maybe it does need a buff. It finds
Oh no, that's a double ult used into this one as well.
with it all to do. Both players tagged at least. Maybe a chance. His ult online with the plan, but what's that gonna do for you in a 1v2?
They're grouping up, potentially lining up his TP.
Oh, that is incredibly rough timing.
I don't know what he was expecting to happen, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Sugetsu.
I can't do it again. More worried for KCOP after seeing these rounds. I think they need to call a timeout, but honestly, I don't know what else they have for us.
knows that FUT is going to fight this tooth and nail to prevent that plan from even happening, even though they have already gained the control
right
over
into A main, like that being your default, but like I feel like you kind of have to threaten the ability to split the sites, because if you're just going through mains, you're essentially playing all the sets.
They're doing like the, you know, on split where you go double duelist, they're doing that theory where it's like, let's get them scared of the sites. It's literally exactly the same as a split. Get them scared of the sites, and then when that's failed like multiple times, then we'll start going middle.
Looking to claim some scalps, but it's out of here.
He's definitely out of here. He's trying to speedrun top middle. Got a little bit unlucky that KCOP, instead of focusing over towards A main, have now decided to go over towards middle because the A straight up site hits weren't working.
Seems like there was some connection, even.
And there's still a good amount of damage done.
Well, information to be had eventually, though. Shoot the drone, but too many walls between Mr. Fallen and any additional damage.
What now, though?
Of course, we were all happy to see that.
How do we make more
doesn't have
pressure?
anywhere near as much play on this map.
Especially you, Mitch.
You got Boombot drone.
Over the moon. You were celebrating. Now I can play Ascent again.
No, I don't think that's what I said.
Great move.
Okay, well, drone doesn't get too much. We did say that FUT might have to start putting KO over towards A. So I'm seeing it early.
Set up over on B for the information. That turret, although the spams won't follow it up, at least gets them the info that no one is there at the moment. Content to perhaps send extra bodies towards the A side if they had them.
Okay, question mark created over towards A, and they smoked themselves off as well, so we actually do have the pressure that they had a luck over towards short. So got the recon, cross map recon out over towards A, so they don't have that over towards site when they turtle. It's a good shock though. Omen, it's a really good shock.
Wow.
Omen all back a site as well. Look at some of the HPs.
So many of them low, Abez and Sadik barely all.
So many low HPs.
Sagetsu, no chance but to save this weapon for the next.
Dude, that shock dart. It did so much damage. It's so much damage.
Only hope here is to just try and hold on to the gun.
KCOP look a little lost.
There is one thing that's caught my eye, and probably
I mean,
has to do with
this was nice from FUT, but you still know when you're late hitting over towards B against an Omen or what's going to happen.
After that initial aggression coming in from FUT, when Elite is going to go onto the side, we still have the full pack of utility. It looks like they were just literally waiting around.
They were expecting to do like an A main default again.
And even though it was a 5v4 situation, it didn't feel like it. It did not feel that there was an advantage in this round going in for KC. And the read from FUT was just picture perfect.
I think the thing I enjoyed most about that round is what you were doing, though. I'm sure the TikTok stream would have really enjoyed it as well. You definitely forgot that was there.
Well, let's see what else the comp can do. Is it over towards B now?
It would really be sad.
I'm not going to move.
You were sort of like almost doing a rap along to Mitch's casting.
Because I was hyping him up, you know?
Some would say hype him up, some would say mocking, but you know.
No,
it's
that's what you would do. That's what you would do.
Correct.
In Spanish we say, se cree el ladrón que todos son de su condición, which means a thief thinks everybody steals.
Oh.
A big smile.
Kinda.
From FUT. Guys, yeah, guys are looking pretty happy though. Opposite from earlier.
It adds up.
4-2. FUT with a streak of defensive
towards
rounds.
B, like you called.
So far, this double duelist has maybe not had the impact they were hoping for. The surprise factor of aggressive takes is being dealt with comfortably by the side of FUT. An immediate pop.
Oh my.
Of the Hunter's Fury.
Oh my.
May not have got a kill, but
Hit
it has done
a lot of damage, and then the swing off of it as they're all dodging it. Super nice. Info with this dodge as well. What's the armor? Oh, dude, he can't chase him because he's light armor.
One bullet. Only one bullet in the chamber
The
right
goodbye
now.
of the outlaw from
But if he
FUT hit.
lands one shot to the chest, Sagetsu, Martin, and Elite will fall by the wayside, so they move away from the outlaw, but back into the waiting arms of Ada Captain. Paranoia off contact to the cam, repositions, and cleans Martin's head from his shoulders.
The rule about picking a scent into Turkish teams.
He must have forgotten.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, it's fast.
To be fair to them, the map has not been in the pool for a while, and not many people have been playing it. So they are the team, unfortunately. It looks like they are getting punished because even just on angles and individual duels, it looks so comfortable for FUT. They're not losing a battle in the early rounds.
Yeah. Dunno.
When you're running a double duelist,
Yeah, the thing is, I think they just gotta stick to their A pops, unless they have a nice little B pop here. Problem is, this comp might have been working against like different comps that maybe don't have a KO and maybe have a Teo instead. But as soon as you have the KO, you're getting wrecked. I feel like the knife is just getting so much value. And this probably looks like a good example of it. Like, is this knife not just going to hit 3-4? Feels like it hits an incredible amount.
That is so much info. It's just making things easier and easier for Zeus.
Yeah, they're done for.
This man can
I'm
sometimes
also
need.
really surprised
Well, that was
that
pretty
there's
much
no
a
Euro,
Zeus. They are
right?
there.
Like,
do what you want with that information.
You know,
Yeah.
a long time ago we had those conversations.
And
about
Yoru
this
raise,
map,
so you at
about it
least have the
being
flashes as well.
what the Turkish teams
exactly, it's
call
not like
the-
you
the
lose
82nd
too much.
province.
Well, I mean, entering over towards sites, you don't have the safety, I guess, but...
It looks like this might be a
Pencil
return to
024 with the prime, appreciate the 2 months.
FUT are looking good.
Did this game start 3 hours
in
ago?
the
Yeah.
lead, and that's 6
Yeah, it did.
in a row. KC won the pistol,
Still
the
here.
follow-up, and nothing bar an opening duel or two since.
Oh my god, and Zeus,
Oh, dude, the knife hit
10
5.
and 4. You know, we've heard it a lot, and he has
Well, it's a good example when we were talking about the KO just being unbelievable against this.
headshot machine. But
Yeah.
he's so
And then they're also
efficient
crisp.
with this outlaw. He understands and he fits into the mode, he fits into the plan, and what the
They've
team
done a
needs, and
really
right
good
now what they
job
need. Apparently,
of
it's an
moving the
operator.
KO around.
Need it, but just
I
in
actually
case,
feel like
there's some-
every single time I look at K-Corp wanting to hit somewhere, the knife is hitting
He's
them.
gonna be like, I cannot spam with
Recon
this.
goes
Where's
deep
my
over
second
towards A,
shot?
doesn't spot any, so we can have a bit more of a rotate go in. Knife again, once they hear the drone, hits 4 again, now what?
Just a terrible
they're also super aware of how strong the knife is. They're not throwing it early for info. They're
Yeah,
waiting
yeah,
for
they're waiting for it. They know it's like the main bit of util.
Walkabouts into middle.
Oops.
Shot will be missed, and actually,
Dude, Atta goes down because of it. Okay, this is one of their better attempts now.
might be the right sacrifice.
This is more possible.
Dude, I think they're just going to hit side again. The knife's going to be back in time.
It's disrespectful to Ada Captain Tom.
Yeah, it could be.
I'll sacrifice.
This is the Vitality Haven comp.
Star player on my team.
Honestly, might have to say the Vitality Haven comp.
From the 6th player onto the main roster.
It depends if they have other cool stuff.
Oh my god.
Nano's active.
But I don't think they've been pracking it that much. They don't have that much good stuff.
That gets Mr. Fallen an easy duel reveal on its way. Didn't get a pulse out. Martin and Elite. Oh, they're
Yeah, that's nice,
overrunning
though.
the B site. And now Zeus, the man who has Ada Captain's blood on his hands. Well, he's going to pull off a 1v4 with the op. More likely, he's got to save this for the next round. They've got plenty of cash. Well, they know where he is now.
Yeah, but he kind of wants them to hunt him. Like, he kind of wants to get some cheap kills. It's sort of fine. He can get dropped
Honestly,
there.
I think Zeus has learned the lesson. Just not the op. Just not the op. He was doing just fine with the outlaw. He was finding a lot of impact just following around, but I think that one of the things that was said to KC on that timeout is once you get the advantage, you need to be faster. You cannot freeze the round for that long because it was allowing FUT to get in such comfortable positions that at the end, that advantage
This
was
round
like
was just
nothing.
one
This
of
time
killing
around,
shots.
they just
It's
go
not like
in
they picked
faster onto
the correct
side,
site,
full
right?
execute.
It's not like the Yuto was
Rushing onto
insane.
B.
Yeah.
They just kind of want their duels.
I mean, that's all they're doing though.
Yeah,
They just, I mean, it's hard to take map control.
3 rounds in between the two, still recovery in the half. Very
But
much
basically,
possible
all
for
that's
that
happening is FUT
attacking
just save their knife for the drone each time.
2-0 to start with.
Okay, but this time they're trying to play around it. One person gets hit, all 4 hide behind it.
This side. Drone's already gone. I didn't see Yetege.
Cracks. Might have to do a lot here, mate, because your teammates sending it. A little bait worked well though.
So that angle was comfortably cleared. Zeus in position though, rifle back in hand, push through the smoke, flash. Actually, I think
Big flash.
Mr. Fallen
Oh my goodness, it's a big team flash.
Maybe
That's
the
like
update
14
has
flashes
thrown
we've
him off
seen
a little
this
bit,
map.
but whatever it is, that has not gone
That's a
well.
great
Even
Omen flash
still,
to swing on that.
They've managed to even things back up, turn it to a 3v3.
Chance. Zeus has backup on the side. Anna Captain's just
Ooh,
outside.
rare miss.
And that's a heavy price to be paid. 2 versus 3. And KC are not in a rush. They're waiting for that extra player. They know the rotations will have come through, and as the smokes come back online, they'll still hold the line.
30 seconds left.
Just expecting that retake, but eventually, well, time ticks away. They have to make a move to the side. They have to walk into Krax, who's found one already. Waiting for that
Oh, yeah, he played this great, man. I mean, he's becoming the most important person in this one. Whether it's util or Jules. He played that insanely well. Solid angle.
KO is not about the KO.
He's the guy.
It's about the confidence.
He's one of the better
along way,
KOs.
because his utility in that round sucked. His aim, however, was wonderful.
Lack of practice, lack of practice. We've all been there. And I was saying, like, Sugetsu had the spike, had his ultimate at some point, and after you've been brawling for such
Yeah, they
a
did
long
see
time,
both, and he had Omen ult.
you decide to just, you know, TP to go on to A and just think of easier and smaller paces.
Yeah, you got to question the mid rounding there a little bit.
What's going on?
They've thrown the net
Saw this here. Had the nade earlier. Know he's back at sight. He's been spamming you. You have a wall here. You have a smoke down. You have Omen ult, and you don't go here and do like a good plan for them to go over towards short. It's very questionable, to be fair, the mid rounding there.
Will be retrieved.
Okay, KCORP go back to their normal kind of A default.
So of course, so far that Hunter's Fury has been used as a deterrent. They've not been able to utilize the lockdown, so I think both of those ults will likely just stay
The
until
inserts he
necessary.
gets into wine.
But the annihilation
Put some pressure on mid.
alongside a showstopper, that should be enough to clear any site.
Sadek remembered the Phoenix comp and how they couldn't get through choke points, so they went for double duelists to get through the chokes. Maybe.
Sticking around anyways.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best record on this map with comps. Very true. The lava angle from Zeus.
The showstopper, it gets them at least that little bit of space with the player falling and the trades.
Yeah, here come the shocks.
Hunter's Fury post plant possible. That spam's not quite going to work. The Jenny is quite a thick
He knows.
Shock darts fired through, but dodged as well. The reposition perfect.
Do they just keep it safe? Go for the Killjoy ult?
The Hunter's Fury setup.
Yeah.
Not sure that they'll be able to get to a position to use it. It's instead going to be kept
Whoa.
to be fired in. You would imagine.
Whoa.
I thought it was going to be fired at the ult. Instead, it's sent straight into heaven. An attempt to drop these.
I kind of like that.
It's bold. It's really, really bold.
I like the idea of ulting the actual players rather than the ult, because you don't expect it.
River Road with the Prime. Thank you for the 14 months.
I understand the logic. You're thinking that with a few
You know,
seconds
you're
left,
right
they're
with
gonna try
the
and get
Sadak
close to
comps
that
in a
wall and you
sense,
wanna
but
pick
then
the
I
player
remember
off.
that,
I think
like,
the
back
better timing, though,
in
was
the slightly
when
older
Mr.
days
Fallen
of just
was
everybody
wrong.
playing
It
the
was just
default
that you
comp,
didn't know
like,
that
it
there
wasn't
was
loud
two
undefeated
players
on this map for like
behind,
2 years.
the kill, but
I think that was a lot of other people's fault, though. Me included.
Yeah, I know, I remember you saying that you have a read on them, that like, you would
needed
beat
from
them,
elite in that
then, you know,
moment,
next time you play them.
It really hasn't been
I
his
remember
day
that.
today. It seems like playing versus the Turkish brothers has left him out to dry a bit.
Absolutely. Last round of this FUT defense. Doing pretty well. 8-3 on the score.
I mean, it's really rough from KCORP. They can't do
A lot of
anything.
impact. We'll have his ultimate to play with. Same for Mr. Fallen, who's been very, very successful with that Hunter's Fury.
But they used 3 on the other side in the last round, so to not win it, it's going to put them in a pretty nasty spot. Had a captain again set up ready with that paranoia, likely to potentially
Oh,
put a couple
boy.
of no, he's putting himself into play.
Oh
He's
boy.
going for it alongside
Holy.
It's all too easy. The second that ult is online for Mr. Fallen, it's used as disruption.
Well, I think we gotta scrap this one, comp-wise.
And with just this being the last round, there's not a lot
The
of
peak,
hope.
I mean, it's similar theory to what happened earlier, right? Just the overall peak out as people are dodging it.
Unlucky Timmy.
Timmy's going to be wiped out. Couldn't quite get the pick. Still a Nano. A Nano standing in their way. It's been heard. But the second he spams at this, he better hit it. He gets it. Okay, that's something to start with. And knows there's a player
nice.
close, but didn't know about
Very
Zeus
nicely
up
done.
top.
As an impressive half from FUT, but
Neither of these teams
was
have
made a
played
little bit easy. I do think that Cracks played great, or Mr. Fallon played great. I don't know which in terms of like who was calling for him to go site. They realized very early on that the priority was on the KO knife, and they really made the most of it.
Basically just KO 1v9, like stops all the insta hits.
On some tier 2 teams, I think they played some teams that played Teo, and they've had some success. Because the KO really shuts them down.
I feel like versus Teo this comp could work because you can just bypass the Teo utility most of the time.
And plus everyone wants to like fight and retake mains, and then the whole thing, like the whole game plan was to just take the mains and wait for them to come fight it. They didn't really need to do that with the normal comp. Just got the double info. Maybe they got a better defense, but they have no info sentinel, so
yeah,
I'm
but then you look at the
worried.
comp in terms of defense, and it's like it has holes.
They're just missing a harbor. That's actually true. That's the problem. They're probably gonna fix it by putting a harbor in somehow. But then it kind of makes it a little bit better because they would have to at least have a vice. So then they got the info.
And then they're probably putting in a Yoru as well, so they have some flashes.
Yeah, I think their normal comp might work better than this.
Honestly, it probably would.
Yeah, I might destroy K-Corp next week. Yeah, I would be tempted to... You gotta be tempted to pick this map of what's going on. I agree with that.
Vicelock, Harbor, Yoru, plus what?
With a harbor as well, you can't have solo harbor.
No, I don't think you can have solo Harbor. And then you don't have Initiator if you put in a Nomen or an Astra.
9-3, the score that we step in to half number 2 with
okay, well let's see what they got on attack. Maybe sorry, on defense. Maybe they put all their time into defense. They can definitely do some grav, net, nade stuff, fight over towards mains heavy.
Everything's okay, Mitch. Everything is okay. 13 seconds to the round. Let's see what Casey can do with this double duelist now from the defense.
We might actually get a shock dart that does a lot of damage here. Into the grav now. It looks like 3 people are about to tank this.
Now recharges. He's already going to get the information on one paranoia immediately thrown, but I think Zeus was a little bit delayed to try and make that move.
Oh my god, he turned the flash but ended up eating the flash. Still though, he made the space. They're so close over towards lane that they can just break this early. Okay, nicely done. Ooh, nice shot. Okay, the fast floods.
But let's not forget,
it's double pistol. Double pistol, 4 rounds, not great.
And well, that was their 4th round.
Yeah, they only managed to win one of the rifle rounds, as you were saying, Mitch.
The flashes, yeah, the timing was a little bit off, but I wonder if it was like because of the grav net stuff that happened.
Have you replayed it?
Dude, it could have been much worse.
That is like right in his face.
Was that you? Say sorry. Right now.
Let's go, boys. Come back right here, right now.
Okay, Martin.
I like that.
Ends up being a 3-3 and a 2-0 on this map with pistols.
Timmy's just tanked the shock dart, but fair play to him. Saved the rest of the squad from being electrified. Lots of utility that they'll be running into here, and you can see there was a trap setup that FUT put into play with the nano swarms. Same thing's going to be in play with these little sonic sensors.
As well, that they are setting up the orbs for the null command.
Problem is they have no info here the whole time, so they can never actually stack a site, to be honest. They're always
setup,
going to do a
elite
2-1-2.
also. It's definitely going to be more awkward to face into than
Means the
most
sides
setups
are
you'd have if you're dashing in.
really
so if you
weak.
can just remove all of that on your way through, that could be huge for Sugetsu.
They could be
Pretty easy kill
playing
start
for
as
like
well.
fast flood with that, no?
They'll have the ult online for next. If Cracks can just
Min
get
Sha.
away with a 4K, he'll get nothing now. Put to bed right away. 3 orbs away. Coming into the next, and they can try to farm those in the rifle round, I suppose. For KC, they know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. It's a classic in hand, and really no challenge should be presented. Big investment from the defenders. 2 kills, and they'll feel the
Cool.
pinch.
It's
But
a nice kill. That's about it.
where's the lead? Yeah, he's there to pick up the weapon. All good. Nice, clean follow-up round from KC.
Yeah, now is when things start to get serious. We heard Martin. Yes, the comeback is on. Is it really? I think that the bonus is almost compulsory in their current state, as we were speaking about the double duelists coming
When you
in,
start believing,
what they can do in this
like
defense.
9-8
maybe
maybe.
not having the best day today.
Yeah, at 12-9, I'll start believing.
Because if they can get it this 8,
Yeah, I think this
then they've gone through
composition,
2
you
buy
look at it on
rounds, and they should
paper,
have some nice stuff that makes you
definitely
believe.
Seems like it would thrive a lot more on the attack, or should have done. But
Okay, fighting over towards the main. Deadlock Rays playing together. Martin.
Martin already going to be forced out.
Hold on.
Sugetsu was the second layer to that mid push.
Off the
We'll get rid of
contact.
Captain. That's the smokes
Sugetsu's
out
been
the
in the
round.
corner.
Such a performance that we're seeing from Sigetsu today. Leading the board. Martin with his outlaw. He was successful the previous round.
Just
Oh, didn't spot
snuck
this.
into this corner.
No way.
They have no
No
idea
way.
that he's here. He can even wait out the paranoia and claim
Wow.
a clean double. Now they'll know. Now they'll turn to deal with him, but it's Zeus on the back foot as Sugetsu easily
Okay, well,
deals with
there's-
the reinforcements all
There's a
over
little
the
bit
site.
closer. There's one of the buy rounds,
Down in
yeah.
the open, 10 HP
There
for Mr.
could
Fallen.
be something here if they
KC,
manage
well,
to
they
get
had Martin
an off on
calling for the
Martin.
comeback.
They got a little bit
Calling that it
lucky,
was
but
on, and it certainly seems to be the case. 9-6, the gap
If you get an
down
off
to
on
3.
Martin, you could set him up like lone on an extremity, either B main or A main, and then you have a 4-stack for the other side in mid.
they definitely need an op as well. They'll just do it to cover middle, because they got no info.
Yeah, or mid, and you use it basically as a catering turret.
What do I think about the Ascent changes? I like the Ascent changes. I was so bored of seeing an Odin just spam here and no one feel free to actually like take B main.
Within mid from Martin to sell the idea that there isn't.
I think it's a great change.
And then Sugetsu just sat back, and I'll be honest, considering how far down KC currently are in the match, or have been in the match, Sugetsu is still right up there at the top of the board in terms of kills. He has been having a fantastic game individually.
He's like, what, 17, 18 kills already with 8 deaths? This one, beautiful. And he's always going back. We also saw it in the previous round. It doesn't matter that if there was an eco on the other side. Also the patience here from Sadak to get 2 very clean kills with that Spectre. Well, I said that they needed this bonus round to keep the dream alive. Now, of course, the credits are not going to be the best for FUT. But they still have a long way to go in this map. Still, anything
Outlaw,
can
come on,
happen.
shot.
Still need to
Everyone
figure
apart
out
from
how to
one.
find the gaps into Casey's composition.
The lead is here.
Recon for mid.
And so is Avez. It looks like we're going to have a combo.
Oh, recon for corner, sure.
Thrown out. Off
Okay.
contact as the boom bot is the first one round the corner. There goes
The
Nate. I
recon
think
for claws,
grab that
knife
as well, but no one's going to be caught.
beyond.
Be quite cautious around that A-long
And
angle, and it's the push up through short with the main
there
body
goes
of
the gun.
forces
They picked
coming.
up at least.
Avez though picking off Zeus, the rifle, the one rifle that FUT had to play with, now falls into the hands of Yetije. He'll be the new man to lead the charge. They've left out a captain. He's walled off now. And making the shrouded step. Trying to convince them he's gone back, and you'll see if he can find something late.
No harbor? No, they decided
It's all
to
about
go
just seeing
against
if
the
that
harbor.
rifle can find a
They're
pick
going double
and
duelist
cause
for this
some
one, Imi.
disarray in these lines of KC and make them think it's a B play. Open the door perhaps for Ada Captain to get some
a
damage
bold
late round.
move.
Although I see him rotating already. Looks like they'll just commit to a full B pump.
Cross being held. All too easy.
Rifle down.
And retrieving it. A little bit tougher than the last. Smoke has to be used,
Lexi,
but
come on.
at this
Surely
stage, that
not.
time is starting to get to a point where finding any impact almost seems
That's
impossible.
bad. That's worse than my jokes.
Sadak, knowing the positions that
I
have been
enjoyed that
given
one.
up, is not really willing to just let this go for free, and with the sensors also catching them as they drop down. Spike only just going back into that, and this round seems more than done, but Crack still manages to find one here.
Hey, Plantis, a Plantis, get some money
What?
here. The drone is going to spot him.
Drone didn't turn around for Captain, but
Big
luckily
flash.
they'll deal with him anyways. In goes the
Oh,
second
no
nade off the
time
kill.
now.
Aves able to box cracks into the corner.
Okay.
Nice stuff.
Do they time out before their other buy rounds? Who knows? They got Krax's ult, so we're gonna have to see. Dude, I was gonna say we're gonna have to see an anti-killjoy setup, but do we even have one with this comp? Maybe with the deadlock stuff.
And whatnot, but I feel like the duels are being very, very
You guys
separate.
are so toxic with
Yeah,
your
that's savage.
shown a net bouncing backwards because they missed it.
I did say no one got hit by it. I didn't think it was quite that shallow.
No, that is.
If you lose this round, guys, I would literally give you all 1,000 euros.
Oh,
thank God.
All right.
Damn.
I like that bet. I love that bet.
I'll be honest, I was a little worried after last week.
1,000. What are they
that's,
paying out there for the
that's
K-Corp,
alright.
guys? Jesus.
We'll allow
What
bribery
kind
of
of
your
money do
teammates.
they have?
We have it on camera just in case.
KC now, if anything, may even be considered in the driver's seat on this defensive
Okay, so
side,
far,
operator in hand.
they've been doing a deadlock setup and then leaving just one person on it.
You're not as sneaky as you
And then they're
This,
stacking the
this
other
round will
side.
probably be different because of
Turret's not gonna be falling
anti-quo.
for that.
Oh my goodness. I was gonna say this is gonna be different because of the anti-KO setup, but honestly I don't think they even had one. Yeah, and the change means you can insta-res this guy. Holy, that's fast.
Cracks can be 2 players left.
This guy's an
Economy's good,
absolute nightmare to
but
play
holding on to
against.
the operator's going to be far more important than fighting for this round.
5v2, Yedege
How did he res so quick? It's the change. 1.5 seconds now.
As they're spotted falling back, the op going to the other side. No one there to contest it.
Sadak can look for damage. Like
The Zeus go kill strat, yeah.
Him taking
Dude,
guns out of the hands of opponents
this
is
fast
more
and the
valuable than
third
just
kill is
saving
pretty
yourself.
fast.
And working towards his ultimate as well.
Was it
right?
2.5 before? No, I think it was 3 seconds
Can prevent
before.
some of these
It was 3
situations.
seconds
But
before,
right
yeah.
now, FUT just go back
exactly
to
half the
classic
time now.
ascent. You set up your jet for success, try and find those picks, and just gear up.
Was there setup on that first, or was that just Zeus? Because in my mind it was just Zeus.
The crazy change? Yeah, the KO buff was pretty nice.
Because that just,
Right click
that's the
flash
thing
is
that
faster, getting your gun out does a little bit
got
more
around
in
the
terms of
board,
the flash time.
Great. How recreatable is that one? Because that almost just felt like, okay, Zeus has just got you the piece that you needed. There was a drone.
It's actually a weird change, to be honest, to buff KO. When you gotta think that you think you would buff Sky fast, but maybe it's like maybe KO's been sucking in ranked. That's just because people don't know lineups or have coordination.
3-round gap.
Yeah, all of the
The
like
operator in
agents
hands
that
of
are
Martine.
very low
Won't be looking for an early
self-agency, they're
fight.
kind of
I
stuck
don't
in
think we'll
rank.
see that around short or even the push-up B main.
So the data shows
Maybe
to
we
both
will
them
see the
probably.
push-up B main. At least got his utility down. And it's just
Okay, same
early
thing.
on,
Deadlock
getting
setup,
rid
one
of
person
that
on it,
pesky
and
little
then
turret.
stuck on the other side.
And anyone that might be behind it.
KO is one of the lowest win rates in ranked. That makes sense.
A lurk outside of B without a captain. And the point of contact is Zeus. He's heard the drone. He'll wait it out.
Yeah, with people, with how people use KO in ranked, you probably might as well play a Phoenix.
Yeah.
Unless you're like
I thought maybe he's going to
high level again, or you're with a duo queue and it's all based around the flashes. But
to think. Instead, resetting for a fight on short, but we've seen this before, sometimes off a cam, when it was FUT on the defensive side. This time off contact of Aves, there will be a paranoia to fire through on short.
we need win rates per rank. That's actually true, man. That is true. See what's going on over there. Can't imagine the bronze win rate with KO is very high. But maybe a Reyna must be through the roof. Okay, bit of pressure over towards short, but it insta-cleared the pressure. Now they can have the rotate out. The Getsu, I don't know when he used his ult into this round. It was on short, but I didn't see where he actually faked it.
We'll catch some info. The spam now with the trap, stunning cracks, but he won't be punished. Zeus is up close. Aves and Sagetsu on their way, and that's one picked off immediately.
Good luck, back to sight. He did good just to stay alive here as well. Oh, hold up. Maybe an overstep? Nice shot. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like the idea though.
I like that try, yeah.
What's the plan now? No, did he want to smoke close? Or he's going to smoke close? It's unlucky. Small team gave it a good go.
One step towards victory and just 2 away from claiming this series. I mean, they started on the back foot, losing their own map pick.
Yeah, we don't see this comp again, I don't think.
Came back with a stomp on
I hope
Lotus,
so.
and now it looked like they'd given KC a way in. They'd opened the door on danger, but soon to slam it shut in their face.
The thing that really breaks this round is just the proactivity of FUT. Zeus within the smoke, but it's the reposition from Yedajay. You can see the two players looking to come down lane towards the end of the round. They have no idea that he's already gone back
KARMINE need a
towards
timeout.
the stairs.
I don't know, man.
The angles they had to
Don't want
fight
to say
were
it's gone,
nigh on
but
impossible.
you got to think 2-0 pistols, and they won a bonus, and it's 11-7.
Opportunity to get
Like, it's
away, but
insanely rough for them right now.
with an easy pick onto Yedajay, it's no problem.
Showstopper fired in. Navex connects it. This time a clean kill. And the advantage hammered home. Cracks.
Oh my god, kind of looked like he hit that.
Very awkward, but Sugetsu is there to keep numbers in their favor. Now they'll look to isolate him with an aid into the right side. They know that he must be on the left.
Oh, that recon timing was incredible.
From Sadek. Last man
Yeah,
standing.
I mean, he
Mr.
messed up
Fallen
slightly
Spike
there.
in his possession, but the full force of the remaining KC members
Dude,
are
he's
waiting
got
for him.
Spike. This one's doable.
Mr. Fallen is literally the antagonist to Angel. Like, so many of this rounds, we see one player alive. It's just Mr. Fallen. But yeah, round completely necessary for KC. I think that they're also thinking, like, if you are to call a timeout after you lose a couple of rounds, you're also giving one to FUT, and that could separate them from getting those two last rounds.
He knows the sensors are there, so he's trying to walk past them to almost sell the idea that this could potentially still be an A hit. They've held long enough. They know.
Ooh, nice shot.
And you should never doubt Mr. Fallen in these clutch scenarios. So good in the late round, forced to
Oh my god, though.
get isolated into the 1v1.
Oh, dude, the perma crouch. I thought he might do it. He gave that a great go, though.
Bites the hook clean off the line there.
I thought it was Lotus all over again. I
could've
thought I
been.
saw that 1v3, gets the spike down. Mr. Fallen knows he can win the round.
That was
That's Suigetsu.
it was a really nice shot. First
I
one.
reckon they're having a mini tactical pause.
He has
Probably,
right?
yeah,
He's
like, if you
1v3.
have time,
He's
why
to
not?
get one
They've
early.
almost just lost like a bit of a silly clutch, because I think it's the run through from Elite. Like, that was so disjointed in the 1 versus 2. You know exactly where he is. You caught him in a net, and Elite goes way before Sugetsu's even prepared.
And we get the cross map lineup.
That dart was from B.
Yeah.
That's
Lovely dart.
ridiculous.
Towards the spawn. Was well played, well handled. KC calling a timeout. Never mind the mini tack. They'll go for the full-on tactical.
The rough round as well still.
Taking the time here.
I'm not concerned about Gaius, honestly, after what we saw in the last
He's not
map.
stood up anymore. He's going to keep that circulation going in a more healthy capacity. But it's actually Aang going a mile a minute here. Lots of notes for the KC players. And again, this is them trying to keep their dream of that first seed alive. It has to
Both
be
locked in
victory.
for those playoffs. That kind of pressure is off, but of course, as you're saying, Mitch, getting the first seed could be the difference, because once you get the first seed, it's one win and you're in Toronto, no?
And it's even, we discussed the idea of the 2-0
Yup
for
is out.
KC, meaning that they were locked
There's
out
that.
of that 4th place. They wouldn't
I mean,
be
he's been
ending
getting
there.
them the fast
No
decks.
longer the case for them,
Yeah,
so really
it's
in
been
terms
Do you
of
think
comfort,
Liquid are a bit
they've
ahead
gotta
of
be
K-Pop
taking
and
this
FUT?
series and come in strong
Yeah,
next
I
week as
think
well.
so.
I think that's due to
I think Liquid have shown that, like, week to week, they're very good at preparing for their opponents.
Based on who they played. So
And
They always, I feel like
KC
they have the
Yeah,
best
the thing
chance
is,
of
first
getting a
place
good start
is
because of
great.
it.
4th
Yeah,
place
and
is the thing
KC,
I'd
I don't know
most
about
be
FUT,
concerned about,
but
though,
KC
because that is a
definitely
one match and
focuses
you're out
more
sort
on
of deal,
themselves.
and likely to
So
play
that alone should tell you that TL is
the
like more
opposing
confident in
group,
their own
which,
stuff, that
when
they're
you look
like
at the
starting
four
to focus
player-
directly
four
on their
teams in Group
opponents.
A,
So yeah,
there's not
that's
a
probably
great
just
choice. Maybe
a
there's
step
one
ahead.
you'd want slightly
What's on the
more than
K-Pop
others,
comps?
but
It can't really do
anybody
too
can
much.
be first in that group.
Any names, Tom?
Begins with N.
It struggles at everything apart from bursting on site. Wait, we fake A pressure into an Omen ult back at site. They tried to fake like a fast A. And then the reaction from K-Cop is to fast flood site. And Atta is done unbelievable, but there's 3 people here now. It's so weird. They're not going to think 3 people are on site. Do they now cancel and go? Oh, they have no idea there's 3 on site. Okay, now they do. And you know the server's there because he ordered. Wait, do you think someone's down?
They have a choice somewhere they take it, just a pixel away. Sugetsu
Oh boy, he knows he's back at site. You got to dash. Me can get out here easy. He's using the pressure.
Force the fight, catch Sadek unaware. They just do that. 40 seconds. Reveal goes
This
deep,
is nice from him.
just about dodges
He's making it look like he's gone to the other side.
He's on the other side of the map now. This swing.
Damn, Sadak, we were on top of this the whole time. He must have seen him when he went back aside and he was elbow. Sorry, he was lane.
I honestly don't, I like the reaction from KC to flood the side because like you're getting split 4-1. You should probably focus on the
They did good. They knew the rotate was super long.
Everybody else is so late. The rest of KC are in very good positions. The utility is not really having an effect anymore. Martin has
Dude,
a very
Sadak was so short. He had to have seen him lane during that.
If you want to see this round again, go in.
He was
open the game
so
and play TDM.
confident in it.
That's where you'll end up because
Okay, what is
that
this
was
one?
Incredibly messy.
3 pass and middle.
One that FUT very nearly won. That's the thing that's most surprising about it, with how disjointed everything was in that fight. It almost worked out for them. You probably would have bet on Zeus being able to take that over the line.
Is that a commit or fake?
Lockdown into play.
Yeah. Oh.
Doesn't look like there's any opportunity to deny it. A firing squad lining up outside of the site to try and
Wait, is it a weird
their
round?
way through. Middle has been taken. The drone
Use the Killjoy ult for a
the
split.
Zeus
Dude,
removed,
K-Corp
utility
were like,
offline.
K-Corp looked like they got stun locked by Killjoy ult. They end up having 4 people here.
Very low out of captain up close, and he's taking a
That's
fight
just smokes.
alone with the advantage, with the time on their side. That is a mistake, as we can see playing as
Mr. Fallon has his recon.
utility cut off
Here it
for a
goes.
moment, but the ult now fading.
It buys
Zeus
him a
up
little bit
close.
more time.
They should know these players have been quite aggressive. They now know about Zeus. He's got a little bit of backup from May.
How's he still alive?
A lot done there. A 3-piece. And with Yettage low, it's the site itself that we look to for the fights. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, an op to contend
Shot.
with. A
Oh.
shot
Shots.
and Martin that leaves Yettage alone, trying to do it all.
No way, man.
And Segetsu with a 3-piece of his own.
Oh, God. How have they done it? How have they done that? Dude, they hit some mad shots backside. Hit some absolute shots.
Martin is determined to win this head
Yeah, dude, Martin just doesn't want to lose full stop every single map we've seen him play.
Had a great performance even for this round. Him
He's a beast,
with
man.
the operator onto the side, very aware of how the time was working against them. And so
This duo
always
was
so reliable
comedy.
with those bullets. Right
That's
to
a
the
fast
head.
kill, though.
That's killable. That's also a great shot.
This does again
Dude,
seem
all
like
you had to do was
a
tuck
moment,
back
though,
a sight.
where- Well, 0.1. FUT literally
this is
didn't
like-
need to peek. Like, they have the back of the site. They have players in control. They have a player coming round from behind.
They're like celebrating, but at the same time they're like checking. It's like, well, it's pretty close. They forced a timeout. I think their money's like a little low as well. I think they're sitting like 3-2, 3-4.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Geis is
Yeah, a
not
little.
speed, at
3.
least.
Yeah, that's
Not
him
even.
screaming.
That's not him.
I wonder if they can
Is
hear him at
everybody
home.
okay? just want to look out into the crowd. You doing all right?
It's been a stressful matchup, Tom. A BO3 that could be a BO5 at this point.
BO7, I
A
think.
BO7 in
Have we ever
time.
had a BO7? I don't think so.
I don't believe we have, no.
I think
Let's
I
run
think we should
one
do
next
it.
week.
Yeah, right?
Screw it.
Right.
Let's take a matchup
Yeah, I agree.
that matters the least.
I think
In my opinion, Heretics
Okay,
is
Zeus.
gonna
Oh,
be
yeah, yeah,
armor.
versus 7. I agree.
Let's make it the second game of the day as well,
KC has won
just to be sure.
3 rounds in a row and they don't have money either.
I do that, but all the rounds have been close as well.
Yeah,
I mean.
all the rounds are like down to 1, down to 2.
I'm surprised K-Corp is still here. I'll be fully honest. Double pistol, bow on the slots of close rounds. Okay, we're going over to it.
It seemed like KC had ran out of steam, but that is far
Wow.
from the truth. An opening for Sadak.
I thought he was going to go over towards the side. They took a bit of a gamble. That's a great shot. How is he alive?
How is he
Oh
alive?
my god, it would have hit.
I thought that was him.
That actually would have hit, by the way.
Oh, that 100% would have hit.
What a beast.
No upsets here with the pistols from what we're seeing. 11 to 11.
How's he
The game
alive
really
there?
is on.
Looking like
Wait. Because they must have so much belief on this round. We said that they didn't have a clean round. This was insanely clean from them. He only took 1 bullet to turn all that, by the way.
with a few blips
Yeah,
here
I
and
mean,
there
he's
for
kind of just
KC.
the GOAT.
As they go from strength
He's-
to strength, the Blade
Oh
Storm
my
getting nothing
God,
and a
just-
Hunter's Fury. All
He
that
is
could
playing
be
well.
relied upon. Going into the next round and FUT. Oh, they've decided to throw in another
Oh, little double
I mean, I
timeout.
think that it's good to use them if you have both of them available because you've had a 9-3 at the beginning, right? Now you're in a situation where it's 11-11, and if you go to overtime, you will have another tactical pulse available for yourself. I think that the tension might be getting to them. Gaius probably is going on about... Oh, Eng is laughing, so that means that on Casey's side,
I mean, the comp can't clear info really apart from this. So you could just take control and then wait for them to push. I don't think you need to go middle against
like the
this.
string of a bow right now. I don't know who his target is. I wouldn't want to be it.
What are the ults? I got the Silver ult.
If you're able to create multiple question marks at a time as FUT, there's no way for KC.
You can see the difference in their coaching.
But at the same time, that's difficult to do versus an AWP.
It's hard to default against AWP, yeah.
When they were down, I think 4-1, something in that ballpark. Eng was not looking happy. I think the best we saw from him this series was a small smirk, but like you said, Faye, and now he's laughing. Now he's having a good time, and of course they are. 8 out of 10 rounds.
I mean, Sugetsu just stood up saying, I am him, and he is him.
Right now he is. But FUT looked to change that in round
What happened to
number
FUT? I mean, they're just struggling on attack. KCOP are KCOP having some big rounds. You can't deny how good they're playing some of these rounds.
Mostly individuals, but they are playing well.
Fury, and it has been dodged. Over the top goes Zeus, but Sadak, I don't know
Ooh,
if
they didn't realize he was close. The dash didn't see anyone. Oh boy.
Oh, but he's saving it.
Just be enough. Zeus, the guy that seems undefeatable.
They know he's low HP. If he still has a drone here. Elite has his ult though.
That nade made me nervous. It was damn close. He's on 7 HP at the moment. Spam through the wall would get him. He was in prime spot for that spam just a moment ago.
Available.
Annihilation, where's it going? Iron main, but they don't know. They'll go for backside.
Yeah, that's got him.
That's Mr. Fallen taken. Zeus holds the line.
Zeus did good. Big Joel. Big 1v1.
It's a 1v1 with Mr. Fallen already taken.
That's a great molly. Oh, he got the molly off. Oh, he's got another one off. Oh.
It doesn't quite get put out in time. Elite already getting it to halfway. Yedege playing with him.
Oh my, that was close as you can get, dudes. It's so close. He actually really had a chance to hit the shot. I thought he hit it. He was just a little bit to the left of his aim.
This marathon of a series.
That second time might have been it. I don't know, but especially
starting
off with this round being a 5-3
Those are the second ones.
in favor of KC. Zeus being able to turn the tides around, being able to get 3, even in the condition that he was, Tom, was extremely impressive.
I was going to say, unless the timeout was something to do with Zeus'
Okay, one chance.
position or res, or I don't know, something that can make him hit headshots even better. I don't know how it made a difference.
Oh boy, how is he doing this?
One shot.
He's touched by God.
You lose.
How's he allowed to do this? It's insane.
The 82nd province and FUT, they almost claimed it back with flying colors now.
An incredible shock dart, by the way. Oh my goodness, this was all from one shock. It is like 150 damage shock.
They don't know quite how close they were, but he's still alive. The demon lives, and it's not looking like there'll be an easy way back through for KC. The blade storm of Martine needs to be big, and it's shut
Did
down.
every assist is from the Sova. Holy. Well, I mean, KCOP, if they can't win this one with a double pistol and a bonus, this guy's recording himself as well. Holy. Dude, that was kind of, it was close though. They did a lot better this comp than I thought. Double pistol obviously helped, but I feel bad for Martine. I think he played insanely well to lose this.
Stellar performance, but it was Zeus who stole the show on the maps that were victorious for FUT. There was no one else to talk about.
I think that Zeus, as you're saying,
I'll be
playing
honest,
the Waylay
as
for
much
the
as we
first
don't
time
like the
earlier
comp
in
and
Lotus,
stuff,
changing the composition,
I'm happy that at least the individuals are playing so well where these maps are so close. You know?
Sure, I will say that I think that they have, like, I prefer, I still, out of all their comps, I hate this one the most though.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though it was closer than like their lows.
They have to be very, very happy with today's performance.
Elite, yeah, Elite struggled today.
Without a doubt, a well-earned bow. It's been a
which is weird because last year he was like hot. Yeah, I mean, everyone was tempted to pick him up.
The first 3 weeks of stage 1 were playing great.
it
like
means
the first time
the
they're
team
really
that's
cold.
going to finish higher in the group from Turkey will depend on the game versus
Well, we'll
each
see.
other. That is such
TL
a
next
sick
week.
storyline going into next week with
I mean,
all
Liquid
the
picked this
teams in
map.
the top 8 obviously already qualified.
Yeah, probably.
Surely.
Turkey versus Turkey will decide who finishes higher in the group, and
But that's gonna be fun.
exactly
BBL,
what fans
BBL
of
against
both
FUT. Whoever wins
And with
finishes
the
higher.
form
That's
that we've
sick.
been seeing, right?
Yeah.
We see a BBL this year that is completely different. We see a FUT that can still fight for every single matchup. Of course, it's very interesting to see what we're going to see next week.
Well, what was very interesting
We'll
to see, you
see.
talk about players being
We'll see
on
how it goes.
form. This man brought the bookie to the
It
server.
wasn't great, but we also
with
played versus FUT, so...
flying colors. He
like,
passed the tests his opponent put up for him. Let's go down
think
to
most
the
people
stage
would
with a
expect
post-game
FUT to win
interview
this.
with Mr.
Yeah.
Fallen.
They're always
It is the fragging
underdogs.
IGL himself, Mr. Farlin.
Yeah, let's
from
listen to
FUT.
this one.
First of all, congratulations on that victory. That was such an entertaining series. It came down to the wire. I wanted to ask you, what was the difference, do you think, between you and Casey in the last couple of rounds on Ascend that meant that you are the winner here?
Actually, on the last one, we just knew, okay, guys, I was playing default and over-rotating fast, so we just said, okay, guys, if they were rotating fast, just go back somewhere. We just figured it out and we just rushed, and that's all.
When you say we figured out, you figured out? You had the read?
Well, probably it's going to be for the coach part, yeah.
Oh, the coach. Okay, I'm so happy you
Oh.
mentioned Gaius because there was
He
a
was having a
moment
rough time.
on map 2 where Gaius.
Screamed yet.
Well, we don't know what he said, but he.
I can't, that's okay.
Okay, you haven't seen this because
know.
obviously you heard
Yeah,
it.
but I heard it, yeah.
But he stood
I can
up.
imagine.
He was bashing his chest, the table and everything. I know you don't want to leak strats, but could you share a little bit about what he said?
Simply, he said that while they're pushing high volt with A sides and Atajus going back to on the heaven end, guy said, "Don't go the fucking backside."
Wait, he was saying that?
And okay, guys, okay, they have high but they can push backside. Ata, just hold it. Which can stun you. You have paranoia phases behind you. Just hold the side. Don't go back. Never.
So all of that was aimed at a captain.
He just wanted, he
yes,
wanted him to
because of
anchor.
that,
Yeah.
Okay, how do
But wait,
you
we were
handle
saying that they kept on
in those
leaving.
moments? 'Cause
They
it is
kept on
already
leaving
pretty
C, right?
stressful. And Gaius is somebody, as you know, he's not going to beat around the bush. He's going to tell you how he feels. So how do you guys make sure that you don't feel panicked?
Well, we don't panic because we know Gaius. He will not say anything negative to us. So we just know he's gonna say good to us, you know, because he's just holding the match right now. Every time he sees the match from everyone's perspective, and he just said, okay, if you don't back up the set, you will defend it because there's a beard stun coming for you, Krax is behind you, you have paranoia, you have so much to stop them, and you're going back. Just don't do it again. That's simple, and everyone just knows that it's a good thing for us.
Do you personally feel Gaius is underrated as a coach? He should be in the conversation as one of the best.
I think he's still best coach right now. Why he's underrated, I don't know, but
I agree with you. Now, congratulations on your ace. Do you know how many aces you've had in VCT EMEA?
No, I don't know.
It's your third ace. So third. It's pretty high up, right? You enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was a good one because I just look at my money and I can't just buy anything, and I just say, okay, I'm gonna just buy Bucky and no AMER, so why not?
I loved it. It was very iconic, super iconic ace. And last question, do you remember the last time a team in VCT EMEA ran Jet Rays on Ascent? Do you
Has to
remember
be
who that
2021.
was by any chance?
I think that was us, no?
It was you!
You know, because yeah, we saw the ways and guys said, okay guys, we just tried ways and it doesn't work. They can work too, so I just know that
I think they played in VCT though.
In the game.
Yeah, it was back in it's so long ago, you know, it feels like
So
it was
long,
at a Kiwi, which is crazy.
Yeah. Okay,
so when you
ages
did
ago,
see the
23.
comp, did you instantly feel like you had a good game plan because you have played something before?
We just said if they took ways, we win the match.
Oh.
That's all, because we just tried ways for attack captain, and we just, when I give him confidence with ways, by the way, that was not the actual comp for there while we were using that. After just said, I want to take ways even. Okay, you can take it. So I can take smoke. But while we see the ways on the attacker side, on the KARMINE Corp side, okay guys, we won this match because they don't know anything.
You knew exactly.
They don't know anything.
It didn't work, by the way. But we worked it, but I think they were bad.
Oh, okay.
Not KARMINE Corp, the first match. Playing on the ways.
Oh, okay, I remember. But thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Farlin. Congratulations
Yeah, I
once
mean,
again. We'll see you back here next week.
That's fair play.
Now we have one final game coming
If you can't win with like a bonus and a double
close out the
pistol,
week.
something
Make sure you
is
stick
wrong.
around for NAVI versus Heretics right after this break.
At least they're shooting. Hope.
I mean, at least they're in playoffs. You got that.
Yeah, definitely.
The group's gonna be real close, though. The group will be pretty fun.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. All right, chat. We're gonna go for a little break. Everyone say thank you to Theo for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Close. Uploaded the VOD, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, we got NAVI against Heretics. And we kind of need a 2-0 make Americas. So let's see if that can happen.
Praying for it. Alright, thank you, Sliggy.
Alright, bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye. K-Corp, if Liquid lose the K-Corp, what happens? 3-2, 3-2. Someone would have to go top. Someone would have to go top because FUT and BBL play each other. So it would then be a 3-way tie. I'm pretty sure Liquid are through from maps. It might get a little bit weird because it might be with BBL. And then Liquid, BBL, they will go head to head and they win. So I think Liquid are fine. Unless you would go to rounds after that. I'm not entirely sure how they would do it. My peak rank in TFT. This is the first year I've only. Well, this is the first patch I've only like been properly playing it. I used to play double up and I never really went for rank, but we're emerald at the moment. I think we get diamonds. I don't think we get anything above. I'm a one trick though, for sure. This patch is weird. Okay, are we back in a little bit?
Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life to UDIE. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
They might be enemies on the server, but for today, Angel and Boo, before their game, will at least be frenemies, because I wanted to check in with you guys and quiz you a little bit about yourselves, because you've both been in VCT EMEA for a very, very long time. There's a lot of history in this matchup as well. So are you ready? You think you can do this? You can work together?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay, Boo is at least confident. Now, we'll start with an easy one. Please, if you can, name 3 teams the other person has been on. So 3 different organizations. I'll start with you, Boo. How many? Just give me 3 that Angel's been on.
Valorant only?
Yes. Whoa, actually, you name as many as you can.
I mean,
I'll give you bonus
it's
points.
now FPX before, I know Hellraisers. I mean, that's 3. Was there Party Parrots, but it was not an org.
That counts, that counts. That's a team.
Okay, Party Parrots then.
Okay, 4. He's got 4. So can you do 3 from Boo?
I think Vitality Heretics, or easy one.
Uh-oh.
Oglu, you've been there?
Okay, carry on. He might be able to do 3. He might be able to do 3.
3, 4... No, I can't remember.
I mean, you did one wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't
Really?
Vitality.
Not Vitality.
I was never in Vitality.
No.
Heretics.
Yeah, correct.
Oglu.
Correct.
Okay, third one.
We could even go back to the Party Parrot days, although you never played against each other back then, so...
I don't remember those days.
No Penky.
No, I don't remember the third.
Giants? We counting Giants?
Giants?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Giants.
2021.
All right, we'll count the points, because you named 4, so you know, you technically got 6 points.
Yeah.
You got 6 points between you. Now, if we combine both of your agents that you've ever played in your careers, there is only 6 that you haven't played. Can you give me those 6? Now, the most... Angel's played many, many, many agents, so I think this is a little bit on you, Angel, but give me the 6 agents that you haven't played. I combine.
I'll be honest with you, it should be some new ones. I mean, Bailey for sure. No one played.
No, okay, that's one.
Deadlock, I think also. Second one.
I didn't.
Correct,
So,
yeah, you haven't?
There should be more new ones. What else? Clove, I didn't play.
I didn't play as well, so that's free.
I think it's a crime that the two of you haven't played Clove, by the way. That is absolute
perfectly
crime.
normal.
It's absolutely okay.
Have you not wanted to?
Of course not.
But they said your play
There's not enough utility on her. No.
Okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Okay, 3 more.
Did you play Phoenix?
Phoenix I did. I played everything. Like, I had a fun tournament when I just bet with Shao. We played each map like new agent. Okay. So I covered like most of the old ones.
There is a duelist that you've played and he hasn't.
Really? Reyna? No, Reyna played.
I played Raze, and I think he didn't.
I played Raze.
You haven't played Raze?
No, Zen
No?
Raze?
Yeah,
Raze?
he's got the Raze.
Weird.
You have to play Raze now. You have to play
I
Raze.
played 3 more.
3 more. So you have Deadlock, Clove, and Waylay. There's 3 more.
And Weiss you played. What is the new ones?
Isa? Isa.
Oh yeah,
we didn't play this.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more.
What other new like agents?
I know I played Harbor, so...
Yeah.
Harbor I also tried.
I'll give you a clue. There's players on your teams that play it, especially for you. Right now. They play it and you haven't. I'll give it to you. All right. It's Chamber.
Chamber? Okay.
And Neon. Unless you have played Neon.
No.
Imagine you playing Neon over
No,
Miniboo.
no, I cannot.
I don't think you'll be allowed to. All right, so both of your most played agent is Omen. When it comes to your career high average ACS, there's only 0.8 ACS between you. Who do you think has the higher ACS on Omen?
I think Boo.
Why?
I think Asian.
I don't know.
You don't
I just
trust
remember
yourself.
that I checked my like history and it wasn't impressive on Omen. It was
Well,
like
there's
0.85, I guess.
0.8 between, there's a difference of 0.8 between you.
0.8, I hope.
Difference between the averages?
Yeah, ACS.
Oh.
You think you or Angel?
Okay.
I don't know.
I think Boo have higher.
All right, I'm going to tell you, it's Angel with 194.1 and Boo with 193.3. Yeah,
Okay.
you've just...
Actually, I see this who fights more, kind of. I was fighting probably more.
Yeah, I guess.
Just over.
Probably.
Do you remember the first time you ever played against each other?
I do.
I don't.
I mean, I think it was when they were FPX and BDG played.
Yeah, but he wasn't
but
playing
you were
because
not
Buddy G
playing
played.
Exactly. I joined for finals.
Yeah,
to eliminate Fnatic and final.
No, then we didn't play against. Was it 2023?
All right, it was 2022. It was Oglu versus FPX, and FPX did win.
Second season.
Yeah, it was right after. And last question, between you guys, how many Americas teams have you defeated?
I don't know, I think I have like 4.
Can you name them
I mean,
quickly?
Xset, Energy, Americas, like
Americas.
Brazilian counts?
Yes, absolutely. Boo,
Crew for
yours is quite recent.
I mean,
You should remember
I have
yours.
Sentinels, Leviathan, G2, 100 Thieves.
Correct. Angel is on you now.
Okay, I counted 3, right? Energy, Crew, Xset, there should be a...
Loud, maybe?
Loud, I'm not sure. I played them once and it was triple overtime, third map we lost.
I'll help you out. It was not NRG. You actually lost NRG. You beat Optic.
Well, who was, Optic?
You beat the better version. No, you beat the better team. I think that counts.
True.
And the last one is also Lev. So both of you have beaten Lev. I don't know how many they got there, but I think it was good enough.
It was decent.
It was decent.
It was
we
very
lost
decent.
only 2, right?
Did you enjoy working together?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I can't wait to see you guys go up against each other. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well played.
So wholesome, so wholesome. Frenemies right now, but for Angel in particular, Meg, maybe more enemies. This matchup has given him a lot of trauma.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know that NAVI have already posted about it today, that they are, you know, pretty often seen losing out to Team Heretics. So I didn't feel any tension between them, though. They seem to get on very, very well, but it will be interesting to see if there's any tension on stage.
I mean, Heretics has been winning every single important match against
He loves this.
I have to say it. It's the only time I can say something about that Spanish team that are winning to something, so I have to take profit. And they're winning every single important match against NAVI. And right now, I mean, if there is someone that has to stop NAVI from being first seed, it's HERETICS.
But that is the crazy thing. NAVI could lock in first seed going to playoffs depending on this outcome of this match. But when you talk about HERETICS always beating NAVI, it is the important games. You know, Angel tweeted about it last year because it was always when they were on a win streak and all of a sudden they play HERETICS and they lose. And then a lot of those times, as you can see from this tweet, Uli, it was in elimination times where the end of their season was because of HERETICS at this point. So for NAVI, at least, there's a lot of stakes. They're going to want to win. I know you're going to be backing your boy on the side of HERETICS, but when you do have something to play for, like NAVI do, Uli, it's often the most scary.
This is the most scary. They're playing for the first hit. It should be something important. You don't want to end into fourth slot and get into the lower bracket on the first. So probably they should be trying to face them and looking for a victory. And today, it's going to be a hard match because Team HERETICS is playing really good.
I also think that Angel has something to prove here. Like, you know, that man has an ego, and I think he's going to want to be coming into this and being like, you know what? We gave Team HERETICS their moment.
I love how
now it's my time.
They run this graphic the second you talk about him. And the reason we run this graphic is because we want to talk about the growth and development of Angel as an IGL, as a leader, and as one of the veterans of our scene. He said on post-plant in week 1, I am the best IGL on Fracture for sure. Now, the results didn't really come his way after that, but I think the important thing is I do believe we have the clip because Koala Noob spoke a little bit about Angel as an IGL on Fracture, and I think for those of you at home that haven't seen this, this is probably going to shock you.
Cool. Like, other than like the Fracture, which like Angel apologized to me after the series because he's like, Johnny, I'm so sorry, you played ass. I'm telling you to satchel into them every round, and I kept getting like, that's where I said like they kept like double rocketing, stunning me, and like neon swinging me. He's like, I'm sorry, like I'm not gonna do that again. And I'm like, it's fine, it's whatever.
You did hear that correctly. Angel apologized to Koala Noob for bad calls on Fracture Meg.
Well, Angel did say week 2 that they were slowly finding themselves and becoming less serious as the weeks go on. So maybe he's also found himself since then, and he's learned how to apologize and acknowledge wrongdoing. So yeah, it's huge.
Growth.
Yes.
Development. We love it.
He's growing, and also he's the best IGL on Fracture. I mean, but I think he's cheating because he normally dies first, so he's spending a lot of time just IGLing every single one.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's the
micromanagement,
expert.
he can do anything.
He is the expert at that.
If I was HERETICS, I will ban it.
Oh, okay. If you were HERETICS, you would ban it. But you know what? If I was NAVI, I would ban Miniboo because let's be honest, Uli, Miniboo has been amazing.
Yeah, Miniboo has been amazing. But to be honest, if I want to talk right now about someone, I have to talk also about the team. Because Team HERETICS is right now the back-to-back finalist international. I mean, it's true that they don't get to qualify last time into Masters Bangkok. And if we have to talk about his performance going into kickoff, it was awful. Every single one got his eyes on Miniboo, and there was a reason for it. His performance wasn't that good at that time. But all the socials, all the analysts on socials were saying that maybe Miniboo should get replaced or role swap, making good maybe the duelist. I'm so sorry for all the Twitter analysts. I have to say something. Miniboo is back. Right now, we're talking about someone that maybe you can just check ACS and say, oh, he's great. You can check the KD and say, he's one of the best. You can check every single stat and you'll say, okay, but I'm not going to talk about something that simple. I'm going to talk about someone that is dominating right now the competition. And we want to check the statistics. We're going to go into something that is common for us, and it's every single difference that he's been doing to every single player around the competition. If we check it, on the hatches, we have Governor. It's a +14. I mean, I know the Governor, biggest enemy, is also Governor, but what a difference is made for Miniboo. Kicks on the second, West side on the third, and Scythe on the fourth. And you will say, wow, Miniboo is playing so good, but this is not the shutout, because the shutout is right here. 2 evens in between the lowest difference he has made, and only 2 players that managed to win into duel until him. And it's only a -3, what becomes to Miniboo an amazing player. And we talk about Miniboo. You know him as Miniboo, but his real name is Dominikas Lukasevicius. And by now, you will remember him as the dominating Lucas Evicius, because he's been doing amazing with a huge performance. And talking about performance, we can check it down on his last match, because he was nailing it against Vitality and doing a huge job.
Oh, wow. Can we just get his government name once more?
Which one? Dominica's Lucas Evicius? Or
Yeah.
you want to go into the dominating Lucas Evicius? But that is what he's doing right now on VCT EMEA.
Absolutely. Now, I was there in the trenches with you, Uli. I was a mini boot defender. You know, I was
That's
out
true.
here.
That's
I was
true.
out there. I was never the one dogpiling on him saying that they needed to make changes or he was underperforming, because he is one of the most talented players we have, Meg. And I'm so glad that he's back proving the people wrong.
Yeah, I think he spoke about how he's not afraid of the big names anymore. You know, the first year that we saw Miniboo, he was very, very nervous to go up against the big guns like Durka, etc. And now I think he's warmed up, he's comfortable, and he's matured so much in a single year that I think nothing phases him anymore. And to be so young and go through such critique from literally everyone everywhere, you definitely build up a bit of a wall, and then you kind of go into things fearless.
And I like that he's an emotional player, Uli.
Yeah.
I like that he likes to talk about the flaws, the failings, because that's how you get better.
Obviously, and also every single time we heard him talking about himself, he's probably the most critic person. I mean, you can go into socials and read anything, but he's going to be the first going critic on himself.
What did I miss? Anything important?
And he has. Do you think history is going to repeat itself today in this matchup?
Is Nil still injured? Yeah, I think so.
The story is going to be repeated. I'm sorry, Angel.
I have to defend
I'm
Navi
sorry.
here for my boy, Navi So Marcus. I've got to back Navi here.
All right, okay, we have one on each side. I'm excited to see this. They are both safe. They are both secured. Yet
Even
somehow,
Pulse
after
split.
everything we spoke about
We get to see
here,
the
this
we get to
matchup
see the
still
split again.
feels very personal. Navi and
Hazy,
Heretics are
thank you so
both
much for the
playoff
tier 1.
bound, but
Appreciate the
only
10
one
months. Thank
gets
you,
to
thank
walk
you.
out with the momentum and a little extra swagger. Let's send it down to the stage.
Surely no tech poses for this one, right? Oh my goodness. Oh. At least someone's hyped up for the game. Wait, Nil's not injured? Healed? Wasn't even hobbling.
Both of these teams had to do a lot to prove the haters wrong
Hill
just
Senior.
to get here. But today is the real
Hill
test.
Senior.
If they can win here, they won't just be contenders in EMEA, they will be contenders for Masters Toronto. And Heretics are gonna just like don't care about their permaban. Navi are gonna pick Pearl. Sen is left open for some reason and nobody goes there. What is going on, Uli?
I'm sorry, I have to love because I was saying that Fracture should be banned. Obviously, they're playing against the best IGL on Fracture. It should. No, but surprised me the most that Pearl is his perma-ban. Well, it seems to be, and it's left open, and it's going to be played by Navi.
I want this to go all
Yeah,
the way
you
here
see
because,
what
you know,
your
obviously
people are playing on
Navi,
Palm.
13-0'd Giant X, and then on the opposite end of that, you have Heretics who lost that 10-2 half.
Another
to
EMEA
Giant X,
Palm.
but I don't think they'll make the same mistakes
remember
again.
that. Wait, what?
So I think that Split will be an incredibly competitive map. So I want to see this go all the way.
I do as well, purely because Pansy's been here since 4:45, I think, and I don't want her to be able to get home before midnight. But let's talk
What the hell?
about this ascent, because we
Yeah, that's true. She has to be here super early for the first
where
tech calls.
Heretics are not banning it, even though they always banned it in the past. Navi was also banning it for some reason. They leave it open today. I thought they would leave it open to pick it, Uli, not leave it open just for Heretics to ban it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Aston, Pearl, both maps were open. They decided to play Pearl instead of Aston. I'm surprised the most. I want to see, I mean, also, I think Heretics should be baiting on this Pearl.
Yeah, you
Or they
think this
have
is a trap?
something prepared. I think so.
2-0? Yeah, we
Have been
need a
buying
2-0 to make a
match
C9
on this stage
game.
one, and now
Let's
it's
see.
open. I don't trust it.
I
It
do.
should be a bait.
I agree here as well. I think they've maybe missed a chance to take Heretics on a set because that's the one map that they haven't won out of the maps that they've chosen. I just don't think they must not be incredibly confident.
No, but they've got like 2 reps on this map. Now Angel has more reps on a
Oh,
set.
guys, about C9? Oh my
I think
goodness.
I have
I think Imi's still here.
on Ascent too?
I honestly, oh, that's a great question. I don't think so, but he's definitely top 3.
Okay.
Top 300. I think best maybe Leviathan take the cake over his Ascent. Regardless, it is just very odd mind games perhaps we're playing. But let's take a look at Agent Select for this very first map we are going to see here and see.
Do I think this is a 2-0? I kind of think this is a 2-0, yeah.
I love this.
I'm on board the Heretics is back.
The only reason that Shao is back on that Sova is
So-
because the Angel wanted to play Vice so badly.
This will be,
so I'm excited to
not saying good
watch that again.
confirmation,
And of course we have
but
VUT and Miniboo who
at least
put
make
up
me
an
feel more
incredible
confident that they're
performance
back
as
if they
incredibly
easy win this.
aggressive duelists on Haven, and combined together, I do believe
The
that
Wu
they're
ISO, yeah, this is deadly.
To be honest, I thought that it was.
They start on defense though, and defense is a little bit rougher.
But it's not. He's back. He's
Are
gonna
you
play
happy
one more
with that?
time. I really like it.
All right, well, if you were here with us for the match before, then you will know that Pansy is already in the building. She is standing by with the
How bad is your sleep schedule ever gone? I mean, we always get an okay amount of sleep. It's just sometimes in between Americas and Pacific we get like 3-4
throwback.
when it's really bad.
I-Series and Epic Land have never seen scenes like it since Mini has left that era. However, I do want to kind of touch on the basis of this map veto, right? Because the Deaths was kind of chewing through it a little bit there, a couple of question marks. What do you make of the veto? What do you think they were trying to achieve?
Hypox back next week.
So Heretics ban Fracture. That's just, I think, going to be their ban now from now on. I think maybe even looking to next week against Fnatic, probably not.
Epic Land? I'm not even sure if Mini went to Epic Land.
Navi's side.
I feel like he just did
So
I-Series
like
only.
that. Heretics looked very poor and started banning that a little bit. So I liked the veto from Navi. I actually think that they were in control of this veto a little bit more than Heretics. Obviously, expectations-wise, we're expecting Heretics to take this one, but I like the veto from Navi. The first map's going to be a little bit harder for
Okay, we got Heretics on defense. We got Navi on attack. Nothing too crazy in the pistols.
I think Navi could have
Navi needs to tune out
It
good.
could be that start strong for Heretics and then the flip comes in, but we wait
Epic
and
Land,
see.
Epic Land's actually
Who
fun,
knows
dude.
what they've come up with?
I-Series got
These two met.
a little bit
Artis
weird.
was in that Navi squad, so you got to roll your minds back. But it does give you a bigger picture of what to expect in the future here. Can they really vie for the top if you're looking at Navi? Heretics already sitting at that 3-0, and Navi on the attack here. Already going to be
Dude,
leaning
these
towards
days,
six.
I feel like we see non-stop C retakes from pistols. Every single time, every pistol. Ooh, nice little one-way.
Navi getting to set the tone. Spike down. Let's wait
Little
for that
one-way
fight to come in.
cage.
Maybe
They're
we'll
up
just
against
set this in
the
motion.
smokes. They stick 3 over towards sight.
Stalled out
Thorns
towards
round the
CT.
corner, so you got to commit to break it.
First strike
Double
comes in,
damage
Rienz
shock.
From afar. Beautiful. I'm sure we'll get that on the replay together if we're lucky. Nice little one-way though. Gonna
Nice.
reward here. Boot goes down. Hero gets what he wants. But the back of the site now. Under fight. Heretics and Navi. Back and forth we go. Rienz with a belting
Ooh,
round
Shao.
already. Has Angel left in the 1v2.
Aim looked really off.
Smoked off. Forced away.
Yeah,
Tries to
playing
get a
long
shot
against
for
the
Rienz.
smokes.
Is it
Not sure about
losing
that
today?
one. But I mean, he was the only person that was through here, so it can't be
Might have been
too.
off of that undercut.
It had to have been, right?
Yeah, no, it was the double damage.
Do we get it on replay? I hate to do this to our replay ops, poor guys. But that
They're
would be
usually
sick to
good
see.
for it. They're usually good for it.
normally on it. We'll see. We'll see. They're like, I hate you guys. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so at least we get to see the shock dart there. Oh, see, our
There.
team are
Oh,
unreal.
he was just off of the
Yeah.
undercut, but he was damaged.
He
so
actually just got out of
give
it,
Wu
yeah.
the assist mentally.
For re-ends. And when we kind of talk about Heretics, we've been looking a lot towards
DRX
Mini Boo recently
Genji. I
because
went
of
for
that form.
Genji just
Has been
purely
very good
because
early, obviously.
DRX had been
Highlighting
thrown
that
a
one
little
there,
bit of a
but
curveball with the
Rienz is
flashback
one of the
stuff.
sleeping giants. When he kicks into gear,
And I kind of
good
think
lord,
Genji
that
are
man
looking
is scary. However,
pretty
now
good.
for Navi, they have to try and suffer through this round.
Or at least better.
I
Okay,
think
we
I
got,
like
we
how
got the
Rienz
hero
was
sheriff
on the
on
defense
Angel.
side against Vitality, I believe he was 17 and
The star
7.
player.
So
Impressive.
for the defense on this map is a lot around Woots, but as you highlight, Rienz on that Sova, when he can get to play it in this meta, it's a little bit hard to get the Sova out sometimes.
Yep.
But probably the best Sova in our region so far.
Says that.
Active.
Active,
in the
yeah. I
season.
was waiting for the word
The Navi comp?
to come drifting through, but
I don't think it's fine.
it's always there.
I think
on the other side, Navi, let's see if they can gather a silver line.
Again, you got, like, when you're using... Wait.
Up to be rewarded first found. No problem so far.
When you're using solo initiator these days, you can kind of cover it up. Like, when you have solo initiator, a lot of the times you have to kind of cover it up with a couple of things. Yours is normally one, and then you got to get other parts of map control, right? So you got camera to get parts of map control, you got shield to force through map control. You got to look over towards here, you got camera, and you kind of got the info here as well. So the Sentinels actually make up for the initiator utility miss. So I don't mind it at all.
Maybe getting close towards the ult, but Miniboo there to secure. Really nice from him.
I think double sentinel is really good. I think if Teo gets nerfed, you'll probably see more teams go towards double sentinel.
Here's where we start. For Navi, they played against Apex last time. It was a very close game. They had a good attack side with this comp, which is surprising given it's a double sentinel. Quite often.
I ask you about the comp too much because I know you were a little bit.
Not looking at the game, mate. I'm talking about comps when it's a full eco and they got a Marshall.
I'm grumpy enough already.
Like if it started getting close, I'd pay attention.
Wait till third map when they get to split, because that is not good either.
Okay, we got a judge out on this one. We are really close to this overall.
For now, though, obviously they have the better buy, but I don't know if we're going to see the faults of it come to light.
I feel like their default, they used the smoke on A main to block vision and the thorns deep onto sewers, but already we see the preparation boost up on that A main already. Full information for Heretics on this A side of the map. They should be rotating towards C. That's where we see Navi creeping towards.
Yeah, slowly it's tentatively leaning that way, but we've seen them posture for these retakes. Woo, again, though.
Well, we got one. So for all goes in. Might be the rare no tag other than his teammate.
Doesn't get what he wants, but they still have a player advantage here. And Miniboo,
a little bit of damage.
He's locked in today.
Yeah, he knows that he's done a good amount of damage here. Shocks and recon, gotta keep an eye on them with that. Omen flash.
Got paranoia still.
Yeah, here we go. What do they do? Oh my goodness.
Just a little close start there. Oh, we're running wide. Miniboo just hitting shots, man.
Man, he did a lot of damage with a Marshall into this round. I'm not sure a Marshall should be getting this much against a full buy. What do you have, like 270 or something? 300 maybe damage? He had so much damage there.
Flashbacks to when we casted Angel versus a Fnatic and we were all doubting. Vando in the same position. Not this time. Look at them. But yeah, the retake from Heretics, curious. They didn't go off the paranoia, just Miniboo running in. Scouts, knives, no scope.
Probably look pre-fire. Yeah, and he got a tag before that. He might go more than 300 here.
Yeah, Sliggy's lapping it up.
Yeah, he's having a little grin. But that's a big round. And look, I love the fact that Uli kind of highlighted this Miniboo presence. He is the 19-year-old sensation, right? The guy has got some real craft to his work. He's exceptional to watch.
Everyone can get one shot apart from...
Massive farming opportunity.
Okay, this time Hero gun over towards Koala.
To make much of this, we have the Sheriffs. Koala does have the Vandal though, so that's something to maybe keep in your mind as we have a little check-in. He is towards mid and boost position. Feels like the checkmate, doesn't it? Let's see.
Oh, they were insanely on top of this, by the way.
Maybe a mini-map moment there for him. Say that a couple times in a row.
Hold on.
Only good for one. This is good trading for Navi.
Yeah, they're hitting some nice shots. We definitely got to keep an eye on Miniboo pushing behind them. Obviously, he has the gun that can now one-shot everyone.
Beautiful flash. Outdoing
he hears the TP though.
Miniboo, this would need to be miraculous. It's already a good
he jumped
start
a little bit too far. Rien's has no armor as well.
Juliet falls as Rien's the last one alive in a 1v3. It's already on, what, 49 HP. This has been marvelous from Navi.
The economy is good, so he could have gone for it, but smart option.
It was interesting from Navi because the way that Koala peaked this, they knew he was on top of
Heretics, I was getting into the mind frame of the economy's flowing.
Yep.
Navi's economy's not flowing.
Yep.
So huge momentum swing back towards Navi.
I'm impressed with this. And it feels like it kind of started, I don't want to say ended, but it felt like Boo was just looking at the minimap, which is always going to be that brutality of being the IGL. Your mind's not always locked in on just the crosshair. You're thinking about everything else that's going on.
I won't play Brex. It's a kind of a close game with how they've been playing though.
And then the individual follow-ups here, Rubsik, lovely, instantly springing forward to take control of the
I feel confident with play Brex.
It all looked great.
I mean, it's too much.
Yeah, he's on a...
No, don't laugh, 'cause it makes it feels like we're not expecting it.
There's too much fire going on in G right now.
Two big aim rounds from Angel.
The place is on fire.
Has Angel been in the range? Is he even working?
Okay, the pixel lineup recon into the corner. Dude,
Maybe that's it.
this is like this is a bit of an underrated default. Like the recon into this corner clears over towards mid. Like if you do push down mid, you have to 180 shoot it. If you want to shoot it, you have to commit out towards here so they can kind of swing or use util off of it after. It's for sure an underrated default.
Fancies it. One away from Woot. Gonna see those cycling in pretty soon.
Especially when you know, like when you have a breach ult and you know that most likely they might push down mid. I think people can use it more.
MIBR wanting that info. Nothing waiting out of B. This should free up that rotation potentially towards A. Obviously gets him over towards his side, but does that then cause pause for thought for NAVI? Maybe re-explore the rest of the map. They do have a couple of ults for themselves. I want to say a couple. Angel's got his, one away from Hero, two away Shout, one away Ruxic.
And again, Na'Vi going towards B, and I think this is a good choice for this composition. Not too much util. B is an easy site to take.
To be forced to respect at least the ultimate coming in from Vice, force him away. Who's ahead of this though?
Oh god, it went really wrong. It went really wrong. Still, you can kind of see a little bit of a game plan from Na'Vi over towards B. We talk about this all the time. When we see this double duelist comp, it's like really hard to stop the plant itself. No breach for the aftershock.
Yeah, so I talked about Na'Vi using this B site there, but I think with the Vice ult specifically, I'd rather go for a site where we're set up better in a post plant. B is an easy site to retake. Why not go towards A, use that Vice ult, set up into a better post plant, because A is disgustingly hard to retake.
Yeah, but
I don't think Angel would even need to use the Vice ult to get onto B there. I would have saved that for the post too.
Could have been nicer, couldn't it?
I agree with the second point there. I don't fully agree with the first point, but
it has forced the Na'Vi timeout. Lovely golf claps, audience. Well done. Very respectful. Yeah, one round so far posted for Na'Vi, and it was. Honestly,
you know, there's quite a few teams that love a mid push.
That walk into B, it looked good, but now this pause, they've got a couple of ults to work with. Xiao only one off from his. They could maybe make something around that, or do you think this is more of a
never agree with
now?
Never agree with Mini. I mean, sometimes I do.
For this round specifically, but
the second point was good.
Does need to change.
The problem with the kill, the problem with the ult on over towards long is they can just.
It's short-lived. It doesn't have.
There's so many positions, especially as that smoke comes down. There's so many good shorty positions, whether it's like in the smoke or around the corner, and the ult doesn't even reach backside or heaven. So you just have so many spots of freedom on the A side. I don't know if it's like a thing, but
make the information game hard for Heretics to get. But
it's not like Killjoy or it detains them. I think as soon as the smoke comes in, you like having a shorty here and here is what most teams will do anyway.
Make them struggle.
So I think the Vice ult attack isn't that good on this map, apart from after plant.
We're gonna find those. Responses now. Looking like it is going to be this work towards A, considering the util.
I expect this round more of a straight approach with the ults, so a bit of an easier out.
I like this though. This makes a lot of sense from Na'Vi, right? They put the decoy down. They're trying to see if there's an insta ISO ult in reaction to them taking here that they might get ulted. It's a shame about this though. Kind of mess up the lineup a little bit, but the original idea was to try A pressure if the ult came in and they'd get the clone.
There we go.
Maybe some fake pressure towards B, but usually you'd expect Woot to
not really
there,
doing much.
No, Koala Noob is going to be committing his ult to try and clear that C space, so he should be able to confirm what's going on, but they didn't manage to catch Boo, who's gone away with Daylight Robbery. Punishing Hero on the push-up here. Koala Noob trying to get back to business to try and secure this, but it feels flimsy already with only 3 to secure. Xiao does get the ult off the plant, so that's something in the back pocket, but do they have it to depend upon? Looking to reposition with this and leave Koala Noob and Angel to be at the forefront.
The Vice 1 CT could be something.
Oh, it's so close. Didn't hit anyone.
This
is nice though. Heretics make a lot of sound over towards spawn. Boo tucks into the corner for the reaction. Does he have smoke?
Get some work going. It's already been destroyed here. They're going to just face the music. The defuse isn't stopping. Heretics holding it down.
Okay, made it look easy. Woot used his ult into the round, and he still has two, well, two on the way there as well.
Going down immediately is such a big pick because Boo doesn't snowball that into a 5v3. Garage would have been smoked off in that situation, so it would have been winnable.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Boo's having some ratty impact.
Woot, no, yeah, he's wrecking people at the moment.
Right? He's not in the
9-3.
He's got some nice little ratty kills going on.
This is already too many rounds on defense, to be honest, with this comp.
Disrespecting that A utility early was pretty big. Not the kind of thing that is like a big thing, but
nice shots.
subtle. And Rian's again. Hits on fire.
Yeah,
What gun did he have, chat?
Back away from it. Took the damage and took the kill. Angel, the one with the Vandal now.
Oh my goodness. Replay sound.
Remix here.
They could catch Heretics off though.
Had a bulldog? Okay.
Again, this contact play will at least catch one, but do they expect the second? They don't. Rienz was the one that they noted earlier, but he's still getting away with more damage.
Okay,
They
some
managed
guns to
carve
pick
out
up
some room
though.
on the side. Woot gets interested, and Angel greets him at the door, sends him away. Suddenly, Sai looking theirs. Angel looking up for the challenge. So Miniboo and Benji.
Planted.
It's tough to play this back in. Operator to try and work these angles, but look at them. Waiting. Trip gets broken. Miniboo waiting for a swing. No one on it yet. Clears graffiti. Looks left. Spots Angel. Takes him away. Where's the swing? Benji couldn't see it, but he finds that one. Op comes in. Oh, Benji!
Oh god, man. I mean, it's really nice from Benji. The lovely 3v2 from them, but I do think that we got an insta swing off the first kill on shore.
Yeah, massive round from Benji, and Benji, honestly, someone this season, like, I think all of Heretics have been on fire, but
This
Benji
kill here, we gotta be swinging that, no?
So if we can see more rounds like that from him.
He used to be such a clutch player. And as I said, it hasn't been it hasn't been a highlight run for him yet, but as you said, if he keeps having those sort of impacts,
he's got it there.
That was
yeah,
magic. Like,
hesitated on the
magic.
swing,
and I've got to flip the script
so he
here
didn't
too.
trade his mate,
is leading the
and
fray
then
for
honestly a
Navi at
whiff.
7-6, and that round I felt was off his back too. The entries were great from him.
Yeah.
Where's the rest though? I don't want to see
Where are we?
having to be that main
Okay,
man forward.
zooms into the back of sight. Did he have so he had a rifler to shoot the recon, I take it, Benji?
Okay, fair enough. After that,
Oh no, it was shock, okay, sorry.
That's all coming in.
Oh, that's nice. As soon as they go for the draw, damn, that was really nice. The smoke maybe gives them an early heads
Navi's
up.
composition, denying a drone like that, that's big. There's no other initiator util really to take this space. It's going to be a lot of contacting, and that's maybe why they're looking at this operator as a potential win condition.
There. Currently in the hands of Koala Noob and Miniboo, obviously. And this feels very indicative of, again, this B pressure building. The thing that worked before isn't working this time. Miniboo takes a glimpse towards it, and he finds his man. Xiao's gone down. Now Wu under pressure, but he wants back in too. They're not giving this up. Na'Vi are not getting what they need here.
Wait, no one's even considering the all back of sight. No one is even looking for it. It's a nice shot from Benji. They know where he is now, though. Now they have their own Omen up to back of sight.
Koala Noob and Hero going to have to really step things up. Boo going to give away his position, but Benji could work with him. But an isolated fight gives over a potential situation.
What a weird round.
The plan is down. Oh,
Ooh,
it's good.
This is nice from Koala.
Koala Noob, lovely shot. Can they find Rienz and Woot though? Woot creeping closer. You want to play contact plays? I'll do the same. And Koala Noob just
Very
lost
nice.
in the source. Focus
Yeah,
down
it's
on
hard
the
for
other
Koala
side.
because he didn't know where the other person was, so it's not like he could commit to his TP too freely. Obviously, they see his gun. God, they're
I
wrecking
think
him.
with this comp from Navi, I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think attack side of this comp, I'm, you know.
30 seconds.
Don't like it?
No.
No.
I don't want to say I expected this. I expected a bit more of a fight from Navi.
Yep.
But they're not finding any answers. And they are trying stuff. Like, they tried that operator there. They tried to get messy towards C with that Rooksik ult. But it wasn't enough.
7-1.
Their comp on attack.
Around the world unhappy.
Can't it just spam B hits and they win the B after plant?
Look at the light shields. It's plentiful. Hero already copping a load of damage. Was that just the spam through towards
Oh my goodness.
window? I'm not sure. But it's Rienz to find Koala Noob now. needs to keep dodging. Oh,
Nice dodge.
He's pretty slick with it. They're throwing everything at the guy, but he's coming
Vice,
up running,
but we don't have the smoke for them to play into. This is a great reaction from MIBR.
So MIBR goes
Gets hit by the ult.
Has a look around.
So does his own ult. Gets the info over towards site fast. Flank on this one.
And flank's necessary against this Vice, in my opinion. Vice got Thorns and Wall ready on CT.
This is really tough to clear, though.
That's... Oh.
Uh-oh.
You can shoot your son.
Uh-oh. The Garand spotted. The paranoia in. Oh, you can see the synergy. It puts Shao now in a must-win.
Oh, it got close.
Boy, Shao. Sometimes the gods favor you, sometimes they don't, but Angel is right here.
Not again,
The
though.
only one showing up, it feels like, for Na'Vi. But Benji, you don't have another clutch in you, do you? He's going to get half at least. Yeah, this comes a little bit unwinnable now.
Okay, very nice.
Shao in sewers.
I mean, they got to get the
Angel
rest of
on
them.
the site. The two that made them get up to 2 rounds.
When I talked to Angel about this comp in the post plant, we were saying, you know, Shao back on Sova, what was that about? Like, it's back. And he was like, you know, if I want to play Vice, then he needs to play Sova in this comp. As if, like, he was the reason that that was happening. And, you know, he's putting up a good show. He's winning in this round.
I mean, Angel actually looks mechanically really good right now.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't...
Again, still at the top of the board for Na'Vi, 9-7.
Okay, Wu back on his ult.
But that was a lot of ults invested for that one as well.
I do think this A site is something that Na'Vi could be exploring more. It was something in my notes that Heretics had a bit of a weakness in the mid-rounds holding that A site, but right off the bat, Heretics realizing that potentially, 3A, up deep already, nice crossfire. For Na'Vi, it looks like that B approach again.
But what's the reaction to that trip getting broken? They have to find a solution, because obviously they're leaving such a drastic gap on the map.
This will be interesting, because I feel like if they actually get over towards the B side, they can have so much delay.
Dipped in towards Garage earlier on, going to hit those shots as
Okay,
well.
interesting reaction from Heretics. Got double push behind, as we can see it's a triple push as well.
Surprised Benji didn't wait for Wu to clear that together.
Vice wall down. Dude, this is by far, it's by far the best run from
Does at least get a good
Na'Vi.
read of the amount of bodies coming from that side, but
Problem is the
tricky to now
plant.
clear
It's
the
not like
back of
planted
this
for them. They
B-side.
maybe
Na'Vi
need to have one
looking
extra
for some
person
safety
here,
by
but
filtering through towards that C connector, but the rest of the squad's coming in from Heretics now. A little bit of a stall out with the paranoia, and Rooksy trying to reposition. Does he get predicted on the spam? No, he doesn't. He makes a meal of it, though. Abu gonna punish. Angel again, unpredictable, but can he get the reward? Rienz is not stopping. Angel!
oh god, they still lose this one. See, I think the idea of this run was good, right? They have so much off the plan U2 in terms of like wall, thorns. They can have the trips if they want it. But yeah, they gotta have like 2 off site instead of the
retaking a bit too early, not waiting for the flanks
instead of the 4 on site.
When you're by yourself on the retake, you want to just wait for your teammates to come in, but ultimately doesn't matter. The on-site pose looking a bit awkward there for Na'Vi.
Phantom, Neil, I bought Phantom! I bought Phantom.
Heretics reactions, the 3-person push, yeah, this was nice
It's
from
one
them.
of those things where I know the Phantom's better, and I've got to pretend when you're coaching, like, you should buy the Phantom as much as possible, but then as soon as I play ranked, it's like, I'm Vandal only.
Literally. Look, Scream made me believe, okay? It didn't go well for him in the end, but, you know.
Damn, dude.
What? Which team's he playing for? Now.
Dude, no one's safe, man. Everyone's getting strays.
Getting involved. It feels like Na'Vi when they play this kind of fast and loose, it almost works. That should be a nab. It is.
No buy for Na'Vi, but getting on this A side, not Angel again?
Angel's just a gunner. He has been in aim labs, he's been working, he's been doing all sorts, but the problem is you can't escape
Hey,
that.
look at that though. Oh my.
Tag on Angel,
In
he
between.
got down Shao for keeping the player up to the good, but into a post
Again, the afterplant's like good util.
Well.
This Vice post plant on an A, again, you see the wall
Yeah.
and thorns. It's
a nightmare.
It's nasty to get through.
Okay, they make a lot of sounds, and they don't really have to commit. And if anything, this time is just getting bought for Benji.
A lot of this time, I love what we're seeing. They've got to make a go of this right about now. They've waited on Benji, but it's time to go. We're going to take... Wait, how have they just done this? Angel!
They're very, very chill on this one. Every single time, at least if we're looking at the last 2 rounds, they always have pressure behind. Like we had it earlier as well with Benji pushing behind on the
easy kills from their POVs.
we had the Yoru ult in reaction when they used the Visor on short. Like all the time they're just making sure that they push behind. You can tell it's part of their game plan a little bit. So I think they're looking at the comp like if we lose sight, the Vice is like when people use the Viper comp and it's just delays and stops you from getting over towards sight. So we have to treat it like that.
Pretty nice shots.
Yeah, fair play. I don't think there's much to
It's
really
Roots
critique.
again though. 14 and 6. I mean, him and Minibu 14s and 6.
They're both doing very well. We've had a couple of Benji finding impact in those kind of like post-plant clutches. We've had Rien's at the start. It's starting to look a bit scarier, right? You see the strength of Heretics starting to return, and it does make you nervous because this team gets scary as they get on. Minibu go and walkabouts down.
I prefer the Vice or the Cypher on this map. I'm a big Vice believer, but I just think Cypher's better on this map. The cages on defense are so strong.
I would have loved to see
Like
him save
being
that
able
C.
to
See if there was
being
anyone
able
on
to
site there
actually anchor back
before
a
he
C, they're very nice.
Saving it for the
And just like the
post-production.
extra info it gives you, like 3 bits of
They'll take
info
the
is like
site.
huge.
Ooh, the combo.
Double damage into shock.
Lucky to get away from that. Sorry,
Yeah,
wasn't even
well,
able
I
to
get
get
the
away.
plan.
Who was it who got to quad? I can't even remember now, but bloody hell, that combination is
Hey, they look
so
nice though,
lethal, and
Heretics. You
Navi
gotta
now
give
trying
them
to play
that.
on the site, feeling a little battered and bruised. We're going to try and work it from CT, but that's a 3-man stack. Still going to get one. Ruxic falls. Zhao going to find one, but Benji again in these post plants, working back in. Heretics thriving in all this chaos. Look, we knew this map was going to be good for them. We knew this was their strength and starting point, but 10-2 is a very one-sided scoreline.
Yeah, and going into attack now is Yoru ISO, and traditionally that's where it.
Oh, I did so much
Well, we're
damage.
going to find out after the break if it holds true to trend.
You got 1 kill and they did like 60, 70 to 2. And 2, I mean, yeah, it's the dumb map. Even though they have double duelists, it should be very strong. I don't know, do we hold out hope? The Yoru should be insanely good against this, though. Try hold out much hope. How is Heretics' Pearl? We have no idea. They've been perma-banning it the whole time, right? They played it once in kickoff. What did they use? Chamber. They Killjoy Yoru. Okay, so they actually have like a, well, I was gonna say Metacomp, but we're saying Killjoy.
Navi, they had faith in this composition.
I think every
Hopefully
server should have
on
the same
this
UI
side
as
of the map,
China.
we should see
It shows the
in its
KD. I mean, America, sorry,
form, right?
EMEA normally
They're
shows the
visually
KD on the
where it finds
cameras, but I
comfort.
think
However,
they had like
as you
server
said before, we
issues,
went
so
to that
maybe
break.
they
There
don't
is a
have
lot
that
of
at the moment for
versatility and
this.
a lot of impact on this
I think they're on
Heretics
different
side,
servers
and
to what they're
don't
normally
need
using.
many rounds.
Yeah, but I would also like to highlight that against Apex, they did only get 5 on the defense, which is usually good for Haven, but for their composition, I'd feel like it's a little bit underperforming, especially when we consider Apex aren't Heretics.
Yes, yes, but my GOAT floor was playing, so.
True.
So. Yeah. 10-2. Navi, make me a believer that there's something to do with this comp, right? Make me believe.
They've got the read, it seems like. Big stack towards C.
Yeah, right place
Would
for
go
it.
kill.
Been noted and in trouble.
How's he not getting spammed?
You like to see that. Oh my, wait, how did Koala noob fall there? I thought it might have been Ruxic on the site to get caught on that, but no. That's a little bit of a chip damage on the way out. We're going to spot them backpedaling away. 1-for-1 trade out.
Good preparation from Navi. Heretics love to do this with Woot. They send him up C quite a lot, either by himself or with numbers, and it gets a bit of a pain for the defense figuring out if it's, quote, just Woot or...
See on the pistol, yeah. It's insanely common. Oh, Shower's sleeping slightly.
Can't really afford to fall here. It's a long rotate over towards this side of the map. Is he trying to find comfort? Looks to try and posture a bit more.
He's going to need to do a lot of work here.
He's trying to stick around, and he does have help now. Angel has made it. Jump spot from the back of sight as well. Should be seen. And he's had Miniboo's on the hunt already, going to divide it. Leave Shout to his own devices, going to be spotted and dealt with. Very heads up
Oh
from
my
Heretics.
goodness.
Well.
Wait, how did
Denies
Angel...
support from CT.
Angel got dinked there as well.
And it's just methodical in approach, very well considered. Ruxic does have the paranoia,
Well, there
but
goes the
Angel
map.
already down so low, going to make it very tricky to find value in the way of retaking this site. I think they know that now. 11 rounds beckoning for Heretics, and Ruxic has to swing. And there's no spacing, there's no chance in this. That felt so well considered by Heretics.
Yeah, they got unlucky running into the stack towards C. And
Which was
still
well done by
able to-
Navi.
Yeah, of course. But composed enough to reset this round. I mean, I do think I want to highlight this too, is the double sentinel, you usually say good on defense. I think on three site maps.
Bomb sites?
Sorry, it was
First time moment, guys, first time moment.
First time moment. Proud noob to this role.
3 site maps, I don't love it, because 3 site maps, you need to get active and rotational to just sit back and just pray that they're going to go into your sentinel utility. I'm not a big fan of.
Okay. He's very good at this game, isn't he, old Miniboo?
Pretty good,
Or
yeah.
young Miniboo, should I say. And I can see what you're saying. I guess it encourages a behavior that may not be conducive to what you like seeing, which is that proactive approach, taking space. I feel like you could play around it a bit more, but I don't know if Navi are the team to be playing around it yet. We may not even really get a chance to look into it, because this is probably 12 here. Obviously with the classics coming in.
I mean, Angel usually does his best. Right? He's running around the map, putting his util everywhere, trying to play dynamic, but...
They've got it all free, and the silence becomes quite obvious. Flank feeling very likely. You can see Boo in a very deep off angle.
He's in the box to clean it all up.
That's going to be called out. Riens.
Bro, his long A, that angle is just his.
He's quite good at it. And it's who goes farming. Who's collecting? Miniboo's only one of the ult.
Yeah,
So
they
he
want
would
Miniboo to get his
this.
ult.
Riens
keeps stealing them.
It's a battle for it.
There it is.
I want to see it from his side, but it's Vinzone flawless to get up to 12 here.
Well, 10 chances, and they got the Euro ult to make it nice and
Who
easy.
locks in which side? If Navi lose this map, they cannot lock that first seed. That becomes impossible for them. Let's have a little watch back on this one. Wow. It's just pretty.
Planted.
At the end there. What are you meant to do?
I thought he was going to hit that there because we had the replay.
Yeah, I want to see this one as well. Yeah, he makes Val look good. Real good. Nice play,
Nice,
Angel.
guys, let's go. Thank you so much for boosting my KD.
The 12-2. Really need Navi to bring out the big guns. If you got something made, if you got something
Yeah,
you
I mean,
thought up, this is it.
they opted to full eco last round, so, you know, playing with 10 to go. This is the round where they got the Vandals. And you can see already, defense from Navi is very passive, very bunkered. Heretics are going to have the time and space and very little risk to do what they want at the start of this round.
Which is, again, I guess, something that you didn't love the idea of, that this kind of double sentinel encourages that behavior to a degree, but I guess it's also quite hard to be brave when you're facing 12
Great
rounds.
timing,
You don't want
this.
to be made to look silly going for these aggressive plays.
Nice to
maybe
get
getting
info over
higher
towards
risk, but
along.
The reward's certainly there. For now, though, going to be on the receiving
Yeah,
end.
there
of
is
that
phones
Euro
though,
ball
so
coming right towards the A side.
Miniboo honestly can't get too much help.
Anything to couple it with. Not yet.
Question is, does he need
For a
help?
stall, though. Miniboo's going to be isolated.
Omen Flash?
Yeah,
Oh
but
boy.
Miniboo is
Oh boy.
fine.
Omen Flash recon double damage is was the assist that he had here.
Dives in and gets things back. It's not over yet. 3v3. Ruxic waits. Keeps the space on that CT. Boo tucked on site. One towards Graffiti. One towards Hell. Traditional crossfire. Hero, are you going to leap from the window, try and draw the attention? The flash comes in, he drops down, isolates Shaw, but down to Boo and Benji's been hitting, but not today. Koala on the case. Boo's
Ooh,
gone
nicely
down.
done from
There is
Koala.
life
Fair play.
in them yet. Navi staying alive.
Crazy round from Koala Noob.
Yeah, heroics.
All just him.
Pretty much.
Navi did have the read, they were there.
Dude, it was still kind of, it was still a nice hit though, I felt like.
It was lovely. MIBR dug himself out of that situation nicely. But yeah, Koala here.
Absolute hero.
Oh, this was cool from him though. Dude, what are these signs?
In the crowd.
3 of the biggest Angel fans.
NAVI, right? 3 rounds. We asked for perfect Valorant.
Timing out after winning a round is odd, but maybe, I mean, he didn't like what he saw.
Don't remember when he smiled last.
It's an ironic name.
It is.
It's like how I'm called Mini, and I'm
so tall.
Giant.
6'2".
Yeah.
I really want to just get a picture of you next to Potter Star.
Thank you for that ninja, mate. Thank you. Sorry.
Pictures.
So I didn't see it the first time.
And maybe Dryad there as well.
Opeth. Opeth Val, thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for that.
Yes. A big gap between a couple of them though. Crowd's been good today. They cheered on a tech pause earlier.
Mini
Yeah, I
Boo.
liked it. I think I presume they're bringing in a PC. That's
Yeah, I
what
think
cheered
so.
on.
I think it was pretty good. I actually the monkeys.
Monkey.
Monkey on the car. Can't do the rest of that joke. But Outlaw out again for MIBR. 3 chances to get some pretty clean kills. Angel Shower Hero only on those light shields. Bulldog still in play, but Koala has ult, and he just had a big round. We're gonna need more of that though. A lot more of that.
Deep breath.
Trying to think of the rest of that joke. Sorry.
It's more of a meme than a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, don't
Wait, Mini doesn't know that one? Even I know that one.
Navi seem to be set on the idea that Heretics are going towards B. Double stack in. But Heretics once again just taking it cautiously slow. Some proactivity from Navi. Heretics just ticking off the boxes. A main control, now re-clearing this garage space, making sure that Cypher doesn't have anything to give Navi information. But nice re-clear here from Navi. Boo is ready.
Is it though? He's kind of in the best pose for this.
will give away. And that's the heavy hitter from the last round gone. Koala
Oh boy.
Oh, Rookson.
Oh god.
What was that?
Ugh.
You're watching too much Gordon Ramsay. I want to.
Yeah, I wonder if he needs to be like Omen flashing TPing
But
that.
now, Boo.
Oh boy. Well,
How is Woot
just give me
still
to
give me
to
thinking, oh,
Pearl.
they could have stacked ticks. We've already seen 2, but the awareness is there. Hero and Angel. Yeah, you're absolutely fried on that one. In zone flawless wraps up map 1.
Okay, we said we needed 2-0. And that was a nice fast map though.
Result.
Bringing us a little bit closer time-wise.
Yeah, Heretics look great, but as we expected, Navi it's not their comfortable map. Hopefully a map 2.
Yeah, it looked
and
it looked
potentially
rough for
3,
them.
This might be a bit more competitive.
That is what we're waiting for. Map 2, map 3 is where it gets interesting. Don't miss this one.
Nice! Let's go! That's how you do it, bench. Oh my god!
I told you, this morning I wake up and I knew you're gonna get this question, you know? Even in the morning.
Thanks, bro.
I hit them so hard. I hit everyone.
Angel Uncle is sleeping, bro.
But you started 10, bro. Top right.
Damn, dude, they kept that in. Just calling him out. Stage on map 1 again. The poll, yeah, it's been a while. They might have prepped it for the Vitality game last week. So they might have known, they might have been holding on to this poll for a little bit. Is my guess. And Boo's always been in chat when we're watching America's poll games. Even EMEA poll games. So maybe he's been focusing on it a little bit. Okay, back in a little bit.
monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted, it all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate, hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Benji, why are you not on the cover of Valorant yet, man? It's pissing me off.
Because we haven't won anything, mate, that's why. Let's win something, mate.
Let's win something indeed. Every single Heretics fan, especially you, Uli, I think are waiting for that moment to come. And they might just do it if they keep playing like this on Haven. We talked about how traumatic it could be for the side of NAVI. And I'm afraid, Uli, it might be happening again.
It seems to be happening. It might. It could be. I mean, right now, Haven is not the best map to see. How is the NAVI performance? We have to go through Pearl. It's a permaban. I want to see maybe them playing a MIBR. But to be honest, Minibu is still dominating Lucas Evicio.
He is. And I think it is shocking, actually, that I know that they can't ban 2 maps, but maybe why Haven wasn't a consideration more so, because I feel like their fractures maybe a little bit better than that. And also, Heretics looked so strong against Vitality last week, and they echoed exactly the same performance again today against NAVI.
Yeah, and this is the problem. NAVI's first seed dreams are officially over. With that 1 map loss against Team Heretics, it will be absolutely impossible for them to make seed 1, which means it will come down to Heretics and Fnatic next week. We'll find out. But let's talk about everything we saw on Haven. Meg, the retakes were beautiful. I was kind of getting Sunset Heretics flashbacks with the ways that they were diffusing the spike with the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, their retakes were so aggressive and more often than not successful. Even in rounds where they were at a disadvantage, of course, the Benji clutch with the Minibu op retake, that was a 3v2, so you really don't expect a team like NAVI to be losing that out. But they did. They gave those 1v1s. And yeah, I mean, of course, it was ended out by Benji with an insane flick. But yeah.
Also, it's hard to know that there is a team like Team Heretics around. It's been a long time, and they still keep playing mostly the same basics, fundamentals, strong, playing together, retakes, knowing that they only have to look to play together. And with all the macro around, they're playing much better right now. I mean, they seem to be one of the... I will say, I think they're going to master Toronto for sure. I mean,
okay,
the spots is already locked.
All right,
I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Sorry.
Do you know what's even more hype is that they actually retook 11 rounds. 11 out of 12 they played retake there, and they won 9, of course, out of those 11. And again, so beautifully done by them, and everything just came together beautifully. Benji was clutching like this, and we saw your favorite player, Minibu. I can't do his government. Oh, hello. I think he heard me there. I can't do his government name. I'm not so good at it as you are. But Minibu, I don't even like to say that he's back. I think it's more like he's just Minibu. You know, this is what we expect.
He's just flourished.
Yeah, this is just what he does on a regular schmegular Friday night.
He was normally doing it, but there is a lot of people that like to keep the eye on him because sometimes,
and they're stupid. Sorry, carry on.
It's okay. I mean, sometimes people like to talk about someone, and it's true that Minibu performance on kickoff was awful. But right now, he proved to be one more champ, one of the best. And to be honest, if you track him from the whole career, sometimes he could be having a bad day. But normally, he is the same.
He was here, there, and everywhere, and he was making Navi's life hell. And I have to say, Mini did mention over sort of one of the rounds that he was shocked that Navi weren't hitting A more. That seemed to be where their success lay. And it almost was like that when they went onto the economy rounds, they were like, oh, let's just run it down A. And then they were nearly working out. So it was almost like, why not just do that on a buy round? Why not just keep chancing it at A? And hopefully more rounds would have come through.
Mini's such a Navi hater. You know what I mean?
I hate agreeing with him.
Yeah.
You cannot hate it. He was saying Uncle Angel.
Did he say Uncle Angel?
Not Mini.
It was not Mini, it was Benji.
Oh my god, you scared me. I was going to be like, Mini's 30 years old saying Uncle Angel. But let's look ahead to Pearl, because this is where we perhaps didn't expect to be let through at all today. It has been let through. Uli believes it's a trap. Meg, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we saw Heretics play this in kickoff twice, and they won out against BBL and Mates. And we do know that, you know, obviously that Navi have played this. I just think it's a really interesting choice, considering that Heretics do have good reps on this map, and they do have good reps on most maps. So I think Pearl is definitely a good choice for Navi to maybe give them a go.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back.
I would like to see it back, but to be honest, it's been a long time. And on kickoff, maybe we've seen something. But it's been long from the last time I've seen them play on Pearl. They don't used to be that strong. And if they're playing Pearl, what are they playing? Is Neon back?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, would you like it to be?
Yes, sure. I would like to see Neon back. I'd like to see something. I see your...
I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting.
Let me know. I want to hear you.
I'm going to tell you, Uli, that last time we saw Heretics playing on Pearl, VUT played Astra. And I like that. I love seeing that kind of aggressive duelist go on.
I'm giving you a look because I don't like that.
You don't?
I don't like that. He's on a team with Boo.
Yeah.
He's on a team with Boo.
I quite like it though. I always love that kind of controller duelist switch up. Yeah, when you kind of flex between the two.
No, I'm not. I want the normal, you know, Boo Astra, KO, the normal schmegular stuff.
I think for a viewer experience, it's fun though, because you're like, oh my god, are they going to play the
It's a pretty good map for KO these days still.
No, they're going to sit back and play post-plant with Astra.
And also my biggest question is around, what is Benji going to play? Is Benji going to bring bias?
I don't think he's going to play the Killjoy. I think the Killjoy is kind of that's the thing of the past. Yeah, maybe he does.
Let's make this
we'll
one
see
quick.
It in just a moment. Neil, can I get your cap? Do you know what? I will do my goddamn best to make that happen for you. If he doesn't give you that cap, I will
He's always wearing that hat.
Take it off of his head and
Not
give
a
it
chance.
to you. He is an injured man right now, though, so I want to make sure, you know, I don't do anything too outrageous.
It's probably easier, if anything, right?
If you take it and people run.
In fairness, he was playing Bamington and he injured himself.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. And I believe he didn't even win the point. I believe he went for something.
That's hilarious.
He went for a play and it didn't happen. But let's talk about
He went for a play and it didn't happen.
When it comes to what
it's like the nicest way of saying it.
Uli. They picked this. How do they win?
Being honest, it's hard to know because I mean, one of the biggest plan that we will see from NAVI coming for today will be maybe making a counter-attack against their opponent. But it's going to be a matchup where they cannot counter-attack anything. So mostly, they have to, first of all, step up. Hero has to be playing. I mean, on the first map, Hero was completely out. He didn't shine.
Come on, give me the comps. What's going on now?
Worst performance ever. I never seen him. I mean, remember, Hero was the same one that hit the best KD from last week. And it's hard to know. So I would like to see him playing properly. And
wow, it looks like
double duelists.
Is that the same?
That's the same as
the Woo Jet.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same.
Not on the side of Team
we haven't seen this for a while.
It is on Navi, and I do like this because they did win out against Giant X when they last played Pearl.
I mean, the Woo Jet in Masters was kind of outrageous.
In this comp pick. But yeah, the Heretics one is interesting. We did obviously say that Benji Fishy probably
it's been rough bacon.
That Killjoy, and he is going on the Cypher instead. You've got
We got 3 rounds in 1 hour earlier.
So he's not on the Astra as he was
I like it.
previously.
I like good to see in Jet. I mean, it's mostly the same composition we used to see with Chamber, but instead of Chamber, you're going to be playing with Jet. You should be getting some pressure on main A, main B, trying to adapt what they're doing and trying to also counter-stat. This time the Tejo is not having the utility, this 45 seconds bridge. So probably there is a chance.
Yeah, we'll do Sonya.
We can maybe see them shining with this combo.
I really like this. Obviously, the Jet on VUT, he has whipped it out before. It's sometimes good, sometimes not so
or
good,
Angel?
but on the
Why
whole,
not
I think
both,
people
dude?
Enjoy it. People enjoy
Give me
seeing
both.
him on this. Certainly a
Get the
global
IGL
event.
team going.
Absolutely fabulous, fantastic.
I went from a team of no IGLs, how about a team of 5
Again,
IGLs?
on that Yoru, I know you wanted to
Play
see a
opposite.
Neon, but you understand why they go for something like this. And of course, Benji the Fish is going to be on the Cypher instead of the KJ. All very, very, very interesting.
Find age, yeah. Trying to get the average age of 30 plus.
Not like and not enjoy a Rian Sober. He's just so good.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say
Get
as well.
Jesse Vash is in there.
and VUT have just played
need 2
that
more.
duelist role together previously on Haven, so they're warmed up and ready. And I feel like at this point, they are so aggressive and they know exactly how each other plays. So I do think that's going to work to their advantage coming into Pearl as they do it so often.
Boaster, yeah, I think Boaster would have to do.
Bringing Neon.
He would have to be the youngest.
Right now, with the middle they're playing and playing against the combo they're playing, having a strong operator where they can be flexing and moving in between A and B is a good spot for Minibu and also for good playing that Jet.
Was that Rian's mum?
I'm not sure. I didn't see
There is
it.
a mother in the audience. I love
Shout
that.
out. That's someone's mother, you know. So
Is that Mini Boo and Boo's mum, I think?
I love it. I was like, where are we going with this? This
That's
is
right.
it, you know? Heretics, they could come out of this with
feel
a
like there's
very
been a
solid 2-0, which
interview.
makes the game next week extra interesting.
Noticing the delay?
That will be the
Oh
one
no,
that
dude.
settles
We were
which team
almost on time
comes
for
out and
Americas.
secures Seed 1. But for NAVI, they have to try and fight back here. We're talking about a team that's haunted the dreams of Shao and Angel since last year, where over time and time again,
The hardware issue again, not the PC replacement.
go up against
Oh
Team
no, this is the
Heretics,
long
and
one.
Uli, they would just lose all their confidence after because they either get knocked out by this team or they end up losing this team and then getting knocked out the week after.
I would like to know if it's really a mental issue at that moment. It's a block when you're playing against Team
That's the
Heretics.
long one.
Because sometimes we've seen this kind of course that's being there, and I have to say that Heretics already broke itself. Because
We're missing Americas. We might be missing Americas. We might miss a fair amount if this goes third man.
To win them. It's not be NAVI winning for first time. I don't think so, but maybe they will try. And also last year, I remember that they won both times on qualifying match and on playoff, both of them eliminating match. Sorry. But also they win on the regular season. I think it was 3-0 last year.
Sorry, as if we just showed a sign that says Tech Pause presented by Pansy.
I never got to do my Tech Pause song.
Okay, let's do your Tech Pause song.
Even though it's not technic. Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a Tech Pause.
It is.
I hope the
Okay.
imagery, the directors can bless you with some good imagery for this. A music video for Meg. Take it away.
Everybody, I'm going to set the scene. The stage is red. Lauren is in the building. And it's about to go down. Okay.
Let's go.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I love Valorant! Let's go,
Jesus.
Valorant!
Yeah.
I feel like the crowd really enjoyed that. I saw a
barking.
couple of girlies bopping their heads.
Thank you.
Shout out to those girlies bopping their heads.
I'm
with
glad I
this
got my
song.
girly support.
I want to make sure we work on getting, securing the rights to that, making a jingle, so we can maybe play it every time it happens. What are the lyrics again? I want to learn the lyrics.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant.
Nice. What do you think about that, Uli? Can you translate that into Spanish for,
I have it here
for the international audience?
Hard one.
Yeah?
Tenemos una pausa técnica, cerrad las puertas. Está muy triste la audiencia, así que empezar a gritar no, no más. Pero la vida es difícil y estas cosas a veces pasan, así que vamos a levantarnos todos y a gritar ¡que amamos el Valorant!
Yeah.
Vale. Okay, if that is not the greatest thing ever heard, because over in Americas, I believe G2 have a song, and I love you G2 so much, but that song is diabolical. So I
Wait, they
feel
changed
like
their song though.
If we start making our own songs, if we start doing
They
our own
changed the
jingles, I think
G2
we
song.
can you know, rival them. We can really
They got a new one this year, right?
on everything we do anyway.
And we
just
could
in
do
life.
several remixes for every emotion.
Yeah, maybe like team specific.
Yeah.
We can do some team specific ones.
Listen,
you know?
if anybody want after the Koi chant as well, I feel like I'm really making a name for myself in the
Miss the old song? I kind of miss the old song.
So look,
Who
if
had the
anybody's
banger
looking
song
for
on
a new
Americas?
jingle
Was it
or
Crew?
jam, I'll do
Crew
it
used to
free of
have a
charge, just
sick
like,
walk on.
Don't price yourself down. You gotta be. You should be.
I want my talent to be seen and heard.
Okay, but only in the
I kind of
NBA,
miss the
right?
walk
You're
on
not-
songs.
If America's
Oh,
come
no.
knocking, you're gonna say no.
No, that's a big hefty charge. If
Okay.
you're from America.
I like that. Stay away.
Dale a
We
tu
got.
cuerpo alegría, Macarena, que tu
Do you know
cuerpo es
what?
para darle alegría, cosa buena. Is the song.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Honestly,
What's
I
going
think
on with it?
Maddie pop off queen. I think if we do the Tegport song, we gotta do a Tegport dance. It's only natural that we have a dance that goes with the song.
I think we get Boaster on that one.
Yeah, we need.
Someone please get the PC already. Surely the PC's there.
We throw in the Fnatic exercise.
Yeah.
So what other icon? Maybe the Gaius chest bash.
Yeah.
Chest
Yeah.
pump. Yeah. We got. I think we got
Table, a desk smash.
Also,
Yeah.
table smashing the table should be in.
No, I don't think we should smash the table
No?
because I think that's gonna cause more
That's
tech
injury.
pauses.
Okay. A pencil. Just throw in the pencil like LOL times.
Yeah, I don't really. I don't
Yes.
think that should
Get it.
happen. All right, okay. Oh yes, they know exactly what I'm talking about. This crowd slaps. Best crowd in the world, by the way. I love our crowd
Pulse
today.
MX for the
They're
Prime.
joining
Thank you,
in.
thank you. Appreciate the whole
Wow,
yeah.
okay. It's been one map. Is that you out there, Uli? That's something the plant, a Heretics plant that you
It's
sent
my
in
pay
there?
actor.
Yeah.
E9 is securing first place today. That's bold.
People in the crowd
I like
to
it
big
though.
up Team Heretics, but I'm
Oh yeah, it is
glad
literally the
that,
game for first
we
place,
have some
right? First
Team Heretics
seed.
fans in the crowd because they'll remember VUT's Jet.
Dude, it should be a
Just
banger.
to give you a tidbit, shout out to our stats. God, Captain Cal. Can I get a move for Captain Cal?
We won't see it.
Lovely.
What's
Just
the second
informing
map
them
of?
last time
Sorry,
we
the second
saw
game in
a
Americas
play
is
Jet, it was
the
on Icebox.
FURIA
EMEA
MIBR,
stage
right?
2 last year versus
Surely that's a 2-0.
Koi. Yeah, and Koi won that map.
Wow.
Yeah, Koi won that
Maybe
map.
How the
Navi
tables have
can win
turned.
today.
Yeah, I mean they were really good at Icebox last
It's
year. I
funny
really enjoyed it.
because probably most
Furia
people
2-0,
Spanish
yeah,
is
that's
gonna
what
be
that's
watching
what I
football
meant. You're
streaming
right.
now. I'm gonna tell you a meme about Navi
Oh, hit me. Is it
and Movistar
B2B?
Koi. No.
Oh.
We have to go back to 2023. It was a tech pause where Navi was meeting Koi. And
I remember this. Yeah, carry on.
after that tech pause, I had to call in Spanish that round was for Navi because it was an issue, an exploit, and it was wrong for Navi. And I said in Spanish, Ronda para Navi. And that became a meme for the Koi community, and every single tech pause, doesn't matter which
5
team are
gifted if
playing,
Furia wins,
every
dude. Your
single
money's so
Koi fan is
safe.
gonna say, Ronda
You'll
para
be so
Navi.
fine.
It's a dream of mine to become a meme.
They might get a
Can you-
Lotus though. You never know.
Repeat that in Spanish.
If Lotus is there,
Can you-
they got a
Did I
map.
get-
Yeah.
Go again, Uli. Give me one more time.
Ronda para Navi.
Ronda para Navi.
Well done.
Buenísimo.
Buenísimo.
Buenísimo. Oh, I'm afraid you
Dude,
haven't
all of the
seen your
crowd
song,
stood in the
Meg.
Macarena. That's what we
You gotta
resorted
sing your song.
to.
Let me do my song.
Yeah.
Can you
They're-
beatbox?
They're dancing the Macarena.
Okay.
It's amazing.
But we're doing it to the new song.
We're doing it to the new song, Uli. Can you give us a beat?
Give us a beat, Uli.
Can you
No.
give us a beat?
I will try.
Yeah.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors, crowd outside screaming, please no more, but life is rough and stuff.
Oh
happens,
boy,
so
we
let's all
really,
cheer.
we're out here dying, chat. We're out here struggling. Someone's got to get that PC
They
ASAP.
love Valorant. Like I think I thought I love Valorant, but then I saw Maddie and Mia mousing the crowd, and I'm like, no, they love Valorant.
Yeah,
I don't love Valorant. They love Valorant.
I think the way that people from Europe and America express love for things.
Pansy,
You know what I mean? Like,
please.
from America,
Can you
it's
give
real
them my PC,
enthusiasm,
maybe?
like, real energy, and I think
At Pansy and
from
ask them if they
anywhere in
need your
Europe,
PC. How close are you to the venue?
No, not Turkey. Turkey,
Not Turkey,
they
no.
do things. Or France.
Yeah.
Not
Or
Spain.
Spain. So basically the UK.
Just the UK. Okay,
Just
I'm
the
speaking
UK.
for the Brits here.
Just the UK.
The miserable Brits.
While we're here, while Mia is being shown on camera, let me give you guys some Mia Mouse lore because I love her, but I might accidentally send some haters her way by saying this, but she is a judge-only raise main.
Oh,
she
yeah.
is a
Oh, who's this?
menace.
You're definitely
Judge
doing
only
her best,
raise
yeah.
main? That's
But she's
actually
so good at
legit.
it. Like,
She is.
I see her TikToks and I'm like, she's got the techers.
She's
She has got the
unbelievable,
techers.
but people won't even care.
Yeah, but just the techers are crazy. I've seen her do unbelievable things with a judge on Raze.
Player's currently doing settings. Okay, well, we'll get in there.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice. No. I think if she's got the judge, it's gonna get you in the face. Yeah. It is gonna get you. I'm trying to think if we have any shotgun players in this matchup. I don't.
We did see VUT, Garage Haven with a judge.
Mayank, not yet, not yet. We do it this year though. Should be fun.
Boo is partial every now and then, but they're all Sheriff players.
Yeah, and Xiao, long time ago on Split, used to play a lot of judge.
He did, you're right, he
But
did.
it's a long time ago. I'm talking about maybe 2022.
Yeah. Do you remember when they tried to play Sova on Split? Just for
Dude, they were adamant about the Sova on Split.
It was against G2 on
It
initial
was non-stop
Well,
against everyone.
Do you guys know what? We, I believe, have sorted the issues. I gave Mini such
actually?
a lovely welcoming on map 1, so it's only fair to send this back to the 2011 Vita Novaland runner-up, Lauren Pansy Scott.
Oh man, they went digging.
Get off the esports
Right, what was
earnings
that one?
website. It was just a random event Tom put on. It's
Mine wasn't even
at
online.
least
That
I'm
was
second.
online.
I think I've outdone you at Epic Lands and iSeries too.
What an Epic Land.
Mini didn't go to Epic Lands.
Epic Land 8,
Did he?
7.
I don't believe you for a second. If we can get the stats guy on that one, any proof would be ideal. However, thank you for your patience. We are being told.
8 and
Don't
7.
start. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Hold on. Oh, you guys are demanding
Check
a
out when
production
Mini
more than
came
I
in
am.
Epic Land. Epic Land.
Even the
8.
Angel fans are asking for it.
Yes,
The
results.
timer in-game has started. We're at 29 seconds. 28. We're getting there, folks. We've made it. Oh, the atmosphere in here is electric.
Wait, Mini was here? He's
It
not in the
has,
top
and we've
4.
all collectively lost our minds together, and there's something quite beautiful about it. So we
Let's
focus
keep an eye
up
on that one.
with 8 seconds remaining, and hopefully no red
Okay,
stages.
Navi
So,
on defense.
Map 1 was a 13-3
Heretics on
blowout.
attack.
Heretics did what we expected.
They're double
this,
pistol.
however, is a different scenario. I mean, this is very much a arena for Na'Vi to do quite well in, so we focus towards Heretics for now as they are on the attack. Na'Vi are on the defending side. And we'll check in to see how this goes. Already a lot of presence towards
A
our.
nice little setup from Navi though. Okay, well, it was. Dude, did Rian's just spam him before he even got a chance to peek and worked out it was the double stack?
He certainly is, but Rienz has fallen to Koala Noob, so trying to bring back these numbers. Rooksick, the flash just
That
caught
ain't
him
a
in the end. Koala
great
Noob, the only one to really
flash. I'm pretty
keep
sure
this
those
even in the realms
koalas were
of
maybe I'm
reality
fully
for
wrong.
Na'Vi. But the plant's going to be in, and they are ready for this. Stacked up towards Pit, does leave the plant a little
I mean,
vulnerable.
Hero's
but
good
now
for a
support can
clutch,
come in,
but
and they know
this
where Hero
is too much.
From Hero. He's won a clutch from here before, but this time on the retake, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
Oh, it is, especially on 19 HP. And you were kind of enjoying Na'Vi on this map in moments, and we'll get into that once we get past this, once this is confirmed, because you can see the reposition from Heretics too. They're not taking any chances, going to make this very hard for Hero. Trying to pull off a 1v3 like this, if no one's giving you isolated fights, it's tough. And I think they know now the time is a huge indicator of this. Just a tap on the spike. Benji will give himself up for it, but it's fine again. Still got mini bit of boo there in case necessary. Job done. Round 1 in the bag for Heretics. But let's talk Na'Vi on this map, Mini, because there's a couple of key factors that you like about this.
Yeah, I mean, we cast our minds back to the desk when...
Cast our back minds.
Cast our back
Yinsu
minds.
saying I'm a Na'Vi hater.
Yes.
And apparently, you know... But it's not true. I actually just hate teams on maps where I think they're not very good at.
My brother is
And
not
I think
typing
Pro is a map where they are very good at. Specifically the attack side, so hopefully when we get that map switch, half switch, we can see Na'Vi pick up the pace. But what I love about them is on the attack side.
Mini did. Mini won
solid
Epic
map.
Land 7.
I think most teams are going to veer towards that A main control, but Na'Vi, one of the teams understanding that B long's a very important part of the map. Art control is very important in this map.
Yes,
just
he
like
has been
Heretics
to an Epic
last
Land.
round. Defense, they're okay.
Okay, we'll see if they can make it through with enough rounds to play with. That's a bigger thing here as well. Very patient and very,
this
it
is
seems
the
aware
most
of
savage
what Na'Vi
crossfire.
might be wanting to do.
Yeah, that's
Reading
what we
it
always
like
talk
a
about.
book.
Pushing over towards middle
Getting Hero last
can
one
get
alive.
pretty
We've been
bad.
here before.
Just feel like Heretics have some good reads at the moment though.
And this could be a really hard start. You're starting cold into this after a blowout.
Epic
map
Land is
one.
just like
little
it's like a
extended pause there in the middle. Obviously,
UK
contractually,
baby
I have to
land
have a
basically.
tech pause.
Like
My
a bring your
first
own PC
sponsor
kind of land.
paid for that slot. At
Goose, thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the bits.
Feeling a little bit cold now. They need to warm
A
into the
tier
game
1 UK event. Honestly,
how you do it.
I'm not sure we have any other events, so it kind of is tier 1.
Does need to warm up into it. Heretics, I'm interested by this comp. It's not a typical comp.
When it comes to the KDA and player camps, they changed servers.
So a very
So
direct approach on the pistol.
they had a lot of
That is
issues
the
today.
strength of the comp, just very direct. Anti-eco just seeing a very passive, safe approach. But into these gun rounds, interested to see what they do. The last time they played Pro, I was also quite impressed with how they approached the map.
Last Yoru standing wins.
But with a much different composition.
Go.
Okay,
First big
aggro over
challenge, first big
towards
test.
A. What do we got
I
always?
love Woot in this role, but
My
again,
goodness. Oh, that's kind of nuts. Super aggro, got a late recon that goes over towards
It's a
site.
gift from Rien's there.
Bang.
Aim was all a ruse for this art walk down.
Today might be the day you lose your mind. Surely there's... Don't tell me there's a tech pause after this round.
Going through the motions really nicely.
Why is Vincere in that?
So I see those fundamentals in place. Got to see something to dissuade this outcome. As for now, they fought for the space. Apart from that, Kwanu has been finding this value. He was the one who found impact in the first, even turning the flash. Fight back from Hero. Finally, a player advantage here. Rien's
Ooh, lovely little lineup on this one as well. Any extra damage? No. Okay, I have a feeling there's a tech pause coming up. Why is everyone typing from production here? Risky 1999 with a tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months as well, dude. I appreciate that.
What I liked about NAVI there, not committing to that A site being relatively easy to retake. So if you do lose the numbers there, I will be grumpy mini.
Also, I'm looking at the prompter here, and we're being rinsed.
Why is that? Mini earned £148 at 3 epic lands.
Yeah.
Look, it was a different era.
I only got 60 apparently at Epic Land.
Well, it was a different.
Let's go.
Let's look at the epic land that Mini won.
I was coaching a couple of teams. I don't know if that counts, but you know.
Okay, okay, chat. I got a good one for you. Everyone guess epic land. Mini won a LAN. How much did his whole team win? Bear in mind there's 5 of them.
Early on here, and I'm kind of liking what
This is
Kwano's been
2011.
pretty solid on this.
How much is the prize money for first place?
Whoa, War? Still gonna get that, are you? Fair play, okay.
You guys, some of you are really underplaying it.
Cursing him, my bad. And then 4v4.
It was £525 for first.
These new ideas, this creativity from the coaching staff. Nice to see already.
525. We were pure playing for the passion there. Bear in mind, we probably paid for travel and our hotel as well. Like we're out here losing money.
You can see here, Heretics using the
chicken nuggets. Yeah, it's basically the boncar salary.
Exec.
Couple of chicken nuggets.
Doing a little bit of shenanigans around middle.
Kind of posturing towards the side. Does that get rid of the alarm bot? It doesn't. So that keeps that security there, but they still have 2 players posted over towards this side. So Woot's creeping down. Shao
just hidden.
Did he see a barrel?
Yeah, he saw the barrel. He saw the barrel, and I'm pretty sure Mini Boo told him.
The body drops, but Angel unchecked on so far. This position always seems to be rewarded.
It looked like he didn't fully notice,
Benji
right?
clears it fine, and now they've got to respect that smoke.
Well, they won one, they lost the next.
That is beautiful mid-round.
It was a good little luck from him as well.
Finding options here, and I was worried when they weren't able to get rid of that alarm bot over towards Art that maybe they could have cheated that additional player over for Na'Vi, re-secured it, but again,
Fun fact about Mini or Pansy.
That came through there. This is the one.
Kind of think, dude.
What I loved here as well.
Yes, days.
Traditionally, you see a Jet player there, keep going. Woot disciplined enough to just wait for his teammates.
I think I have too much.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Not happy.
Yes, guys, let's go!
Good work.
I'm hoping to see some rounds.
I mean, you can go with that one if you want. Honestly, you should probably try that one. That one's way better than anything else I can come up with.
Not yet. We wait with bated breath. Hope sky high.
You should go out on a bang, surely.
We can will it into existence.
Okay, we see the Bucky though. We've seen this before.
Bucky looked rather good recently. Ruxic, you got any
It has
of
to
that
be
sort of
from me.
magic? I don't think
Say
Heretics fancy going
say
for
that
shot
I said
points.
that one then.
Benji.
Nice little camera for Benji to be safe. Watching over middle. Heretics grouping towards A main. It's going to be a free site if they decide to commit.
So far, good read of the approach.
Okay, how do you retake this one?
A little bit of a chip damage coming in from, I guess, towards Art, but that's about
Oh,
it. The patience.
Benji's super patient on
See
this.
if it pays off here. Yeah, very disciplined from Benji.
Oh, a lovely little camera as well to spot
Very
too.
well handled.
Is nice, gives them extra info as well.
Now down to the remaining three.
Oh,
Shao,
Rian's
Hero, and
might.
Angel.
No.
Now with the odds even further against him with the divide coming through. MIBR just going to wait on the other side in case someone dares attempt it. But it's towards Woot. Yeah, sharp. Yeah, very sharp. And gets away with plenty of time to spare. This is looking sewn up again.
Yeah, the Woot Jet though is
I was
good.
interested by why this pairing of duelists for Heretics, the Euro and the Jet, but already Woot looking extremely comfortable taking all the space with the Jet. Fragging out, just like he was on ISO last map.
That's 3.
I was a little bit critical of the idea of them going double duelists on a lot of these maps, but it's been looking incredible so far.
I mean, the double duelist on this doesn't look too bad. It's the ODG stuff.
You're getting rinsed in Sliggy's chat, by the
For
way.
what?
I don't know.
I mean, I was startering earlier, and I've only won 180 quid at Epic Land apparently, but...
No, they're really going in. Look, they've realised they've been caught, so they're just trying to hide the evidence.
Chat spams like.
I'm just saying Yinzu was in there. She's been stirring the pot. She's stirring.
Fancy doesn't want to say.
How did you feel about the chance, by the way?
The little, like... Well, it felt like a rap to me.
Yeah.
Like a little rap.
Yeah. Ranu and you're like doing
Everyone's scatter chat. Everyone's scatter.
Simple rap. Meg's got a real career.
Hey, I thought it was cool, okay?
Right. Well, for now, Navi fighting for the space towards A main, which is a bit of a difference here. It feels like traditionally to this point, Heretics had won that out. This time, actually going to commit towards it. Wonder how long Angel wants to stay here, though, because it does get real tricky. Yeah, having to backpedal.
Kind of cleared this though.
Indicators
Well, I was gonna say Angel droning like reveals that they cleared it, like actually gave it up.
Was to fight for that A main space if they want to. Usually you'll see Koala Noob there with them as the Euro, but Angel having a bit of a day with the aim, so maybe just him is enough.
He's reset the tempo a little bit, and I like the Heretics already looking for a new option. Now, Koala Noob's position, though.
Time is ticking away a little bit. Your ult's going to be big, though.
Yeah, that's a nice insta take though from Koala. He was gonna get wrecked.
Mini boot.
Free side. They didn't clear elbow, right?
Man, and I think he has. Yeah, commitment made. He's taken over so much space already. They're forced so deep here.
Just like I was talking about how the post plants on Haven A site are so strong, giving up this B site is a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a hard retake, especially when everyone's like perma spamming this smoke, which is super strong. If Rians gets a kill, he gets his ult, and that is probably the after plant.
This could be hugely valuable.
Dude, Woot's playing great.
And gets another, bringing Navi to their knees until now. A 3v3, but then MIBR is so much potential here. Angel
Yeah,
still
they still got to deal with Astrosuck.
He's got this.
They got a recon as well.
Long road back through here. Trying to check on the smoke.
There's the recon.
Comes in, and both players now noted. Who takes that next
There's
layer
the
of
Astrosuck.
contact? The time.
No time on that.
Forcing the hand here. They've got to get
It's
moving.
insanely well
Navi
played from
know they're
Heretics
out
though.
of options,
Looking nice.
They are out of this round. Another foul for Heretics, and the scoreline running away from them.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems that you'll see when teams are fighting so much on defense for that A main space, is B is a bit weaker, and then if you're losing B side, the retake's hard. We saw Heretics with great post-plant theory, having the Astra and Sova alive towards that B long. The rest of the players making the delay on the site, but Gravwell shocked out some recons for that post-plant. Simple clean
yeah,
up
they
there
need.
for Heretics in the end.
The good news about the timeout is actually can afford. Well, they have some save guns that picked up the op.
I've been hurt in the past. But Navi do need to get a grip on this. Is there a simple solution that you see? Because, I mean, we get to see the full picture, but right now it feels like Heretics, their mid-rounding is just perfect.
I don't think they need to fight
Heretics
A-main
map
this
4.
hard.
I mean, if they get this pole's looking nice though.
Art setup where they also want to make sure
Pole's
they're
looking
ready
really
to
nice.
fight for
This
B
makes
space
it
if it
a lot better.
I think
for
as
their
long as they
map
got some
pool.
deep information towards B.
What map haven't they
and
looked
their
good
rotate's
at?
quick
Ascent?
enough towards B, they're fine. They look good on that A retake.
Then and
Why not play towards that A retake?
Fracture.
Maybe a couple options. I do wonder what they go for. It looks like Happy leading the conversation here between them and Navi. I do worry. As much as we see strength in this team, this is a really hard way to start map 2 after what was a brutal map 1.
They're split.
I
don't think they're well, I know they got 11. I know they were 11-2 up and then got wrecked.
Like every time he's playing Raze, it's almost looking like Jet
But
or Yoru,
I think they just kind of thought they had already won it. I don't actually think it's too bad.
Raze not traditionally the best operator duelist, but
It's scary times though, because we're having Woot having a game here. This time Angel not even going to get towards posturing that deep. Already forced away. So
What's
the question
on
mark
Smooth?
remains
You're
towards
replacing
A-main.
Monzi on
but
G2.
as I said, I didn't want Navi
Dude,
to
I
fight
wish
for
that was
A-main.
true.
They left Ark
That would
completely
be so
open,
funny.
and I thought Ark was going to be the place that they needed to play heavier.
Would never do it.
And it becomes a problem. If Heretics get towards this A site and have Ark controlling the post plant, it's going to be difficult for Navi. They have stacked 4 people now though, rotated across.
Right place. But we've seen the mid-rounding. That's where a lot of our compliments were placed towards. Kowalanu still in position here.
Heretics doing a Navi cosplay.
Cage triggered.
Taking it very slow right now.
But this is nice. The recon kind of reveals that they.
Oh, I love that. On the corner, very heads up and cleared. Heretics, it just feels like they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Now, they find Hero. There's still Kowalanu. He's kind of your heavy hitter.
I think this is very nice from Heretics, man. They lean into double duelist on a couple of these maps. Give Woot the duelists. Give him that freedom.
Woot managed to slip through. It's an awareness shown, but Woot is hitting today.
Ah, dude, we're out here playing proper.
Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He's done the damage. Leaving Shao still alive with just a ghost. Rook's yeah, he's got the Vandal and Kowalanu having to run this back with the operator. The temptation surely to save becomes bigger
That's
and
awesome
bigger.
to see that, to be honest.
He's going again.
Then he late goes back through.
Oh man, this is...
That's nuts. That's cool.
I guess
though.
that's how you answer a timeout, though. An in-zone flawless for Heretics and Navi. Once again, the woes continuing. We were talking earlier about how this is a bit of a test of form. How do they shape up against the big boys, right? How do they look against your Vitality, Fanatics, your Heretics? And so far, it's not looking great.
No, yeah, Navi this season, it seems like they beat the teams that they're expected to beat, but against the tougher opponents, a bit more tough. I did
How
love
long
that
have I been in
Heretics, though.
esports?
The
I
little,
don't know. I dread to think, man.
Push through into
Long
the
time.
suicide through middle. The little jet updraft to distract the crosshair. Nice micro from you. The discipline as well. Woot's playing a good jet.
Okay, full buy. They got great retake ults. Surely my Astra doesn't commit over towards B when we got the Astra ult.
Now overwhelmed. Can he try and make it out of this with any positivity? Already going to be noted and spammed. Down to 47.
Well, there goes our 2 ults to retake B.
Probably one of the closest, but he fights his way forward.
Wait.
Finding one in a second.
Oh my god! How? I disagree with how they're playing the macro, but fair play, man. He's absolutely owned it.
It ain't over yet. This might be too far, though. Benji late to the party as Navi, off the back of Rooksik's work, give themselves a chance for a
I thought he was
second.
beyond dead there. I'm surprised he got one.
Once upon a time, these 1v3s felt almost fated. Not today. Shao there, and Navi make it up to 2.
Yeah, beautiful round from Rooksik. He had a bit of a rough kickoff, but stage 1 he's been up there. I think him and Hero have been Turkish duo looking quite good on this team.
Yeah, spot on.
6-6, baby, let's go.
Nice little exec from Heretics, the double dive, you saw the TP and Woot going into the heaven.
Yep.
It looked
he
good,
tweeted?
but
What about?
heroics from
Everyone
Rooksik in
know.
the end. To win it for Navi.
They got some ults now for Navi. This could be it, 6-6, as said by Kowalanu. We gotta run it back every round.
Ban from chat.
This is where I really expect them to be able to play these retakes.
Honestly?
Hopefully towards
Kinda
the east end of the
warranted.
map. I don't want to see them dying.
What's she banned for? Flaming Mini? I thought that's allowed.
Hero, Shao, and Rooksik are the 3. 1 off for Angel.
Okay, let's think of a reset right now.
Towards this B site for Navi. Hero waiting.
They pretty much displayed a round where they played over towards site, even with the retake ult, so they might think that they're going to play on site again. Because you would think they're playing off site like this normally, but because they kind of condition them to think that they're willing to play on site with the ults, they actually have to be scared of back to site now.
Gonna go back and explore elsewhere.
Especially as I guess the Yoru's open.
It's a very different tempo to this round. Patience being displayed.
Taking out the snitch.
A bit of noise towards A,
Respect.
softening up that B side, and Woot's got a free kill onto Hero. That's one of those big ults down.
Yeah, 2 remaining.
Two person hunt of Woot. He's done good though. It's good amount of info. Yeah, insta call of the 2-person over towards B makes it easy for them to go over towards A.
But it's going to be late.
Yeah, just 20 seconds left.
Koala's in a weird spot, but honestly, he could really farm this.
Soften things up.
Wait.
But this is getting so hectic here. 15 seconds.
I thought it was on the shot.
They got to go now. 12. Xiao. He's in place, in position. Spots out another. This is good from Na'Vi. There it is. The fight back we were
Was
waiting
it decoy and then the ult hit or something beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, we were complimenting Heretics'
Was the
mid-round,
clone?
but
Oh,
if
boy.
you mid-round...
Still,
and
the
something
tail
goes
was really
wrong
nice.
And you've left a little bit of time, those are those situations that can happen, especially when you're playing against those ults. Those ults could be used
Nice
to
replay.
stall, as we saw from Xiao. A bit of a Melons moment from Heretics.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Very nice. Heretics feeling enough of a resurgence to slow things down here. Wanted to keep
Yeah, and the
control
lead
of
is
this. They have
starting
a
to
couple of
go.
ults of their own, and of course we noted earlier that Na'Vi have 3 of theirs. So time to talk, time to check in.
Yeah, good time to take it. Lost 2 in a row, momentum shifted back to Na'Vi. And Heretics have 3 rounds to work with where this timeout could be useful.
Is it Weber having the chat there? I saw that Niels had finally
80 Goose, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, it looks like
Alex
Boo kind
the
of maybe
Goose.
going through the options of
With
what
the
they want to
bits,
be
thank
doing.
you so much, dude. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Weber. Having the chat. Which hat do you prefer?
Which hat do I prefer?
No.
I mean, the Omen one.
Heretics hater. Crazy.
I mean, if I was going to wear a hat, it would be the Omen one.
Okay.
I think it'd be a bit weird if I wore the Heretics one.
Or it's just a leak. Maybe you're the third coach.
Ah, the secret, yeah.
Giving over the strats.
That's not a competitive integrity moment, potentially. I don't know.
What's competitive integrity, you know, between friends?
Okay. Dude, they still have all of these
Focusing in
ults.
now. Looks like Woot is banking on that ult. On the other side, though, they found a cure for the woes, Na'Vi. 2 back-to-back. Koala Noob in place.
Okay, Navi
Last time forced off from this
do
by Miniboo's
pretty much
ult.
just fake A control.
Now going to try and stand his ground, at least for a moment. Not too worried yet until then. Decides to respect it and fall away, but look at the reaction.
Yeah,
they
look at the
caused.
rotate.
Yeah, 3 rotating towards B now, and Heretics walking towards this A site.
This could be
Dude, shout out to do so much.
already the knives start flying, the stall comes in, Woot trying to find his way forward. You can see them trying to gap close now. Xiao in trouble.
Oh my god, what are you meant to do? Solo over towards site. Dude, this one person fake with the drone did so much. They did also re-clear over towards A,
Trying
but
to find a connection, and he does. Good tags, great pick up onto Woot. And the plant not in
this
play
pause
yet.
though, this pause is disgusting. Does he? Oh, someone else shot it from sight, but he shot a
He's gonna
bullet.
have to fight out this one.
Big miss.
Shot goes through
It's
this
a real
time.
big miss.
Oh
Oh, it's a
my
giant
God, what a
miss.
shot. Miniboo dragging them down with him, costing them time and comfort. Divide on top, it's all 3 ults here, and Rien's might have been spotted getting closer now. I think they're aware of this. But he's gonna make the run. He goes down, but Benji ready and waiting, but it's up against Ruxic, the man who got Na'Vi started. Gonna get it to half. Benji, patience. Look at
No way, what is that time?
And Ruxic, a second.
How has he actually owned him that badly?
Yeah, and even with the Killjoy Astra ult combo, it's not enough for Na'Vi. And I gotta highlight Xiao there. I think he's got stuck on the back of that A site by himself. In a round where we have these big retake ults,
Yeah,
I think that's a
good
blunder
run.
by him, but great kills from Miniboo here. Shot himself out of that corner nicely.
Bro, give me that handshake. Bang.
Big round there. You love a coach reaction, don't you?
It was Neil looking into the sky, like talking to God himself. Just thank you.
It is pretty sick, though. I mean, you just got all the ults out of Na'Vi. You just turned
2
that
for
on its head after a couple rounds, and Na'Vi
2
looked like
for
to be
loss bonus
rekindling
if
some
they
of that
lose
fire,
this.
but
4 people that can't buy next. Really important round. We
enough for
got
perfect fate.
instant AD 4. We pick up the orb. We're gonna have Astra ult, and they create pressure over towards A. We do have the drone to clear this, but how long until we clear this?
Approach for Heretics, grabbing that orb towards A, moving towards B.
Okay, drone's going to clear it pretty early. And they're going to see the drone over towards B.
Very strong towards that
The problem
side of the
is,
map.
they just over-rotated last round.
The plant and get into a good post plant.
So do they want to over-rotate again, or are they chilling?
Whoa, a little
Okay,
slow on the
you gotta
corner,
rotate
gonna be
now,
punished
guys.
for that, down to 39. And there's commitment here, that's all the players seen. Want to try and play on this smoke.
Astra, oh, but it's the
Navi have
close
made the
one, so they can
rotations.
hold a lot of
The divide
space.
comes in as you expected.
Oh, that's a nice pause for
And
it, though.
It just doesn't. It feels like
That's
Angel
nice
just
from
didn't
Wu.
expect Wu to go that far. And he absolutely does. Now Navi going to be held back, forced to respect this ult. Spikes in. Navi, what do you have left to do with this now? Wu waiting. And now striking. Miniboo the first to find it. Shao falls.
They
We're down
double
3.
push
And the chaos
through
continuing on the
the
site,
ult
leaving
before
Hero,
it goes
Rook, Sliggy,
down.
Koala Noob in a world of
That's
trouble.
nice.
Miniboo doubles down.
Okay, so
And the save
don't
becomes
love this ult, but when you have a jet and you
like
can go on
imperative.
top of the box,
That operator a prize possession.
I start liking it a
Dragged
hell of a
out
lot
the hands
more.
of Koala Noob. As Miniboo carrying on his march towards the remaining Navi man.
Me?
Looks like Rooksik should get away with this.
Waiting for
Economy
me
low
to
for
chime
this
in.
last round from Navi.
Avienva with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the Prime usage.
Heretics like the approach, very simple, very standard, very known. But I did like the little addition to that Wu updraft onto the box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Being able to go through that Astra wall on a very awkward angle. But like I said before, playing retake towards that B side of the map, that retake's hard.
Good words.
Miniboo's got ult as well. 2 off from Koala Noob.
Like you said, they kind of get wrecked. Everyone's sitting about 2,500, 2,600.
We hoped we had enough rounds to witness the other side on this map, but 3 is looking minimal. Hoping they can get
The
another
time.
here, so
Oh,
at least get to see what that
might
side
get
looks
there
like
in
for
time.
Navi.
They might have saved this.
And that's
smoke.
That's
Oh god.
Koala Noob
56.
takes a lot of damage just to pick that Vandal up. And now
Babby
Miniboo
with
going to try and spring into
Bag
action and take the
123
space
with the
away
tier 1.
too.
Appreciate the 2 mums. Thank you for
Spots out
that.
at least another.
Thank you for the tier 1.
I think that was Angel potentially, yeah, it's Koala Noob the one over towards the other side. But Angel, a lot to navigate through here, and a lot of problems to try and clear.
Non-stop vision block.
Just the salvos ready for this retake. Nothing too much from Navi.
Bien still
Should be
has a
another comfortable
drone.
position for Heretics.
Should be. Can anything change that outcome for Navi,
And then
though?
after this, he has a recon.
No Rooksik to have that moment of the 3K again. Rien's going to find the connection on
that's
Koala
nice.
Noob. Hero doing well. Shao on the follow-up, punishing Miniboo. Hold on, it's not over yet. We're into a 3v3.
Ah,
The time
dude,
ticking,
Rien's is
sets
doing
himself
so
up
much.
for success.
You gotta kill off the drone and
Zero
kill
and
off the
Shao
recon.
trying to
And then
step into the
repositions
ring,
in
and
for
it's
the
not looking good.
crossfire.
Shao is going to be on a
Ooh.
heater. He's got his ult. He's got the right choice here. Boo has to play forward. And Boo does enough.
Oh,
Calm and
honestly,
composed.
that was kind of close from Shao.
And minimal
He gave it a
rounds
nice
to be
try.
walked away with for Navi. Managing 3 is going to put a lot of strain on them going forward, as diligent as we may say they are on this other side. Their work is now going to be incredibly hard to try and close this one out in a positive aspect.
Alright. Oh, he could have done it a little bit closer, but worried about time. He doesn't know if he's just about to peek him while he's got util out as well. Actually, this time out, and he's hunting the mods. Heretics are trying their best. No, they might be saving us from the tech balls here. They're doing great work. Navi. I mean, Navi still have playoffs, but it is starting to look like they might be in lower bracket. Are Heretics contenders for Toronto to win? This helps a lot because their map pool looks a lot better with this.
You wanted to see Navi on this side of things.
I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure I have any confidence in EMEA winning Toronto.
I think it might be a little bit out of their reach just because, like,
I don't know. It's
do they
hard
have
to
the mental
gauge it, really.
fortitude to know that they're.
Oh my goodness.
Do you think this
That's how you know they're in stream for a long time.
I think it might be a little bit out of reach
6
just
hour
because,
mark.
like, do they have the mental fortitude to know that their attack is good as well? I actually think it is. Like, I think it's a really good attack side, but 3-9 down, got blown out
Mini
the first
Rap
map.
God.
Gonna need to at least get the pistol to get some momentum going.
No, it's it is uphill, but it's round by round, right? And it starts really in this pistol. And it's
So the same thing about
imperative
APAC
now for
for Bangkok.
Navi.
That's true. More teams in this one though, so
Anything
it's a little bit
less than a
harder.
good start is going to be a problem. Right here. We see the ghosts coming out and about for Heretics with the Sheriff on Mini Boot on the other side. No sheriffs, just those 3 ghosts.
Interested to see what Navi do with this insert. Heretics don't know. Koala sneaking up.
Yeah, this jump spot's not going to see it, and he's going to hear this. There we go,
Easy kill.
nice. Patience shown by Koala Noob there. Didn't get ahead of himself, and that's a big scalp to claim. Rien's going down, opens up chances. You clear Woot though, don't you? You clear Woot, don't you?
Oh,
you
no.
clear Woot.
Dude, we're showing a lot of discipline
That's what you
today
get when
on
you
the
don't.
jet.
Yeah, Heretics didn't move at all from that kill, from that death even. Able to answer back. We already see Mini Boo getting all that information.
Oh, this is tough now. Woot in the right place, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. He can't really evade this. He has to stand and deal with it. It looks like he wants to fight forward. Feeling a bit brave, and that's why sharp
Did
shooting
good
from
though.
Woot.
He did really
And
good.
now the rest of the cavalry's arrived. Boo's on the case. Navi have to dig deep here. Angel and Hero in combination. But look
Got
at
a
Mini
lot
Boo's
of time with the
positioning.
stun.
Long way around. And
What does
patience
Angel
from
want to
Boo.
do?
Brothers
It's
in arms now.
just incredible
Mini Boo.
timing, isn't
Oh,
it?
this is the death of them, surely. Oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
There's something about it. I tell you.
Oh boy. Happens to the best of us.
Shades of Nuke and Nico in the back of my
Holy.
mind, but Angel pulls it off and gives Navi a lifeline.
Dude, I was thinking of the Wild Oreo
Heretics
clip.
were shooting so
It's always that
nicely into
pause.
this round.
There's something about it though. If someone's turned around,
Oh,
it's
it's true.
just
It's true. I'll give him a free pass.
you get that. You get one. You get one. Especially at the scoreline, but that is a huge sigh of relief for Navi.
Yeah, needed that pistol, honestly. I don't think they had a
To be
chance
honest,
in
I
this
would
game.
prefer
if they didn't get
Sheriff and Fist Bump Ruxic. 2 things which is priority, okay?
Mini Boo does have a Marshal into this one. Classics for everyone else. He's looked so good today with all the snipers.
But this shouldn't go anywhere. It
Not
really
again.
shouldn't.
Not the not again,
at
not the
five
jump
for
peak
Navi.
again.
I'm trying to reverse curse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Navi taking space. This is good. Boot timing. Ooh, I think Koala Noob saw him there.
That's
Yeah,
right.
he did.
Free
The
sight.
pathing from Navi.
It's curious, given, you know, you usually don't want to go through those tiny alleyways against classics or potentially shorties.
No shots coming in this time for Mini Boo. Cross to be made, plant to be in. Navi. This could be another.
It's up nicely.
Double molly on the spike itself. Astra suck as well.
Control, everything you need.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Xiao's there. Don't worry. Xiao's in the building now. Ignore what happened on that B site earlier. All good. Woot and Benji. Didn't see much from it.
Last player.
It's already, yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
nice. Navi.
Nice from Navi.
Make it through at 4
I still like the dash from
That's
Woot.
round 5. This
Dash
is
from Woot there is
perfect.
good
We
to
wanted to
throw
see
the
this. The fight
crosshair
back
away.
for Navi.
Shuma, thank you so much for
Maybe
the
a
gifted. Thank you for
chance.
doing that.
To show what they can do here.
Appreciate you, Shuma. Thank you.
Yeah, bonus round for Navi, but the economy looking good. If they convert this round, their economy's going to be insane.
10 minutes into Americas? Oh boy. Surely not a bonus from Navi, right?
What's the buy though? The bonus.
Dude, Outlaw to
Okay,
get
that
2,
Outlaw with
to
Route
get
6
3?
is
Oh no.
interesting me. You've got 3 light shields to work against. That's some
They've got everything.
potential and pace. To
And they
start
force
with,
over
Navi
towards
bullying
A.
their way down
Recon
A.
confirms that they push through though.
Rook's already out on that B line with that Outlaw.
Dude, big duel over towards middle.
Information there. Heroes in the top
Okay,
spot,
it's
though.
just a trap
3
play.
Heretics players right beside him.
It's just a little pop flash waiting, isn't it?
Wait, it might actually work here. They might be getting the spike and going over to.
They're going to hear these steps towards A, mate.
Rook's is getting good information here. Might call the team back.
Okay, just over towards B.
He'll
Simple
should
hit.
be. And he would be right. Like I said before, if they get this B site, retaking B is hard. So good call from Navi.
It's a lot on Benji's shoulders. He's cam towards that kind of mid-link, but
I mean, he's got a lot to do. He has one kill trip, but he's not in a position to get a kill from the kill trip, really. Unless he goes elbow now.
a lot of util. I think he knows, he can't stick around on this too long. Calls in the cavalry, but let's look towards mid. Hero.
There's another
he's
dash
cleared
out
quick.
again.
I thought he might be able to maybe do a bit of damage, take one with him. No. Okay, game back on now.
Proactive.
I like this though. They saw
Wanna take some
numbers over
space back. I
towards
like
middle.
this.
This is not a
Benji
bad
seems aware
reaction
of
from what's going on.
possibility, though. Yeah, triple swing. Oh my word, Boo just puts himself to the blender. Benji having to turn
Oh,
it.
this is nice
Respect him,
from
but they
Navi.
punish him for this. This is great. With a trade out of space. Miniboo taken back from the site. We're down to 2. Rooksik and Koala Noob trying to do some damage. Miniboo on a
Miniboo's
tear.
killing everyone.
But a 2v1 in time. They want the ace, but I think Heretics just want the round. And Rooksik might have to go wide to try and deny this one. Oh, he can't see the
I
fuse.
can't see
Boo just
him.
has to defend. And yeah,
Miniboo gets the ace. Dude, Navi still did really good on this round though. It's actually a good bonus from them. I love the idea from the push over towards middle.
Yeah, the retakes are hard, but if Miniboo's running around, shooting them all.
Sudan Issa. Thank you so much, Sudan Issa.
Stuff for him.
Sudan Eka.
Oh man, and I
Yeah,
feel
the
that
tier
for
1.
Hero
Thank you for
felt
doing
like
that.
there's a chance for a bit more maybe,
If
but
I'm going to be hypercritical, I think that he shouldn't be in that forward position already.
I for
Just
sure said your name wrong,
slip
but I
back,
appreciate the
play
tier 1.
back
Thank
now,
you for
If
that.
they push mid, you can see them run away. If they don't push mid, then go for that link then. You saw Benji, he had the Cypher cam ready when that happened.
And they get a little bit wrecked money-wise though. Like everyone
Overwhelmed in the end.
but one going
this
down.
doesn't completely change things. That was, I believe, their bonus. So again, they're fine. This is
Either
the
we
buy back
make
into it, right?
Americas or we
so
miss a
close
little
to
bit of
being
Americas.
That round that could have
Basically.
changed everything.
That's what this means.
And the setup never got
What
found,
do we get?
right? It never got sniffed out. It never got
Yeah.
cleared or seen. So they run back to
That's
it.
the beauty of playing traps on defense. If it doesn't get caught, you just run it again, because why wouldn't you?
Miniboo has his ult.
Building. But Boo this time falls very early, and we've seen this is kind of like a 1-3-1
I was gonna say Koala one away,
A little
but
trap play towards
Koala
ARP,
managed to
but
get B orb, and Rooksik manages to get the kill and A orb, so now they have ult and
a lot of faith in this.
your
Not getting
ult.
a reward now.
They're gonna clear all the
With this
site.
AX, I want to see what space Navi end up taking.
Dude, Navi
they
can't lose this
try and
round,
push through
chat.
CT with their
Look at
post
what's
plan?
going on.
Do they
It's so
push
hard
through
to,
into
for them
Arc
to lose
States
this
plan?
round.
What space do they want for this post plan?
I almost wish Koala did take a look towards other just to see what he'd find. 'cause
Surely
they're
we
gonna
asked
try
for
and
ult.
backfill us. Yeah, we're just going to go forward.
Plug in.
This is going to be a crunch now. Rienz actually gets Angel on the way through. Koala Noob is the one to try and save them. And already slipping away though, Miniboo falls. It felt like it was half cooked almost. Rienz and Benji now. Tricky. Beautiful from Navi. Koala Noob pathing back here to make sure that crunch
Dude,
did
and they
come
didn't
into
even need
play.
to use the
Was the right
Astral.
call. Now Navi very much in the driving seat.
Well,
Yeah, Benji's going to go for the save. Not even a great gun here. Just the Guardian. Yeah, I think I got to be critical about Heretics there. Like, Navi,
Flame 'em,
if
Min.
they've done well,
Get in
the
there, Min,
AX,
come
like,
on.
whatever, but we're playing a heavy art setup. Holding on to art for that retake, what are Navi going to do? All they're going to do is they're going to have to push CT. As long as you contain that CT space, they don't have any space to work with from
But
the
they
AX.
didn't.
Like, I don't think the post plan is good enough without art control, in my opinion. So I think the flood-in attempt from Heretics there was a massive mistake.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We've seen the outcome.
yeah, he recovered
Right
it.
in front
He
of our
recovered
eyes,
it at the
it's
end.
obviously the save for Benji, and
That's
of course
Flame Mini, but then
another
obviously recovered.
correct step for Navi. And this was kind of the
I think he was saying like with ults they should have just been playing off site, like more on site anyway, but
it just
they
didn't
didn't
work
have
out
the
how they
ult.
wanted. And maybe there should be layers to this trap play if they want to go back to it, but looks like that's off the menu for now, as the Classics and Guardian are all they can bring in with.
Yeah, Yeah, Heretics, just that Guardian, one Sheriff.
Long are the tech pauses today? Oh, pretty long. We're averaging around every 20 minutes at one point.
I say should. We haven't seen too many messy enter. Oh,
Whoa,
God.
whoa, that's a gun down. This one gets a little bit weird. Gun down, so they're probably going to think they're going to go heavy to pick it up, but actually, they might be able to get people. They're probably going to push.
You still got 4
It gets very tempted to push when you know that you're going to lose this map control. We'll see. They don't have to because of this, but
lots of nice
Might
stuff.
have had this over ult, but
yeah, look, they still want to. I don't think they should because of this.
What's this about? I don't fully understand the investment of that, but it's getting a
It's because they still feel like they have to.
Down long is coming in.
They feel like they have to
Heretics need to make
push
their
because
move.
of
Navi should be fine.
the multiple
Should be fine,
pressure from behind.
should be
But
fine.
wait, does
Everything
MIBR not
is
see that?
fine because Shao's here.
I think Xiao good tuck his gun in.
This is good. Navi doing exactly
Very nice.
as
Uses his
described.
ult and he's halfway there.
But bloody hell, I get nervous.
a bit of a wasted ult in my opinion from Shao, but got 4 afterwards, so he's, you know, close to it already again. Halfway there.
Have we seen? I swear these tail ults have been absolute bin juice.
What the hell?
I feel like no one's really found something for
they
it.
look bad when they look worse than what they are sometimes, if that makes sense. If someone calls or someone's close and then used.
I mean, to be fair to Shao, he's already got it halfway back almost at this point, right? So it's like fair enough.
Yeah,
maybe
he's having a game 20 to 9. I did quiet one of those quiet games where he's just popping off and not realizing.
But just don't love it, but it's all right.
Yeah, to me there, like using it for the post plant seems like a reasonable idea.
Sure.
You know, Salvo as a backup. If we really need to use the ult,
Cool.
use
got
it
another tool.
as another tool.
Yeah.
Save it for next, if not.
And it feels weird to be critiquing usage of an ult when we're so often saying, oh, these teams aren't using their ults, you know, in the quote-unquote correct ways, or, you know, using them when they have them. But yeah, that one is what it is. We're, you know, being a little critical, but
At the end of the day, won the round.
yeah, round win. Love it.
Yeah, well,
Big
a lot
fan.
of options on this.
Was that low buy from Heretics?
Yep.
Problem is
And
that
this
this comp is so good at taking aggro A that I'm not sure if Heretics can actually fight this. Well, they think they can, but they're putting 4 people here.
Yeah, they've built up some
And
good
with
old
4,
money.
you can
Room
definitely
6
fight it.
Sitting on 6k, 4k, 4.8 for Shao, 6 for Hero. Yeah, it's lovely. And again, nice to see.
This
Shao
could be a
looking
nice call
solid.
from
It
Navi
actually
here.
is a
Are they going to
quiet
have
one, so
someone
it's not
close
like,
to
oh,
hear them
another
go
ace coming in, but
aggro
he's been- I mean,
and
he's
then
leading the
insta
board overall.
take space?
Another A main fight for Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what it is they see on this side of the map.
No, they
Navi
want
aren't
ults.
contesting too much.
Right? Yeah, they want mini. They want
They
Boozle.
had that little trap play in place.
Yep.
Not to be this time though.
Okay,
And
Boo
Angel
picks up the
feeling
orb,
some
they get
pressure,
ult,
feeling
but
the
they do
presence.
lose a little bit of map
Slipping
control
away
in
from this, gotta
return.
be cautious with that spike. Don't
Oh,
wanna
I like
lose
the
it in
idea
these
as well.
predicaments.
Drone a
One
little bit
move,
further
not
back so
easy.
the person swings out to break it, and then you're just waiting
It's
there.
out of there. Deals with the util.
Nice little
Backs
micro
away. We're
play.
still above a minute.
Yeah, just taking that util out from Art, making sure that info isn't there for Heretics.
I read YouTube chat or Twitch, I
They
read
haven't
both.
started Jet into A main though.
We're at home multitasking.
There is a bit of information on that side of things.
Yeah, they've pulled the rotation, which I like to see. It's good for Navi. This might make him second guess. I'm waiting to see what the pathing is. It's weird again. Is this a Navi-esque round from Navi?
Both teams exploring this space.
I mean,
like
it is a
weirdest
real
space
late
to
one.
explore.
It feels weird taking all this space and not having anything to push back over towards A, because no matter what, they're going to have 3 on site here with how they're playing.
They're not over.
They should know they're up against 3.
Guys, I think they're coming towards you on B. Get ready. What the hell is going on here? Trying to play a little bit of a crossfire. Oh, Rien's clean as you like.
Okay, well this was insanely easy. Okay, I like the first 15 seconds of the round, and then I kind of hate everything else from Navi. They got to push back A if they want to do this.
And if you've heard me cast before, you probably heard me say that I hate B splits because you got to go for a tiny choke point. So the tiniest choke point in the game you got to run out of. They've got to use a Euro TP in the corner. It's the easiest kill of, I think it was Benji's life, just sat in that corner next to the cage, knowing that Euro is going to TP by himself and die. And then Rian just has to take a nice little off angle. Nice shots from him, but
I love it. As soon as Pansy is Mini getting a little bit negative,
I do not approve.
He just instigates.
Do not approve.
Like, go on.
Saying all these nice things about their attack side, you know, using that B long control, using arc control, and then they throw in a B split, and I just disappointed.
Oh no, the disappointed.
Disappointed.
Do you ever tell Boasty you're disappointed? When they,
This is the best Vice to learn on Ascent. C9 probably the better one. But they use it a little bit different because of the deadlock, but I still think they use it pretty simple and good.
We would VOD review sometimes with it, I'd have to remember which parts I was very angry at. Just skip very quickly through.
In the 2x speed, don't worry about it, guys. Anyway, into the next one. Okay, 7-11. Look, as much as Na'Vi looked very competitive here, there was a big advantage on the half for Heretics, right? So they're very close. A couple mistakes, a couple missed calls, and that would be enough for Heretics to push through towards a 2-0. Na'Vi can't afford to be making those mistakes. They still have the money to get this purchase here, still have these ults that I feel like they've been sat on for quite some time now.
Yeah, the irony to me is if Na'Vi played with the game plans they have before, where they're using this B long space, they would notice that Heretics are playing extremely weak on this side of the map, could get a very easy plant down.
Yeah, go over towards A again, they can get another orb. But honestly, if I'm Heretics and that round just happened, I'm doing this all the time. So if I can set one up here and I know that they're not A splitting, we can just have 3-4 or like 3 with one here. Oh, dude, little fadeaway dink. Wait, Benji, you're... Wait, you won the round, mate. Fair play. He's won the round with that.
Trying to play this one forward, but they're just greeting Na'Vi on all occasions. Rien's from afar gets his shot as well. It looks like Angel took a boatload of damage. What?
Wasn't him, wasn't
okay,
him.
It was Xiao who got that, but Benji is immovable, it looks like.
Benji's playing with a lot of confidence on this. He took a really good timing though, from the actual info that he had to realize that they went through the choke. Yeah.
Benji's had a round. We noted this side looked weaker from the mini-map, but Benji putting up numbers. Once again, Na'Vi held in this terrible choke point. Spike down towards long, trying to daisy chain their way in, but Boo making light work of what Ruxic was trying to do as Hero's options become nil.
30 seconds left.
The 30-second save? Come on, mate. We got Americas to watch. Thank you, Woot.
Yeah, gotta say in this one, the chaos the Heretics caused and
Okay,
Benji at the helm of
5
it
chances.
was magnificent.
Yeah, Benji played fantastic, but the unsung hero that round for me was Riant. He droned back through middle and caught those two sneaky pests trying to lurk through that B doors. And it meant that Navi's exec looked a bit...
Map 3.
Because there's only
Surely
3 people
not.
there.
Icebox is the first map? Oh, okay. Honestly, maybe we can miss it.
Sometimes feeling a little bit behind the curve on it.
Didn't realize we were trying to catch an icebox.
We've been seeing this A main push-up from Heretics that I don't think has been challenged by Na'Vi traditionally yet. Oh, there's bodies here.
A split? Yeah, honestly, maybe I'm in for a third map now, actually.
It's fine. It's fine.
This changes everything.
Check on Woot, right? You clear this. Yeah, there we go. Going through the motions, but it shows a lot of intent to invest this amount of utility here, especially the Aldrone to follow. And Woot playing it to the second, but backs away.
Yeah, unlucky there. Angel didn't get the tag, otherwise he would have popped his server ult.
He might just pop the server anyway, being such low HP.
Down very low.
Just do the send it.
Sheriff, but still, Xiao one off from his ult here. Should be able
Go
to get
down
that
the
ult
lines.
if they feel that they can secure it, but the amount of bodies from Heretics on this side of the map is vast.
Looks like Angel's going to set up his ult and pray, but Heretics looking to re-clear.
Woot is such a risky player. Happy to take those chances.
Okay, Recon clears up though, so Hero actually has a pretty good timing.
Here from Heretics.
The weird off angle from Rian's.
Sitting deep. They're sitting
How
close.
strong is he
Woot's
going to stay with
fancying
this?
another go at this. This time going to be damaged up, but nothing
Guys,
there
you
to
got to
wait
do
for.
something
No,
though.
Aldrone
5
now.
seconds.
Dara got used.
All goes
comes
back
the fight,
aside. Sova
Gonna
all.
have the
Rian's
Fury
holds
coming
strong,
in.
clears
Rian's
all the
gonna find
art.
Hero, finally cleared out his Boot though. Took a lot to try and push him off the angle. Boot's going to hold his down. Oh my word, we're down to Boo and Benji up against Ruxic, Angel and Xiao. Angel earlier on so damaged. Still a divide for Boo as well. Plants in play. Doesn't get to deny. Boo wants to fight, he gets it, but he doesn't win it. Angel still standing on only 10 HP. Looking bulletproof until now. Benji, can you clutch up? Roll it back.
Okay.
No,
4
Xiao
chances.
extends
Double ult though.
play. Na'Vi still alive.
Hero went early. Yeah, but
but once again, Heretics, I think
it was like 30 seconds. The thing is, Hero has to go there, in my opinion. Like, Recon just cleared over towards Art. It's 25 seconds to get through one choke point. Like, if he wins this duel, it becomes a lot easier. I don't think he should be walking into the angle, but I do think he just has to swing there. I don't think you can rely on your team to actually get through that choke.
Beautiful from
Maybe
him.
with the
Nice
double
to
ults,
see that as well,
people
because I feel like we
disagree,
talk about a lot of the other players, Koala Noob having impact, and here and there others. And it doesn't feel like Xiao's had that conversation in a minute, but rinse and repeat feels like the answer. Adjustment made on the other side is Woot, though, with the operator. And this time, obviously, none of those ults to bank on, barring Heroes. But not going to commit to getting that ult orb yet.
Yeah, Navi
Double Harbor.
Standard Pro.
Well.
Go towards A main.
Too bad.
Maybe go back to explore B. It's showing Ruxic though as the Astra on that A side of the map. Not sure how he's going to get into play later. Who's going to peek after this drone?
Cool. Hero, there we
That's
are.
an absolute shot, mate.
He's awake. Benji, he over-delivered last time from a position somewhat similar to this. Are we going to have another Benji round?
Wait,
or
what was
can
that I was
Navi
watching?
hold on? Benji again! Rolling it back. That's his site you're trying to
Damn,
take.
Benji's been unbelievable over towards B, though.
In a 1v3, and he could not be further away, Mini.
30 seconds left.
No. 1v3 needed for Navi to stay in this one. Gets the first.
Okay.
Bit of a drive-by.
You got
20
more
seconds
of that.
though.
All right, Ruxic,
Good catch of the
you pulled
pistol,
that
yeah.
miracle earlier on that first half.
Just
That
starting.
3K was gorgeous, but this 12 seconds.
Surely that's it.
Re-ends. Does he wait? He does. Plants coming in. Ruxic
Hey,
doesn't
lovely
get
from Heretics.
away.
Right, let's switch over to Americas. Lovely,
Get
lovely
the job
game.
done. Navi couldn't quite get enough rounds on that first half.
Let's quickly switch over. We'll start the recording. Didn't miss too much.
Harbor Viper mirror, so you'll see a lot of these
I'm probably going to switch to YouTube at one point, but
so strong with that agent.
Yeah, even just slamming the push wall here, being able to cross into yellow, push these players back off the site.
okay, we got C9 on defense. We got G2 on attack. We're straight in.
Vic is in a great position though. Hiding within the orb. That's one. How much more can he get from this position?
This match should be
Nothing
pretty
else to
close,
be
man.
done.
C9 are really
Another
good right
man has
now.
tried to slip by, but Mitch loses his opportunity, and it's a straight up 4v2 now for G2.
These harbor walls extending off one another, but now they come down. The fights start to open up, and Valen a little bit on a mission right now.
Guys, the
Spotted
quality
out
of
from
Twitch
up in
just
heaven.
not the same.
Osnet
Why does this
swing
not look...
around the corner. The fights are a little bit all over the place, but C9
shot.
keep coming up on top.
Okay, nicely done. C9 take the pistol. Keep an eye on that one.
Trade is there in time. And C9 went out a cool
Dude,
little
weird
pistol
comp.
round there to get their game started. G2, it's
I guess
so
the,
rare that you actually see those mid-split
I guess the
plays
duelist is
work, but I feel like
wingman.
You're going for it, playing the harbor comp, trying it out on a pistol round is the time to do it. Just really unfortunate that they lose draw like that.
This is interesting. So G2 have a comp that can't really take over towards yellow, so I think they wanted to prove that they can go over towards B on the pistol here. I'm pretty sure.
Cooked that round. Now C9 with a monster buy coming into this round. Big guns, regen shield, so...
Yeah, I'll switch over to YouTube after this round.
That's a approach we've seen all season for C9.
Yeah, I'm interested with G2. I think at one point they start spamming over towards A, probably more the buy rounds, but
very well for them when they get the ball rolling like this.
does Harbor help you get past here? Yeah, kinda.
Seen a little bit of the C9 power this comp too, with just all the walls. Right now G2 disrespecting on just the pistols. Have the option to fight through here with the Dizzy, although it's not really going to amount to much against the weaponry of C9.
Jog gets a plant though, and that in itself is a win for G2. As
Very,
C9
very nice. This is
cleans
a real
up
clean on this one.
They're
Who
gonna
wants to
have
get
a
their
super
ult nice and
slow
close?
bonus round
Mitch?
here now, with
Yeah.
5 rifles surviving through.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to take a little bit of
let's
time and
switch
compare
to
these
YouTube
comps,
one
because
sec.
on paper they're fairly so powerful for Oxy, getting an operator in his hand, taking a lot of active fights. What we've seen now twice already is Jog using the Dizzy to fight pretty
maybe.
aggressively, even through C9's smoke utility.
What do you think about the Teo being picked in instead of the Sova? Sova's pretty much always had a near 100% pick rate
right.
on this map. And
Let's see how G2 actually handle this. Dude, surely at one point C9 get punished for this. This happens non-stop and no one buys Outlaw against them. If you actually look for every team, I would say that C9, this is probably an exaggeration, I would say that C9 buys more regen armors than every team in all of Valorant combined. Is that an over-exaggeration? I'm not even sure it is.
To take care of that.
They buy it all the time, and they don't get punished by people buying Outlaws. It's probably pretty close. Yeah, I think they might. I think it's pretty close as well. They buy it all the time. And no one, and everyone's out here watching demos of C9, and no one's buying an Outlaw. I've got to, at one point, I've got to start questioning what on earth people are doing when they play C9, if that's not something they're trying to look at.
Vic's got plenty of gas too.
And Mitch is here. An angle on
And I'm not saying it's G2's fault, because obviously they still have a chance to do it.
To get that kill onto
And it's very early in the game.
Should come down basically uncontested.
Yeah, Jaw has to do it himself because he lost the wingman earlier into the round, but has the reclaim there. Still playing active back on yellow, but a dart's about to come in for C9's retake.
Such a well-timed cove. That'll give some safety to Jawjimo on the site. Can he navigate this? Try and find a kill amid the chaos? No. But his team does well to
spike
trade
creates a
out.
lot of pressure, so we've got to have to start dueling out to get info. Yeah, there it is.
Players, but G2's bringing the fight to them instead. And it puts it onto Vic. Has the wall, the spam, the missiles. Just too much.
Nicely handled. We got 2 gun rebuys, 1 armor rebuy. There's no duelist yet. We spoke about it a little bit. We've got a wingman. Wingman duelist.
I do like that approach from C9.
I mean, this is the best map for it.
Emphasis on fighting forward, putting a deep harbor wall, getting in the face of these players.
And in theory, the harbor like blocks off so many crossfires that you can get over towards yellow. I think. Because normally most teams like struggle against the perma smoke here.
Got their revenge for Jaw dying that way on the pistol.
I do think there's something to be said when you're seeing.
But yeah, in terms of game plan, I do imagine C9 would just perma block this, but we'll see.
Disrespect that. And he might still make an attempt.
But look at G2's utility. The nano swarm there, the push wall, everything just sort of force Oxy off these early angles. And you've got to when you're dealing up against this jet.
And that Dizzy, the missiles, they're all the more important when you don't have that Sova drone. Do still have the Teo drone, but it's a little bit more difficult to clear out the verticality.
Yeah, the range on that too, what you're actually going to be able to see, because it's a little bit nearsighted too.
Just from that spot over towards B, they were ready to fast rotate. They made sound over towards A though. It does keep the 3 here. Got alarm bot info. This is nice from C9 though. Even though there's pressure over towards here, they are doing what I thought they were going to do with just perma.
Once again, G2 working down into these mid rounds, but really they've got missiles ready, the wall to come out, Dizzy up
Not
on
that I
top.
can see the Viper smoke though.
Ready to hear flood out.
2 players already in front of the wall, ready to swing through. It's even trades to start, but Oxy can make a mark on this round. 2 kills for Oxy, but Valen somehow fights something back, but he'll need more.
Nice shots from Valen.
Gets it done. It's Jonah. He's opened up B.
But it was all heard, right? Vic heard those footsteps going down. Both
Wait, this gets so weird. He actually wants to rotate over towards B.
Rotating out of that A space.
Vic can't trade because of the.
Puts more pressure onto Vic.
Oh god, is Vic owned it?
Spike is heading into Vic. Vic could end the round right here. Spike.
Okay, Vic's absolutely owned it.
7 seconds.
Dude, nice round from Vic.
Single-handedly.
Yeah, it got weird, right? 25 seconds, he's just killed 2 over towards here. They still don't know about the 1. And he's got all the B space, so he calls him back. And then as he's calling him back, he gets hit by 1. It all just becomes a little bit, really weird on the 2-on-2. Vic's been unbelievable, to be fair.
Just off of the audio, Vic knew exactly what was going down in the macro of G2's calling that round.
No, what are you doing?
Vic has been such a big part of the kind of turnaround that C9 had. They made those controversial off-season moves that a lot of people questioned. Dropping Rossi, dropping Moose, even earlier making changes away from Vanity. But that's for Vic, the later pickup in their offseason.
You can create pressure over towards yellow. Yeah, with the harbor bacon. I think you're right. You have double wall block as well.
It's sort of paid off for C9, right? They're
So at one point you're gonna
only losing to MIBR.
Amy special book.
They lost were separated by only 2 rounds.
Emmy reading from his special book, which is helpful.
Yeah. Wait, you want to turn it the other way for us, Emmy? Give us a little insight into the madness. This is, again, C9's first time playing Icebox all year on the VCT stage.
But it's the same thing for G2. This is them debuting the map as well, and it is their time out here, down 3-1 to start.
I do want to say one of the things that C9 did in the last round, which was really nice, is they had 3 players on A site, and even as the harbor wall went up and Tejo missiles went into backside to stop the flood coming out from Rafters, they found these little pockets.
How many subs for you to do the Oxy TikTok? I have no idea what that is, but I imagine it's a lot of subs for me to do it.
Backside out of Rafters.
We probably don't have a number on it.
At a 461
First time.
Yeah, a little different for him.
I think C9 are going to continue to try and get in front of the utility. If you allow G2 to get these easy plants down with the wingman, using utility to force you off the angles, it's going to be hard. Good trade coming out from G2. 2 for 2 is not bad on an eco.
And that's 2 guns that can be picked up here. Georgimo already has 1, but they slowed down for a moment thanks to the Killjoy Nano Swarms.
There's even a world where Jogamo could get into his ult this round after planting the spike. So yeah, Nat swinging out on this upper angle. He's getting cut down by the
Oh my god, he's alive.
Somehow. More fight to come.
Giant jump.
Nat was under a bit of pressure. G2 tucks away. John the swing though. Brings this one even, and that's the ult you were talking about, Christy. Will it catch anything? No, Vic in the air, up above, needs to find this second player is Leaf. Only a stinger, but he dances around, finds one. And now 1 versus 1, the pistol is out! And Leaf, against his former teammates, comes up with the clutch.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the fish spotted him on above, right?
Round. Second, Leaf with a Red Bull clutch there. Just a little bit nutty.
He's put him on raft
I love
as
the
well
way C9 play in when they hear that ultimate use. Everyone's taking high ground, nullifying the impact, but still, just perfect awareness here.
Yeah, and also Oxy is on 1 HP with an outlaw. Like, I didn't see how he got chunked out backside, but it just all sort of fell apart from C9. There's no way those opening fights can be going 2 for 2 for C9 with
Need
the
to upload that
They're going to be kicking
map earlier.
There's that util to clear up pipes this time. No one disrespecting it. Instead of walk up through B from Cloud9.
Dude, who said it in
like
spawn, man?
It in
Jonah,
spawn.
come on.
Jonah P is a rat.
Come on now.
There are about 4 people headed his direction. Was he seen? I don't think so.
No. How many can he get?
Oh my goodness.
Zeppa actually aware of it.
Zeppa's kind of nice with now G2's A players. They've got 2 guys trying to turn around, but so far they've only are aware of the 1 player on the flank, and C9 aren't even going to commit to it.
Jaw was in a position to try and flip the map there, but doesn't really have the soldiers to make it happen. Instead, he'll fight amid the ultimate, stunned up in a corner, and Zeppa will easily take him down. G2 have to hold the line on 2 fronts, and the pressure coming in from the flank, courtesy of Vic. That needs to be dealt with first. Leaf dances around. Time works in his favor, but
Vic,
he can't find the kill. Still,
doing incredible.
Speed this one up a little bit because Strent has all the util he could ever dream of. First half goes in. It's all Trent, but the annihilation
going for it
getting used.
fully? What's the time on this?
Is there even time in this one?
Oh, that's done. That's really nice from Trent here.
Already trying to stick his way through, but it's too far gone.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, Vic needed to stay alive, but
C9 coming in on the bad buy, and C9 spent everything on that. I think there was a harbor ult, there was a Sov ult. They even had the numbers advantage, 5v4, finding the early pick. And yet it's G2 coming away with the round.
to have half earlier. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, we were watching the big draw, so I don't really know what was over towards site. You would imagine the Killjoy mollies.
All on the players flanking there. G2 bit like 30 seconds of the spike timer away, just messing with the players on the flank, not giving them a fight. And by the time C9 even won out the duels, it was just too little, too late.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it was C9 like playing with the flank so much as if it was just C9 giving up on the flank a bit. They left Vic to play on that angle while the other two players pushing through walked through mid, back over to the spike.
But they'd already committed so much time, but by the time they're coming back, there's just no time to win.
Exactly, the spike had already been planted. Jogmo was also playing like super
let me
aggressively. Like, when was the last time you saw a Gecko up in the top left corner rafter of sight on attack icebox?
both teams have really prioritized for C9 when they're holding the sites and G2 in the afterplan of being really disrespectful of the opponent's utility. I think you kind of need to with Harbor Viper. If you're letting that util cut you off, you are going to lose the objective every time. And both teams have a very clear understanding of that win condition. Unfortunately for C9, losing that eco and that key rifle round now means they are down to an eco of their own, and G2 is taking control.
C9 on another bad buy. And it looks like G2, I mean, in terms of ultimates coming online as well, right? Jonah P, Leaf gonna have the pits potentially in this round if they need it.
Hey, Eco might be really nice. They might be able to get 3 ults out of this.
A little bit more active fighting towards the A site, which leaves Vic very
Okay, we've seen a lot of A spams, which we thought we were going to see the whole time because of their comp. They go against an Eco now, and G2 want to prove that they can go B.
Another one of these flanks.
Yeah.
The very fast flank. We got a alarm bot though.
Even try and take into Snowman control as well.
And no matter what happens here, okay. I was going to say, Leaf is...
But they're just coming at this alone. That's an easy opener. Knows that there's more to come, and thankfully has some util to support.
1v3 for Leaf is another day at the office.
He does not mind those odds. Another good one onto Oxy, and that's the most dangerous weapon of this round taken care of.
Man, Leaf has played this so nice. He's played it so nice. It was a pleasure to watch, really.
Another day at the office is what I'm saying. Leaf, no problems there whatsoever. I also like G2's calling once Leaf is, you know, communicating, hey, there's a lot of players coming in on our flank. G2 quickly fight into Snowman. I'm not sure if they had the Dizzy for that or if they just faced it on their own, but either way,
yeah, you got to give a little shout to Jonah as well. His like wall timing and his comms were probably pretty legit.
This round from C9's perspective, this is their chance to reclaim control on the half. Because if they lose this, G2 starts to get a spiral of big ults, and this half slips away.
Yeah, well, what C9 are trying to do is they're going to use this harbor wall over towards A to pretend like they're doing a little bit more active fighting. As soon as you see Vic, though, I think G2 are going to know that this is the weaker site. And they're not even going to bother wasting any time. Now, the thing about Vic is
do we have the good lineup for this or not?
Right at the end of the Killjoy lockdown and still not lose the gas on it by being forced away. He can get back into that very quickly and play to flood in.
You see it starting to decay down, and in goes Vic. So he has some space control on this site, but G2 have filled into every gap around the pit.
And G2 have to know that there's the option.
Pretty nice from G2. They got away with that, to be fair.
Do a bit of hunting on top
side great plant. But they get the plant.
Now at 3v5, good position
KO
for C9.
just
G2
got
salvos.
salvos.
Back by this utility.
Still a horrible plant to deal with. You kind of want to drop the Viper a little bit.
The first line of defense, but you're right, gets
Have that extra
halfway,
angle from
and
sight.
that's pivotal to win this round. Stick coming through, no one there to stop
very
it.
nice.
C9 mop up the
I don't know where Leaf put his mollies. I guess they did one for the default, but
G2 the free site, you always have to have players coming in,
maybe
slipping
they
into
needed something like that.
Killed or the Viper ultimate there, a beautiful counter.
Javo, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 13 months. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate all the gifts as well, mate.
To kill the planter, kill the players that are stuck on the site before they can escape and support the tail.
Pipes one on Spike, okay.
Exactly. And you're going to continue seeing that even without the ultimates coming into play. C9 are always going to try and have players slipping into back.
There they are again. They got him out.
Active fight is going to be a look over towards B perhaps, but they show similar utility on A with the push wall.
Yeah, there's like rhythm with it. Like when they win one, they all have them.
Up top on Jen. And playing these high ground positions is so strong against the Thrash. Means that ult can't do anything really.
Let's see if Net
Yeah, they kind of got to respect that. They push him back into the 3-person push. Turret got shot. The turret or alarm bot I didn't see. Wait, we Viper ult before we get the plant. This normally doesn't go too well, but they do have wingman, so it should work a little bit better.
Back through mid. The Viper's pit should allow this plant to come down, but it's a game of spam.
And they spotted 3 running away, right?
G2 wait. The stronger the odds against them. That is if they even want to commit here.
Well, that's the thing. C9 have over-rotated into A, so now there's players going back into B. They don't have Killjoy utility to actually watch the B main play.
This is a weird round.
So they've got to re-spread out onto the map, where G2, they've just been waiting.
Okay, they re-cleared all of this. They should know there's like a 4-person stack here. They got to be feeling that.
But C9 aren't not sending too many bodies back.
Yeah, Molly coming in here. That would have broken the turret had there not been a player waiting. Now that they see a player Jen,
All goes off. Salvo's at the back.
Still, C9 on these high ground angles, they're immune to the thrash.
Yeah, C9 had dealt with official well.
Could this become a bit of a
Wingman
risk?
plant. Can we spam it? It's a little bit harder.
He needs some help, and he's
This short guy.
Well, G2 defend and get the plant down.
Oh my goodness, was
and
that
now the
movement?
task is tough for C9. They're retaking into heavy odds and already taking casualties. A 4v2, I don't even know if they can go for this. Into a Viper's pit.
It's not going to happen. Look where Vic is.
It was pretty nice though. You got to give props from G2, like knowing that they flanked behind, locked them in, and then going back re-clearing all of this. They re-clear all of this, and then they know, especially with when they're trying to create pressure over towards middle in terms of the molly as well. They know that because they've been waiting so long and they cleared all of this, that there has to be question marks. That in theory, the 4 that's here should be like a 3.
But they were spamming over on the generator corner, which was just not
And
even
then, I
close.
mean, everyone defended Wingman well.
Yeah, remember when you're hearing all the bullets get spammed through, when you have the white noise in your headphones too, it can be hard to get that exactly right when it's a off-kilter plant spot. Was a very good decision though.
It was a good pause. Yeah, it's really good.
From
Just cut a sound from everyone.
Yeah, because if you don't get the spike down, like G2 are pretty losing the round. Like there's
15
not
seconds. They would have lost the round most
This guy
likely.
came
And
up
the
on
Viper's
minimap
pit
though, so
only goes a fraction into the actual plantable area, so you're not really getting many second chances.
He's terrible. I'm not even aiming at you, brother.
Jesus.
I would have liked someone from C9
I would
to try
never
and get
defend him, would I?
proactive.
Nah, if this was me with the
That
wingman,
G2
I'm
just
sending
had
him
too many
outside of the
players in
Viper ult.
position that were ready to defend.
Just
Into
accepting
another
it.
though, and at least saving some gun means C9 have money here.
Sometimes there's a bigger battle going on.
To show very similar utility, but finally we have a round where Oxy's able to sneak forward here. A bit odd. Oxy's never had money to buy an operator in this entire half of defense. And barring, I think, C9 winning the next 2 rounds pretty easily, I don't think he's going to be able to tap into that. There you go. That molly just to break the opposing molly on the other side. Maybe an alarm bot if it was there. C9 now call 3 players into the B site because they have
Characters
this
games
forward posting. All comes
matching.
down to
Yeah,
Oxy
it's all like
and
seeding
Zephyr.
games.
This early
I think there may be a couple of games that don't matter.
Oxy still with the dash to work with. Util heading his way.
Not
Procs
entirely
it,
sure.
But he can't find the mark. And now pushed back by the wall.
That might, that might be enough pressure from C9 though, because hey, there could be 3 players behind that wall now. G2 had to use the flash utility to get into that space. They're trying to go back towards the B
NRG
site,
Lev matters
where Leaf has
the
stepped
most.
up. Maybe
Dude, that's the
site, maybe not, but
that's the
all
game.
things
Did we
considered,
say that was
it's
game of the
on
week?
dash
That
into
must be
B15.
game of the week.
Yeah, very good timing on
Surely.
the dart back into A. C9 practically guarantee that this is
Everything's
a
on the
commitment. You
line.
see The rotates coming in.
Do I have any faith in NRG? I got full faith in NRG. What do you mean?
Oh my! Wow. Vic nearly dies.
I'm the believer.
Trent had some spam up there too to try and catch the player retreating.
It's very thorough stuff. And now it's the round we've seen so many times before. Harbor Viper on both sides, a retake. An early tap, that's already Util coming in. But again, just spamming through these smokes. G2 finding success and an insurance policy ready. With that wingman heading towards the spike. Valen for another. C9 need to get on that spike now, but G2 just won't let them. Swings ready to come in from a net. Could be the salvation that Cloud9 needed. But it's the
So
missiles
dumb, dude.
finally arriving. He gets
They
it
get it half,
halfway,
though,
but is
but-
it enough? Net. An impossible task in
Yeah,
the
what a rough one that is.
1v2,
Dude,
and
G2 are playing these afterplans really
win
nicely
another
though.
round off the post plant.
That post plant utility is just too nasty. And the fact too that they're using mollies and walls and smokes to stop
Full
C9
faith
from
in the
getting early fights too.
35%.
It's not like C9 were late on that retake or anything
Sometimes,
like that.
yeah.
No, they just couldn't actually
Sometimes
see
you gotta
any of
believe
the
in the
G2
amount of
players
work that they can
until
do
it
in a
was
week.
effectively too late.
Oxy right now sitting at 3-9 on the scoreboard. And I don't want to say that that's because he's playing particularly badly. I think one of the biggest things is G2 is always putting tons of util at the beginning of these rounds to push him off the aggro lines that he loves to play. And that puts him in situations where he's playing into losing retakes round after round and failing to find his mark.
Yeah, the default utility G2 have been throwing into A with the nanostorms. I mean, that's 2 nanostorms used. Hold on, C9.
Trap play in
Well,
mid.
he
It's
gets the info though to see the instant reaction is so full.
G2 have to accelerate into A side on the other swing of things.
Picked
But
up
C9
the
are going to be here on the
gun.
retake. There's some options now, especially with the rifle in Oxy's hands.
Zeph already out backside. They're committing an
Oh,
ult into this,
Harbor.
but Zeph is gone. So too is Mitch. I feel like they've seen this round a million times before where C9 look like they have a chance. They start to flood in. They lose the battle of attrition to G2 players holding the line. And it seems like it may be the same outcome again. Oxy the only one who can turn this around. 2v3. Util still available on the spike. He needs to kill Trent, but they're too
Dude,
good
this
at
Teo
protecting
abuse
him.
is killing me, man. This Teo abuse is so strong.
And a 1v3.
All they gotta do is
the
get the
cards.
spike down.
And that insult to injury, it's G2 with the top side plant. Basically every round they have the opportunity to do so.
It's so hard to win the retake against that plant.
Yeah,
There's like 4 or 5 positions in main.
Not even
who
that
can be
plant.
tough
I mean, it is
ready
that
with
plant.
Fibermall.
It's
Teo,
that plant and and everything on top of it as well.
Giving you all those high angles just makes it so much harder. It's one of the benefits, I think, of playing
He
the
pretty much hit him
Gecko
dead
here.
on with the dizzy.
The ease of ability to plant up on that top site. Also just giving yourself another rifle to fight. If enemy team is trying to flood into you, there's no better agent to have, I think, than Gecko to be planting and have 5 players with rifles, guns out.
What did you do to counterplay? I mean, and a lot of the times when people watch this demo, they won't be able to plant top of site as
In the
easy.
last round of the game.
But on the server, if you're not talking about that, you're probably just doing the most common. We've got to start pushing behind kind of
Hard
vibes.
hit over towards this side. They've circumvented this operator completely, and that's a tag.
Oh, that's
Is there a follow-up though? There should
There's
be
no
protection
duelist.
here.
You can't go flying in there.
So for the moment, the life stays back B. For at least 2 members of C9. But look how much space G2 get.
Yeah, C9 have no map control either. Like
They
their
cove
mid is
the
kinda
wingman.
capped right now too. They're gonna be
Cove on the
late
wingman
flanks
to
going in,
plant.
They're dying back snow.
Every round, Jojimo is
I mean, you
killing
get it.
someone
That's the
as
thing, man.
flank
You
is
got the
coming down.
cove, you got the wingman.
And it's another
How'd you even
4v5 retake for
how you meant
Cloud9.
to stop that one?
They have an ultimate, they have some chances, but they need to win these fights quickly. And Oxy, could he be the man to do it? Trades away the operator into the rifle, but he's traded out so swiftly. Now a lockdown into play. Mitch, desperation to try and hold on to this one, but there's a cove. He hops off it. Spam's good from Trent, and in the 1v1, the lockdown. Could it be good enough? Zeppa tucks away. Trent, a new weapon, but time so far gone. It's halfway.
Oh.
It's halfway. Trent needs the swing, and just in the nick
GG
of
play it
time.
nice though. You gotta give him that.
gets it done.
It's a horrible comp to play against, especially the first time you play against this comp. Absolutely disgusting.
Real nice out there. Excellent in the post plants, calling around.
They got 8
C9's
without a
game
pistol.
plan pretty nicely
Goodness.
as well. It's just another one of these post plants that C9 have no real chance in. You said it. I mean, Jogamo every single time the spike
I mean, do you have
goes
to
down,
just stop
he
buying
has a kill.
Odins on defense, maybe?
Literally
Get that ultimate
infallible
spam
thus
going.
far from Jojimo. C9, only 4 rounds to their name. We'll see what they have prepared on their attack as we return.
Is it a one-off comp? No, I think it honestly might be good for quite a few as well.
Oof,
You don't necessarily like have to have that plant top at A. You
Don't be. You know, at Verizon,
can just
we'll
do
pay
normal
off your
plant.
phone. And you'll
And then you
get
can
iPhone
use mollies to
16
actually make
on
sure that
us.
they can't
That's
like
a
fight
value
the
of
side
up to
as well.
$1,600 only on Verizon.
Amy? No, he got a timeout. He got a timeout at like 3-3, I think. Got a timeout pretty early. But yeah, Ivy, you must be buzzing. You got your Gecko pick. This is C9's map pick. Yes, this is C9's map pick. Not a great one. Not like this. This is a good statement if G2 can win this like relatively easy. Because we've been saying that teams have been catching up to them a little bit. What did G2 ban? They banned their fracture, right? They must have. Didn't fully pay attention to the ban. Ban their fracture. Okay, that's nice.
G2 have played Icebox in 2025.
Mini, is that the Lorax?
Yeah.
Hi, Lorax.
I like that there's just one light on the Lorax.
Yeah.
And they're the only member of the crowd we can really see.
Anyways, tell me a story, Mimi. You were saying it's like the first time these teams are playing Icebox, or?
I don't remember.
But you have to do it in rhyme.
I'm
like
thinking
the
about
Lorax.
I'm thinking about the trees.
I see. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I mean, honestly, for me,
You
C9.
give me the story.
You don't understand what's going on in the game? You miss the fun, or is it okay just to enjoy the fragging? It's fine to just watch, dude. There's so much going on, mate. No one knows what's going on.
It's time for him to show up.
There's too much util in the game at the moment. You come at the perfect time to not have a good understanding. Enjoy the chaos.
Here to defend, but that Viper, there will be quick rotates though from the 3 members of G2 in mid, and already they're working their way in. It's just a fight for Snowman.
Hey, we heard in the pre-show, Jonah P plays smart, plays safe, but now there's players running at him in snow. Got a teammate up heaven, he's swinging through the wall. Look at this guy go!
Leaf perfectly spamming through the smoke.
G2, the cavalry's arrived.
It's not safe, but it's good from G2. This flood is so quick, and already C9 are gone. Good night. G2
1-1 on the pistols, and C9 needed this.
Control of B.
That is crazy. Jonah P with the 2-piece right there. The rest of the team showing up in a big way too.
Dude, Leaf was doing good spam though.
4 light armors headed into that round.
Leaf helped Jonah out pretty heavy, yeah.
That had bought the armors. They're all getting
Like
big
it was just
upgrades.
one shot on that guy because of the spam that Leaf did.
And just holding against this aggression quite nicely.
1 HP surviving as well. This is interesting because they get the Owler out, and as we know, they like to buy the light armors, so that'll help for the next round. Probably force them to buy heavy armors.
Easy orb pickup as well. Nice shots from Oxy, but Jaws here, not enough bullets. He's gonna switch over to the classic. That's no
W
problem.
King, of course.
Keep fighting this guy.
Mimi, they just keep coming at him.
Speedo,
And
thank you
it's
so
not
much, dude.
working.
Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
This is the first time
For the 4 months.
Giacomo has played an initiator
Enough
this year.
Teo
His
before
first time
champs?
playing.
I think
He can
after
play
Toronto
initiator,
it's
He
happening.
can juggle, he can shoot. What can he do?
Doesn't seem to
Sure.
be anything.
Dude, headshot would have shown off here.
Vic. Okay, buddy, no spike for you. Maybe a free kill. Please, please finish the job. Oh, God.
Yeah, just
That-
classic.
Look
It was
away.
just a classic, guys. Avert your eyes.
That wasn't the one we cared about. This next one, this is the big one. It's worth pointing out too. I feel like Haven's been a map that C9 have shied away from a little bit. If they can make it to map 3, Pearl, that's one G2 have lost a couple times in a row. C9 have been looking extremely hot on. Just think back to their match against FURIA for sure. When I the series, I kind of need them to take Icebox. This was their pick coming into today. Just another map they're trying to add to their pool, but
Only
see
4.
if B is a better
He
look
put
for
it
them
back
this
in
time around.
time. Yes, he does. Gonna come up
Maybe
nice and
wanting
early.
to show everything they have, try and know what's good heading into playoffs. That's why it's been a bit of a humbling coming from G2.
What armors did they buy? Oh, not too bad.
C9 love buying their regen shields, but against the Outlaw, they've respected it. 3 members bought full shield here.
Yeah, G2 threw that wall up, and C9 actually not even waiting it out. They've got
Little
through
Mins
Viper
as well.
Orb,
Thank
got
you so much for
through
the
wall
tier
now,
1.
some
I appreciate
spam.
that
That's the
also,
Outlaw
dude. Thank you for the
dealt
tier 1.
with. And they can keep trying to push forward into this site space.
2 players just on the other side of the
Okay,
wall.
Oxy.
Oh, Oxy.
Okay.
He's getting
Going
cute
for
with
it.
Okay.
Pushing in. Util in hand for Giacomo. What timing does he pick? Here's the drone
Oh,
coming
no.
through, looking every which way. A DZ in his face. A swing from
That's-
John. It's over.
What are you meant to
for young
do, dude?
Oxy. 4v4 now. Zeppa stuck in a tough position here, but C9, they've bought a lot of time, and they'll fall back into deeper post-plant positions. But in comes the Util. The forces from G2. Can C9 win out in the team fight? They need it now. The trades have to come through as Jaw begins to
Oh
hold.
no, the
Cove in
wingman
play,
Cove
and Valorant,
combo.
he's holding it alone in net. Too late.
Oh, we
Too
got a
long
protection
gone.
bubble
The
for
defuse is
wingman,
in.
dude, for
G2,
planting and
they win the
defusing.
bonus.
Very nice from them, though. The
it's
Gecko
falling
Util is actually
apart.
really good.
Oxy's
Disco
just
JV
getting
with the
owned
5
by
gifted. Thank you so
utility.
much, bro.
He
Appreciate
finds
that.
this
Chat, you know what to
timing
do?
up into heaven,
Get the
and
slug
then
or the
it's
spam
the
going.
Teo drone that spots him
Everyone
out.
at Disco
Then
JV say
Giacomo
thank you,
comes
especially
in,
if you got
takes him
gifted.
down.
Thank you so much for that, Disco.
I mean, let's talk about the work that Jaw did in that round, because it's also wingman defusing the spike. This late wrap doesn't work because G2 are able to get on the spike way faster than they'd be able to do with any other agents.
That combo,
man,
the
poor
Cove
Laka.
and the wingman, put so much pressure on any team trying to hold
Pain
down
watching
the
the
spike.
women.
and
I tell you what, at least the crowd aren't cheering from
kind of, I think, saw
defusing
the
anymore.
lack of that in the
I'm
first
so
half
glad
for
those
C9.
days are gone.
They never were able to have someone on the spike before they were already kind of deep in the brawls. Not the case for
The
G2
honeymoon
recent
period of
rounds.
wingman was the worst.
It's really interesting watching G2 play this map again, because I'm trying to remember like what this map actually looked like for them last year.
I mean, last time they played G2, they were blocking Reyna on Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, the C9 comp
All of the
was
hate of the
wild
G2
back
comp.
then, but
I don't think there's
G2
much hate. I think
playing
everyone's
just
just
a Tay
trying to work out how it works with no duelists. It's been really nice from them.
Been playing has kind of changed how this comp operates for me. He's been super active on the attacking side. You saw that in all of their post-plant situations, but
Oxy played so safe when he was on the Gecko this map. Like,
I respect that, Null Strap.
Yeah, sorry, Icy. The other three-letter young coolest player.
Oxy was the Reyna on C9. It's two-letter team.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
it's happening.
There's too many of them.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All things considered, C9 now forced to buy down a few
A
Guardians.
great pickup from Jogum on this one. If he gets a kill, he gets his ult as well. Definitely going to see the Harbor ult go into this once they realize that they forced into it. 4-11, you probably think they forced anyway as well.
Down. Also going through the late rewrap. Not sure if I'm such a fan of that versus the Wingman. Some slight adjustments could give C9 a shot. Assuming they're able
You take
to turn this round into
Simulator?
something.
Yeah, it is a little bit against these comps. Again, I think the people don't Odin enough against Harbors. That was annoying me. That was annoying me when we had the loud meta anyway, with the Harbor Viper on this, but it's annoying me again now it's not back in here. Odin's kind of legit against this.
It's worth pointing out C9
Both sides really. Less so on A, but here it's like dominant. Here and his, even this wall spam's good.
Either way, though, if they hit back
Pontus,
into
thank you so much as well. Pontus_Morgan with the gifted. Thank you for doing that
no matter
also.
what happens here, Valen has an ultimate for the retake.
Oh, C9 are going to try and sell an A fake here. Making a lot of noise going through mid. Now they'll have
Harbor
Harbor.
Viper. I mean, this is one of the better Harbor maps, this and Pearl.
Send Harbor and the Jet into the A site while they slip into B. But it activates too quickly.
And that re-clear is too perfect from Jonah. Now they're using the ult. Is this still a fake? The spike is practically alone back towards B. They're all the way into the site here.
Where are we
going?
I'm not quite sure, but Leaf got a kill with
Where
the
are we
Nanoswarm on A.
going? What's happening?
Are now trying to amble
20 seconds left, and they kind of know it's a fake at the moment. And we got two on site to try somehow win this round with 10 seconds left to plant. They just accepted it.
Make the economic choice. They're doing it. G2 make it to 12.
I mean, look, Mimi, I don't hate the call for C9 to try and fake a site hit, especially when the original intent was to actually send the Jet
You
in.
need to know how someone died to the molly on A.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know. My big gripe in that round is your back yellow player can't be dying there. The B players from C9 had to be completely silent on that side of the map. Otherwise, it
8
just
chances.
falls apart, especially if you're dying.
We're
It's
gonna,
just not going
I
to
feel
happen.
like there was a tech pause in the EMEA that was longer than this map.
8 rounds in a row, unanswered.
Pretty sure that's right.
For G2.
Let's choke them.
Okay.
Wasn't for you.
Interesting comms from Viper is all I'm going to say. C9 will be moving back towards A, where for a moment Jogmo was considering buying an operator. He ended up selling it. He's being a good little boy on the Gecko. Still, G2 have 4 players ready on the retake. They pushed Jonah P all the way through B. G2 have
locked
full
them in.
knowledge of this site hit about to come in.
Massive question mark created for
Jogma falls
C9.
away from the upper angle.
They don't know what to do on this.
And the
Did they
cavalry
try
is
to
ready to
re-clear it?
go.
G2 did a really good job
Flood out from
earlier.
heaven with
They
the harbor
cleared all of this and then cut sounds.
Planted, I think. Yep, there we
C9
go.
just kind of go into the blender a little bit.
Everything headed on in.
They didn't commit to the plant though.
eyes.
That's
C9
nice.
don't even get the plant.
They don't even get to play.
Nah,
maybe,
I think that's
don't
good
think.
though.
50 seconds already, and look where Jonah P is.
Yeah, he's been pushed up here the whole round, just waiting for C9 to get cold feet and
yo,
rotate back into him. Now you've
just
had
say
the
this.
second
Show
harbor
me?
wall come up.
Is that how I
When
say it?
goes
Show
down,
me?
the gas is going to be able
Thank
to
you so much
go
for the
up
bits.
again.
Dude, that's
C9
your
are not
first
getting
message?
into
That's
sight
kinda
unless
crazy.
they risk
I
it all
appreciate
and
that.
push through.
30 seconds left.
Feels like we are just bowling towards a bit
25
of a massacre
seconds.
on
Not
this
the
side,
goop
unless C9 get a lucky kill. Net
Did he
on
try
this
to time it as the wall was
Oxy
going
trades
down?
positively, but Leaf trying to hold the
Not on
line
the server.
and
It's kinda
actually
nice.
achieve his job. And suddenly, this round
Oi,
is on its head.
Net
A
got an
1v2 for
accidental
Jonah
one.
P.
Seppa 5 HP.
though.
This one
Into
is
the Bulldog.
super doable. Smoke to block vision, wall to isolate.
Not considering
One
the flank
close if he
just
wants
yet,
it.
finally. Mitch will turn back.
But they're separating.
On high, Jonah spotted. A reposition from Zeppa is good. And time. Not a lot of it left for Jonah. Spike not planted for them, though. First tap, double swing, and the dink. Not enough to win the round.
C9 have 6 HP across 2 players to win that round. But
Not
what
even
did they do?
close.
It was down to the wire. I think, yeah, that dart landing on Jogmo saved this round for Cloud9. Because I think the other 3 players from C9 had all been hit by the Dizzy. So if they're not able to scale up quickly on Jaw brings in his teammates. The crossfires would have been too much. Now C9 finally stepping into a round with some heavy armors, with a couple of ultimates, but now it's time for Jogmo to pick up that off.
Get out of my way!
He's back rafter with it for now.
Spotted one. And here's the operator on Jojimo as well.
Dude, how are we just always getting up into B main? G2. Allowing Jonah P to
there's
get
no extra
active
pressure there.
so they can hard stack into A.
Jonah loves long walks on the B side.
Oh, Jaw. Are we really going for this?
He's sticking around. Runs away and actually knows
Yeah,
the
not too
timing
bad.
perfect.
Also, while this was going on, we saw Jonah push all the way through B, break the turret, so they might feel like they have to actually like fight further on site here. Because at the moment, behind them is a
Nets
question
in a
mark.
devious spot. But G2 still have
You
a lot
can't,
of
this
forces
cannot
to win
feel
this
comfy for
retake.
C9.
And Trent's already gotten a kill. Vic up top though. That's a great shot from him and time being bought. G2 though, arriving in force and trading out on this site. They leave it down to the IGL, but there's so much facing
This
against
was nice from
And
G2. This looked
G2
absolutely
back
horrible
on
to play
Icebox for the
against.
first time this year.
That looks really, really strong.
13-5.
Definitely a lot stronger first time they show it because of the whole plant after plant stuff, but
Great
still
opening
very,
map
very
there
nice.
from G2.
This was always going to get a
This
win
one undefeated
first time they
and
played it,
looking
in my
to
opinion.
Go out of groups with a 5-0 record, a 13-5 against
Like whoever they
C9
played
to kick
here,
it
they're
off on
gonna
their
win.
map pick. Certainly the way to do it, Mimi.
It's nice to see Leaf back on this map. I feel like he's always been such a good player on Icebox.
On any
Stalwart
map,
his
really,
defense.
but
Yeah,
especially Icebox.
I would agree with
Yeah,
that
map pick
statement,
is
but
crazy. No,
G2
yeah, they
looking
definitely
strong
focused a
here.
lot on this.
For C9, that was their map
Move
choice.
their
But it's been a
ban
bit of
over
a tough
towards
position for the
Fracture.
rest of this series.
Just going back through some of these moments, I mean, G2 sort of had C9's number from the get-go. C9 kept trying to go on defense for these fast bloods on out, but every single post plant was just going G2's way. Fighting up really
Yeah, I think they only lost one post
Jojimo
plant,
winning out
right?
in every one of these first engagements. G2, they look strong. It's 13-5 to start out this series, but there's more to come as G2 grab the ball on Haven. Up next.
Map 1. Let's get the EMEA maps going. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit. G2 wins Haven. I can't even remember the C9 Haven. Wait, isn't the C9 Haven kind of nice as well? I feel like this should be close, but this one would be as well. They played MIBR. They won on Haven. No, they lost on Haven. Sorry, but they got wrecked on defense. They only got one defense round.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, well, this is the last time they played Haven, so. Alright, back in a little bit, champ. The Gecko look good? No, the Gecko look good, but it's in combo with the comp for sure. The whole comp, like, together works really well.
just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
Valen! Prize able to find one, but Vic fighting like a hellion on the side! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
I'm here with Josh RT before map 2. You bring out a new composition for Icebox, and it just looks like the team can play anything. Talk to me what that is like. What's that about?
It's honestly like a dream come true as a coach. Like, I demand flexibility from the players, and we got players that are flexible. They enjoy trying to play new comps and trying to like put the opponents on their like on the wrong read and just have them adapt to us. So it's nice to have a comp that just like surprises the other team.
Do you feel like you can put them on anything and they'll go out there and prosper?
Yeah, within reason. I think you still need a few scrims to get them like under control a little bit, but yeah.
Awesome insight. Thanks, Josh. Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, this wasn't just the first time we've seen this composition on Icebox. This was the first time in competitive Valorant we got to see the composition G2 was playing. So obviously, Cloud9, they had to figure out what to do against it.
Yeah, and I think they did struggle in those first few rounds, especially, in the later half of the attack side. You know, playing against a comp like that where there is no duelist, they're going to be taking a bit slower, but they have so much util to be able to do that. In their execs, they constantly had like first wave, second wave into a post plant, which still had so much valuable util. You know, all the mollies. I think they had 4 mollies.
Yeah.
4 mollies plus the tail utils, which is missiles, all things like that.
That's the thing, too. If you want to piggyback on the util, you look at this composition overall, and you're like, hey, they're not playing a Sova. How do you actually stop players at getting information on defense trying to push forward at that spot? Already with the Teo coming in, it replaces this recon dart, shock dart, and also Viper combination to stop player from moving towards the orb. So they have great phase 1, kind of like a cruise style, to take control of pipes at the very beginning. Then you have the good old classic G2 rounds where they're going to slow things down. They're going to try to find the information, manipulate the map, utilize Valen's big brain to really call out the second wave of how they want to re-hit, and they did that perfectly. Yes, it came like huge battles in between from like these retakes from C9, but overall still look pretty good on this new approach that we saw from G2.
No, for sure. And even like you could say that there's like a lack of the Sova, but the Teo replaces that.
Exactly, yeah.
You honestly don't need to know where they are if you're already canceling out all the positions that they could be in with the missiles, with the mollies, everything like that. Like every basic angle that, you know, you see normal like offers peeking on defense Icebox was pushed out, mollied out, missiled out.
That's a great point. I feel that's something that was missing from C9. Maybe trying to get Oxy on that op line with the generator in the first place, right? And I felt like it was also a good job by G2 to keep that economy very low against Cloud9 when they took the attack side. And once you see this composition that comes out of G2 that has no duelists, it's because they have a Gecko. So you could just have your wingmen throw forward into a plant where they want it at a default spot or at the top of the A site. And you could have just players behind, guns out, getting ready to trade out against the wingman. And then all that post-plant utility that's still available, refreshable as well with the Teo. It's still very good on paper of what this composition could bring.
I want to talk more about the Teo because we were hitting on that obviously heading into this match that we've seen a trend exclusively playing Teo, and he's not stopping now, and he's still putting up those numbers even in a very unconventional composition.
Yeah, no, I guess Teo can really be used on every map, and I can't wait to go home and see install Teos on every single map in ranked. It'll be so fun.
Yeah, we've seen it work for a couple of teams before in the past as well on this map. EMEA is using some Teo as well, but just Trent himself has been a saving grace also for G2. Maybe he's not going to be putting up those big numbers on this map at least that we know Trent could usually do, especially when he plays a Sova. But there was 2 crucial rounds coming out from Trent that saved it over for the side of G2 simply because he stayed alive, simply because he had salvos up, simply because he even had Armageddon when it was like a 3 versus 1, and he delays enough to allow G2 to win off time and also break the economy of C9. I think that was around 7 or 8, something like that, when you tried to go for that retake on the side of C9. And Trent, again, just a thorn on the side of C9.
Absolutely. I'm excited, though. I mean, obviously, this Icebox was Cloud9's map pick. Now we're heading into Haven. We will be talking about that in just a little bit. But first, we're heading over back to Imi and Riff and hear what he has to say ahead of this next map.
I'm here with Imi ahead of map 2. You're going to G2's pick, but looking at Icebox, what was preventing the team from getting going there? And what would you like to see change the most going into game 2?
I mean, it's like the third time we played these now. It's the same story. G2 win games before the other team's even connected to the server because they just get so much respect. And that's what I just told them. No matter what happens when we go into the next one, we don't show them respect. If they try to take somewhere, we fight them for it. And stop just giving them space for free.
All right, Imi, thanks for the insight. Good luck.
That was a little scary.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
Confidence you have to have because we're heading to Haven. Haven, a map that G2 is still undefeated on. And Cloud9 just recently lost it against MIBR.
Yeah, exactly. And for this map, Haven is a composition that's very standard as well for C9 unless they come up with something new. But a Breach Sova with a Jet, and that's perfect for them wanting to fight as much as they want against G2, hopefully following the game plan of Amy here.
G2 has been playing exactly the same composition every time they went to Haven. You expect them to have a little bit of a switch up here too, or no more surprises?
I mean, they like I said, they're undefeated. I don't think they're going to switch anything up, but I think this could be a map where C9 could, bring themselves back into this if they follow what their coach is saying. Don't respect them at all. Take the space that you want. Take the fights that you want. I think, C9 could bring it through.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a lot of tape on G2 as they have been playing that map quite a lot, and they always play the same composition. So maybe they cooked something up to counter that. We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, we're about to get into map 2 of this series. G2, they were dominant to start on Icebox, and it doesn't feel that different going into Haven, because this is a map that they are yet to lose this year, and we're C9. I mean, they've been good on it. They are coming off a loss, but it was against MIBR, who I think did beat G2 on this map as well.
I appreciate the things you're saying, right? They make
a lot of
sense.
Things,
they make logical sense, but to me it does feel different because Imi just rolled up on the stage after giving a pep talk to his team saying, don't respect G2 at all. So, okay, I want to see what C9 come in with here. Obviously the comps, it's going to be the normal stuff. Nothing's going to change there, but an attitude shift from C9, I could certainly get behind.
Do you believe in the vibe shift? Will it work to just disrespect G2?
Whoa. I never said it was going to work, maybe. I never once claimed that, but it could.
It could.
And that's the beautiful thing.
A lot of things could work.
Right? Like eggs and mustard. Could that work?
Probably not.
I think that could work.
Probably not. Stick to Cholula, buddy.
The Lorax and VCT. It works.
That
it
one does
works.
work.
We've got the Lorax in the crowd.
They are here today. But no surprise to C9 go back to the default comp that they've been playing on this map. I want to see more from Oxy this game. He had a bit of a rough one on Icebox. He was getting kind of bullied by utility. When we switch to defense, I need to see an AWP in his hands early. That's such a win con for them when they play this map.
Yep. Use the verticality, abuse those lines.
Okay, chat. Any
Big
changes
time.
in the
We're going to
comps?
be heading on into Haven here. Oxy's kicking things off with the Sheriff.
If G2 win this map, they're your #1 seed out of their group. They'd be just
We
a
have
match
C9
away from
on
Toronto.
attack, G2
and
on.
it's a fight in mid to start. Jaw, not fast enough to TP
G2 on
out for the
defense.
trade. It's good from Jonah P, and things stay even in the 4v4.
Seen G2 run rounds like this a few times. The buddy system now paranoid backside, but already Leaf trying to assist out on this fight. C9.
My goodness,
destroy
dude.
G2 on the B
What is
side.
his confidence?
I mean, they took Imi's word for it. Straight up disrespecting to be on this pistol round. G2 might just do the same, flooding back through this smoke already, picking up 2 kills and evening out this round. They'll wrap around together. But Oxy, he's playing the same game of chicken.
And he said disrespect them.
Shots whiffing, but Oxy, he's got his teammates back.
Well, I mean,
And now it comes down to
they kind of did that.
A 1v2, but
Gotta win the round,
if he
though.
susses it out in this corner, the
This could be
missiles
devastating.
And it's perfect.
Ooh,
Doesn't
nice
matter.
calm,
Up
though.
into fire.
Real calm.
Still gets his kill.
Calm's probably coming from the damage done as well.
This guy has been popping off the last few weeks. Now going up against the team that dropped him a year ago. Kicking off Pistol in a big way. I mean, this round, you talk about no respect. No smoke on A-Link. We're jumping into backside. No problem from C9. Still, it's that there. Swinging through it.
Go, dude.
Getting the job done. Okay, a little bit more strained out of net. Keeping it calm.
Let's go.
But he'll eat up. Don't you worry.
C9 won their pistol round in the first half of Icebox as well, so another good start at the beginning of a
Need
map.
to Full eco on this one. Let's see how much damage they can do. Gotta get 3 though.
1-2-7 from G2 here. Jump on through.
Okay.
I love how
It's a good amount of
often
info
Juggernaut
though.
uses his TPs for scouting.
Alice, thank you so much for the
Juggernaut
6
as a
months.
silver
Appreciate the prime. Thank you for doing that.
Poor drone's
Thank
a
you for
little
the half a
lower on
year.
health because of it. Exec is getting stalled for a moment.
Omen Flash was real
A
good.
couple players to flood in, and Noxy, okay, running gun, double with the stinger.
Dude, he got
Not a care in the
another with
world.
that?
I'm telling you, it's the vibe shift. The disrespect, full run and gun, okay.
Yeah, they're really sending
See
it.
if this maintains round 3, round 4.
Yeah,
You would
That's
imagine
where,
a fast bonus run with how they're playing.
Might
Little
level
tougher
out.
to just run it down every round.
For sure. I just want to see how G2 continue to play here. If it's going to be more of, you know, an A default setup. That round, they're using the stun and missile immediately into the lobby space. A lot of times, G2 will just elect to hold on to their breach stun, be able to run trap plays. If you ever try to speed up on them, either into the A side or into garage, and sort of position Jonah P.
I don't fear no man.
There you go. That's the aggression.
And it's going to be quick again. Ready
Yeah,
for a
quick
pop towards
C hit.
But G2 are just going
As
to
we
play
can
full
see, it's looking like they're going to leave this on retake. We have Leaf going for a little bit of a play.
Sweet time, making sure there's not going to be any lurks coming in on that side of the map.
Oh, this is nice. They head over towards site fast. They save their drone, and then they late
C9
pinch
wanna fight
towards
into
garage.
And they're successful for one, actually
Yeah, it's
trading
pretty
out
nice there.
favorably.
They got a little bit fortunate
They
with
won't
the
hold on
timing,
to the
but
space for too
still like
long.
the
Instead, getting
idea.
back into the site, and the missiles in their
Oh,
face
that's
become a
a
problem, but the flash
devastating
supply is
flash.
good, and
There's a
C9.
nice flash from Mitch here.
Excellence in the brawl.
Solid bonus from
A
C9.
bonus round converted, and they are taking Imi's words to heart.
I love it. I love it. And look, that round, it's not even just like blatant disrespect. It's just realizing that G2, they're playing full.
This wasn't even
retake, right?
disrespect.
There's
This
no
was just a
pressure
cool
coming
round,
in
to
from
be honest.
G2. Once C9
I like
gets
this little
himself on
drone on the
site,
box
so instead of
to
falling
clear
back and
garage.
playing
And they
offside,
looked into
playing wall, playing
how
time, etc.
Leaf
No,
likes
they
to
fight into
play.
the garage space. It's a great timing taken by Net on the Cypher to
Likes to
pinch
play over
into
towards
garage
C a little bit.
space. Bro, let's go. Deal with that player.
Do they get gun
They just sort
upgrades
of
as well
stop
from the
G2 before
bonus?
they
Their
can
money must
gear
be
up
really
that
good.
by-player retake.
G2 on an eco round.
Time to jump.
Jaw, 0 for 3 to start this game, trying to make something happen with his signature bucket.
Make it sound like he struck out 3 times.
Okay, a little bit of pressure over towards A. Gets
But
cleared
again, like G2, they're gonna play the C
pretty
retake.
much
This
instantly.
is something that G2 will
Maybe
do a
this
lot.
corner is the only
I feel
question mark
like
at the
when they
moment
are
over
playing
towards
much
short.
heavier over towards A,
And yeah,
is that
does
your
look
weak side of
like
the map just becomes a Vise util
when we're getting
farm.
into the buy rounds, we got a lot of abusive
Once they
over
start
towards C. Because they are
preempting
just
the rotates with
walking
your-
in. It's
with
not like
your
they're
TPs.
using
They're not
any
gonna be here
util.
to instantly
They're
snap
saving
on
Omen
retake.
Flash, they're
waiting for the
saving
team
double
that comes
flash,
up with, like, a
recon,
shock dart line to
stun,
deal with that
shocks.
thorn.
Like they're saving everything.
G2 is always
G2
kinda
have got to
putting
do
up
some
on the
kind of
wall there
timeout and
towards the wall.
change
Yeah,
the C
boosted
hold.
one is cringe.
This isn't a good example
Why
because
does it
they're on
look like
eco,
that? No
but
one really knows. There's the missile combo.
it's
though.
still 2 rounds where they just
Traded out
blasted through
nicely.
C.
G2, okay. Jojo gets one with the pistol. Could this get dangerous? Surely not. C9 spraying
Do that.
down. They'll hold the
It's-
funnel strong.
They're all like evenly getting the kills as well. And everyone that needed to get the kills to
On
their
their
ults are
route to 4-0.
they're very close to
And
one
look,
ults.
C9, yeah, that's a anti-eco
Okay, so
there
it's a
coming
weird
in.
one because G2 are probably
But
going to
now
do a
they've got
timeout,
some serious
but
ultimates, right? Breach
they've also
ult to
got
get
to
into a
speak
site.
about the
Oxy
fact
has
they're up
the
against a
knife if he
breach
wants
ult,
as
which
well.
most commonly goes over
Not that
towards
G2
A.
are so far behind, but C9 can keep this ball
Hello,
rolling.
Pansy.
And I think if they realize that they're hitting
I didn't
into
even
the
think
weak
you were
side
banned for that
again
one.
for G2, there's options where they can just
Just
hold the
a
breach
small
ult for the post plant and keep fighting
on the wrist,
actively
I
into
think.
garage and C-Link.
Similar setup to the pistol round for G2.
Yeah, pistol, it was 2 garage.
It's been
2.
years.
This time 3B with that fault line set up on back site just to go off the contact. Can also
Okay, this makes a lot of sense from G2. This is probably what they're doing here. This is probably their
Rolling
anti-breach
Thunder,
all
Valen
rounds.
cannot avoid that one. He's launched
And then
straight into the air.
C9 change up
And it's
their
easy
ult
pickings
and just
from
head
Edge.
over
And see,
towards
okay,
garage.
so-
Still
the Util
continuing
combo.
the
Yeah, G2 stepping out of front B, forcing the
Oh
players.
wait, we had a
into that
little.
line.
Oh, I like
Still
that.
a jet here, but Trent is here way quicker. There's no way.
Okay, this is
Oxy
nice from
expecting
G2. This is a
now
cool
G2
reaction.
numbers.
Still, the site will be taken for Cloud9, but G2, they're going to be really fast to work back through this.
This is like the question
Smoke
though. If
fading
they get
towards
okay,
Spawn, Leaf ready on
I was
the
gonna gonna say, if they get a
And now C9
kill
have to try
early,
and find
does Zephyr
somebody.
decide to use his ult?
Teleported into the
Drop
site. No one was looking at him, and
For
Joshua
God's
takes
sake.
control.
Takes the TP back a sight.
Okay, Jaw. Want to see that one more time? G2
I
had
guess
the
everyone
numbers.
swung off it as well.
And what a good call from them, again, by having 3 players in mid. See how much more responsive they are when the
Man, this
C
was a nice round to watch from everyone. This was cool. Got the breach damage to try and make sure anyone leaving the ult itself is gonna get wrecked.
That was nice from G2.
Lorax is loving that round.
And then
G2 finally on the board this game.
but then I also liked what C9 did.
And they're gonna have some
And they
ults
also
to
liked the
start to
original plan
snowball
from
this, but
G2
so
to push
too
down
have
towards
Lava
middle no
Landers.
matter where the breach ult went. Most teams would think over towards A.
Already. Pretty much blind. I think just off a dart there, and it's not
Yeah,
gonna find
dude.
anything.
Net tanked every single ult
Gonna
here.
go up into heaven, but still Leaf is waiting in the corner on short.
And he's gone already. Oxy spinning around again.
Is
Finds
Oxy
3
though.
kills this round. And as soon as you think
Instant
that G2
reset
are
of the
taking
money.
control,
Bro, they're
C9
just
ends
running
up
at
back.
him.
It's really nice calling from C9. Just the round before, they realized G2 had moved into a new default setup, which is going to be much more about playing for the mid space and responding across the map. So they don't even hesitate, even going into the Vise. Flying into this side, quick reactions from Oxy. I mean, it wouldn't work if Oxy wasn't hitting those shots, let's be clear.
Let's go, baby.
G2.
Still not
The
a
first
fin,
stun
no
of this
man.
map. I think the
Still.
first stun of the series. To try and stem the bleeding here. Now down 5-1.
I mean, look.
Nasty shot the second one. The second one was really nice, fast as well.
Absolutely no money. I still think G2 would be well served to continue playing.
It's a horrible
around the
position
mid
to
space and
be
responding
in.
into A.
Especially they've been mixing it up a good amount. I would still be expecting a C hit from what's going on at the moment.
You know, Jaw could actually play into A long with the stun as an option and reset into mid faster, and that would sort
What is
of
their comp?
stall out C9 from going for these
They have
immediate
Yori,
A-bombs on the
right?
last round.
Oh, dude, they probably
One
just
thing
do
for
aggro
G2 is
A with
unlike
Yori
other teams
TP
that
over
play the
towards
breach
C,
this map,
right?
They're oftentimes prioritizing saving Jonah's stun for the later round Teo missile combos.
Because
instead of,
like I would
using
be
it off the
super
rip,
confident that
taking
they're gonna
a
end
lobby
C
like a lot
on
of
this
teams do.
round.
He's very disciplined
But you
about
don't know
that,
it
but because of
100%,
that,
so you would
I mean, C9's
try
managed
maybe
to
set
kind of
up.
contact into A lobby in
I
a
mean,
lot of
sure,
rounds.
they're just gonna stack a C.
What they
Wait,
G2 can do is
even
have
gonna
it
stack
out
a
if
C that's
somebody
going
is
straight
playing
through
for
mid.
A long and off contact with the stun, but coming in on the
I'm interested to see the big buy rounds.
Will just be
I think they could do like 3 aggro with Yori
Yeah,
fast
and they're going
TP.
back to the well on C.
There's so
lot of
many
C9
ults for
fans here
G2. At
today.
one point they're gonna win a round, you would imagine.
out into this
Unless they
grass
really
space.
mess up the ult round.
He's got a stinger. And I mean, if he can cheese a kill.
Definitely a big change
I
up from
think he might just have
G2.
a chance. Smoke out. Goodbye, Vic. Where's that phone going? Back towards spawn. But it's a fight on
Oh
the
boy,
side.
we
It's
said there's
1-1
gonna be a
for the
round where they
moment.
start
Not
using the
whip for
ults.
Jonah. What am I watching?
Dude, where is
He's
Oxy?
big.
Like five
He's stuck in this
five
zone, but his
smokes.
teammates are dying around him. And now another ultimate used. It's Jojimo. Clearing space back down long. He spots out two. One flash in. A second. Ready to follow. Jojimo. A stinger in hand, but disciplined still. He doesn't overcommit this one. C9 look for a different option.
Yeah, I mean, if C9 were to sprint back to A, there's still a teleport.
YouTubers are
back in
comment.
spawn.
Who is your
Mateo
favorite
rotating over
mod?
two. So I like
It's
C9
got to be CS
going
Legend
down
Smoothie, I think.
back into mid.
Probably my favorite mod.
Realizing that might be where the gap is, 'cause
Still,
all the Vise util towards
incredibly
Sliggy. Vise is
risky
now
to have
dead.
him as a mod. I don't know why we've done it, but
Immediate answer for them.
And they've solved it
that does
correctly.
the really pulls his way
Getting a
out
flank
here.
towards lane. Jaw walking in. Back's turned. But the Sting is not the weapon for the job. Trent has to do it. Sheriff in hand.
Stun's good.
Oh, he almost had that. Now it's a 1v1. Breach against breach.
The only advantage is going to be Mitch having the stun in the post plant. He can retreat to long or even use this to reposition. Now he can be anywhere in the mind of Jonah P.
Where does Jonah think to look? Slowly clearing out the site. Mitch is tucked all the way back in long.
So far away.
Jonah has his stun online, but time working against him. A stun in the corner. A push coming in. Jonah not gonna have the chance.
Damn, dude, Mitch was so confident that he was gonna push him.
Back in the time. Mitch is playing
Wait, what
it
is this
perfectly.
read?
Jonah, he'll find the kill, but he's not gonna win this round.
Wow, that was almost the chance for G2 to sneak back into the game.
And they used 2 ults to lose that round. Rolling Thunder, Yoru ult, the 2 best ults they have are gone.
Definitely the best 2 ults they had. That is unfortunate. Well played for Mitch there. You know, after 7 rounds of C9 playing super confident.
I mean, he can always
running, sprinting at the enemy.
You can
like,
always
no,
sprint and get
fine.
here in
That's fine
time,
by me.
I guess.
I'm here to win the
He's
round.
just playing off of that, maybe, but
Exactly what he did.
end up being the easiest clutch of his life. Played incredibly well. Okay, Oxy has the backup judge for the knives.
Moving
I
back
was
towards C.
saying I think they might continue with the C
Judge
spam.
in the Blade Storm for Oxy.
There's a Vise wall here, though.
Okay, they get into the corner, and this is one of the better drones. Can do this path, and you can see up behind
Oxy
here.
has a dash as well.
True. A lot of times you'll just see Oxy send his way.
Which path
inside
do they go
anyways.
for?
They bank
Weird.
on him to find the opener. Buy time for the rest of the team to come in behind the wall.
Same here. Oxy's on his way, but the counter flash catches
Dude,
him.
it's another retake,
G2
though.
Escape, flooding back in. That's the Blade Storm gone, but Net on the lurk has a chance.
You
He's
see down from
successful.
net. Everyone's
With a
committed
kill
over
onto
towards
Jonah,
site.
the ult starts to
I wonder if
fly, and G2
Mitch just
reassert
cancels this
control
and
of
goes.
backside, leaving Zeppa on an island.
Oh my
with a shorty
God.
in hand, gets at least 1. And now a 3v3. It's a fight in Garage, and C9 have support available again.
That's been on fire this round, but it all turns to Trent.
Dude, it's so funny watching the C9 round. They're playing like they're playing against like FURIA or something. They're absolutely sending it. It's so good.
Trying to buy time for Jog mode. Drone into Garage is going to let Jog creep in here. We're now down to 30 seconds. Mitch has a fault line back, ready to go. Jaw finds the opener. It's 2-on-2.
Has a clone. Sends it through Garage and regroups with his teammate. The clone, though.
That's a stray.
Doesn't find its mark and flooding through. Trent goes down. It's
Guess
Jaw.
alright, FURIA
Need all 3
not on
kills to
lowers.
save this
How
round.
about that?
And it's a 1v1 against the rookie. Spots him. Just on the
Ooh,
edge. but
nicely
Vic,
done from C9.
he's
My
so
goodness.
good in these late rounds.
Vic has been on fire this stage.
That's
Stepped up
even
in a
worse.
big
What do you mean?
way
We
for
shot them some
Cloud9.
bail.
And there, taking down G2
Dude, that
star.
Zeppa kill was so funny.
It came again in one of these really chaotic rounds, right? Like C9 trying to get very aggro, G2 going for this late pinch into Garage. But I think for me, what's working for C9 this round, Net's lurk into mid. He saw the Vise utility, the Vise wall set up on C, so he takes that very quick timing, front B, to look for lurk.
Let's go! Fucking dogs, let's go!
Okay!
Oxy's saying what he's feeling.
I respect that.
That's incredible.
And you know what? That's the level of don't respect your enemies that I think EMEA intended when he gave them the pep talk between maps.
Here's the thing, you give carte blanche to Oxy and Vic, you know those guys are going to be popping off like that.
Carte blanche? I didn't know you could speak French.
Not quite.
She's fluent up here. Wow. I don't
2
think anyone was
timeouts
expecting this.
in 1/2 for G2. How often do you see that?
On their defensive side, don't forget, like G2 is a team that is significantly better on defense than they are in attack. Like this is a team that just destroys you. It feels like you have no options really when you're trying to attack into them. Yet C9, consistently, apart from round 5, those C hits have been working.
Now, what is this
They've
now?
done a great job of eating up G2 ultimates as well. And yeah, chat seems to agree that Vic is the GOAT.
Now we're handpicking.
I didn't know we had that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. We're handpicking comments. And we really got to be careful with that one.
G2 and A lobby fight. Haven't
Jesus.
seen many
So
of
if it's
these.
not an AI in charge of that.
The brawl. Instead, they choose to play it more as a trap.
The
Missiles,
spot from
stun.
Jonah.
Oh, it's beautiful. They've caught on to 2. Xenon trying to work through the smoke, but the pistols, they ring through. 4-2 is
That
how
could
it
go
ends
wrong
after the
quickly,
trades.
yeah, so I'm
And
thinking,
Xenon's still
man.
going to go for it.
Nice shot.
Man,
Deleted.
what a cool play, Vic. Paranoid out, trying to
Okay,
run
well,
to the
this
site, but
was.
how often do you
One
see
went
a
incredibly
thrifty
well.
round like that?
How many gun
where
upgrades
the
do they
low-buy
get?
team wins in 20 seconds.
And they win
3?
every duel
Oh,
in
they might have
range,
even.
literally.
Unreal. No,
Wait, the HUT showed it
difference
late.
is
They got
Jonah being
4.
Position. It's very rare you'll see a breach actually sneak into that
Imagine they
corner
could
with
squeeze out
all
a 5
that
here.
available. And it only works if G2 high roll. If it is going to be C9
I mean,
moving
that's
into
a
this long
crazy
space.
read, because pretty much every
Dude,
round
this
C9
breach
is
stun
either
hit
open,
everyone.
like heavy mid, or into these just like straight up C hits. They're never really going for A long plays, and
Tail
G2 just had the right
Astro
read.
ult. Okay, they're against the breach or last time we saw them they did like the 3-person mid crunch. Yeah. Teams are definitely going to look into this when G2 play against the breach or they definitely wanna go aggro here. I feel like teams would probably read into that a little bit, but
It will, and he's forced to TP away.
you got 10. Ruxit, thank you so much. Thank you. Dude, I don't really watch football much anymore, but I support Fulham. That's probably one of the reasons why I don't watch as much anymore.
Showing that Vic's on that space, but it doesn't matter because Oxy's already in the site.
That he is, but he's stuck in the thorns in the ultimate. It doesn't matter. Okay, Oxy, through every piece of utility, he comes out the victor. Leaf, though, this is his side.
Ooh, what the hell is that, dude?
Gonna let any man have it. Oxy, maybe the only one to try and find a rebuttal, but he's gone too. And Net, it's a hopeless task.
They might actually get 5
in
because they still have all their good orns.
That there might have been a round where C9's aggro bit them a little bit. Oxy goes flying into the site, finds that first kill, and G2's guy didn't even have a gun out in his hand. But the Heaven Smoke
What do you mean? We said it last round.
I'm not sure if it was
an easy round here.
Vic was just slow because he also didn't have the CT smoke going down when Oxy was up there and fighting.
Yeah, it's a real late smoke on this one.
Might have been just a little bit rushed from C9.
Amy's not happy about it. He's gonna
Does he call his own timeout? Okay, he's getting
it's
involved.
Like, respect them, guys. Respect them. The immediate flip flop. Maybe not.
I mean, you can disrespect, but I think sometimes you gotta you gotta have the basics down.
Maybe there's a more sensible explanation.
Just don't lose the basics.
What the delay on the smokes is gonna be. Oh wait, no. Did Vic actually get pinged? Because I know Vic got seen by the Tejo drone. He might have been
pinged by it.
I'm not sure.
He could have been suppressed.
If he was suppressed, then that makes the side hit even more surprising. All things considered, that would explain why he didn't press his abilities. I don't know. Someone out there knows already.
Some VOD Andy's already rewound.
Can we get Twitch chat back? Maybe they'll tell us. Like screaming at us like it's so obvious. No rewind button up here.
7-3 now. C9 trying to wrangle back control of this half. The weapon
They got eco as well. Five's incredibly doable.
Ultimates coming online. The ults they kind of wasted back on the pistol round. But we saw Trent with that ulti doing a brilliant util dump with the breach blast in garage previously. Now C9 geared up to attack on the low buy into
Can't be under 13 for Twitch chat. Is that the rules? Wait, how does Artis have so many viewers then? Okay, I can resist. I'm sorry. I can resist. I don't know why he's randomly called a stray, but yeah, it's the first guy I could think of.
Hold on, Lee gets caught out by the stun. Jojimo, he's going in, he's sending it forward, but runs out of bullets it seems, doesn't have a chance to get that second kill.
They definitely thought he was on the defense side. We need to stop flaming. This has got instant ammo after that. They got good retake ults. Like really good retake ults. Do they want to use it though?
Tripwire towards spawn.
Yeah, and then they're gonna tail on top of it.
Deal with these hell players on their own.
Great util.
They all behind it now?
They have the first half of space so long as they can kill Vic, and he's still
and then hold the ult, and then oh dudes, the plan's gone. The plan's gone as soon as Trent goes down. Dude, I think, no joke, this on the fly plan is kind of sick though. Fair play.
No chance.
Did they split the site in half? Then they wanted to use the util to clear this, and then after that you would tail ult and then smoke the spike. Oh, that would have been sick though.
It feels like C9 aren't even choosing to play mid rounds. It's just full steam ahead. Heads more often than not. And you can see once you deal with those hell players, that's where all of a sudden, oh, that Astral wall a little bit harder to work back in. Didn't have all the utility they needed to get through those angles either.
Oh, just always catching the strays, that's so true.
Lots of ults for C9.
Glass op for Jaw.
I know it. And it's gone already.
Just got destroyed.
There's the first one of those used.
No all.
Full info going the way of Cloud9.
Jaw thinks he can do that because the last round, C9 had 5 players and they took their sweet time lurking past the Cypher cage. This time, Net just sent it.
Leaf has a nice reposition in this corner. A stun ready to support. Off his contact. Use by both teams now.
We are breach stunning our lurk into the A
Yeah,
site.
but, I mean, they sold it well.
Wall exec
Did the
Z.
updraft see Valen? Yes, it did.
Not for long. Oxy shuts him out of
And
this
we're out
round.
here with the
And
lurker.
now 4v3, a kill in mid from C9. They have
Gets around the
outplayed
corner, can hold
G2.
garage.
Oh, man, now our
Dude,
breach
actually just
becomes
goes
the
down
mid
here.
lurk to
Oh my
find the
goodness,
kill.
Leaf might be
is
wrecked.
Pushed out A, so yeah, maybe he finds
Leaf
something.
is
but the
so sure that
reposition
this guy's
for
in
Mitch,
garage
as
right
a
now.
matter of fact, is almost unclearable. C9 are ulting the enemy spawn, they're droning their own, yet somehow Leaf has snuck in this no. Shut up.
Please no. Oh, he's got it.
It's overall
to
down.
one. The ultimate popped, but where is Vic? He TP'd across, takes down Trent, and now it's only Leaf
Oh,
to
we
make
got
this
no
happen.
time on this one.
It's gone. Seemed like there might have been shenanigans.
Oops.
Doesn't matter in the end. Vic finally
Okay,
rentals the
dude,
aim.
9. They got 9
What
of
a
them. That's
crazy
crazy.
round.
It's
Vic
a
claims the
crazy
Red Bull
half from
clutch,
them.
But that was just some wild macro out of C9. I love those looks where it's a fake hit, but you're
Brent's
actually
cam when he
sending
died, but
someone
he
in with the Cypher there. And by
wait,
showing the
who
body
was it
behind the
that
stun, it
that
pulls
had
the breach off. Or
'cause
the
dude, they
tail,
insta-droned
get
here
everyone
as well.
in
Like they
there.
just cleared this with a
Round
drone.
of weird fights. Back and forth across the way, but that's 9-3 in the
Leaf,
half.
yeah,
C9
Leaf changed up his play as soon as he heard the drone.
This guy here, how is he right next to me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, let's mute that one a little bit. We got Spectro wrecked with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the Prime. Thank you for that. People are still thanking Slimetry for the gifted. That's nice. What was the third map in the end here? Because it does feel like we might be going there. A pal? Okay. Hello, Boo. Hello, mate. Thank you for the 2-0. We just scored Americas because of your 2-0. Like, we literally just made the pistol round. Yeah, big savior. Congrats on the win as well, obviously.
G2 have only
Always
suffered 2
welcome, yeah.
map losses this stage, but the road to a flawless group is never easy, and now facing down the barrel of a 9-3 half would have to pull off a massive comeback to end this without having to head to Pearl.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. Of course, you know, on
Still no
defense, they
odds
didn't
in
really get what
performance.
they wanted.
Dude, you had
Those fast plays from C9
when was
were
it? Was it last
certainly
week? You had a
disruptive.
pretty good one.
But
Like one half of a map. I can't remember what map it was.
Success now switching sides in
Like you were
G2.
going for it.
Yoru
I could
deal
see that
with,
you were going
you
for
know,
it. It was
send
on.
clones, deal trips and stuff. G2 have a lot of options to play much slower rounds than we saw from C9 and still find success.
And it is a bit slower to start this one. Taking control in A long.
It's Alicia. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months as well. Thank you so much for the Prime.
Take over towards A. Can rotate over and
Straight up
flood in
side
if
hit.
they find
We
the
got a
timing, which
kill
should
trip
be able
over
to do.
towards.
Fun.
Yep, there's the kill
Teleported
trip.
backside. Look at that
Oh my.
spam from Zeppa.
Nearly kills Valen. Shock darts. Oxy into this site. Paranoid
Oh
up.
my
Blinded
gosh,
by every
everyone's
bit of
flashed.
utility, but his teammates do well to trade things back, and C9 looking perfect on
Dude,
this
Mitch has got
retake.
some nice util on this
Only
map
one
though.
man left. League
Like obviously it's like standard
what's
breach
become a
stuff,
1
but
versus 4.
feels like the timing's really good from C9 when they use it.
1v3, last map, that was another day at the office. 1v4, that's OT. I don't know. I don't know if he's got it.
Vic is low, but surely it should just be 4 members swinging him at once and putting an end to this one. That's 2, but the support's there. Don't get
too bad.
excited too soon.
I gotta commend C9 sort of flooding into the site there. Think back to Icebox. Every single round they're trying to flood back in on defense. They're just getting stuffed completely.
Is Sliggy the same person as Harry Styles? What the hell is this question? Dude, there's more than 10 people in the UK. Like, believe it or not, TMV isn't a sideshow with a wig. I mean, like, there's actually quite a few English people in the world.
G2, they
We
went
do
on hot
exist.
ecos in the first half, and they're forcing
There's
into
11,
4
yeah.
Stingers and Ares as well to try and win this one. Make or break on Haven. and
Wait, just a
Oxy's
straight up
already
spam?
found the
Oh my
opening.
goodness.
Yo,
Is
he's
there no
just
smoke here?
starting it. Oxy,
Okay, there's definitely no smoke here. I was absolutely sending it. Dude, and this is the force by the G2 are normally historically having a crazy success rate with. And Oxy's just sending it. 4-person aggro, good stun again.
C9, that might just lock up the map.
Yeah, Oxy means business up there. Just destroying him with the Guardian. There's light armors, that's double
The
body
disrespect.
shot
I mean, he's just out here dueling. Dude, smoke was late though, no?
shot.
It's rare you make Jojimo look silly. Told him out his flash in the corner.
Because there's 3 players in front of him that died. Just like, wait a second, I thought I had bodies in front of me.
Is the smoke late or is that like the earliest you can do it? And they're just crossing early? I'm not entirely sure.
After a rough map 1, Oxy topping the server here on Haven.
Time to jump.
Another force from G2. Good missiles to push these players out of window, but it's really just about getting the insert now for Jaw. Dart doesn't see him, oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Well, now the
They're too
macro
good
of
with
the
this
round
gun.
could fall apart from C9. No Sova means no active information that they can gain. You also have the Vise that's been left as a garage insert. The G2, after showing the presence into A,
Melted, yeah, absolutely melted. Still like this reaction though from Oxy.
in the side of G2.
Oh, that is.
Okay, this is a little dangerous now. Oxy,
Shot.
good for it on C.
He's got to be good.
Wait, he's kind of here early though.
3 players facing him. That's
Ooh,
one,
that's
but
a good
no
trade.
more to come for Oxy. At least he's put his team in
Yeah,
a
I was thinking he was at the
winnable
angle early.
position
They might
for the
not
2
fully
versus
expect
3.
it.
Keep your eyes on, actually, Vic taking this timing into sight, but also Jaw going for the late wrap, a timing to be found, but I don't think he's favored on this one. Mitch, just don't start running. Don't start running and keep your gun out.
Vic, 1v3, reposition up top. But no tap, no one's gonna swing. Missiles, a pull, everything but the kitchen sink headed his way. And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Right back into it. That's kind of
Are
like
they right
G2's
back into it?
signature move, I think, on the attack side of Haven as well, is that quick garage control, leave a player, maybe not always in window, but under window, right outside the doors, and then move back into the A space. That's how they make up for the fact they don't have the same explosivity of a jet dashing into a site. They try to punish you in this mid space when you overcommit on the rotates.
Jojimo has his ultimate up.
Beautiful.
Where is he headed here? Stinger in hand, starts towards mid.
Yeah, just ready if there is that early mid aggression to fight back into it.
Oh, this is a very good position from Oxy. Bladestorm up and down goes the most important man for G2 in this round.
In theory, he should be getting out of here right now.
One hungry boy, he's
But
heading back in.
he's-
No, Blades, no problem. He'll dip away.
He
Doesn't
picked
even
up
want
the
to
gun,
stick
though.
around for another chance. He doesn't care.
He actually managed to pick up the gun.
Player Mitch both saves him and
At least
nets a
everyone
kill.
was with him.
He's come into the site, but you see where Zepp's playing.
Yeah, after every round he's been saying I fear no man, so he's just straight up W keying.
Question is, do they clear this spot?
There. Mitch might just walk into him. It's all about the timing, and Mitch, he's
Dude,
so
Mitch is having
ready.
an absolute map
Stun
though.
down to Jonah P as well,
Like
so
he
this
definitely
round
deserves
is
some
slipping
praise
away
for what
from
he's doing.
G2.
Yeah, Oxy's already up on the flank. 2 versus 5. Ooh, that was nearly
Dude,
a
even
freebie, but
accidental
the shoulder
jiggle
tucks
peek.
in and C9
Maybe it was all planned, I don't even know.
make their way to map point.
So he said that garage attack from G2 the previous round was their signature move. How do you beat that? Some mid aggro, right? You fight them before they get in that position. You blow up the round yourselves. It's exactly what C9 managed to do. I think it's only happened a couple of times this game, but when G2 sort of play this trump card against C9 that wins a round and breaks the macro plan of C9, C9 immediately going to the next round have the right reaction. We saw that on defense, now we're seeing it on the attack, or on the defense.
Let's go. Your sign's upside down, buddy.
Yeah.
Dude, why is the C9 watch party dead, man? They're absolutely owning them. Why is no one hyped up?
We talked about last round. This time used off the rip. It'll coincide with the Teo drone backside.
Oh, I don't like your odds here, Net, but he's trying to get back into it.
Flashed up, Jojima keeps the pressure on and keeps these players out of C for now. Thorns now placed down on the choke. That'll allow the plant.
And Leaf will have the ultimate in the post plant too, so options to rip that fight into C-Link now. Here we go.
It's the Stingers against what have just become pistols. Deep Thorns used. A shorty for Oxy. Just saying hello. Old Jojimo as Valen takes his timing through Garage. And now finally C9 gets a group up. They get to make a go of this retake.
This guy
It's
doesn't miss a
somewhat
stun, by the way.
ground, but Valen trying to hold on to this line.
Mitch
Needs to
is
help out his
Thanos
teammates,
right
but
now.
everyone's
Dude, what
blind.
is going on?
And C9, they'll get on
And
this
he's out here
defense.
getting
The
half.
missiles are
Oh,
coming
did he
in.
go half? I don't think
is
so, right?
denied. And there's time.
Oh,
Is
and he
it
got
there?
half?
Absolutely
Bro, this
is.
guy's...
C9.
Mitch had an absolute game, dude, I'm telling you.
Here on Haven.
C9 just killed them.
Yeah, they
On
wrecked
G2's
him.
map pick. Absolutely no fear in their eyes. You could see the mentality shift on full display
Dude, a
right there.
32-minute map
the
as
very
well.
first round,
Fast.
yelling, screaming, swinging absolutely everything. This C9 team is here to play.
Nearly 20 kills for Oxy in what was a very quick map. The key players.
How many
for
assists
C9
did Mitch
fueled
actually
up.
have? I felt like
The calling from Mitch.
his
looking
util was
strong.
incredible.
This is a team that is now just one map away from issuing G2 their first loss of the stage.
And don't forget, the
11?
third and final
Dude, that's
map
pretty
is
sick.
Pearl.
In
The
how many
last
rounds?
two teams
18?
You've seen G2 on that map
No
have been
breach?
defeats. That's going back to Bangkok even. They're going to have to come up with something here if they want to stay on top of the group.
Was it 17 rounds? Did they get 4 or 5? So fast, man. Goodness. Honestly, Nils, I need to check. Water's been drunk, Nils, so it is around somewhere. But I haven't seen it for like 2 days. 12 assists? Yeah, dude. Absolute game from Mitch. Okay, let me get this. Upload. It's not like that here, no. Because you think you rule the world now, playing badminton, getting injured. We've got different rules around here. We just let them be. Congrats on the win, by the way, no. Thank you for the 2-0. Right, we'll be back in a little bit.
Just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
Valen! Prize able to find one, but Vic is fighting like a heli on the side! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
Welcome back, everyone. EMEA giving Cloud9 a little talking to. More disrespect, I'm sure, is after here for next
I
match.
think the talking to worked after map 1.
He sounded so
Something changed.
aggressive in between map
Yeah,
1
for real.
and 2. Like, I would have been scared as well as a player on that team.
As Brick would say in Anchorman, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I love Oxy. Oxy.
No,
I think
I love Oxy. I just
has
wish that
anyone
team
ever
was even
claimed
tighter.
not to love him?
I could have. Can we switch to a large? There's actually a large. We could do it a crop top if we want.
You wear it well. I think it's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful things, this was a dominant performance from Cloud9, and that is happening on G2's map pick.
Their attack side was pretty fantastic. I mean, it was nothing new. We were back to basics with this comp, but they really just executed things flawlessly in terms of the individuality. They turned things on specifically. You're looking at Oxy, top of the board, and then in addition to him, Net was playing very well. Vic had a very important 1v1 clutch. He was finding his moments
against
too.
Jaw, yeah.
Just seems like genuinely they woke up. Like they completely woke up.
The team was on the same page. Mitch's calling was phenomenal as well. They had such a good read, knowing exactly when to do it, what to do.
Yeah, you bring up a great point in terms of calling with Mitch too, because it also looks like in the C9 game, they literally did what EMEA was talking about. Show no respect to G2, fight them pound for pound, push them as much as we want to here on the attack side, and they did. But then you had at some point, Josh RT called the timeout, and he's like, you know what? Let's just fight them back. And then I just saw G2 just brawl it back against them until you had enough good conditioning on the side of Mitch that in round number 12, he had a perfect fake side with Net lurk on the towards the A side and to go for the full exec over on C. And then G2 was not ready for that. VALORANT was left by himself on that C site, and it couldn't work into the same type of like synergy and chemistry that G2 usually has.
Yeah, speaking of synergy and chemistry, Oxy and Net both had a really, really great match on this map.
Super impressed. Oxy had some insane snappy shots.
I love Oxy.
Great entry kills.
I love Oxy.
He was set up well.
I love Oxy.
On the other side, Net going up against his old team, putting on a show. I mean, can you love Net too? He did pretty good.
I actually do love that too.
Biased. Biased as hell. This is crazy.
But you bring up a great point, why he'd actually had some pivotal rounds where he had great lurks around. He was able to cut rotates as well. And just
That's what he's been so good at.
Exactly.
That's what's really stood out to me for him in stage one is Net's ability to cut off rotators on the attack side when they're hitting sites.
The only one that I could think of was like old school Apoth over at EG most recently in terms of like players that can lurk very well. If not, I'm looking at the past, like even past years would probably like be somebody like Finesse or even Marv. That said though, Net, he's found his spot over at C9, being able to again do some good calling on the defensive side, but also being pivotal in terms of like being the one that's going to be able to call audibles in the mid round based on the information that he grabs here for C9.
He's also bringing a lot of excitement to the team. I think really adding to that feeling of, oh, we're capturing momentum and swinging back into this game after really just being blown out on all accords for map one. So impressed by what he was able to deliver overall for C9 to get back into this series.
Yeah.
And now we're heading to Pearl, which is a fantastic last map for them. They have a real shot at taking this series now.
Yeah, Cloud9 currently 3-0 on Pearl in this stage alone, whereas G2 has struggled on Pearl recently.
Yeah, I mean, Ender brought up a great point. They're 0-2 throughout this year. One that actually probably is a heartbreak for them too, because they lost that in the grand finals in Bangkok over to lose the whole series when they were dominant throughout the whole 3/4 of that map. And then you get to play against MIBR, you come back with a vengeance. You talked about slow starts for teams coming from internationals, but they looked pretty good until they played against MIBR, lost that in overtime. I feel like letting this map through for G2 is just kind of like, again, wanting to prove that it doesn't fluster them, that it doesn't matter that they play against a 3-0 team like C9, they could still come back and dominate, and that will be like a proving point for them going into the playoffs.
I do want to point out that at the beginning of the year, when they were running that double Senti comp where they had Leaf on the chamber in kickoff, they were finding a lot of success. But the last time we saw them in that loss against MIBR, they pivoted to the Taeho comp look, right? And they're going up against a C9 who run that Yordu jet that is genuinely fantastic. They're my favorite Pearl team to watch at the moment.
Well, and we will be treated to Pearl in just a moment. But before we head into map number 3, let's hear what Leaf had to say about having to face off against his former teammates.
I love you, Oxy.
It's definitely a little weird to be like on the other side of the stage, not like in the same jersey as C9, you know, coming from Cloud9. And, you know, I've been teammates with Zeppa for almost half a decade at this point now, like since I was 16. And, you know, obviously I left last year, but still that's a lot of time, and it's definitely odd, but you kind of just know how each other think when you play with each other that much. And like, obviously like Mitch was kind of IGLing when I was on C9 in like 2022. But he's obviously like grown and improved way more since then. And I'm friends with all those people. It's just always fun to play against them, and always fun to just, you know, like talk backstage and stuff like that, and just have fun with them.
Well, let's see how much fun can be had on Pearl. Wyatt, what do you want to see?
Well, wasn't Leaf also saying something before we started this game in one of the videos about how they never lose to C9, and now they just
might lose to
got
C9
rolled on Haven, and now they're playing on maybe C9's best map. So it's possible that he's maybe cursed himself a little bit today.
He may or may not have done that, but also if they win this one, curse broken, everything's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, I think the scenarios are still quite good here for G2 to be able to top the group. But yeah, you definitely see two one-sided maps. They are able to trade maps as well, where G2 lost that map pick or their map on Haven. But I think a good thing about the video is he was praising on how Mitch was so good. And Mitch, when he got dropped from C9, he still kept grinding. He was grinding in the tier 2 scene, IGLing for Oxygen Esports. So he never really let the pedal off the gas. He's been learning months after months to be ready for this moment.
Well, we are ready for this moment as well, as the two teams are taking us all the way to map number 3. Pearl is coming up, and the Omega Group's #1 seed is on the line, so don't go anywhere. We love Oxy.
Well, each team had a dominant map to start this series, and now we're going all the way to Pearl. G2, they're yet to drop a series this stage, but they've been pushed to map 3 twice already. And C9, this is their chance to win this out, keep great chances of locking #1 seed alive, and really put this group into a crazy tie for the bye.
That's the thing, right? G2 win, stakes are simple. They're just the #1 team in Omega Group. You get the bye, it's all good. C9 win, and MIBR also win, which is expected against FURIA.
Against FURIA, yeah.
And then we've got a 3-way tie in first place between C9, MIBR, and
then it comes down
G2.
to like map differential first, because it's a
Exactly.
3-way tie, and it gets all messy.
So not only does C9 want to win this map, they want to kill G2 on this map.
Thus far, doing great. +1 round differential as they both trade out their stops.
No big deal. Yeah, the real question is how MIBR would do in their series, but things are going as expected here.
This is an interesting map for C9. They're one of the few teams that is playing the double duelist, but locking the Jet into it. Most teams are going more T1's direction with stuff like the Neon. You'll even see some other experimentation there. But this is a very C9 comp, and it's a very Oxy-centric comp. We didn't get to see a lot of him opping on defense on either map, and I think this is his chance to really take over with that weapon.
You can already see G2 up on stage sweating, seeing the double duelist on the other side, getting flashbacks to the T1 nonsense they had to deal with. But I think on the two maps they've played most recently, when they played Pearl, it was against T1, it was MIBR, it was both losses. But in both of them, I feel like so many times in late round situations, they caught bad breaks that went the other way. I need to see a G2 that's looking a lot stronger in those late round
It
situations.
was close, chat.
C9 will fight.
Cutting
for
it
control
close.
of AMER.
C9 on
C9
defense,
taking that
G2 on
space.
attack. Final map.
By Oxy's position over in Street. He was playing up a little bit more aggro towards double doors before getting called off.
Dude,
that
C9
line
have been
just a
looking
little
nice on this map.
So right now,
This should
there's
be
not
really
a lot
close.
of assistance for C9 to stall out against this hit. Just the Astra Star. And the one player rotating in with Oxy.
Vic spots out at least 2 or 3 players on this site.
Am I going to watch MIBR? Yeah.
And Oxy's going to go in,
Oh
get
my.
proactive. He'll sit within the smoke. Wants to try and find a reposition because the Yoru's coming in to pinch him. Vic, unprepared, but Oxy still in position, not for long. Trent takes care of him.
That was a really nice timing with the Prowler.
Get a 5v3 in the first.
Planter
Che
gets out, no
Foma with the
problem
tier
too.
1.
There's
Thank you so
3
much, man.
players
Appreciate the 3
bundled up in
months.
backside. C9 needs someone to find some openers. That someone is not going to be that. It's all starting to fall apart for Cloud9 as they continue getting stalled. Now the crossfire's coming to play, and as C9 make quick work of this opening pistol.
Yeah, very, very nice.
G2, they've lost a lot of these opening pistol rounds.
They've been 2-0.
C9 in that last map won the bonus off of
They've
it,
been
started
2-0 on both the
5-0 on the
pistols.
map. G2 doing a little bit better here.
Yeah, I do
3-2.
feel like Jaw got this timing, teleporting into backside around the moment Oxy's getting pinged out by the Prowler, getting pulled away from that side, his teammate from backside 2 is rotating over to him. It just allowed G2 to pinch really nicely against C9.
Okay, so 3-2 in terms of the pistols, obviously 1-0.
Trying out the Teo or the Silva,
When
which
Sunset
has been
comes
around
back
this
to Fiend,
map for a
G2 will
while,
go back
but
to perma
the
banning
cats
it.
are so strong
Nah,
to
they'll
combine with your side execs.
oh my goodness, they'll try have 7 apple.
Out here. That's 5 players ready to go on this brawl from C9.
Dude, we got a 10-person duel here.
Holding strong for now. They're dealing with this one perfectly. Not a player lost.
Not sure I've seen a
5
round like
kills in
that
the feed.
on Pearl.
07 C9.
Salute
for a long
C9,
time.
They just ran to their deaths. Literally said, go next.
Just gonna throw it out the map.
Oh. Wait a second. Who is that on G2 with the C9 Classic?
Tossing it off the map, I think.
I like that. A little sacrifice to the Valorant gods.
I'm built for these rounds. Let's go.
Yeah, bro, they've got classics.
God's strongest eco fragger.
He's got 2. He does not even top fragging. So you can keep talking the big game after a round like this. Good utility. Reminds you of Icebox with Oxy just getting forced off of those high lines.
I like the salvo here.
Make the economic choices
Where did they salvo? Here and here and here?
But one too many Starbucks.
Those damn lattes.
And heavy armor too? God, spending all his money on clothes.
Okay, so they create the question mark over towards B a little bit. Now they're going to try and do the
Going
same over
to
towards A.
A isn't going to do a great job of selling the fake, especially with Oxy still finding Valen over
In reaction
there.
to losing A main, they insta-drone off to see if there's any pressure there.
That is a tough one for Oxy to lose out on.
that's really rough.
And now this B site wide open. Thorns are going to mean a flood retake is nigh on impossible, and Jaw's already arrived. Net, you better get out of there while you still have a chance. Missiles
Double
coming in at
heavens
his
forms.
feet. He's somehow alive. Sneaks his way out of that one. But can C9 make something of this retake? It seems unlikely to start in the bonus round. It starts to feel like it's falling away from them. Some sort of salvation in Halls. Vic, so good in rounds like this.
Oh,
Already on the spike,
okay.
spam for the headshot,
Smoke
but
onto the
leading
spike as well,
against
dude.
his
Leaf
former
has done
team
way too much.
activates. 3 kills already. Knows exactly where Vic is, and he
That's unlucky
cannot
from him.
find the
Lovely little
shots
bonus
he
from
got. That's
G2. Might be rough from C9 in
3-0
this
to
one.
start.
And it's funny because C9 aren't going for their normal play on this, trying to change it up a little bit.
Now, that doesn't mean a site hit's coming in. That's usually, you know, your
All this been looking rough,
on
but
this side of the map. But there's
as
no
soon
way
as Oxy goes
was
down
ready
there,
for Leaf
it's...
to be pushed all the way onto pillar to swing off.
What did he line up with? That's what I was thinking when he was doing it, looking at the sky.
Kills even once the retake looks like it might swing back somehow to C9. The beautiful round now from Leaf there.
And G2 are happy what they've found on the B site. Compared to the T1 comp that has Xeneon, I think it's actually a lot harder to anchor on B.
Okay,
The
recon
stun does
over
so much to help
towards
hold
A,
space there
deep,
and reposition
clears
while
all
you're
of
on the
this.
site. Unless you have the
They
operator,
pick
it's
up
actually
an orb.
pretty difficult
Vic.
to hold on to this site if you're
One
C9.
away from his
Yeah,
ult.
you'll see a lot of teams anchoring more around like back hall, around actual pillar on site. That off angle can be pretty annoying to deal with, but
Especially when you're against the Vice, you normally want to flood retake into a setup like this. That's a bit more difficult. G2 instead have plenty of time to make their preparations and fortifications on this B site. As finally this retake is beginning, but with the lesser weaponry and the time already bought, G2 are in a great position. Jajimo lines them up, nearly
Dude,
flicks
he nearly
onto
got
the
a
board
fourth.
and puts to bed this anti-eco.
hold on, I thought Jonah P was built for these rounds. Why wasn't he finding any
Wait,
kills?
C9 haven't had that many kills, right?
G2's entry's
Is it
not
only
letting them
4
have any
kills that
fun.
they've had?
That's tough.
Nah, it must be more.
You hate to be in a
1,
spot like
2.
that, but
Vic got a
that was
couple.
kind of where C9 have to get the ball rolling back themselves. That
Wait, maybe it is only
that
4.
is rough. What we just witnessed.
Yeah, quick report card check. C9 thus far has 1 kill for every round of the game.
Yeah, it is 4.
Total across the team.
Usually you want to get 5 kills. That's typically
For every
what,
round.
For every round
So you'd
you
want
want
like
to win.
20
Hello, Yumpy.
Yeah, so
hello,
right now
hello.
they haven't even done 1.
Yeah, but you already asked this earlier. Now you're adding in
Still
drink
happy
as well.
about
That's
that.
wild.
Maybe some other reasons too, is he's going
Lot
to
of
call a
water.
timeout, and I think this all comes down to solving the way they play.
What did you have today,
This
MP?
time,
Come on.
They do have money to get Oxy the op, though.
That's a big deal, right? Of course, as soon as you can like start fighting.
Ovi's here as well. A lot of
solo
Finnish
down B,
people here right
that's
now.
going to be good. I think the other thing a lot of teams would do, I mean, especially like a team like T1, they would often pair their two duelists together to take early fights, and then the Yoru can very quickly teleport away to the other side of the map. So if they wanted to do some more aggro looks down B long, even you could put the Jet and Yoru next
Damn, we
to
had
each other,
5 guys
post Jet
today.
forward on
My
that
goodness,
line,
this
then
guy's
TP
out here
Yoru out, but
celebrating.
you can do that kind of anywhere you want around the map. It's one of the things that's even, I think, better. I think about running the Jet next to the Yoru, defensively primarily, is that it's a little bit more effective to, you know, take those sort of contact fights that you so often want to do as that duo.
This goes here.
G2.
Okay, big change up. They get the op out. They got the Astra ult, or at least the pressure of the Astra ult also. Nice kill trap. G2 for sure looking like they're changing it up. They've been doing a lot of B pressure on this one. This time.
His team's not even behind him, but Valent's running forward, trying to get pinged. Really trying to
Yeah,
sell
they're trying to make it like look like they're fighting this though, and then they end up taking it up for free. And they're gonna think there's at least 2 behind this.
Players full def in C9, so they have to bundle up in main. They're really concerned about the mid space. Their only real protection
Actually pretty good from G2 at the moment.
camera they've got over on
Taking this creates pressure over towards spawn. Obviously pressure here as well.
Pinch coming back into A. That's why the rotate's coming in. So Net's gonna cover into their spawn.
Any chances of MIBR losing today? If they get their map veto good, then no, not really. Like you might give Furia like a 5 or 10%.
Starting to get nervous.
If Lotus is in there, I give Furia like a 20. But
I like that G2 are regrouping to re-clear A main.
but if they get rid of Lotus, I'll give them
It's gonna be a big
5%.
fight here. Likely decider of the round. Zephyr with a clone ready. Through the util, he fights forward, and the trade's favorable for C9 to start. Stun onto Valen, and Mitch mops it up, leaving only Leaf on the lurk, who's already caught off guard.
Hey, very, very nice in the end from C9. Dude, G2 almost owned this. Like if they had actually committed with the B, they would have won this for sure.
First, right? He's the guy being seen initially, so if G2 are walking to that space, they see that shoulder peek, it's like, oh, maybe it's just the Astra here. Then there's a clone on the right side, our Yoru swinging on the left, there's a Sova Dart pinging out as well. C9 were very quick to spring that trap.
Nice, guys. They're overthinking it. They're
And through all that, they didn't actually find out about Oxy's operator. I'm sure they have their suspicions.
They didn't
and
find a lot into this round,
bit of
really.
utility to deal with
No
it.
cam, no op
Those
push off.
missiles that they're always sending. When G2 want to scale up into this B-long space, that's also an attack.
I think they
Astra
just
smoke to block off the
should
line.
imagine
Sure,
that
it
the
gives
op's out
Oxy a way to
anyway.
reposition, but it also threatens that G2 could be pushed up all the way right behind it. That's why actually the Cypher Cam or a trip is a little bit useful, because it still denies that quick pop out into the site behind their own star.
Cat's going back into mid. It's a very slow round for G2. Oxy's reposted on this angle.
Now a drone over into A main. Again, it's always Valen trying to take the first
Okay,
contact.
spots
and bait
2
it, but
though.
unfortunately, Zeppa was seen. Maybe it's actually intended because the stack from C9 is actually more towards B. Sova last round was in the A main space. This
Prowl
time,
to get
it's tag
through
team play to
door.
pinch and
Oh.
take this fight.
Net tucks away. So Mitch is on an island, but no one's looking at him. Mitch!
Oh my god, he did so much. 33.
And now you have to turn face to Oxy. Has a couple
Yeah,
angles to
I think
worry
Zephyr
about
should just
here.
be holding this.
The player through street, the 2 still in long, but a dash popped in a perfect position for Oxy to go mad. Not time on the re-rack of the bolt, but his team has got his back, and Trent,
Okay,
there's not enough
convincing
HP
rounds.
to try and make that one happen.
Convincing round, didn't have to use any of their
Protecting
ults.
his op there, getting all the trades down. And I genuinely think Zeppa intentionally got pinged by the drone. Yeah, he might have been trying to cross over.
The wins
but
matter.
they did exactly
Yeah,
what
champ
C9
points
wanted
is
G2 to do,
champ
which was
points
to
is what
pivot
they're playing
back
for as
into
well
B.
for the teams that are
Do what G2
relegated.
should have actually done on the last round. But this time,
For some
C9
teams
with
it
a
won't
slight
matter. I
adjustment
feel
to
like the
move
actual
into
chance of
Sova's
them
position.
getting or like qualifying for champs points is
G2 off
probably
guard.
done. But
Bro, get off your phone!
Bro's barber on his phone, man.
Sorry,
Thought you were watching the league game or something.
Get back on your phone. It's a timeout. It actually really doesn't matter. No, you're totally fine.
It does matter for G2 though, because they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. And I think both of them have just come down to kind of tough calls in the mid round. In that first one, calling back into the A main space, losing the brawl there. Here, coming out unfavorable of the push into street.
Yeah, I'd say C9 have just been one step ahead on those 2 moments.
I do really like this timeout though from G2. There's been 2 convincing rounds from C9.
That little angle playing around sort of the curvature of that one-way smoke, still being able to trade at his teammate. It's an annoying spot to have to play, and you are a little bit exposed, but he knows exactly how much room he has to work with.
And C9 have some of the best combo ults you could with this comp.
Okay, we've been speaking about the little like micro meta against the Teo ults. Majority of the time you can't play in this zone once the Teo ults here. It's becoming a little bit like, you know, when you have a breach ult and you feel like you have to fight in different places. There's a little bit like that. Sometimes you have to fight over towards here, maybe fight back a site a bit heavier.
G2 have done this main fight a couple times. They've never hit the
Not saying the
site
G2 are going to want to use this ult into this round, but there's a chance.
This is also the first time they've actually.
This is nicely done from Oxy, right? They here a lot of U2 over towards A, and we see him into take space over towards B. And this camera's been getting good info on lane when it's been here. And this honestly is looking like another round where might be able to keep the 4 here.
Cypher cages and flood on in. Any chance for G2 to get a quick plant down?
We'll see.
Astra wall from the
ult
attack.
goes in.
C9, the 3 players
Oh,
ready to
they're in
work
for
through that
ults.
cage.
Teo
Is
ult, like I said, over
perfect.
towards back of
We're
site.
gonna it's not gonna
Dude,
do anything,
everything's
really.
going off. We've got a
now
Sova
coming
ult
but
in
G2
here as
getting
well.
open this round. Past the wall though. C9 have a bit of an island. But on the other side, that'll allow the plant to come down from G2. That's unless someone has something to say about that one. The ult's use, spam trying to come through. It's pandemonium on both sides. But G2 call a bit of an armistice, a bit of time
It's
to
every
hold
single
towards
ult.
Art.
Yeah, G2 just have to pause, wait for these ultimates to time on out.
30 seconds
Now they can
left.
reset for the fight if they want. They have the option. They want to threaten.
Oh,
it,
they
so
were
make a little bit of
tempted.
noise, but it's only 25 seconds left down onto the clock, Mimi.
What do we got on
4
site to stop them
players
from
here.
planning? When does Mitch's recon come up?
Three, that
They have
is
one
ready to hold
flashback of
strong.
site to fast
But Vic, he's made Eclipse
blood if
happen
they
in
want
this
to.
position before. A chance to do the same. G2 10.
Dude,
seconds,
recon just
that's
came
what
up.
needs to
Oh,
come
he got
down.
blocked
Just
so he
trying to
can
do
use
the
his
job, and
recon.
Teammates, they need to protect. Ult's coming in. C9 holding. And it's a 2 versus 3. Jonah, amid it all, finds a kill. Oxy's arriving very late, but he finds the shot true. A 1v2. Jonah in an off angle, but he
Nicely done from
swings
Oxy, yeah.
straight into the operator.
Finally,
How many
Oxy has
ults
a
were
chance
used?
to play around out. And he locks it up for C9.
7?
I mean, that
Dude, was
stall
it 7?
beautiful. You could see it unfolding. G2 had good position on the map,
Astra,
but C9
Fade,
didn't give any early fights over. They
Sova,
threw down a combination
Vice.
piece of both those Cypher cages initially to keep G2 slowed down, and then the
What else?
Astra wall comboed with the Yoru ult.
Heyo.
G2 just ran
What's the
themselves
one I'm
out of the
missing?
clock.
And at the most basic
Yoru.
macro level, the last 2 rounds, Oxy has been able to walk up almost at the
That's
beginning of the
madness.
round.
G2 went all in on
Full contain that space.
That's what you...
Yes, move, you
And allow his team to basically 4-stack heavy on the A side of the map and play these really quick floods.
That's incredible.
It's like G2 want to stop that from happening. Not necessarily even aware of that walk down the previous round.
Okay,
but
I mean, that was a
opening up stronger
big round
into
for
B.
G2. Forced into it.
Even when they have opened here,
Now it
Oxy
forced them
has
down to an eco.
found an
Long
early kill
time
with the
before they
ops.
get these
Falling
ults
back,
again.
found one backside. That's it previously.
Here.
Calls in that quick Yoru teleport.
Stingers, yeah, they got those stingers though.
Oxy popping the blades. Nearly found a piece of Jonah.
Oh my.
Giacomo, okay, just within the flashes, the cage is everything. Oxy, that's only 1 from him. You would have thought he might have found that adjustment. G2 get the plant down. And Giacomo towards
Oh
Swan.
boy.
Pushing into them. Vic, he was prepared, he was ready, but it wasn't enough when you're facing the dog. 3v2.
Oh my
He's going for
goodness.
more. 20 health on that kill. And Trent
Very
ends it
nice
with
from
a sheriff
Giacomo.
shot.
What a round that
G2,
is.
What a way to fire back.
Yeah, they're just
We're
incredible
winning
with stingers on
half
there.
bars like that, I guess. Giacomo just went flying into backside. I think that was a net anchoring from C9. I have no idea what happened to him. But him falling and Jaw getting to pinch back in. Oh, he just flashed himself in through Net's own Cypher cage. And then even on 20 HP, he's winning these fights back spawn. C9 can't be letting that happen.
They're going back to it. This time with
This
the
is
Yoru.
a very important round. 3 people to comp by next.
But he already takes one
Oh,
shot.
Oxy's in trouble.
Has to get away, but he still has his dash.
Oxy, mate, you can't take that pathing.
A lot of pressure on him.
You
The dash all
can't
the
be
way
doing
back.
that.
Missiles with the feet of
Oh,
Net.
dude,
Joshua out
C9
into
looking
the
a
halls
little
again.
rough here.
But the operator, it's down to very good
Ah, they
from
really
Trent
messed
and
up.
Jonah.
Dude, that's a trip kill.
A trip kill in the midst of a round like this. That
Oh
makes
no, a
it
Fawn skill. We're collecting them all.
It's just a utility fiesta on the B bomb site. Cloud9 and Mitch now with the operator in hand has crept back into the site. The drone is going to see him, but not see that he clicked over into the op. Now, though, the stall is being working down. Mitch has to be able to find an opener. G2 are just going to be able to win out on time, and they will.
What's a shot?
Vic is here. Maybe even looking
Can
for a
get
half
half,
spam coming
and
in.
then
Hold
what?
on. No, not again. Not again. The missiles to pull him away.
He'll have time when the smoke
Now
comes
another
back up.
chance. Smoke in 3 seconds.
Yeah, just waiting.
Just enough time to go
There's the
for it if
smoke.
he needs.
Good
He
luck.
gets pushed, though.
Ah,
No,
it's
he's going
unlucky he
down.
tried to go
Trent wins the round
further
for
side of
G2
it.
After all that.
Dude, Valorant hit an absolute shot during that.
Same round. I've never seen that before.
And people complain about Tejo? Like, I'm kidding, I swear. Oh my word, I mean.
Cypher Trip is just way too powerful. I thought they said abilities don't kill.
You're killing me, Mimi. You're killing me. Glad to see Josh is having as much fun as we are. Yeah. Completely somber out there.
Well, Cloud9, unfortunately, a bit worse for wear this round. Economy is broken, and they stacked towards A.
And that not even gonna.
Bambi, there's been
into that
so much
fight.
spam of B.
I'm curious because Vic's got a bulldog.
I mean, they did try to go A.
He's gonna be able to do anything.
They had
over
a,
the
they
side
had
of
a
the
lot
map.
of ults and it didn't
Right
work
now, you
out
can
for him.
Sort of see there's a bit of a mid walk up from Cloud9 right now, seeing if they can maybe catch this rotator working back through mid.
Very nice awareness from Leaf on this as
Gonna
well.
quite be there though.
Leaf spots out one.
Look at A main too. We're all the way up from Vic. Oh, no one is ready for him, and he has the bulldog, but he can't get. Wow, C9 have had 3 chances they've just narrowly missed.
Yeah, G2 is looking, and the opportunity slips by.
Dude,
50 seconds,
you got
a gap in
Cage
the
and double
smoke. Has
trips.
another chance, but I can't find it either. Mitch out on the site. Oh my
Whoa.
God! That's a collateral on the Sheriff, but doesn't matter.
Dude,
Maybe not.
think
G2 have traded this
if
even in
Net
the 2v2,
committed his
but Oxy
Cage
still
is
has a
here,
Sheriff
oh,
in
they
his
might still win
hands.
anyway.
And you know he's good for it. Valent's low.
Dude, 40 HP, just a body shot.
1v2. A peek onto
Very
Oxy.
nice.
He is so good
Dude,
for
how did
it.
Mitch manage to do that? Just straight up lineup? Looks like it.
These rounds are just crazy. I mean, what is Mitch on that he's getting 2 kills there?
He didn't see either of them. Just running through the
Oh,
smoke.
that's nice
Jonah
though.
perfectly walks
I like
into
this
the
from
bullet.
C9 though. They were very proactive.
And then Oxy
Very proactive over towards mid though.
swinging back for the second fight there too.
And they got so much
Man.
info that they could actually stack over towards the B side a little bit easier. Get that smoke down early.
Another fight for A main.
It's pure chaos
Oxy,
everywhere we go.
His own cloud burst is dealt with, but Mitch again finding his impact. Trades are through, and G2 this time successful. There's still one player left though. That's Net, and a smoke to help him hold.
G2 are going to freeze the round because somehow Leaf has made it past the Cypher camera
Oh.
in street, and they know that because the whole
Oh my
time
God.
Net was fighting.
Dude,
he
everyone-
couldn't click into the
everyone nearly
camera.
got a kill
Now
through
this
smoke
position
there.
is unexpected, and it's possible Leaf even heard the rotate in through spawn.
Oh, that's unlucky
no
timing
idea.
with the
He
camera.
has no,
Yeah, Leaf can. Leaf
has
for
made
sure
it
knows
into
that he's
the-
owned it.
Scot-free.
So let's think about the post plant then, because Valent's going to have the ultimate. Trent is going to plant the spike, which then gives him his own Tejo ulti. On top of the missiles, on top of a drone in post plant, G2 have beautiful utility to just stall this out permanently. You're even going to have sucks on the bomb from the Astra.
And while you're waiting for all of that, Leaf is just going to be there to fight and buy time. The util players fall back to long.
Leaf has a flash setup on these players coming out from CT. So as soon as the smoke goes down, I think he can
They're
use that to
saving.
get the ping.
Yeah, you got two players that are low money in terms of Mitch and Zappa.
And it makes sense. You think
Yeah,
about it,
this would
right?
be an
Two
extra
players in
gun
the
to
next
drop.
round would not have been able to buy guns. So they need to keep these two online. Oxy
C9
will
for
have enough for an
Toronto.
operator. That's going to be
I think if
C9's
you look
hope
at
of
Americas, you're
keeping things
thinking
within 2 rounds.
G2, C9, MIBR, but there's definitely upset teams. Like they've probably been the most consistent, but when it comes to
It's
actual
so good, too,
playoffs,
'cause you probably don't go for a timing
you
like that unless you
can
know
have teams
the
that
Cypher is
reach
in
their
the midst of
peak
the
like
fight.
Sentinels
He doesn't
and
have the moments to
Crew
check
that
the
I
cam.
think would
That's the
probably be able
weakness of doing
to
a cam in street as
get
opposed
some of
to
the other
just a
teams.
regular old tripwire.
Sends the playoff team. Yeah, maybe with Crew as well. Like Sen and Crew, I kind of have them down as. If I look at consistency, they're not on the same level as these two at the moment.
That
But
is very commonly good for
do
a
I
kill.
think that they can go to Toronto for sure?
Your ult to body block and set up for the Sova to ping twice.
Trent still has Armageddon. So
100
getting into a
Thieves
close fight
also.
would be big.
I need to see another
mid
like
for C9.
convincing game from them.
Drone out of Mitch.
How many go to
Did that
Toronto?
off the
3.
splash.
What about NRG? Okay, now we're talking. That's true.
As
I miss
well,
them.
But G2 aren't able to actually get inroads towards the street.
Can EG still make it? They're pretty much guaranteed 4th seed at the moment, right? I think.
Certainly got the upper hand. Here we go. Tag team setup. The two
Or am I
duels
just fully
C9.
wrong?
Only Zeppa seen so far, and that's going to buy time for Oxy to creep on forward. C9 want to take this fight in main.
You cannot have Zeppa die here. He has the Yoru ult. They might just use it early.
Oh, and the Sova ult positioning is really nice here.
One,
Spots out
2,
one.
3.
Mitch pops the ultimate. How many
Oh,
can he
it's a
tag
double.
here? I think that's a double to start. How much more?
Ooh,
Oxy's
Oxy.
down, and the Sova ult doesn't get a kill.
Oh
Zeppa's out
boy!
of the ult, straight to his
No,
death.
he's gonna lose his mind.
Cataclysmic round for Cloud9.
On paper, that was beautiful, and now the tripwire. Mitch is going to be able to punish. This art fight could be everything. Great
Hello.
timing
hold
seized
up.
by Cloud9. 2-on-3 now.
And guns picked up, but they're ulted off.
Oh
no
my
noise.
goodness.
That's
2-on-2.
for Mitch. As
Dude,
Valen is
dude,
very
imagine
low,
the shock
but it's a
here.
plant for backside.
Spike planted.
One cage on net.
Mitch has some shocks here, too.
Had
Valen
to
is
use
so
the cage,
low.
though. Trent's already working a reroute. Missiles in 10 seconds. Another tap. There's the kill for Trent. But down goes Valen. Mitch trying to win this one out, and the damage is good. But Trent's running for the hills. He'll tuck high.
Oh my God.
The shock dart. Could it do
Oh.
it? Not quite. Trent again, elusive in this round.
Another one.
The shocks again. Could this be
Oh.
the one? Not again. Mitch holding, trying to get this one halfway, and he gets
Wait,
the
he's
kill.
got time. Nicely
The time
done.
is close.
Nicely
He's got
done.
it.
Mitch down to the wire, and he's done it. C9 rally back to 5-7 off of a beautiful clutch from their leader.
That is crazy. I mean, Mitch, so close with the ult, so close with both shock darts. It's his rifle that gets the job done in the end. Topping the charts with the Red Bull clutch. And keeping it competitive. The second half is going to be close.
Mitch, yeah, no, he's having a good game. I mean, he bailed them out on this one. This one was, out of all the rounds, this was probably the most disastrous from C9. Let me mute before I get wrecked. Without a pistol, yeah, no, they'll definitely take it. A little bit attack sided as well. It's definitely the worst defense we've seen from them, though. I think they tried to change their style of play, like at the beginning, and it didn't feel comfy for them. I don't know how many practices they had with it. What day is NRG Lev? That's a great question. I have no idea. Sunday. Gotta make his wait. Last game. The last game as well.
We're into the final half of the regular season for two of our top teams in Americas. C9 and G2, they're both vying for the #1 seed out of this group. And as a reminder, that means they would be just a match away in playoffs from qualifying to Toronto.
Yeah, everyone stop what you're doing. Look at the bottom of the screen right now. It's very simple. G2 win, they're our #1 seed. No ifs, ands, or buts. But because C9 lost the map, even if they win this series, even if they win this game, they still require MIBR dropping a map to FURIA.
Dropping a game, that is.
Yeah.
They have to rely on FURIA to win. Well,
takes that bye.
Exactly.
MIBR, their fate would stay in their own
I don't
hands.
wanna.
All they have to do is stop FURIA.
I don't wanna break the news to them, but
are pretty unlikely if you consider the state of the league right now. MIBR are looking
probably
quite
not
hot,
gonna
so
happen.
And FURIA is winless.
Exactly. So MIBR are C9's biggest fans heading into the second half.
G2, they want to make it simple though. Win this one out, get the bye, make it to Toronto, and try and win the league again.
Yeah, that'd be great for G2.
Just a dream.
If only C9 weren't putting up a fight.
If only they had gotten this done in 2, but they've got a real close opponent here in C9. Well, they've got themselves the A site.
Okay, full 5v5 retake. How do they play this? All on site, like they want to take
in their post
some map control. Just going to prioritize this crossfire. Ooh, where are they going? Not too bad. They get the Astra in their best after palm position.
Oxy and Zeppa, the two-man team. A drone spots them both
Ooh.
out. Good night. What an adjustment from Zeppa. He's going to go for more. Spam
Damn,
through.
he's out.
He'll have to TP away. And now 2 more players ready to overwhelm him. Net.
Hold on, Net's on the wrap. Net finds the first, and now the players turn around. G2 still up.
But there's still players tucked on this side, and no one's looking at Mitch. But the trades
Doable
from
for
G2
Vic.
again. Every player routed, every member dealt with, and Vic down to 13 health.
I think he's gonna wide that, but
G2, 8th round, just in the nick of
Unlucky.
time.
Yeah, it's hard in the situation there.
G2, it felt like C9 got like 3 kills that round where the G2 guy was looking the complete opposite direction. But every time that happened, G2 had
Double
a second,
pistol for
third
G2
player
on
ready
this
to
map.
trade them out.
Evens it up at a 3-3.
That's what kept it together for G2, the fundamentals. Even in that 2-on-1 there at the end.
Vic, swing there, brother. Good What do you mean?
Well, C9 not going to be going for a force like we saw G2 do.
They've got a couple more rounds to play with than G2 did.
I do like, though, on a eco like this, C9 trying to work the map a little bit, see where that Vise utility is going to be defaulting, try and pick up on the info G2 are giving you. And what have they learned so far? Well, not much of a fight down into B, but that Fade is prowling out in Art. Seems like pretty likely G2 are leaning towards the A side of the map. C9 are going to log that away from
Oh boy.
Oh
my goodness.
Clean opener.
Wow.
Dude, when people quick scope
Flash
with this
and,
gun, it looks so
combo
crazy
there,
sometimes.
picking
Nice
3
shot.
players. No one can shoot it. So full info gain for G2. Just realizing that Net is the unseen player, and it doesn't look like Trent is going to be fooled by that.
Nah, he's ready for it.
Yeah, he knew, because it's like, wait a second, Cypher wasn't seen A main. I've got a guy over in Street that hasn't seen anything. This guy has to be coming into me, or he's baiting in spawn. And yeah, he wasn't baiting in spawn. He's dead on the floor in Art.
2 players left
Go.
for C9, and
Okay.
maybe a
For
little dramatic
God's
with the spam
sake.
through the smoke. That's 9 rounds to
Dude, how many
G2's
bullets
name,
has he
though.
got? Why does it reload so
I'm up there,
fast?
I've never
I've got so
muted
many
quickly.
questions.
Just spamming that Marshall. Do want to see what the approach is for C9 here. You know, because last round their info tells them that it's the active scouting utility of a Fade, of a Tejo playing towards Art. So maybe there's opportunities for solo lurkers to find timings in mid. Because where's the Vise utility at?
Yo, this guy has max ammo glitch on his Marshall. What is
Seemed that way. So G2, they're going to fight for space in A main. their defense is going to be a lot less reliant on these forward walk-ups on B, whereas C9 was fighting for both extremities pretty much every round. They can fall back and play up that VCT a lot more often.
I think what C9 want to be able to threaten is A, for sending this clone
this cam
down
allowed?
to
Yeah,
break
it's
the wall, but it gets spammed away.
You do it
Nicely
from
done. I believe that was actually
this
Trent
box.
shooting that one from back CT, so the Vise wall is still intact. And that sort of removes the threat of C9 pop execing into B from behind a smoke.
You gotta like tech it. You gotta, if you want to try on a server, you gotta aim at the wall fast, make sure it's blue, and then jump, and then it will let you put it there. You aim at the wall close, and then it will let you put it
Jonah, they're
deeper.
very close to him, and he's not long for this world. Let's see if Joe can get anything. Maybe a shot with the Marshall, not today. C9's duelists get entry into A.
Yeah, you turned on the infinite ammo glitch. You forgot to turn on the actual aim assist. Not going to be too much use for him on that one. C9 clearing away things pretty calmly in this round. Apart from VALORANT slipping on through.
I'm kind of nervous. This is doable. This is really doable. Dude, he has 3 stars.
All the angles C9 have in the post.
Well, they know where he is.
Great shot from Mitch, because that actually would have been pretty scary if he had gone down. It's good shots.
This one up and lower that gap down to 3.
Mitch is having a great
Dude, when Mitch is playing like this, C9 look great.
Cloud9 at the moment.
Like he doesn't even need to frag that heavy in this team, but it's a good sign that he can.
He's that guy that was pretty controversial for C9 to bring back. Obviously, played well at the Red Bull Homeground qualifier when he was just a substitute for the roster and was solid for them years ago. Back when Leaf was on the team.
There you go.
Yeah, back when
Just
Net
like
was
the
on
headers.
the guard, which was G2. And then, yeah, they did the whole merry-go-round siege changing between these two teams. Let's all come together. That's a Yoru ult into A.
But he has a TP ready to go back into B. So he pressures A, and now he's going to clear out the B site. And he's going to spot out the operator.
Hello. Peekaboo.
A flash. Jaw is forced to use his TP. That's very nice to fake out with the Yoru ult there.
Yeah, and seeing there's no Vise utility, so C9 can get quickly into the site. G2 ready to flood.
That they are. Haunt, flash, all going in. That's a scan, but no kill. Plant committed. G2 were considering the flood, but can't go for it. Instead, just have to play kind of a set retake now. Smoke's still up in their face.
The hard retake.
Scouting to see a couple. Now the pin. Now we're going back into sight. G2 trading out evenly.
Look at the trade. It's non-stop.
Like that, it's all Trent, all on his own. Spike not planted for C9.
He has the ultimate though. And in the 1v2, that could be big. No, there's a gap. Vic, though, just pushing, running, and winning amid the artillery. That is impressive out of C9's rookie.
Not just to win that round there, but, you know, using the Yoru, baiting out the Teho from the other side. I like that pathing like you were saying, because as soon as that Yoru is ulting into A, well, maybe people start shifting their feet a little bit, start preempting that rotate.
I love
that snap TP is great.
Another thing from that round is Mitch immediately popping the Sovault as the flood is coming in and just sending the pulses in. Even though he only got 1 kill, he was putting so much pressure on those retaking players.
Dude, his whole team on 8 kills, he's up on 17.
Doing good for himself.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't. It could have been better.
Nico here.
Like, the idea is not bad.
Again, C9 just trying to show a little bit of presence into A lobby, rotate back out of that space. And with G2 playing sort of 4 players into mid, their idea is to be able to pretty quickly
at least do it half this way. This way they like get the space.
Let C9 get the plant down without G2 putting up a fight this time around.
Would he be able to fill it? Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst idea.
I'm looking at his C9's entry here. A lot of times you'll see
7-9, force him down to an eco. They would then get majority.
Clone gets broken.
They would get 2 ults.
Double dive in. G2 pushing through. Jaw finds it.
Dude,
with the classic.
don't eco them like this. They were so close to a comeback.
And C9, for what could have been a beautiful double dive play, instead it's all going so wrong. Ping pong, they swing in and start to fall. Mitch, he's been electric this game, and Vic as well, there to help. They bailed their team out of
Mitch
this.
is
Trent still potent in a 1v2.
Mitch is doing so much.
Deep breath for Cloud9. Back with the advantage. Now these players are a bit low. Single shot to the head is a kill. Just trying to bait out, and now the position is known, even with 20 seconds. Trent shouldn't be able to get out of this choke point. He's He's gonna have to take the timing on the next tap. Are you kidding? Are you joking?
It's just a stinger.
He's
Vic
waiting
is
for it to stick.
sticking the plant. The
Oh my goodness, he's...
Trent! Oh my! How has he pulled that round out of absolutely nowhere?
That is just ridiculous. For Trent to catch a break in that situation, a Red Bull clutch.
The stinger has 20 bullets. And he is out of ammo in half a second. How does he get a
What is
spam
that?
kill?
Unreal.
Yeah, they're gonna maybe just plant
And
safe
Vic
there
just
though,
going for
but...
the stick there.
Oh, poor EMEA, man.
With so little time, it's so hard to play that round.
And just a smile on his face after winning that Red Bull clutch.
Yeah,
I
EMEA's
honestly,
getting
I
involved.
can't believe it. I can't remember the last time G2 caught a break on this map in a late round.
Yeah.
Like even the last round of the half, Trent's in that 1v1 and he ends up falling. Like this map has been so brutal for them in the one-on-ones, the two-on-ones, all those moments. But that might have been what pushes G2 over the edge to a first place finish in the group. Checking out the money right now, C9 could buy 3 rifles if they wanted to, but it's a bit grim. Oxy's one off knives, so it might not be the worst purchase. I could see a world where C9 choose to force up into this.
It's still not over.
Here, it seems like that's
True,
gonna be
it's
the
still
case.
not over, but...
My biggest concern for them, I think, is they're sort of banking the entire series. They're banking their placement in the group stage on this round because they're forcing up. They're not going to have money next round, and G2 have some killer ultimates they're going to be able to tap into. C9 are facing against brutal odds this time.
Got an Astral to play with. They force buy into this.
It all comes down to this round for
Oxy,
Cloud9.
heavy armor, so they want to try to get this
G2,
orb.
a Yoru
I mean,
ult to
it's
work
at least
with.
a freebie on the orb. Might see a little bit of spam from
The
Leaf
Vice
with the
this
fake
time
smoke,
again
that's
set
it.
up towards B.
And look at the positioning of Leaf too, right? If he thinks it's going to be a hit,
Okay,
he can pop that
that's a
ultimate
free
just
orb.
immediately stall out what
What do
C9
they
are trying
do?
to do. The only
Astra
thing
ult
is
deep or
Oxy's
close?
knives would still be online.
Viswall wasn't here this round. Just the Thorns. And the Thorns, they'll try and stall out. Oxy into back hall. Can he find a fight here? Valen around the corner. He was stunned, and he still gets that kill.
Oh my, look at C9 leaving. They can't even fight the map.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
the
exactly what you
Visal
were
is
talking
incredible.
about.
It's kind of all down to
They
Oxy.
only have
It's literally
pistols.
all down to that
Oxy
one
dies,
duel.
And now they're in a straight up 4v5.
The stun, I think the stun wore
4v5,
off
but it's
though.
only 3 rifles.
Like just
Has
as
a
the
stinger.
kill came
And
in.
again, Jogamo, if he wants to, can pop this ulti. The positions that G2 also have, sort of entrenched backside, very annoying. Playing on the bottom of pillar, playing in backside, can fight off each other nicely. And now that there's not a jet to dash smoke, sort of clear both those angles as she goes in.
Leaf Soul was incredible.
C9 are going to have to be perfect on the approach.
No pressure on the map. They at least cut
It's into
sound
Leaf
like
and
they
Valen.
could have been there.
Dart catches onto him. That's a very good
Wait, hold
start.
up.
And Valen amid the pull is taken down as well. So
It's time they go for the
even
safe
3v3,
plan. Insta ult
but that's
goes in.
the
We got
ultimate
1,
use.
2.
Jaw spots out too. Where's
3,
that
it's
third
everyone.
player? Hiding in back hall. It's perfect info for G2. Can they win it still? Vic, that's a very good kill to find a
Damn,
second
Seppa.
from C9. They're making something
Damn.
of this
Alright,
round.
4v5 when they locked him out over towards it. And the cut of sound actually worked insanely well for them.
C9 had no business winning that one. But really, it was just Mitch's dart, I think, that ruined this round. Not sure if Leaf couldn't see it or what actually happened, but dart goes unnoticed.
Told you it wasn't
He's
over,
taken
you're not
down.
wrong.
And then everyone can swing. 180 degrees, deal with Vic, no problem.
He used his own Vice flash up high behind him, so
Yeah,
I think he had to
insta-pulls.
turn to look away from that. And as he was turning back, he almost
No.
unintentionally flashed dart combo. He didn't get blinded, but he had to turn for just long enough to not break it.
That is... I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That's levels of tragedy.
It's the tiniest things in Valorant, though. G2 still have a lead by 2.
Yeah, but now they're the ones without a buy in this round. So that's going to start slipping. Zeppa's 1 away from the ultimate. Like, the fact that
Dodging the flash.
really
This is what I mean
used
about
Astral Wall
Mitch at the moment.
a
Like
round
his
ago
calling's been nice.
means that now they're the
His
ones
calling's
that are
been really good.
starting to cycle up into some of these early
This
ultimates.
round's just a great example. Cut sound, create pressure on the rest of the map.
And what really
They
shocks
fit
me is
now
that
over
C9 have
towards B.
managed to win now
Managed
3
to
out of the
dodge all
last
the
4
info in
without
terms of
really
the
doing
Vice Flash.
anything in mid. Like, they've just done a lot of, like, B to A, back and forth, execing into the B site. And haven't really had to do any of the slower macro rounds that G2 were trying to
Force
run.
them
with the
down to an
pinches into
eco.
Art and all these things.
Okay, this eco should be secured, right?
This one could just be a split towards A. 2 players posted in mid.
They got to worry about one person
Ready to
really.
take the fight A main. But what is C9 cooking? All 5 members of their team are primed in middle.
Oxy could be walking into a pretty brutal trap. But C9 are going completely quiet into the space. I think Zephyr used a flash in main. There's some stars, that was about it.
Yeah, G2 call away from their stack. Instead, they're all going to group towards A, which is still a great call. But they won't be rewarded for the play towards mid.
Yeah, now that re-clear into A main, but spotting nothing because C9 have done nothing. So far, C9 have really good info, though, because the camera in mid and Oxy there says there was no fight into that space. They've just seen 3 players of G2
Someone's gonna
fight
shoot
into A and put this drone down.
The one.
So they show 1 player.
Just the one, it's the Yoru, and the Yoru can honestly just TP anywhere, so can give them crazy amounts of info.
Rotated away.
Prowler once they see them to see if it's some kind of split.
Prowler through Art gives G2 false info as well. They might feel even safer over towards A now.
With that jet smoke spotted, though, that's going to be the cue to rotate back towards A. And this is very slow. A C's used in main from G2. This fake still being sold on B, but G2 is not biting on it. In the corner, Jonah stunned. I don't think the Yoru saw him. There's missiles to his feet. That's one. The classic for 2. Jonah does well. But can the team win the round off of
20 seconds left, and our Sova is lurking through B. The spike is still back in main. C9 are winning the fights, but they still got to get that spike down.
Oxy!
Oxy, they need your help to plant. Okay,
the
dude.
spike somehow fords the
Death is
river.
really saving them in these big rounds.
From what really could have been a G2 round is now in a 1v3. Could he make something of this? The first kill already taken. A tap on the spike. Darts going in.
Oh, he goes for it.
He believes in this clutch.
Okay.
He swings for the fight, but Zeppa's
The idea is not bad though. The idea is not bad at all.
At the risk of sounding mean, I believe that round was a good example of failing upwards from Cloud9. That was crazy. Like, going into this A site, 2 players die, their Sova's lurking into A. But then this fight back into spawn, right? Oxy and Zeppa choosing to get active. It salvages what was almost a disaster.
Let's go, Winner. Hey, that's all you. Let's go, baby.
If they lose that fight to the player rotating into Art, they just lose the round.
Zeppa, no, he really like really messed up and then really saved him. He did like a half clear. I don't even think the guy like tucked into the smoke at all. I think he was just sat around the edge of it the whole time.
2 openers, right? Oxy moving with net to get into street. Early cam to see the Vise jump spotting down on B.
And the C9 performance shows C9's better than MIBR or Sen. I
mean,
mean, MIBR literally beat C9.
I think that's going to suit them. The
So that normally suggested MIBR are better than C9.
Jonah on the
But
jiggle.
I think it's like one of those on the day things.
Can he dodge the haunt? No. Caught by it.
Just half a second off. Less than that. And
Where did Leaf get that kill?
Be long?
Just swings into it and finds an opener here. Trent was way far up on A main. He'll be shoot away.
Trent's got incredibly early info though. This is a rough round for C9. They got a little bit of mid control, that's about it, but I don't know.
Get onto the site. Second, if they kill Jonah P, they take a huge
Yeah, that's so much info. They managed to get the free person rotate over, right?
They are. What a stall. 30 seconds. A stun going in as well.
G2 would rotate a bit more than this.
Spike still not even making it onto the site.
Yeah, 1 can cover here, so now 3 on site.
Flash ready to go. G2. It's
They got nothing to stop the plant other than
the end round is the haunt. It's just perfect.
Veda's incredible.
For a kill, but the plant goes down successfully. But it's still a 5v3.
Is Net going to expect Leaf's luck?
They're spamming
Doesn't look
away
like it, right?
Vic.
Ooh.
Waiting on Leaf to lurk into Art, but he takes those shots. Now C9's attention turns.
But that'll let his teammates out onto the site. They've killed the anchor. And now it's only a game about Art. Spam through the smoke for 2.
Oh my goodness.
Has he done that? C9, are they pulling this back? Surely not. Surely Mitch can't pull this one off.
3 bullets.
The stick to have.
No bullets.
The shorty in hand. A chip around the corner.
Dude,
but
he's a
G2
5-1.
lock up the round and make their way to 11.
Nearly got away with them.
Some
with
of
the
the rounds
spam kills
are
through
close.
the smoke. But that was an excellent hold coming through from Trent and Jonah P. The ultimate with the sun just completely stonewalled that exec.
And that's the opener.
Even forgot about the hunt too, leading to a kill.
Yeah,
Kind of
almost.
just a util diff out of Jonah P that round, I'm going to be honest.
Okay, plan with the Sova
C9.
ult maybe.
Full buying into this round. Money's going to be rough if they lose it.
We haven't seen a lot of Vi setups on
Nice,
A from G2. Pivoting here with that
Nice
wall
from
in
Leaf.
our
Wait, is their money that wrecked?
C9
Oh, their
choose to
money
do if they
really
wanna
is that
accelerate
wrecked.
into the thorns or
Gotta go
move
down
back
to a
into net.
stinger.
They might just go.
A 1-9 loss bonus if they lose this. Dude, this is the round really.
Thorns finally used, and that will
See
stall
if a
the
close
exec.
game
I mean,
or
20 seconds into the round, we're
G2
getting double
fine.
thorns. I'm pretty happy if I'm C9, but again, the main thing is seeing that the passive info of the Vise is on A.
Hunter's Fury, there's still a TP for Zeppa. He's
We
here.
TP'd with that?
Yes, arrives on the site. Net for a kill onto Jojimo.
Dude, while that was going on, Net peeks over towards door. Oh my goodness.
Net on the other
This is a
side
nice
with the
round from them.
follow-up, but the flood is here.
They missed their Sova ult a little bit, but everything else was pretty cool.
Still, C9
Wait,
established a good post
they
flank.
messed
They're
up.
stuck behind the wall. They can tap.
They can, and C9, they're going to feel rushed to make this fight happen. And updraft, forward, Valen, too many
Dude,
angles.
nicely done from Net.
C9 win it.
Net with 4 on the round. I can sort of see it unfolding. C9 didn't want to immediately go for the exec. First, they wanted to bait out the utility. But then because they see Vise on A side, it opens up the opportunity to lurk into mid. Net finding that timing, then being there to play off his teammate, fighting into Art.
Let's go, bro.
And be the hype man for the squad.
I mean, it's a really big game for him.
Who is destitute
That
this round.
incredibly big game for him.
C9 can close this out. We're looking at a tie game.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of ecos in this series, but this time only one stinger, only one share for G2. Really trying to make sure they can have heavy armor going into round 23.
The revenge game, yeah. Like we said, force them down to Nico if they wanted those, so unless we get something crazy, which we did have over towards B last time.
Over the wall they go. And goodbye to the Vise.
Look at Oxy's passing too, up into heaven, coming back with the, oh my word!
He's just spamming every smoke. No respect left in the tank for Oxy.
Not
There's
sure.
a shorty, but it won't matter.
Yeah, makes Slicky's in
Okay,
this.
Oxy. The double duelist makes
They got
some noise,
there's so
and
many
this
ults.
game is tied.
Oh, there's so many ults.
Remember, a win here for C9 keeps them in the race.
Let's see what the IGLs have got here, 'cause there's a lot to talk about.
Reliant on that series between MIBR and Furia. G2 winning, that's 5-0, that's them guaranteeing the bye. But it's all going to come down to these next 2 rounds.
This is where you can't help but think about that final back in Bangkok. Had a close game.
So
on
Yoru
almost
Astra.
all the way back.
Then they got incredible. Dude, they got
Lost out.
incredible retake ults if they want
Drop
to.
their trophy.
Yeah, and G2 go for it. Heavy stack over towards A info, and then they're just going to be retaken over towards B.
Now, Zeppa coming
Juggerman's got to
you
leave
gotta
this.
teleport out of this.
You got to leave this.
Around and
Okay.
fight that. That would be crazy.
They give him the free side. Spike's relatively close. So they're going to get the plant down early. Like we said, G2 have incredible retake ults though. They can all of this and Astra ult off the site. Dude, Net's insane. That is one of the ults down. This guy's getting tailwarded, you would imagine.
Jojimo, your ult spots out one. Armageddon is being used.
Dude, he
No
has
one
the
is gonna get caught
backup
in that
judge.
whatsoever.
Oh, he
The
can kill
C's,
so
no
many.
audio. That'll get 1 kill for Jaws. Shown a trace back as well. But look at the map. C9 is everywhere.
C9 are lurking back in spawn in street. Mitch has to find some kills. He's been so good for C9 today,
Ooh,
but
boy.
he falls. And now G2
Tap
and
the
Oxygen
spike,
get
still
back
have
onto the
Astra
spike.
suck.
Vic doesn't have
Wait,
the utility
Astra
left
suck?
anymore. It's being stuck on through. Vic in a 1-on-3
Doesn't have
takes
it
the
anymore.
first, but the stick
Oh
goes on.
man, they managed to retake this one. Dude, Jogamo killing Oxy back here is insane. They went for a weird tail.
And C9, you can't help but feel like that one slipped just
Oh
out
yeah, I
of
think
their
that
hands.
really did slip.
control of it.
But they realized
had
there was
the
so many
post
ults that they couldn't play
and
over
they wanted
towards
to play
site.
off site. But so many of the players end up too far forward and just flood in one at a time, facing into 2v1s.
They got the opening pick. It's a 5-on-4, but they played the round as if it was a 3v4, as if they were the one down numbers because of all those lurks. G2 still have 3 monster retake ultimates heading into the
Yeah,
final
and
round of
they
the
use so much
regulation.
into this.
Jonah's been caught on this angle before.
He saw FUT.
Sees in. Doesn't catch on to anyone.
He just wants players to move back into jaw on double doors. That's where our ops posted.
Cutting through.
Jaw sets up his second final teleport of the round.
They're heading towards him. Jajimo. Do they give him a chance? Do they give him an opportunity?
Net's been such a problem for G2 in this game. His lurks, blown up rounds.
But he's always picked his timings right. His team applying pressure
It's nice though.
towards
Trent's gonna have full A main control. Fade all goes in, hits
no
3.
one wants to be the first to make a mistake. It's a standoff in A. One player
standoff in
holding
doors.
it main. Jajimo falls off the angle, and now it's about the anchors. It's about G2 holding this site and locking it down. Finally, the payoff. It's Net to die, and it's C9 an inch away. So
And
close.
it's a very nice
overtime.
try from C9.
There's no time, Mimi.
They gave it a good
20
go.
seconds, the op again. Jajimo, he's ringing true. And the bell, it's ringing for Vic. Ja! The one to
Nicely
end
done.
it.
It's a close one.
They couldn't do it back in
The
Bangkok
close
on
one.
this map, but this time, in a close affair, they keep their streak. G2 undefeated in Americas, and the first seed from
Okay,
their
first
group.
seed, so they're one game away from Toronto.
Staying strong here, and look, it was entertaining. Those maps, back and forth, stomps 1 and 2, but Pearl was right down to the wire.
They're 1 game away from Toronto now. For Jonah P, one of the Canadian players in this league, I'm sure it would mean a lot to make it to that event, to try and redeem themselves for the loss in Masters 1.
Good news for them as well as we now kind of see that they have a pretty decent icebox as well. It's basically just their fracture that is
C9, they were this
not good.
close to taking down America's
Mapple's in
best
a
team.
pretty decent spot.
And you know
They
they're
can
going to
just
be a
plan
beast
on
in the
that.
playoffs. But today, it's G2 making it through again.
Gotta shout out what Trent was able to do on that final map. I mean, he was shooting out there, so clutch in those late round moments as well, getting the breaks that G2 have been looking for consistently. That was the difference maker in this one. Trent.
Damn good from him. Leaf as well, finding a lot of impact, and just that final round from Jajimo, the 3K with the off to close it out. It is some fantastic stuff.
It's kind of a info initiator masterclass this map as well. Because
Right.
Mitch on the other side
What
of things is
is
a beast
getting
for
uploaded?
C9. Winning out that clutch going into the end of the first half made you feel like C9 was going to have what it took to get back into it.
Incoming
And now it feels
Furia
like a narrative we've seen
masterclass.
so many times before. C9
This round.
Yeah. that was
Surely they look
ridiculous.
better
But
on some of the
this
other
team that you
maps.
always think is great in groups. They show it again. They're so close to being the best out of Omega. But now they have to show up in playoffs. We cannot have another C9 playoff choke. That's what their focus turns to now, is their group stage ends. And G2, it's their moment. The #1 seed out of Omega group, that bye in the playoffs should
6 more days of
I think
lows
more than the bye,
practice.
more than the #1 seed, proving that they are the best, that no one is going to beat them in this group stage. They took down the 2 contenders,
The groups?
MIBR, C9, both close
Yeah, I
games,
mean,
and they did it both times.
Teams have certainly got
Looking
closer
nice.
since kickoff, but no one's stopping them just yet.
Well, that wraps up this series. Let's send it down to
They
the
for sure
stage.
get
Rivington
first.
with Jajimo
And
for
then
your
MIBR
Verizon
might be
post-match
able
interview.
to... Oh, okay, well, MIBR are going to get a second with this.
And Ender, I am joined by G2's Jogamo. The dog is here. They get first seed, and they are in playoffs with that bye. Honestly, I think teams are happy they don't have to play you right away, but they still are going to have to face G2, the Kings, right now. Talk to me about what that first seed means. I mean, you were just saying, I don't know, I'm just winning games. We're first seed? How's it feel, though?
I mean, it's definitely a blur that we got first seed because you know these games are, we're 5-0 right now, right? So that's a big blessing that we got there. I think now we have more people that we can watch now, make our game stronger, make it to Toronto, and then that's our goal right now. So yeah.
What helped to turn it around and make the
they're in a
seed
great
strong
spot.
today? Because Haven seemed like a little bit of a fall away on your map pick. What was the discussion?
It's the pressure, we need pressure to perform sometimes, like if it's too easy, we shrug it off. But when we have that pressure, we understand the game. we build and we fix it, and that's basically it every time.
I mean, the pressure's always there. Teams are looking at you guys. You're undefeated in the group. What's the formula to keep everybody playing at the top of their game? So a 5-0 is a possibility.
You just got to be confident. Confidence is key now.
As you bringing out Deadlock a little bit of ways back on Icebox, bringing back the Gecko, how versatile or how important is it for a duelist to be able to bring out that variety and be able to play a lot more, be flexible?
I definitely think you need to have a lot of duelists or characters you can play under your belt, because if you don't have it, then like, what are you only good for? You know, you got to figure out what else can you be good for you know, your future, now, the team, whatever the meta, whatever the case is, and that's how you got to perform like that.
Awesome. And you guys are always living life. Your vibes out there, getting to 5-0. What is the identity as you guys most likely move into playoffs? Look at Toronto. What would you pin G2's identity right now?
I mean, we're undefeated for a reason, right? So I think we're just the big dogs, so yeah.
All right, the big dogs, very good. All right, Jog, thank you so much. G2, first seed going into playoffs. They take the win. Congratulations to Jogamo and the rest of the team with a huge stage 1. Don't go anywhere. We got MIBR versus FURIA next. There's much more games to go. We'll see you there.
Yeah, let's see what we got for the next game. I'm just hoping. Yeah, I'm setting the bar low. I'm just hoping for some improvement from last week. And surely MIBR get rid of Lotus here, right? More Valorant today? Yeah, we got one more game.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
A gente tá numa fase difícil aqui na Fúria, mas Eu confio muito nos meninos, a gente tem trabalhado assim para tentar melhorar. Não sei, por a gente se conhecer assim, é uma partida que a gente gosta muito de jogar contra times brasileiros. Tô confiante.
Vamos, Rafão! Vai aparecer o pezinho! Mais uma dele! Vai, Rafão!
I think we've really been improving as a team, like week by week. R has been really good, like strategically.
Pô, acho que esse embate de GL aí é um pouco diferente pra mim. O Artzinho, acho que ele começou a ser GL essa temporada. É muito bom de mira, inteligente, então acho que ele tá numa função boa. Ele é um cara que joga bastante pro time, então cai muito nessa função do GL.
Um veneninho pra cima do Artzinho, mas sobe parede, ele se protege. 12 segundos agora. Artzinho pode marotar demais. Vamos ver o time, escapa da bug. Artzinho leva 3 jogadores aí.
Vai ser uma partida legal, acho que é um confronto de gerações aí.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of this beautiful Friday. It's a battle of Brazil. It's one of them.
You sold that. You sold that. I'm convinced.
I thought I can. I generally thought I can make it 5 minutes without going shape. Alas, here we are. It's not happening. But yeah, two very different sides of the spectrum when we're looking at standings here for FURIA and MIBR. But speaking of standings, let's quickly take a look, because with the victory of G2 over Cloud9, they have officially secured themselves the top seed. MIBR is in the second, and the third is Cloud9.
Yeah, this group is way too stacked. I mean, it's definitely a bit top-heavy, but crazy stacked at the top. Like, you could definitely argue that those are 3 of the 4 best teams at the moment.
I gotta say,
and they're playing each other so close.
Yeah.
Like that C9, they almost just won. I mean,
but even on the other side, for like Energy and Leviathan, there's, at least for Leviathan's side, they're turning it around, and then who knows what's gonna happen in that split too for that Omega group. So I think it's stacked even from top to bottom.
Well, maybe.
Up to 5.
What did everyone's stage 1 predictions?
Sorry?
Do you remember your stage 1 predictions? How did they age?
I can't remember.
Yeah, no,
I don't work here.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we just move on, and you're just part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll set the stage. So we're going to be low-key about this one, because there is a very important thing that we had to follow up on. Yeah, that's right. Before we get into all the nitty-gritty of this matchup, we do have to make a check-in with a member of MIBR's roster. Riff is standing by with a very important update, actually.
Here with Cortezia before today's game. I got to ask you, I know it's been a week, but the mustache is coming back with a beard. Are we going to get a beard before the mustache?
Yeah. I'm trying to let the beard grow into these playoffs. Let's see. If it's not working, I just cut again and let only the mustache. Yeah.
Perfect. And that's my second question for you, really. How is the team feeling going into playoffs? You're looking great throughout the stage, but how is the team feeling now?
We're pretty good. I hope we won today and we go to the playoffs even better. So that's all. Yeah.
All right. Awesome, Cortezia. Thank you so much. Good luck.
So modest. So modest. We hope to win.
The actual PR answer of all time. Why not? Well, facial hair or not, MIBR are shooting on literally every single front.
Yep. Front, beginning, top, bottom, left, right, anywhere, uppercut, hook, jab. They have it all. And it also starts with the Verno coming back into this team, or coming into this team and actually completing how now the rookies around Shenam and Cortezia, then you have the veteran C and the duelist star player of Aspas. They definitely look good. But all that being said, there's still fraud at the helm, building up this team, building up the strats. And again, I think you've mentioned it Wyatt before. On the side of MIBR, it's very close to G2 in terms of who could maybe be that top seed. Now it's confirmed with G2's record, but at least MIBR is very, very close.
Yeah, and they played pretty early in the season. I feel like MIBR, compared to G2, had a lot more upwards trajectory, still to hit at this point. Just on account of the roster being newer, players being newer to playing at the level of VCT, having that pressure. So honestly, I don't think they're anywhere near the peak that they could actually reach.
Yeah, and I mean, they made significant changes, right, already, like, very early into the season. Now, Verno, the newest addition. We're questions. We're not doubting that Verno can shoot. Like, we know Verno is a great player, but we were questioning, will there potentially be, like, communication issues here, Emily?
It's really hard to say. Like, I was trying to look back at MIBR's record, and yeah, they did play G2 pretty early, but they were able to take a map off of them. And
True.
honestly, what team hasn't lost to G2 at this point? Like,
Exactly.
that's the common denominator, and they're still 3-1 in the league. And so going into this head-off against FURIA have nothing to lose. You know, one of the ways that I could see them actually like winning this best of 3 is if MIBR going with too much confidence.
Yeah.
But I don't know, based off that interview, he sounds pretty humble.
100%. And when you were talking about the language barriers, I don't think it's really an issue. I forgot with who that he talked about with being OSPOS, but like they were just saying that they usually play together, Verno and OSPOS, and they just communicate in English. And also when it comes down to those moments where they might switch to Portuguese and they might do these calls, it's still something that Verno already knows before they actually do the call out or before OSPOS needs to translate it. So when it comes down to team synergy, that they're able to do that without having to verbally communicate it, I mean, imagine when he's going to be able to speak Portuguese. They're going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I nothing else really to add. Like, Verno, what were we talking about? Like, Cortez was being humble. I mean, Verno wasn't last week. He wasn't being particularly humble.
What do you mean? He was.
I respect it.
He was so humble.
Yeah, which point? When he was screaming, when he said after the game that he wished they didn't roll them as hard so he had more time to scream at them. I don't think that was very humble.
I mean, so you've got to keep it factual. That was factual. May not sound humble to you,
True.
but that's okay. But listen, if you're playing as good as that team, you can brag a little bit. I feel like you've deserved it. You've earned it. And one player who definitely earned it is OSPOS. And he's not missing a beat. Like, he's just as good as ever.
Yeah, he's been really solid. Honestly, what stood out to me for this year is that he hasn't needed to be the GOAT OSPOS. Like the team coming into last week, they actually, compared to all of the other top teams, had like the tightest distribution in player statistics. Everyone was very close in comparison to the competition, which is just a testament to how great everyone has been. But then, yeah, you get over to a map like Icebox and this dude's just going to take over.
Any map. I mean, he's already dropped the record, so he could just relax.
Yeah, and I think that's huge that he doesn't really have to be like the solo carry anymore. Like they're getting to a point where they are evening out, which is great for him, especially when he performs like he normally does.
Yeah.
And it like becomes that star duelist.
You're actually usually asking for a star duelist like OSPOS to just continue to carry when you have 2 new players in Cortezia and Shenam. But when those 2 are definitely playing like veterans, OSPOS doesn't need to do all that carry.
Yeah, so the back is not hurting quite as much as it did in the past.
All straight. They all have good posture around the roster, beginning to the end.
Yep, facts. That's facts. Now, guys, it's that time of the day. We do have to move on and talk about FURIA. But listen. Yeah, they had a rough go. Like you can't really like beat around the bush here. They had a rough go. They only won 1 map, I believe, this entire stage, and. Yeah, they have the worst round differential in the league as well, so it's been a struggle.
Yeah, it has been poor round differential on account of, well, they are definitely incredible on Lotus. We've seen that.
Yep.
They're struggling, and, well, here's the other map, and, well, they got 1 round. So it's pretty tough for the differential statistics if you really break it down.
1 round, 4 rounds, 7 rounds. I don't know what's behind us over here. Map win rate, not the best. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I'm not going to read it through because everybody can read, right? Yeah. But it's definitely been a tough start. I think the best thing you can think about FURIA right now is that you're hoping that, you know, with, again, nothing to lose, with that storyline, you could basically maybe get some sort of upset. You're playing against a Brazilian roster. You're playing against a Brazilian team. You already know how that team works because you've played against them in the past before we actually had this whole partnership program going. So hopefully there's that, and then you get that 1 single victory that gets you that 1 singular championship point, and that's going to start getting you going for Split 2.
That's right. That's when the big comeback is starting. But okay,
has to start somewhere.
It has to. That's right. And the place where it could be starting is Lotus. that's thank you. It's been the map for them, and there have been teams just last week who made the crucial mistake of letting it go through. And it was a heartbreaker because FURIA was so close to actually winning it. They, at the very end, they were a match point. They let Cloud9 get back into it, but it's just factual. It's their best map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge error. I think that C9 let it through. I think FURIA should have won that game. Havoc was incredible on the attack side. He left that game, I think, with 11 First Bloods. Was genuinely diffing Oxy for most of that game. Still wasn't enough, but hey, you know, they kept it close against one of the best teams we have in the league. They kept it close against G2 on that map, and they beat NRG. So They just simply need it in the pool and to win.
I really just want to know what it is specifically about Lotus, this three bomb site map that just brings all of them alive. Like when I'm watching them play on Lotus, it's a completely different team, and I'm not 100% sure why anymore. It's just like they're whole new players.
Yeah, but you're right to talk about Havoc. I think even 8 of those kills were just opening on the attack side as well. Because at first when they were playing on defense, it's like, okay, well, they're just crosshair placement. People are just running to the crosshair. Havoc's landing shots, things are looking pretty good. But then you starting to see the synergy of how they work on the attack side as well, and how they're able to operate as a unit to allow Havoc to get these type of entries, to open it up here and give a chance for FURIA to actually get another map win for this split. But unfortunately, it wasn't a story. And then when that doesn't happen and you go to any other map, then that's just, I'm going to skip that. I'm going to skip that storyline.
That's all right. I'll take it from here, Vincere.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, another player that we should highlight who had a great Lotus performance as well was Khalil. He's definitely been hitting some numbers there.
I'm trying to keep a serious face, but it's hard because
You're doing great.
he actually did put a good amount of kills, but unfortunately a lot of these, especially like a 4K for example, happened when like the round was over. So it was like kind of like stats padding at the same time, and yes, at least it's right here. Yeah, it's over. You know, they already diffused it. but
if you don't give that context though.
Hey, that's true. That's true. Sorry. Let's just hash that little comment towards the end. My bad, Khalil. But honestly, like if this type of Khalil shows up, and like the small flashes that we've seen where FURIA had good moments was also when Khalil was having good numbers, good performances. So if that's going to be the case and they can actually put this within the rounds, then maybe they could get a map again.
Yeah, he does seem to randomly decide like 1 or 2 weeks a year he's going to look like he's walking
This
on
one's the
water.
one.
Okay, is it this one?
1 week has to be the week. It could be this one. Well, let's hear it from them. How about that? Let's hear what their coach had to say ahead of today's matchup.
I am here with Peu before the match. Coming into your last match, probably headed against the hardest team of the group. What are you telling the team to end this one on a high note?
Independente se já é jogo que a gente já esteja eliminado ou eles classificados, eu acho que é jogo pra gente dar o nosso melhor e tentar pelo menos mostrar pela última vez nesse split o que o nosso time poderia ter feito. E eu acho que também é pra gente conseguir mostrar seriedade até pra dar continuidade pro segundo split, independente do que vai acontecer ou não.
Regardless of being like we don't have any more chances and they're already classified for playoffs, we still like taking this with very seriously. We want to win and prepare ourselves for the next stage. Please do.
Thank you. Good luck today.
And there you have it. Obviously, MIBR is the heavy favorite coming into this. But what we just heard in that interview, that's an important thing to note. You still want to end on a high note. You still want to treat every single match. That's your CV.
Yeah,
like this is your future job opportunities. Like that could be the match one other team is watching, and that's why you got picked up. So like every player has everything on the line in every match they play.
100%.
Right.
I think
Hello,
at this point
everyone.
you're definitely trying to perform at your best to make sure that going into split 2, no surprises happen to you as a player. Unfortunately, well, you might have to rotate some players in and out. So I definitely do agree with what Theo was saying.
Wait.
They're going to have to take this game seriously. And again, hopefully, even if they lose, hopefully they can lose as a team and still have a decent performance.
MIBR, and Fracture and Lotus. You telling me they floated Lotus and FURIA didn't pick it?
They really loosened up. They were taking more risks, and I need to see that from FURIA today.
I saw them backstage. They looked of good spirits. Yeah, it was springing their step. Well, might be ad-libbing that part in. They were just standing around. There was no stepping. But the smiles were on their faces, and they're taken to the stage, obviously wanting to end this one on a high note. Now, speaking of a high note, though, MIBR, they're on a 2-game winning streak right now, only dropping 1 match this stage, which was a close affair against G2. They're looking good.
FURIA prefer Ascent.
Top to bottom, this roster
That's
has
kind of bold.
shooters, even their IGL, Ardzin, who on the
Let's
slots
look
of
at
IGL
FURIA's
when they
Ascent.
really started to come to life in kickoff, and since then they've really never looked back. Since then they've been able to find their place within the meta. Their rookies are looking better. Cortizia is just truly phenomenal and looks, again, week by week.
We got 4 rounds against Lev. Ethan is cool. 7676 with the Prime. Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you.
As a rookie, to have this type of like cool vibes going into the interviews and also just fragging in and out of the server. It's just nice to see how MIBR has been built up.
Speaking of good vibes, FURIA taking to the stage, loving that track here, but yeah, already eliminated. As you said, Emily, like,
thanks so much for that, Ethan. Appreciate that.
That could be
terrifying.
Yeah, that could be terrifying to go up against.
MIBR has no idea, I guess, what to really expect, because they could do anything here.
Yeah, maybe different maps, different compositions, different roles, who knows? But if anything, like, you still have Mr. Consistency in Heat overall in this roster, and if you have now Heat continuing this type of performances, and then also you see the flash of Havoc from last week, I think this is going to be a nice little duo that could go. I mean, you're probably gonna have to play a type of playstyle.
Improvise. I had to talk today about it as well. We're in the step in the right direction. Maybe before champs.
You know what would be nice?
Maybe a thing.
What?
We're seeing. We're a step ahead. Okay, so this is interesting.
Why is Lotus not actually banned first by MIBR?
Yeah, that's my question. And then why is it not picked fast?
Why wasn't it picked?
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Well, they're currently 0-2. And I think
Because it's for sure Furia's best map from what we've seen. And if we look at their ascent, their last ascent they played was this one. It didn't go great.
Like, MIBR is not good.
They barely beat C9 on it, who also just went to OT with Furia. That really doesn't make sense. I'm gonna be real. We haven't seen Furia on Icebox. Maybe that's a sleeper map for them, guys.
They played Tejo. They played
maybe they're going for something different here.
MIBR doing kickoff. I think they got 4-13.
We'll see. Let's at least see. Let's be open-minded. Or at least check out what they got on the ascent.
And still lost that. So despite them only getting one dub in split one, the history around that map could have given a good chance here for.
Unless they just wanted to annoy Fraud and were like, well, you're going to waste your time watching a lot of Lotus, but we're not actually going to pick it.
Instead, it's just because they have a good game plan against what you could bring out here from MIBR. MIBR is playing this double controller. They've won 8 rounds in a row in attack, not giving too many chances here for teams to play against them on a double controller on that map. So hopefully FURIA comes in with some sort of plan for that.
Well, they better. Yeah, this is like their one win con out of the window here. Icebox, as you said, MIBR. We've seen them already on this map, but we don't know what Furia can bring to the table.
Yeah, maybe Icebox is just 10 times better than their Lotus.
I mean, at least the vibes over on Furia right now, they're looking alright. Everyone's happy.
New week, new me. This is fine.
But now
this is the level of cope that we're
exactly. I'm just mad coping. Mad coping. But you were just saying here why you wanted to see maps where potentially we could see some neon out of Havoc. I don't think you're going to see too much neon out of Icebox.
I don't think we're getting that one.
It might have to be a Jet versus Jet at this point between him and Aspas, and how do you actually enable him across that, right? So it's the rest of Furia, what Heat's going to bring, maybe playing some Sova, maybe the most standard comp as possible for Icebox, because we know that standard could still be tried and true, and it still works here in today's Icebox because, again, not many changes came into this map.
Yeah, I mean, you said a mention of multiple players needing to guard Aspas, be on Aspas.
Yeah, for 5 rounds.
This is his home map.
I mean, I'm not holding much hope for Icebox, but the Ascent, I at least want to see why they picked the Ascent. I at least want to look at it and go, oh, that's why they picked Ascent. Okay, that's cool.
Well, it's a Jet playground, really. So I'm really just trying to see what they're gonna bring out against that to counter Icebox.
We're not seeing the vision just yet, but that's okay. We're not in the servers. They surely will be.
To like really inspect.
Okay, we got a KJ. That's a start. No, but overall, I want to see maybe like I don't know, Heat on I don't know, Rada.
They wanted to practice on other maps.
I keep seeing there's like the Heat on Crew versus Heat on Furia. Every picture before he played with Crew, he has the biggest smile.
We get to see the odds in Harbor.
Same picks as we've seen thus far from them on Icebox.
Dude, America's insanely Harbor pilled on this map.
Again, we talked about these phases and
a lot of people using it in America's.
MIBR does that very
Might be
well,
5 teams
on
now.
their side hits. And now that we're looking on the other side, though, the tail comes back, which I kind of like. I was going to mention, if something that could stop maybe that double controller play is what we saw from G2 earlier on. Just getting a lot of util to not allow the players to get forward positions behind harbor walls. And like we mentioned, we wanted to see them cook something up, and they did.
Yeah, with the solo controller, though, I don't know how confident I feel in that.
It's Icebox, so it's not too bad, right?
I'm with you. I just think the Harbor is so
strong,
dominant in the meta right now that I'm lacking in belief at the moment. I'm gonna be real.
Well, yeah, okay, yes, but also for our FURIA side, it's like, who can we actually see play that Harbor to help out on this double controller play? I think now you're able to add a lot of utility around, like, just a simple pull up your iPad, drop the missiles, and then gain some space. We talked about how we wanted to find ways to activate your star duelist, being Havoc, find him good positions to get around the map. And that Teo is definitely going to help things out here and ease the game plan maybe that FURIA has to try to deal with this double controller play from MIBR.
What have they been looking best on, just composition-wise?
Neon.
Clove and a neon.
Right,
Which
okay,
we
so
don't
that
have
one's
here.
out for this one. But
Which they could have picked.
Clove on this map, actually.
Yes.
It is one of the maps where we've seen it a bit. Like last year, some of the teams from China were running that. I think it was like FPX, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so
was it like 3 controllers too?
Yeah, so it's not unheard of, but it's not particularly common.
Havoc? I mean, he looked good last week. Havoc was wrecking Oxy last week.
Just go crazy with it. But now they just have the incredible.
Not that they were doing too much as a team, in my opinion, but they were individually
by throwing mollies at the spike.
Yeah,
Popping
mollies,
a little bit.
fragments, salvos.
Unloyal
Like,
again.
the game plan around that is just how do you get on sites as fast as possible. And again, I think that Teo is going to help enable that. And then when you're going to try to fight against like the section double controller setup that MIBR has, well, that's why you have that KO in there. Try to pop flash through, get your Havoc in, and then hopefully even gain more space because of those.
Just feel like a tech pause, man.
I think on paper, not gonna lie,
Give me some EMEA vibes.
This is actually not bad here from the side of FURIA.
And this isn't COP.
All right, so you're predicting them to win this map?
I predict that they're going to have more than 9 rounds on this map.
Okay. We're gonna let this one sit for a little bit. We're experiencing a few little tech issues on the stage. They're working on it, and we're gonna head into a very quick break, and then we should be right back with all the action.
Acho que é totalmente sobre isso, né? Sobre
Ever won a Masters? Nah, we only come. Where do we do? Third.
do time também, porque
We only ever
a gente
get
não tem mais
third.
chance de classificar, mas
Third at Masters, third at Champs, 8th at the other Masters, so we did. We don't really include the last one. At least I don't. Ball Noodle, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the gifted. Thank you, thank you.
Conseguiu ter uma partida boa, ter uma vitória assim, então tem muita coisa, pessoal assim, de nós mesmos envolvidos, e a gente quer muito provar para nós mesmos que a gente consegue jogar no nível aqui, a gente consegue fazer boas partidas, consegue representar a camiseta da FURIA da melhor forma.
I believe we are a couple of moments from getting this thing started. Again, if you are just joining us, it is MIBR versus FURIA, the Titan up against a team that has unfortunately failed to meet the expectations that they had.
If we won a Master, we had an IGL. Either that or we would have done worse. You never know.
No, it's not what I want to talk about at first. I do want to talk about the
Who knows
the
what would have
Pixie
happened?
bans, because the Deaths touched on it a little bit. The success that they have on Lotus didn't touch on it very much, but it was something that was open. FURIA decided to float it. They don't pick into it. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's
Baby Bay casting Fury. Yeah, Baby Bay's been flaming a lot recently. He might not hold back for this.
It's been under 10 rounds on every single one, most of them being blowouts, and it's just going to be an uphill battle, I feel like. But when you reach this point where so much has gone wrong, it's kind of okay to just throw a wrench out there. Maybe you can get something going. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's Cope.
Maybe.
Hope.
I think another interesting thing is we do turn our attention over to Icebox. The first map in what possibly maybe a best of 3 is the fact that FURIA is not running the double wall comp. I think we're starting to see a resurgence of Harbor Viper, but not the case.
All right,
Yeah,
here
and
we
I
go.
think it's something that Sean was
We got
talking about,
MIBR on
a
defense.
lot,
We got
that he
Fury in
likes the
attack.
Harbor
Let's
because
see
it's
what
so
kind of
tough now
start
for these
Fury get
KOs
off
to
to.
want to do these pop flash
Need a good
plays.
one.
It almost feels like you should be doing those, but you get punished for it.
FURIA is on the attack.
Nice
Icebox will be the
shots.
first one to get tested and already besting the duelist on the opposing side.
Yeah, the king of Icebox strikes first.
Yeah, with the one pass and fake.
Vintage, and now it's all left to Cortezia here, and he's just going to play a retake style. Everyone's going to flood in from the side of MIBR. FURIA do have some good post-plant utility, though, if they can actually get the spike planted.
Part of the issue is the timing on it too, right? They do have some of that utility, but it's not currently up. I mean, Prize doesn't have missiles.
Rafa doesn't have knife. They do manage to get the spike down. Now we're going to see the flood out from the defensive side. MIBR with the numbers advantage, looking to push the pace a little bit more. Spotting a scalp. It's Laybird.
God, there are no shots. No shots being hit, man.
Looking a little bit
The
too
Lotus
easy for
buff
MIBR,
is
a little
not
bit
here.
too comfortable. I think if I'm Furia right now, I'm a little worried
The
because yeah,
Lotus
we got
buff
that
really
spike
is
down,
not
but
here.
when it came to that
Did
firepower
coach
exchange,
NAVI? Yeah.
MIBR just cleaned up house right here on this retake.
NAVI, Scream,
That's not a good sign
Link,
for Furia. Khalil was talking about in interviews how
Soulcaster, and
Furia has a
Yampy
hard
was the
time
team
stopping
off,
snowballs.
well, before I left.
And this is just not the start you want, especially because Osbos is going to get closer to that operator online. We saw the damage he was able to inflict upon NRG with that. The first bloods.
Can I defuse or?
I defuse.
Just alphaing his way through defenses on the team.
Let's talk about the vibes, though, a little bit, Doug. I mean, they are so chill. They're so lax.
Yeah, and I mean, all right, let's call a spade here, right? I think the record at the top of the screen tells you everything you need to know about the expectations between these two teams.
That's true.
MIBR should be able to best Furia pretty handily. Now, you know, any dog can have its day, but I do think you're right. For MIBR, they understand that they are the stronger team in really every way you could possibly imagine. And it should be relatively pedestrian, but again, this is why you play the game.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go through those motions. Furia actually got a big pick right there on the Artsy, and that was a Vandal that just got juggled
Nice
back
though,
by
getting the
Vern.
gun out of there.
That was with Classics, so...
Did we try Yampy on IGL back then? Yeah. We had a good, like, 3 weeks, I would say, with Yampy on IGL.
Utility joining in on the fun.
Honestly, again, I still think that it was like the best vibes for us wise, but there's like a little bit of issues in terms of
The Classics can do in these
confidence
close
and
games. Osmos got outlaw,
overcalling
though.
from others.
He knows someone's here.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty easy cleanup on that kill. Heat feeling the walls closing in. He's getting surrounded left in 1v3. The spike ticks away little by little.
Okay,
but
nice
it's
and
Aspas
easy.
who gets his third,
Say
and
nice and
MIBR
easy.
gets his
Honestly, they
second.
did great damage.
And Aspas gets a little bit closer to having those blades in play.
Yeah. All things considered for the side of Furia, though, Spike was planted 2 times in a row at that A site. If they can actually keep getting into these sites and use their composition to their advantage, we might be able to see some post-plant wins. I mean, it's a stat that was popped up earlier. They have a lot of success on post-plants. I mean, it's one of the areas where they actually do find success, right? So maybe that could be an opportunity to bring back this half, maybe put up a little bit of a fight against the stacked MIBR roster.
You do wonder.
Oh no.
As the time
Not like this,
moving.
please. Not after the
You do
EMEA
wonder
day
how much of the
today.
conversation around the post-plant
This is too
success
much.
you know, maybe we're beating a dead horse here a little bit, but you do wonder how much of that is due to the fact that it was Lotus where they found a lot of those successes, and you know, maybe having success on post-plants, particularly given on that map, it does tend to lend itself a little bit more to that.
Yeah, I think Icebox is a really good post-plant map as well, though. I mean, when you look at this composition from Furia, there's a lot of stuff that can counter, you know, the scalability on the retake
The
for
EMEA,
MIBR.
what do I have for the
But they
games
have to play out.
tomorrow?
If you play in against that
Dude, we
harbor
get
wall
Paper
or
Rex
the Cascades where it
DE
can
first
isolate those
game.
1v1s,
That is so.
that's where stuff gets
that is
difficult
so
for you.
hype,
But
man.
if you can actually get into sight without
I can't
using
wait to
all
wake
your
up for that.
mollies and maybe still
Paper
have
Rex, I have
that
Paper
second round
Rex
of
winning
tail
against
missiles up after
GE.
pushing back,
Billy
you know,
against
an
Wolves.
Opera or
I think
Outlaw
Billy
of
will
Osmos.
be
That
fine,
is the recipe
but
for
Wolves, I
success
don't know,
from the
Wolves
side
are
of
weird,
Furia. I mean,
man.
you're gonna have to do that. That's what your composition
T1
is made
against
for.
Talon, T1 are
Otherwise,
going to be
I mean,
fine.
you don't have that Sova drone,
And
you don't
then
have the dart to
EDG
really get
against.
that secured info. And yeah,
That'll
KO
be
Dagger,
close.
It can be just so
EDG against
so
Eli?
fake at times.
I'm
I
sure
mean, yeah,
he'll
you
have
get a
for that.
tag on one person, but
The EDG game will be pretty
don't know
cool.
exactly where
It'd be
he's
nice
at.
if we get like early games
As
to
you
see
guys
that.
likely saw there
EDG
on your
against
stream, all
XLG.
of you detectives that are watching here in the venue and at home, there was a PC crash issue, and it was Heat. He was the culprit. At least his
Does
computer
Eli
was.
win
Certainly
this?
wasn't him, and it seems like we are
Eli
just
might
a
be
couple
able
of
to
moments
upset that.
from getting that fixed. He is loaded back into the game, so I imagine ready checks are just around the corner, and we will be continuing our venture and our foray into Icebox. Again, MIBR up early 2-0. Aspas has already gotten online. I believe he's 5-0 already with the Outlaw. You imagine, Dre, the op is inevitable.
Oh, it's next for sure. But Furia did do some good damage. I mean, even in that last round, getting what, 2 guns out of the hands of MIBR. So economy should be shifting in their favor. If they can win this next round, not get bonused, maybe they can get stuff going. I mean, yeah, look at the economy right now from MIBR. They only have 2 Vandals with light armor and that outlaw with full armor. But
That's supposed to have to the outlaw. Everyone can tank a shot. Decide to go aggro over towards A with the war. Set 1 up here. And they are looking for a big duel for Aspas at the moment. Nicely done from Khalil.
You mentioned that it really felt like they needed to avoid getting bonused, and so far, it seems like that will be the case. Big numbers advance away the attack, the spike is
Yeah, we're actually showing some confidence though.
It's only going from really bad to worse for MIBR.
Yeah, and fundamentally, I like the way that Furia are approaching this round. Havoc, it's kind of Havoc
Through
go
100
kill,
Fuse tomorrow
you know,
too.
in
Wait,
that
tomorrow's
post-plant
actually
scenario
stacked. What's the
because they
other
got
America's
first
game
bloods.
tomorrow?
And that's what you want. Everybody else is playing util. I mean, now they're kind of hunting a bit, but
Give me a
maybe
loud
little
game or
unnecessary.
something.
Say that as he
Zen
still ends
2G?
up getting that kill, but
Yeah, that is an interesting conversation to have though.
That
because
should
you look
be
at
okay
situations
for
like this and
Sen,
you go,
though.
okay, you have the advantage. You know, you don't really want to lose it. You kind of want to play it smart as the flawless round goes through for Furia and they're on the board. But I do think for a team like Furia, who has literally nothing to fight for other than pride throughout the rest of this stage against what is considered to be one of the behemoths of Valorant across any region.
It should be, yeah, it really should.
Yeah, swing that a little bit more aggro than you,
You never know.
would. And let
Sometimes when it's like a stacked day game-wise, the one that you least expect is the banger.
I mean, this MIBR roster.
Okay, Aspas no armor up.
That time of day and it actually doesn't go your way. All of a sudden, your economy's bad. Now MIBR is snowballing you. Here's that operator.
Molly.
From
Oh, okay.
As will Shenum.
With the flash though.
Does not connect. Forced to take a step back. Thrown in
Leg
reverse.
shot. Molly missed over towards middle. We'll ignore it.
Yeah, blistering pace. I mean, if Furia can get this spike planted unscathed. Ooh.
It's kind of nice for MIBR though. This is the person that got hit by the leg shot anyway. Ooh, little sidestep on that. He was moving.
It's proving to be a little bit too much for Aspas here. Now you take a look at the economy for Verno. You got 100 credits for Cortesia, 400. You're not fighting this anymore.
This is a pretty nice situation for Furia though.
Try to pick that one up.
Double buy round.
Their own hands and maybe hold on their next default. But so far, you're right. Furia do not care whatsoever. They're swinging into Aspas's operator. I mean, he taking that 1v1. It almost felt like he should have dropped there, but
Havoc? No, Havoc's been looking
pressure,
good.
sometimes even players like Aspas are going to succumb to it.
Havoc on Duelist makes.
That's big. That's massive.
'Cause I didn't really like
back
Havoc
into this.
on
They're building up their own
Initiator, but
economy
Havoc
right
on
now.
Duelist.
In the last 2 rounds, the last 2 gun rounds they've
He wins a
had,
lot of.
they
I
dropped
mean, gets a
even
lot
one
of fast
rifle, and
kills.
that was Havoc, who's gotten multiple
Got some
entries.
fast first bullet aim.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. You're right. You take a look at the right side of your screen there. There's money blooming. It does not look like they're going to opt into scrapping the op from the previous round or investing in one of their own, which honestly, given the pace that they've approached the attack side with, I'm all for it. Right? Continue to push it. You're just forced into more of a passive situation if you're carrying an attack side op.
Yeah, and it's going to be an A default this time around, trying to
Good
spot
map
out
for
where
them
these
'cause they
jet
can
knives are
same
going to
draw,
be.
yeah.
Specifically,
So I'm pretty sure
Khalil
this
and
Molly
are gonna
missed
have to
last
be
round.
careful for Aspas trying to do some type of aggressive play on the
Unless
B
they're
side
like
of the map. If he
purposely
gets that
putting the
first
turret
blood,
over towards the side
way
to
into
dodge
this
it.
round.
Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
say that
pure
as Verno
madness
just
from
takes the head off
Havoc
of
here,
Havoc.
but
He's having none of that.
okay, Molly does go in. And they were taking a duel at the same time, so I doubt he removed it.
Rafa might try to be a little bit investigated with this utility and try to catch Aspas with the knife at the beginning of the round, but I guess 115 is a little bit better. So now they know at least where that threat is.
And they just shot the Molly? Oh, okay. But then why is his
There's
turret
a lot
gone?
of weaponry here, and they're still opting to go for this. It's going to be a brawl, though.
Aspas procs the dash, gets a little bit more high ground. Doesn't connect on the first blade. Still plenty more where that came from those. You see the spit hitting up back towards heaven. A little bit closer is Furia. Inch further up into the site. They
Who
managed to
goes
get the
in?
spike
How do
down.
they
Now
play
we're
it?
gonna see
2
how
in
they
front,
deal with
2
this double
behind?
wall utility. And applies his ult. The situation just got harder. I don't know that there's a way in. If they're going to flood, they have to do so very soon. And the clock is ticking. Prize again, 11 HP. Aspas looking to be the tip of the spear. Is Verno's the first to fall? No. Real room.
Ooh, hold
no.
up.
Angle
Oh,
found.
okay.
Very well handled by Furia. Artine and Shenum, 2 remaining with the gun.
Player standing.
Immediately falls. Shenum left in a 1v2. Again, Prize weak heat, not much better off, but there's just not enough time.
Oh, very nice
What a great
handle in the
comeback
end.
to the round from Furia.
3 in a
Being down
row.
one.
This one got a little bit
Got a
close,
little
but they
bit
still
dicey
got
there, but
Aspas's
speaking
ult out of them.
trying to handle that
Did they have to
harbor
time out, or are
utility,
we okay?
That Teo ultimate maybe would have liked to save that, but a win is a win. That delayed the retake. MIBR couldn't run in, and when the time is that low, you make a bunch of mistakes clearing out certain angles. Heat picks up 3 into that round. He's feeling himself a little bit here. And I feel like he's been a player for Furia that needed to step up.
I feel like if you did a heat map, by the way,
nice to
of
see
when
him here
Aspas
sitting
gets
at the
his
top of
op,
the scoreboard for his team.
I would say 9 out of 10 rounds he's on top
You know
of
how
this.
talented he can be mechanically. Just hasn't really been able to
I do
show
like that at least last time I watched it, MIBR were just kind of trolling him a little bit by just doing walls to block his vision. This time they're actually giving him free reign.
Gets his get back onto
But Furia just in here just spamming A hits every time they're up against an op, really.
I mean,
We had that other one where they went up towards B and flash corners. But
And a lot of that is off the back of Havoc. I say that, of course. Of
no
course,
Harbor ult.
the curse.
But you are right. Reckoning now invested. Going to flush him out a little bit further.
Still have curve.
Force them further back to their side of the map.
The late Molly can tank off.
As Rafa falls, our team's gotten the defuse to half. Pushed off the spit. Now a second set of Harbor utility that they're going to have to dance with and try to reckon around.
Oh, they lined up. Yeah, the Harbor util here kind of worked against them, if anything. Like, Cove was obviously great, but then they did the Harbor wall. Oh my goodness, nice shot.
And of course, it's Aspas.
Okay, very nice in the end from Aspas, like lovely shots. I think MIBR need to, especially just Arts, need to be a little bit careful with this util.
Pre-fire one taps coming through.
Because sometimes you just got to stop it early and actually make sure that you can duel in front of it.
And a bit
Whereas
of a
like
blunder for
there,
Furia after Prize got that
kind of
2K
just
spam
taking
through
the angles
smoke. I thought
off
it was
of
wraps.
Aspas.
Those Teo missiles were about to come back up. Certainly.
That was filth.
Yeah, but amongst the chaos in this situation, just jumping the gun a little bit too early.
Let's go, boys, let's
was
go.
Prize. Now MIBR, they answer back after 3 rounds won by Furia. And another operator online for Aspas. He's got that A line, but everybody on the side of Furia is doing the B.
He does change it up though.
You look at that mini map, everybody's shifting over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same flavor, but it's just on the opposite side of the map. This time they have the lockdown they can play around.
You got to respect it. They got a Molly for stopping the plant. Molly goes out early. They plant to the side of it. We've got any spams on this?
Havoc might have bit off a bit more than he could chew. Scales past
I like
safety,
the
takes forward
idea
with
of
his life.
the...
Now Cortezia has an ult of his own that he can counter with.
Is this better than the one on the floor for spam? It might be.
Here in just a moment, Furia forced to sit back and watch.
Wait, I maybe like this ult if you do it all the way in the corner.
Excuse me.
He got pre-fired.
Verno on a heater. Numbers
Big
again.
mess.
The way of the defense. Prize and Khalil forced to try to take back some of this space and secure this spike. That's real tough, man. The MIBR retake there was pretty.
Yeah, a lot was riding on the shoulders of Heat in that moment.
I mean, I felt like a lot was just on the flash pushback to
Killjoy
say.
ultimate is the back of yellow.
Right.
And he pre-fired Heat. That was so fast. Heat had no time to react whatsoever. And it's this duo of Aspas and Birdo in tandem.
No, I left on my own terms.
Oh, he saw him on the
that's
jiggle. That's what it was.
Outrageous
I think though
pre-fire.
you were right. That's one of the only places somebody could be back yellow around it and be safe.
And it was this half in, half
The
out
early
approach
molly,
from
I mean, they
Furia
had to
that
do
kinda
the
led
early
to their
molly.
demise.
It was just going to get
Two
shot
players
otherwise.
pushing into Snowman right there, just getting completely punished.
Different look from the attack here, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're going towards A. It's been an A-B. I feel like it's really readable from the side of MIBR. They should know that there's a ton of players here. The KO is kind of making it obvious. Hopefully, Furia understand that and start throwing some feints with that utility. Make the players of MIBR second
I don't have to lie.
where the attack is going to be.
I feel like I would have worded my tweet a lot
That three's the
different if
round
I
where you
had
just
been
that
kicked.
turret being broken. Deny some of that late round aggression.
Knife out, drone out. And
Free
again,
side
taking
though.
space behind a
Free
Price is
side.
gonna get a little
We
bit closer,
got
bringing
Verno's
that ult
ult
online.
to
Already
stop the
getting into play
plant.
now.
Tap of the spike, insta ult.
Blood to come back out. Note that Verno has his ult, Shenum has his too.
Oh, Leo.
Cortesia heard all these footsteps from Havoc as well.
Artine, the first to fall. There was just Cortesia, as you were mentioning, trying to spam through the wall, gets the best of Havoc. He's got a timing. He's got some space. And he's just made the map a little bit smaller. Now the defense with full eyes, focus forward.
Oh, we're going for this. 10 seconds until the salvos come back.
Ult out and bait it out. That's exactly what they do. Now the real game is afoot. Can they flood him behind it and try to get a little bit more space?
It's a great shot.
That's a big ult invested, man.
They're doing good on the
No value
retakes at the
behind
moment,
it.
3
From
for
the
3 in a
ropes.
row.
Also a Viper's Pit invested too. But Cortesia, he just spams him.
You blame me? What are you
That's
blaming
it.
me
I
for?
mean, Khalil, it's just unfortunate.
What am I being blamed for?
Very unfortunate. So MIBR getting some momentum back in their favor. I wonder if we're going to see a timeout from the side of FURIA.
There was the spam through the pit that you were mentioning, because you're right. They dropped the Viper's Pit in there. They put the, sorry, not the Sova ult. What's the other one that they invested? Oh, Kai's ult, thank you, yes.
Yeah. Armageddon.
In the map?
Yeah, 2 big ultimates invested with no outcome for the side of FURIA. And now, there's the timeout now. All things considered, not too bad of a half from this attacking side. I feel like they did a good job of stopping a snowball, but now these post plants have not gone in their favor.
Well, I think
And they've tried a lot of different things, Doug. They've tried being aggressive. They've tried playing actual utility. I think.
I mean,
FURIA
what's going on?
need
I
to use
don't
their
think they need
combination,
to change
use their
up too
mollies to,
much.
like, infinite
They're
delay.
getting over towards the site. This is the after plants. Maybe they just need to plant like top of site if they go over towards A. Maybe if they plant over towards B, just add a luck in.
KO dagger.
Yeah, I worry.
Problem is
though,
now you would
mentioning
imagine MIBR
FURIA,
actually like
decent
fight the
half so far. They
sites.
stopped the first snowball. It feels like they managed to get past the first snowball, but now there's an avalanche coming.
Yeah.
I mean, they have not had any success.
They might even
the
go
last
super
couple
aggro on
rounds.
defense
MIBR
here,
has been able
to
to
be honest.
effectively fight through these retakes and get diffuses, and yes, some were closer than others, but they seem to have figured something out.
And now you look at this buy from the side of FURIA, and it's worrisome. I mean, light armor across the board. You have a player with a bulldog. This is gonna be a rough one.
That is interesting because it's not like they don't have gun.
Porygon.
They're choosing not to invest
Behave yourself.
presumably to get a couple more chances at gun rounds.
That was funny, though.
In this half.
But Rafa's not even gonna have a rifle in the next round.
Yeah.
Osbos is gonna have to deal with all this utility. FURIA have done a good job of not getting picked by the operator in the first, 15, 30 seconds of the round. It's been in the mid-round on the actual site hits where Osbos has been getting a lot of the kills.
I can't believe they're still checking this. And they got a kill on Artine. Osbos threatened to leave. Procs to dash,
Ooh.
puts a bullet between
Oh,
Havix's
he's committed.
eyes, and then gets out.
He's trying to, at least.
Blades in play, too.
Look at the respect given. FURIA have to freeze, use those knives, find out where Osbos is, but he dodges. Now he's able to reposition with that operator, and yeah, FURIA want none of this. They're leaving.
Yeah, this is nice though. Question mark created over towards here.
Any
And back
space,
a yellow,
I mean,
really.
They have some presence
Instant
in
rotate
deep,
out.
And they've got the turret to make sure there's nothing kind of going
Bit
on.
of
behind them. You have
smoke.
no
This
idea
one
if
up as
someone's
they
gonna
go
pass
back.
410, you don't know
I
if
do
someone's
like
gonna-
this though from
And now
Cortesia.
they've got the pit that they're going to have to deal with, too.
Yeah, nicely timed pit from Shenum right there.
Ooh.
But look at this little gap in mid.
They put
Saw an
the
opening.
wait. They put the turret far back and then he just took it away as he's pushing down middle. This is so weird.
Yeah.
Nice reaction, nice flick.
Crispy
This is
out
a
the
really
heat.
rough spot for
Falls.
Shenum. Let's see what he can do. He's got
Inferno's gonna return the
14
favor.
seconds though. He has a
Now 10
molly so he
seconds
can
left. The
stop the
spike's still not
first
planted. They still have
original
to get
tap
through
of the
10
plant.
Seconds left.
Committing to it now, Rafa.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give it up. He
We'll
probably
see.
knows
Shenum
they're
does
watching
not
him as
choose to
well.
push the
This is
pace.
very smart from Shenum to not go for that.
You still have KO Molly, you still have the Teo missiles online.
Remember, Aspas with an op here and still has the blades from the beginning of the round. Shenum, this is a big kill.
Oh.
You know, he was waiting for it just on the other side. Not connecting. I mean, where did the pellets go? Meanwhile, Aspas from on high gets
Yeah,
his
I
three.
love how he played
Shenum
this.
gets the last,
He actually
and
gave
that's
him like
another
full respect
retake
to.
success for MIBR.
Yeah, just gonna see the infinite diffuse bug right here when we see the scoreline pop up. But yeah, Osbos with those knives. I mean, the double dip, by the way, on yellow, just full confidence, taking out Havoc,
Yeah.
who, by the way, Havoc got the first blood onto Artine.
Yeah.
And it was clean. But I'm surprised there's no punish right after this. I mean, Osbos is stuck here. And yeah, he's got 2 smokes to work with, but the fact that he's not traded allows for this to happen, and that post-plant utility doesn't come into play at all. No KO molly. The Teo missiles do come through, but the timing's just not there.
Full steam ahead for MIBR. 4 rounds in a row.
4 defuses in a row as well.
And this time, Artine returning the favor. Getting the best of Havoc at the beginning of the round. Must be an interesting spot here for Aspas. Still has the op, but he does have the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing like really safe on this one.
Yeah,
this is a wall that we saw G2 throwing out as well.
This is the first time he's actually like properly re-peaked this angle.
Allows you to slowly creep back in to this yellow area and take another angle. Aspas is so good in these moments as well.
I think it was Wyatt.
Yeah, he's not giving them easy picks.
It hasn't felt like Aspas has needed to be Aspas.
And even with this, they had a wall behind can trade off.
He's certainly putting on a performance. His dad this round though, as FURIA pushes a little bit further up. Khalil is so far ahead of everything right now.
Great molly though to delay that spike being planted. You have to freeze again, and that time is running lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no idea if somebody, you have the turret that's back garage, but you're running the danger of getting wrapped here.
30 seconds left.
What does work into their favor is this KO knife. You could use it on the site.
Yeah.
No more mollies to delay you
Leno
here.
has double shock though.
But at some point, I mean, you got to stick this plant.
They're certainly patient with it. Papa hitting down onto it now as Cortezia is not able to connect on the shots. Swing out.
They got nice info from this.
And it's a lethal one at that. As again, another
it's
defuse
looking rough.
for MIBR. Another retake.
It actually, I mean, it had a lot of potential at the beginning, but
It's getting out of hand right
yeah,
now.
it
And
really
FURIA,
is.
it's what I was talking about earlier in those post plants. It's half in, half
KO
out.
knife, yeah, he sent it, dude. I had it.
We had, I believe it was Rafa planning the spike and then running all the way back to yellow, while Khalil is running up the rope, giving a 1v1, and then he is left on site to try to trade, balance the score, and it's just not on the same page.
Nice. Okay, guys, we need to move. We need to move faster. They're standing still. We're standing still, and that's why these rounds are getting close. We need.
Yeah, so I mean,
my no comms guy.
Yeah, I mean,
there's that mid-round communication. Verno saying we need to be a little bit more proactive. Yeah, we're on the defensive side, but
there's a little proactivity for you. Aspas taking the aggro line with the op connecting.
Jeez. Another first blood for Aspas. 15 kills. This operator, I mean, in NRG's nightmares, now in FURIA's nightmares. Something different, though, is the first time that Heat has taken space in this mid-tube. He's going to get cleared out, though. What a great drone from Verno. Oh, my goodness.
Dude, part of the issue for FURIA, you were mentioning it's nightmares from Aspas is off. The problem for them is it's been nightmares for 5 weeks.
Miscommunication. He's basically the Zolces of MIBR. We can't go.
I mean, if you
that is the complete opposite. Surely we can't go from no calls, no comms to he's now the vibes guy. He's the vibes guy.
Great entry, though. It allows you to get that Armageddon online, and there's a lot of players in this backside
That'll be
area.
so sick.
Aspas needs to be a little bit careful
That'll be
here.
the sickest turnaround ever.
He's good. He dodges that.
30 seconds left.
Ult invested,
And
high
sold
ground
a
taken, and now they can flood in behind it. And
40
once again,
story.
we're finding ourselves in
Oh boy.
what could be a diffuse situation. Yep.
God, it's getting really rough, isn't it?
Assassination style. Aspas gets another, and Havoc, who, if you remember, was on the opposite side of the map, is now left on the outside looking in once more.
And that was the call. I'm assuming Verno made that call as well. I mean, we heard him do that little insert in that last round, the end of the last round. He was proactive. He was the one that used that drone to clear out all of mid, take out
This
the
is the first FURIA match you've watched in a
the
while.
one that called to speed up because everyone saw
Yeah, it
Havoc
hasn't been
moving
great
towards
this
that
year,
B side of the
man.
map. It's a 4v2 on the actual A site.
It's always like this,
Numbers
dude.
advantage.
Unless you get Lotus, like if you're watching Lotus, you know it's gonna be a close game. Like they can take on anyone.
And we're already on
Every
the
other map,
last
it's not there.
of this half of Icebox, Doug.
MIBR with 6 rounds in a row. Cortezia's ult and Artine's ult to play with. Not to mention Verno, not too far off of his. If need be, again, an aggressive line. He's so far up already.
Just so disrespectful.
And the thing is, because of where the knife lands, you don't really know. He could be playing behind 410 where Verno's playing now, or he could be up in your lap. Like
Everyone's
this.
pinging this pause of
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to
Havoc
that KO
though.
knife information.
Wait.
It's not
Okay, this guy's
clear.
cooked, surely.
I mean, look at the drone difference, right? It just sets Ospas up for free kills.
Why is there a large sideshow head in my
Did
chat?
a little bit of damage through an earlier scuffle at the beginning of the round. Khalil has as well.
This is going to get shut down. Shenum is waiting right outside of the smoke.
Just enough HP.
Mods. Mods. What's going on?
And if you're MIBR right now, what are the odds they're alone? I mean, no one from the side of MIBR is at this A site. It's so obvious that it's a B hit.
17. He's got the dash proc.
You don't see it, Prodigy? Honestly, count yourself lucky, mate.
Stuck. Spike down. He's now left alone in a 1v4. Yeah, final round of the half. Doesn't have the spike. Now they know where he is.
Okay, I mean, the fast beginning, like
A 9-3
6,
half
7
for
rounds,
MIBR.
it was feeling kind of
competitive at
nice,
the
but
beginning, and we talked a lot about
with the
how
stabilize heavy.
that Furia
Go to
were
ski. Thank you so
rejecting
much for the
rounds
prime,
were,
mate. I
kind of
appreciate the
being
2
a little
months.
problematic
Thank you
for
for doing that,
MIBR,
dude.
but they settled the
Bit of
ship and they
support.
rattle off, what is that, eight rounds in a row, 7 rounds in a row to close the half?
And so many diffuses. Their retakes were on point. Furia could not win a post plant. This is the problem with running no clear information in your composition on a map like this.
19
especially
to
against a player
4.
like Ospas.
The double wall comp on the retakes proved to be too much. We're going to throw it to a quick break. The second half of Icebox when we return.
Oh.
Did you have any thought of skipping this game and going to bed early? Nah, we committed. We committed. We watched some shockers in the past, man. I'm not gonna.
Red Bull Zero is here.
I'm not gonna start
100%
skipping
wings with
some of the
multiple
shockers
extracts.
now. Sometimes you just gotta tank them. It builds character. Plus, I want to see like what they're working on, man. Like I want to see like what work they've been doing in the week. Because on some of these maps, I feel like they're getting away with not too much. Did the previous game make you less confident in G2 or more confident in C9? Pretty much the same, to be honest. I think I've always been pretty high up on C9. Say this, but I don't watch China. Dude, some of the stuff in China, though. Like, in the nicest way possible. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. That's criminal. I was going to say something really bad. So some of the China games are really, really out there. Just to say that much.
First half of Icebox's MIBR was able to run away with it and build a 6-round lead. Now it's going to be
China's got more trophies than me. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Hey, I'm not saying the EDG aren't good.
Side. I'm Doug, with me is Dre on
I'm
the call,
all
and it's
just
been
going for the
all
middle of
Ospas
the.
that entire half.
I'm all just going for
19
a,
and
like
4, and some of that
around
was
7 of the other
individual
teams.
Some of that was just him teeing off, and I do very quickly. We called him on the camera there for just a second. Got to give Prod his
And
credit.
even then,
he had a really
I would
good
say
game
some
plan
of the
coming
top
into
teams
this,
as
and
well
yes,
do provide me with
besting Furia,
some
but man, they look good
wild
doing it.
games sometimes.
Yeah, it shows a lot about a team that's confident in their ability to retake. Now they're on the attacking side and ready for pushes as well.
Brother, what sort of confidence was that? He was up by himself with a frenzy. Like, you know what? That's fine.
It's just textbook from MIBR right now. I mean, not really needing
Like
to do
DRG was a
anything, and
wild
Rafa
game.
just catches a stray.
Yeah, I mean sometimes
Poor guy.
I didn't see this one.
I mean, you're in a ranked game, that happens to you.
Some of the China games are great.
You know,
But I would say like
sometimes you play Valorant.
more often than not, they're
Sometimes
just a
Valorant
little
plays
bit
you, and that's
aim
been the case
duel,
for Furia for the last
no
5 weeks.
discipline games.
And it
Brutal.
doesn't seem like it's gonna get any better.
That's brutal.
What is this freeze from MIBR? Has
Just-
something bad happened? Like, has a
They're-
mouse
they're-
disconnected?
They're playing a fundamentally sound way.
Wins
I mean,
Furia
they're
or
waiting for any type of
Koi?
re-aggression
Like,
from Furia.
Koi
They
wins.
understand that Furia on the attacking side were basically
But
running it
I
down
think
on
like
both
Furia
lines.
would win Lotus though.
So now just playing really methodically, trying to bait out any more pushes, seeing if there's any more mistakes that Furia are going to make.
Like they were probably fighting Freedom.
Well, I think as you think about MIBR, they are in a 5v3. They managed to get the spike down. We'll continue this here in just a moment.
I'm glad that fixie can never happen. Dude, sometimes I wish they'd bring back a lock-in, man.
At the hands of who else?
Last player standing.
Lock-in could be incredible.
Him and Rafa's 13 HP surely will not be enough to stand the test in a 1v5. I think when we think about teams that we expect to compete on the international level,
thank you so much for the 200 bits, dude. Thank you.
For hardware, right?
Yeah.
Compete for championship.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Want
That's
to
a big game
see
for both of them.
Dispose of teams that are on paper less than they are, and they should be able to get through these games pretty easily, right?
Yeah.
So you take a look at some matchups like this, and even to draw back to the first series, Jogamo talked about it. If there's no pressure, they can be a little sluggish.
Yeah.
Perhaps, but for MIBR, that has not been the case today.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're on top of it, and I think that just shows the discipline that they have as a roster. Right? And it's really important though, because we have to keep in mind this is a new team. We got rookies on here. Yeah, they play like veterans. Yeah, whatever. But still, the fact that they could just be holding W probably and take this victory on the attack after they got those 2 picks and the dink on the Rafa, but they instead decide to hold, I think says a lot about their approach and how they're taking every team serious.
yeah. Including Furia in this situation. You're absolutely right. Take a look at the buy for the attack. Classic FPS.
I do it of the reevaluation of teams.
Furia into the next, and again, another
That's what they go
testament
for.
to how they're playing the game as cleanly and as perfectly as you would expect them to, as you would expect any team to.
Yeah, just a basic 4-1 contact approach. So good with that harbor. Everything.
Why did Furia pick a cent? I don't know. We're gonna hopefully find out.
And now with that spike,
I imagine they're looking to stage 2 and they're trying to
utility. Walls on walls.
gonna practice some maps.
And then you have Osbos sitting on top yellow, just hunting. Maybe everybody from Fury gonna just drop to that spike, not build up any of those ultimates on the side of MIBR. Artson, the closest one to that. He has 3 orbs gained. Maybe he'll go hunting. Yeah, there it is. Drops his Guardian. He's gonna hunt with the Ghost. As many as he can get here. Even if he falls, it's all good.
He might. No, he gets nothing.
Deleted.
Yeah, insta double dink.
Heard some yelling in the arena after that one. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna take the bait. I'm not gonna be mean. MIBR get up to 11. Furia now with guns to respond though, including heavy armor on 3 players.
Let's see if Furia try to play into that contact style that MIBR just did towards that B side of the map. It looks like Havoc is gonna have to deal with that if that comes.
What do they got for their defense rounds? Big defense
Off
rounds.
the dash, you could disrespect the harbor wall if it's there.
Knife over towards B, hits 2. Smoke goes up on middle.
Good dagger to delay, but this is the vintage, actual vintage Osbosh dashing on the top 2, getting so much info for his team.
Rafo's just
Bro, it's just... This is kind of nice though.
He knows heat's here. Oh my gosh.
I mean, with surgical
the 3 pass a mid.
It's just sickening.
2 went through, 1 spots middle.
11-3 right now.
No matter what, you can have trades. They only spot the jet falls back. It looks like it's just 1 pass and defaulting.
Got stuck here at the A site.
Hang on.
Yeah, the 2 here.
Hang on.
Ooh, I'm not sure how he hit that one, but
40 HP, surely.
Well, it's a nice round from Aspas. I
Surely
kind of
he
like
gets
this
it,
round
right?
from LBL.
Yeah,
And he does.
Yeah, 12 for MIBR. Aspas has
Match point.
an obscenely
Right,
high
9
amount
chances.
of kills in a very small amount of rounds played.
I think he's trying to compete with Cryo in the plus and minus at this point. Yeah, what entries? I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, and I think, again, I don't know, I want to draw attention more to the fact that this feels like an MIBR that's hitting their peak at just the right time, heading into playoffs. We got to talk about the MIBR of old to the MIBR of now. At the beginning of the year, we talked about this, Trey. I remember having this conversation with you. They're changing the mindset around MIBR. They're changing the way people talk about them. They're changing the way people think about them. this is a team that can be competing for hardware in Toronto.
Yeah, actually.
Enemy kill.
Especially when Ospas is in shots like that.
He's farming 24 to 4.
Absolutely instant. So now the pace, it's being put on Furia at this A site.
That alarm bot's still up, but it seems like Shenna might be able to get past it and take up 2. Meanwhile, Kalu getting 2 kills on site, making things competitive.
his dash didn't come out in time.
Now falls, all attention be turned towards the site.
Dude, he ends it like that as well. 2 individual 1v1s.
13-3 for
Well,
MIBR.
I was holding out a little bit of hope at the beginning, but then they kind of just won 13 rounds in a row, no?
Yeah, letting Icebox through against Ospas.
What was it? No, maybe it was 11. They got pistol, right?
It's tough. It's always going to be tough. He has the kill record on this map.
25-5.
It's his. I mean, this is his map of all time.
Yeah, and so now as we take a little bit of a moment to think about what the next map will hold for us, we've got to go back to the conversation we were having earlier.
Okay, we get to see why they picked Ascent,
though.
though.
Go to Lotus. Furia did. They chose not to, and they opted to go to Ascent instead, where
Aspas, no, Aspas took over.
They haven't won a map yet, but it's not like their maps have been
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was playing for his life every single time on defense as well. Like he didn't want to give him picks to be able to actually get over towards site.
That's the most competitive map they've had. On most competitive score they've had on that map. Excuse me. It doesn't bode well at all. I think for MIBR, they look really clean. The GOAT popped off.
Think Furia would make China playoffs?
No, I don't know. Maybe they have something prepped on a set.
China playoffs?
I was impressed with the discipline that we saw out of the MIBR roster.
I don't think so.
Because like I said, they could have
trying
gotten
to think
really
top
silly,
8.
right? But the fact that they're still doing their due diligence,
Like
they're still doing the
Nova
little
would beat
things,
them.
I think that goes a long way, especially when you're going into a playoff.
Would they beat Wolves? Yeah, Wolves would. Well, it depends what day you get Wolves on, man.
On the greater prize.
Depends what day you get Wolves
the way
on.
of MIBR, map was map 1. That was Icebox Ascent.
Nova beat them, DRG, Trace. Yeah, I don't think they make playoffs, really. With how they play here. Dude, if they have another good map, then for sure, but they just don't. They only have the Lotus. Like, I would love to know that. Well, I would kind of love to know, and at the same time, I wouldn't love to know. Like, take Lotus out of the map pool. What's the actual like score line? Like, it would be devastating. The reason that like the reason that I flame Furia more than other teams, like out of every team in the world, is because I'm in for the process, right? I want to see what teams do week by week. But if week by week I can't see the improvement on any map, I can't even shoot them bail. There's nothing that I can say. Like we had GE. At least like GE 2024, at least I could see week by week. Like I don't think they were a great team, but at least I could see week by week improvement each time. I can see what they're working on. I just don't see. I don't get what they're working on. I don't know. I just don't think they're spending their time great. Were you nice? I was very nice to you guys, Emmy. Of course I was. Zeta started awful but started growing. They're another good example. Like Zeta, I only flamed them last year on Icebox because they didn't get better and better. But every other map, like you'll see, I didn't flame them at all. Like I'm just in for the improvement. And if teams don't improve, I don't get what they're doing in their week, basically. And I don't need much. I just want a little bit of improvement.
Tentar passar o dedo, mas o Havok na bala, levou a melhor. Havok! 4K maravilhoso! Muito miado, Madden. Pode cair cedo, Xenon, muita mira. Leva 2,
And then G2. Oh yeah, that could be nice.
I'm here with Fraud ahead of map 2, and I know we asked this before, but I gotta ask it since we hear Verno talking so much at the end of the rounds. How beneficial has it to be in having him on the team, and is it mid-round as well, or is he just pumping up the team and recapping at the end there?
No, he's not really like the recap kind of guy or hype kind of guy, even though he does get hype sometimes. He's really just tactically focused and focused on adaptions and micro plays within the mid-round. So I think he's a crucial pickup for our team because that was something that we were lacking when we made the IGL change. So having someone who is very proactive and giving us some really good stuff is huge for our team. And that's exactly what happened today, where we ended up losing a few rounds in a row because we weren't following some mid-round rotations, and we kind of, took advantage of some of those rounds and fixed it up. And Verno was really helpful and vocal in our turning the half around.
All right, thanks for the info. Good luck in the series.
Damn, dude.
All right, listen, I'm here with one of the goats of the game. What's up, Saucy? It's good to see you. I miss that
What's up, man?
beautiful
Good to see you
face in this studio. First of all, what are the stress levels at for you now that you're just watching these games, when you're watching the Brazilian teams, compared to when you were competing?
I mean, all the Brazilian teams right now are in a bad spot, right? So only MIBR is like safe.
Yeah,
just because of it. I mean, we have Aspas, now we got Verno, thank God NRG kicked to him, so we got him now. And we're playing actually a good Valorant, And the other teams, Loud need to get the shit together. I don't know. FURIA is like bad.
wait. Okay, hold on. We gotta go down the list. Since FURIA are playing, excuse me, what is General Manager Saucy fixing with FURIA? If you're stepping in right now, Coach Saucy, what are you telling them before this next map?
Oh, bro, I would change everything, honestly. Like for the next map, I don't know. It's like it's done. Honestly, I think it's done. But I would change the whole thing, like not the roster itself, but how they practice and how to play Valorant, because I don't think they're playing the actual, the true Valorant, So it's kind of weird to see them playing right now.
Got you. Okay. On the flip side, on the positive, happy note, MIBR, they are the torch bearers for Brazil right now. They're playing super well. What was your first reaction when they got Verno? Were you thinking that it was going to work?
I mean, I was actually scared because people were telling that he doesn't watch VODs. So I was like, what are we doing? And then I talked to Aspa, and he's like, no, Verto's pretty good. He's really smart. His mid round is perfect. So I think oh yeah, that's what Aspas need, like a guy that can play well as Aspas does, and gonna manage him through the mid round. So I think he's perfect for MIBR.
Gotcha. Do you think MIBR with Verno and then also the excellent performances from all the Brazilian challengers players that they brought up, do you think they have potential to beat G2? That they could get to that level?
They have the potential, yeah. It might be soon. I mean, we kind of we almost beat them, right? So the potential is there. It exists. So I think right now we just need to think that the goal is to qualify to Toronto first, get the experience to with the team to go to the international tournament. Baby steps. Just chill. Just wait a little bit.
Got you. Okay, and then I'll pivot to Loud, your old team. Your boy Pancata is still with them. What are you telling him to do? They have a match this weekend against EG, the last chance to get a win. What are you telling them to do? How do they get fixed?
Bro, sometimes I talk to Brian, and I told Brian, you are the only guy that in your team that knows more about Valorant than the other guys. So it makes sense that you got to do the IGL function, but please just get the win, just for the glory, just for the honor. You guys need the win, and then focus on the second split and try to get a spot to champions. That's it. That's their goal.
You think he's got the chops to be a good IGL? Because people were speculating about that, if he could fit into that role.
I mean, Brian doesn't have a choice, to be honest. Right now in Brazil, he's one of the guys that knows more about Valorant than any other Brazilian players. So it's time for him to be mature and realize, oh, I don't think there is anyone in Brazil right now that can do a better job than myself. So I think that's the mentality, the mindset for him.
Gotcha. Well, listen, I miss you. Thank you for joining us.
I miss
It's been
you.
a while. And enjoy co-streaming, man. And thank you for the insight on the scene. But we're going to head over to the second coach interview and then get right back.
Yeah, that was good though. Spork Juno, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
I do have you here before the second map of the series. How are you feeling about the team heading into Ascent, your map, and what were you discussing between maps there?
Pra esse
I said
mapa,
Brian,
eu acho
it's Pancada's
que é
name.
mapa que a gente tá tentando jogar pouco mais num modo padrão do mapa assim.
Cool
A MIBR
insight, yeah,
tem
he
uma
he
composição
flamed
um pouco mais
Fury a
padrão,
little bit,
e
but
a gente escolheu para jogar para eles
it's hard not to these days.
simplificar mais o jogo. E eu acho que
He's kind of saying what I'm saying
a
though,
gente precisa
though. Like they need to change their
acertar
prac stuff. I don't get what
como
they're
lidar com o
doing.
plano de jogo deles, pra gente não tomar tanto retake, igual a gente tomou nesse mapa, pós-plant, e conseguir desenvolver o mapa, porque passou na nossa mão vários rounds, mas a gente não conseguiu lidar com o que eles faziam.
Yeah, for this map, we try to play simple. You know, just do the patterns. Like they do it. They also play very simple. So we're trying to simplify this. And you know, we've talked about you know, how to actually get the map right, like the rounds, because we had the rounds a few times there and we let it slip. So just fix those and play simple.
All right, Pegu, thank you. Hope to see you map 3.
Okay, it's back to the basics for Furia to bring this one home. It is their map pick, a surprising
picked
one.
the wrong map.
Because we wanted to see them on Lotus. It's their best map. It's also arguably MIBR's worst map. So, yeah, taking us to Ascent, a map that they are currently 0-2 on. Question mark?
It is puzzling. They've
DJ Paisos, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 20 months.
Thank
you for the tier 1, mate. I appreciate your support, dude. Thanks for that.
You know, haven't had the best results yet. How do they turn this around, Emily? Let me put the pressure on you.
Good luck.
I have nothing to say.
Yeah, no, I've really been trying to rack my brain on how they could turn this around too, and I don't know if there's a way that they can, especially, like, did you see Icebox performing there in Icebox?
Yeah, they just got like 50 kills.
Yeah, like, I don't understand.
I don't know. No one has any belief.
I mean, Saucy's advice was just, they fundamentally don't play Valorant, apparently. Any other words of advice in this?
Maybe have fun.
Just have fun with
That's
it.
what you can do at this
Oh,
point.
that's when you know it's bad.
Try to have fun.
It is a have fun kind of game. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, just run around, try to get some kills, that kind of
Just
thing.
full
play
send.
loose,
A last map
I mean, that's what they do
potentially on the
anyway,
stage,
though.
You know, that's where all the fun will be had. After a short break, so don't go anywhere, as we're back with all the action in just a little bit.
Is this bullying? It's just, I think people are just, I don't know, man. It's hard to, again, it's so easy to be nice to teams when you can see improvement. When you can't see improvement, it's so hard. Dude, have we ever had a team like this? I'm trying to remember, like, you know, old school DFM 2023. Like, did they show improvement over the weeks?
So Icebox,
feel
unfortunately,
like they
haven't
did.
for Furia fans and for Furia themselves, but now we can turn our attention over to Ascend, and hopefully it will tell us a different story. There's a lot of conversation to be had around competition.
You feel like they didn't?
What they decide to put into this map. Dre, as we've seen the meta evolve on Ascend, we're talking about double Senti-Cons, we're talking about
really?
a little bit of everything. Are you expecting something interesting?
Well, the last time that MIBR played this map was against G2, and they just ran like the default comp. You know, the Cypher, KO, Sova.
KO Corp 2023. Yeah, but they got flamed heavy,
It kind of
bro.
did look like they got comped by G2. So I'm wondering if they changed anything here. And on the other end, I mean, Furia, they've been running like Teo Sova on here. I'm wondering if they're going to try to switch things up as well. I think the Yoru for them wasn't really getting as much value. It's, oh, and then here we go.
It wasn't that
here
bad,
is the
Bacon.
change from Furia. So no more Yoru, no more Tejo, but we're keeping the Vice. I kind of like Vice on this map now. I think it's really good in this current meta. The wall gets so much value. Those thorns are like infinite delay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the Vice on this map, and I think for the side of MIBR, it is old, tried, and true, the vanilla comp on Ascent. We'll see how it fares. MIBR starting on the defensive side for Furia. You've got to start hard. You've got to start hot. Excuse me. You've got to be able to win the pistol, and you've got to convert that into something. But that's especially tough, given that you're on the attacking side, and given that
Sassy?
you're
No,
playing
dude, he had good stuff. We should try it.
100%.
Wonder if he'd do
Especially
like
with
a
the way that
plat chat or
MIBR
something.
been playing fundamentally, where it kind of seems like their
MIBR
protocols
on
the defensive
defense,
side are
Furia
point,
on
and then
attack.
retakes were on point. On the last
What's
map,
that- what's their
they
comp?
went 8 out of 11 retakes stuck.
I mean, sure, it's just
success everywhere.
just the standard, but then you switch the Cypher Killjoy for
Up a little
Vice.
bit towards B.
So this does lack the info, so maybe they'll start using the wall over towards mid.
Cortezia, first to get a little bit of a challenge. Havoc tagged by
Lovely little kill
Trip,
trip.
and he's already dead.
Yeah, now there's a crossfire in this
Together,
backside
boys,
area.
together.
Oh, that hurts. That shock dart does not feel good. Aspas forced to sit back and watch on the other side of the door. As Furia finding a little bit of room and finding some value on the site. Prize falls. It's labored, but he falls. Now he's left alone in a 1v3. The flash was good, but it was not good enough. The
It's 3-0 for pistols, right? That's adding to it.
Doug, how does Prize not pick off Artsin right there?
Oh
Artsin
no,
was full run,
Babyface
goes
starting.
But the bullets just
Oh
couldn't
no,
connect from Prize.
Babyface had
Prize
enough,
the upper
man.
hand that entire
I'm worried
time.
for Furia. They're gonna get
I think a little
flamed,
bit of
dude.
Nerves settling in. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this should never happen when you have the advantage like that. Just
The Flames have him round one.
to be fair, the
Babyface had enough.
Looks like it's on, but the bullet's just not connecting.
Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Not the way you want to start if you're Furia.
No.
Now Shenum sitting in wine with a Vandal. The double flash set up here, but that dagger connects onto both.
And yeah, the knife tagging them. They should
What's
know
this
where
one?
a lot of hit is coming from. And
We buy the hero Jordy. Yeah.
Right.
You think Furia are having fun yet, Doug?
I don't. This doesn't look like they're
Do you
having
think they're having fun? I tell you what, though, at least I had an idea on this one. This wasn't too bad.
I mean, the desk was right, though. I mean,
It can be a lot better. Like,
could
you should
potentially be
probably
your last
KO
map
Pop Flash
of
before you
stage
want to do
one.
that, but
Well, surely you don't.
Why not go out and a bang, I guess?
Yeah, we just haven't seen the bang.
That was
the
tough.
hero shorty.
That was
Yeah,
tough.
but that means, chat. The reason that they're buying that though is like they got an idea of what they want to do though. Like that at least gives me a little bit of hope. Like they actually maybe had a set round. Well, not sure if it was like fully set for losing the pistol, but
Kind of juggle things around.
at least they had like an idea.
See what Aspas can do here in B main with this Marshall. See if he can get maybe a tag on the player. Have a fast trade coming through from Verno. This is the 1-2 punch.
They have the wall up here.
Ooh.
He's stuck on the other side of it. He's just takes some high ground. He's baiting him into the swing.
God,
Wall
look
goes
at these
down.
two.
Not relenting.
Please together. If you're guys, if you're gonna swing, I beg, show me some kind of team play. I like this from MIBR though. Whip it aggro over towards here, then get the camera to see if they recleared it.
From one of these players that
Then once they've kind of shot the camera, they're probably going to think there's only one
Have
holding.
to wait for any of their refreshable utility, or they're going to contact out. And guess what? I mean, the setup that MIBR have makes it to where if you try to contact out, you're going to have a hard time. But that said, of course, Havoc gets a kill into Aspas, and they have space.
Okay.
Want to keep track of Shenum right now on Catwalk. He's going to be able to get this flank in if he decides to go for it. See if he decides to go market instead.
Remember, he does have a Vandal, too.
Big firepower right there. Great flash.
Gonna get a little bit weird. They didn't take too much space, and the smoke just went and spawned.
Swinging on to the first, looking for the second.
Ivana
And he
did
does
incredible.
Shenum left in a 1v3.
Okay, not bad.
Furia get the first round.
Yeah, Furia
Dude,
dealt with that
weird,
pressure pretty well.
weird
I mean, not
backup
falling
setup
right
for
there. Also not
MIBR,
afraid
but
to kind of push
rounds
Aspas
around.
back and take that refight. That being said, that was Aspas with a Guardian. Now he's going to have an opportunity to upgrade his weaponry. A nice head-to-head right there from Havoc, getting the first blood. And something Furia did really well in the last map was get first bloods. I mean, they got 7. They just weren't able to convert.
Right.
They only won 2 out of the 7 rounds they got the first blood in. So you look at the other end of MIBR, every single first blood they got, I mean, converted into a round win for themselves, so.
Good flash. Oh, Shenum, this is bold, son. What a freak.
No
Oh, that flash is lovely.
This one's on the other side of the flash. Not finding
Their
the kill
confidence though. I didn't call for him to just duel this fight out. Nade goes in.
The thing is, everyone was still so blind that they didn't know he was in wine. They thought he was just peeking from main. So Khalil just drops.
Yeah, that paranoia must have hit all 5, and then the KO flash was good too.
Exactly.
Good to see the up, bro.
Good tag onto Aspas.
Yeah, good intuition from Havoc right there.
9 HP. Heat, a really nice swing. And MIBR choosing to rotate away.
Yeah, here comes that pivot. I mean, they need to go now, though. They can beat this rotation. There's 3 members still at A side. Everything is going to be left on Cortezia.
Nicely done to clear the trip out mid, too. apply a little bit of pressure. One more trip you're going to have to deal with on the site.
Yeah, it's been in the same spot almost every round. Great
Yeah,
punish
hold
from
up.
Heat.
They're in a pretty good situation at the moment.
30 seconds left.
But they're slowing down. You talked about how they needed to speed
As long
up
as they
rounds
get good
to try to
spacing on this swing here, they get a trade on
Walked
site.
out of the sky.
Where's the...
Cortezia trying to hold the line
It's all good, they
himself.
got the trade.
Falls. Now without doing a little bit of damage. A 2v2 Oshpa still
Dude,
with an
this spacing's criminal.
Shannon with 25 HP.
I need quit. Thank you so
window
much
to
for the
play
tier
in.
1, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. Thanks for the A-mums.
He's got a smoke.
Nobody beats Nos boss right now.
Strongest region? Yeah, it's between Americas and Pacific at the moment.
Right on cue.
Because like you got those mid team or like those mid high team tables that
Furia tie us up at 2.
can go on runs.
Good wide swing. The start of the round.
I still have no idea where to put EMEA at the moment.
Shenum, he probably could have gotten more than one right there.
But I feel like EMEA
It's
looks
kinda tough, though, when
okay,
people are
and then I
jumping
watch
around like
Pow
that
and
to
I'm like,
control
oh
the
man.
spray. You think of Shenum, you think of headshots. You don't think of spray
Not
downs,
good.
right? But this kill from Heat right here on a catwalk, I mean, both is what allowed Furia to have all that map control. And yeah, that Vice utility in the post plant, yeah, that flash doesn't hit, but that swing was more than enough for Furia to gather up a second round win. And this is kind of like the story that we saw in Icebox on their attack. Lose the
Yeah,
pistol.
we get the judge out.
Lose that
Dude,
eco
imagine
round
Furia
and
win
then
this round. It will be very similar to
gun rounds.
Icebox where we all get some hope.
Prologue is the same.
Oh.
And I guess this is the part of the story where the hero starts to best the villain, and it's a happily ever after ending. Havoc's already down. Shem's gonna get a lot of value off this paranoia.
Good shot.
The drone getting tagged first. Heat has found a window.
Oh, he's sending it.
Creeping out a tree. He's already gotten back sight. Shenum's lit up. and
Wait,
he's
we're
dead.
actually together.
Very nicely
Wait,
done.
this is nice.
And Cortezia is going to be on the slave flank, but by the time he arrives, Verno's not able to take any space, and now he's dead too.
Wait, that was actually nice.
Furia, it's looking good in terms of the
When did the
strategy and their
MIBR play
approach
this
right
map?
now on this attack side. That's 2 rounds in a row they've used the door smoke and had Heat lurk all the way up catwalk. Cortezia just trying to get any damage
Played it
he can right
against
now. Maybe try to
G2.
bust the economy of Furia. That's starting to build a little bit here.
Oh, I think he's going to go grab a better weapon.
Plus double
Save it
pistol,
into the
8
next.
rounds.
Oh, that's that operator.
That's a better weapon. Wow. Yeah.
It's a really nice run from Furia though.
Havoc in a 1v1
Like the actual timing of util, especially from the Sova, was great.
I would like to get a replay of that. That must have been an insane shot.
Yeah, I missed that.
Operator save.
The ult made sense. No, the ult made sense with the Vice sending it on
That
short.
might be rough for Furia in this future attack.
Well, yeah, I think that puts MIBR in an interesting spot here because.
Do you
that's
buy?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do you try to force up around it, or do you just put the game in your shooter's hands?
Maybe just a little bit of a light buy, I would assume. But yeah, so far Furia on this attack side, a lot of the success has been revolved around Heat. Getting these good lurk timings, finding the gap. No utility really on that catwalk because the
Okay,
Cypher
force
is
him down
playing
to Nico. Obviously, they got the hero gun saved.
All of the hit is towards
And
B.
Fury want to keep this one nice and simple with that.
Good call.
Oh, that's incredible from Verno.
I mean, the dart and then the chow into the cage.
Just no fear whatsoever.
So aggressive, so egregious, and now he's still playing on Khalil's TP backside. Is he going to be able to land the shot? Yes, he will.
Oh my god, he
Connects
did
onto two.
so
Damage has been
good.
dealt. No real opportunity to upgrade a weapon, though, and the op has arrived. But can it connect? There's so much on the shoulders of this operator right now. He's going to have to take space and connect on the shot, and he does. Rafa falls.
Ooh, that might have been a nice shot.
Trading back.
Ooh.
Artine upgrading a weapon. It's a clip run drive for prize. It all falls down into 1v1. Artine swinging forward. Trying to get the best of Heat. The flash connects. Time ticking away. I don't know that he's going to find a way
Yeah,
in.
he isn't running, dudes.
Wow.
Not sure about this one from
Beautifully
Hudson.
played. I don't know that there's a way for our team to do this. He's got to land the shots on Heat right now. And
Oh
he
my
can.
goodness.
I mean, even with the kill not coming through, the time is bought. The round is furious.
What a fight. What a fight. I mean,
Dude, the
really
server
good. They're
back-to-back rounds, by the way.
Neither one being able to connect right there, but Heat, again, having immense impact on this attack side with this Vice.
9-3 for him right now.
Yeah, he's playing great. Verno,
I mean, 4 targets lit up.
playing so far ahead, really aggressive, even this kill that he got back sight. But Heat in these moments, he's been very clutch. I mean, we saw Prize in the last round as well. Do really well towards that A site this time, getting 2 clutch kills to put Heat in a spot to close out that last round. And now MIBR on a timeout. So Furia, it looks like they still have some fight in them. They don't want to lose this series. They want to try to come out with a win in stage 1.
Just a couple seconds away right now as you see
The last play, no, it's a good, dude, it's a really good start for Furia.
Like a plan formulated.
Yeah, guys, this Heat players, he just keeps lurking up. We got to look for him, man. I'm wondering now if we're going to see a shift in setup from Cortesia.
Maybe. I do think, as you can see it on your screens right now, there are 5 ults up for the side of MIBR. So you know that's a massive part of the conversation here. Given that Aspas is going to have that up, given the 5 ults that they could play around, you imagine they're building a plan around that.
Yeah, for the side of Furia, you're going to have to try to bait some of those out. Maybe a tap of a spike, trying to get Verno's ultimate, that Hunter's Fury offline. Not get punished by it either. But the retake is going to be so strong.
Okay, a lot of
wherever they
ults
decide
now.
to use it.
A lot of ults. So Furia.
Found on Icebox. All right, we might have a game on our
Whoa.
hands here, folks.
Just pre-fired to oblivion. That's a free B site
Oh,
now.
that's
for
a free
Furia.
site. This is a big buy round.
Tasty on the other side of it. Remember, Verno has his ult, Artine has his ult. There's a lot of retake potential here, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, Verno's setting up right now to use that ultimate as well. That kill on Rafa from Artsin is huge.
It's gonna help.
Dude, look at
Taking a
Heat,
close
though.
eye on the minimap. Heat is going all the way back into their spawn, and he's gonna catch 2 asleep at the wheel. 2 kills found, and the retake attempt has been stuffed.
I mean, it just looks like Heat has had enough.
Dude.
Heat and Prize.
He's
the duo
everywhere.
Again. 3 back
Yeah,
to
no,
back
it
rounds,
is these two
securing
doing so much at
multi-kill
the
on
moment.
multi-kill.
I mean, obviously Havoc's first kill here was incredible. But
Heat's intuition on this attack
No, Heat's
side,
everywhere.
it just looks like he knows every single rotation that MIBR make. How has he crept all the way back there? And that pre-fire from Havoc, I mean, he didn't think that it was going to be a rifle there. Maybe trying to pre-fire Osboss with that operator. But he'll take it.
No one escapes my
Got a game on our hands, Doug. 5 rounds for Furia on attack ascent.
yeah,
That's
even this
huge.
is nice from Furia though.
Blades pop.
Everyone holding back just in case they're doing some kind of set
Havoc
fast
looking for a
strat.
Target from Cat, not gonna find one.
Furia get their ascend their loads is good. Yeah, they'll have 2 maps.
MIBR.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing about the flash.
Problem is,
Might be a
people
little
will catch
uneasy
on,
with
and then,
the-
well, I say people will
Utah,
catch
but
on.
Furia did
We had
throw
we had
smoke
Trace
into
that had
A
2
early
good
on
maps,
there,
and they
so-
managed to get top
Good
8 at
exchange.
Champs. So if teams don't ban properly against them,
They've also gotten through, so at this point they've gotten through one of KO's flashes and
they
the
might
paranoia
actually get
from
some wins.
And they've gotten all of B main control with that KO dagger being used. So right now, MIBR are kind of lost. They don't know what's going on. Furia have approached this round masterfully.
I think it's a combination of things. I think they're lost, but then also they don't. I mean, they're lacking some key utility for retake attempts.
Verno's going to have to come up huge with this Hunter's Fury. He does re-clear mid with the drone.
I can't believe he got out. I thought he was dead. Havoc's pacing, Havoc's timing is gorgeous.
My God, are they back?
Almost connects
30
onto the
seconds
third,
left.
but this is a different Furia from what we saw on Icebox.
They look so much more confident. Where was this? Maybe a little too confident now. Maybe playing a little bit too aggressive.
Couple of kills straight back. Remember, Aspa still has blades, if I'm not mistaken, but Verno up really far here. And the spike has been taken for a little while here. 3 down in hell.
Standing ahead.
Is it enough, though?
Khalil tag, he
Oh,
had
boy.
to stay alive. That's big up from Verno. Off of the flash, Aspas looks to get high ground. Again,
Oh,
you got
guys.
to flush them out from hell. They know exactly where they are.
Okay, it's all good.
Prize holds the line for Furia.
This guy's been saving him in a couple of rounds there. This got way
4
too
rounds
close
in a
though.
row for Prize. with that Phantom spray down. We might as well patent that for him. He keeps getting these collats with the Phantom. Yeah, he's so clean with it. And this isn't the first series that he's done this in, on this map specifically. I remember players lining up for him on Catwalk. He gets a 4K.
Force him down to Nico. Wait, they're actually wrecking them on this map. This guy can't stop getting entries.
There is nothing that MIBR have been able to do to stop this unrelenting aggression from happening.
Look at him go.
This was an eco, but that was clean.
Wait, they actually got good at another map.
Straight to the MIBR members and winning. It's something that was kind of working for them in the beginning of Icebox, but MIBR were able to adjust. This time, MIBR kind of lost.
Who are they?
They don't know how to handle this
No, but
aggression.
dude, this is what I mean. Even on the second rounds, like Lost Pistol, second rounds, like they had an idea for it. You could tell they actually did work. They got, like Bacon said, they got good rounds with their ults. Like you can see what they actually worked on.
The value he's been able to get on the openers it's insane.
He's gotten tons of first bloods. They see this one again. And just disrespecting the one-ways too, disrespecting the utility of MIBR. I mean, disgusting work. Right now, MIBR cannot control this aggressive style of Furia. And look at the change of pace. It felt like the last 2-3 rounds, Furia have just been running it down in one of the chokes. This time playing more methodically, working the map.
Aspas is going to be a challenge.
Oh.
Remember how good Havoc has been?
I will say Havoc is just
knows, that's why he
Havoc is just walking into areas, trying to duel everyone. My God, though, what?
Again.
Disgusting.
I mean,
Bro, this is what he was doing
guy?
to Oxy.
Now they have mid inserted. Verno's in trouble.
Oh my gosh. And he's going crazy as
Still a
well.
drone here
Havoc
too.
fans.
This is where Furia have been playing very well in the mid round on this attack side of Ascent. He's gonna drone from the corner. He's gonna get the info. Surely we clear Verno here.
This feels like a bait. Do they clear it? Do they check?
Yeah, they're on top of it.
And Verno gets this one, but you're triple faced. What are you gonna do there? The TP backs up from Shenum. Cortesi is here beside him. Side by side, shoulder by shoulder. One kill found. Make that 2 for the Sentinel. Artsine left in a 1v2.
There.
Rotating back towards B. He's gonna be a little late to the party. He's gonna have to solve it all on the fly.
Damn, bro. I mean, that first kill is
Havoc
just
starts the
insane.
round,
It's
he
a
finishes
pre-fire
it out.
again.
But it was that 1v1
But he's
against
so good
Ospas.
with his
You even saw
pre-aim.
from Ospas's POV, he was kind of feeling pressured. He was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't take this 1v1 against Havoc.
Wait, is it pre-fire?
Falls all the way
Actually,
back.
it just looks insanely
but
fast.
still gets eliminated. Oh, man.
Brother, what?
Yeah.
I just got like mad scientist vibes
He knows.
out of him. That was cynical.
Yeah, he knows.
That had a streak of evil in it. That's wild.
This might be the most amount of rounds Furia has gotten on a map that's not named Lotus.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Attack Ascent on top of it. This is such a defense-sided map. But right now, the setups from MIBR, maybe just a little bit too obvious for Furia. I mean, they haven't really moved around the Cypher utility whatsoever. He's just been kind of anchoring B the whole time. They've tried some aggression.
Oh, really?
towards
Really,
A
Bacon's
main,
one of them.
But the kills weren't really able to be converted. And it feels like MIBR are now playing a little bit scared, a little bit too passive. They're not even able to retake.
No, and if memory serves me right, that's the second time out.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of shows that they've been putting in work then.
Yeah, fraud.
They have loads of set stuff.
The rest of this map.
You have to if you want a chance to bring it back. 2 rounds is not enough.
Gosh, that timeline. Yikes.
Right? The difference is, Furia aren't allowing MIBR to play this retake style. Heat's aggressive lurk timings, he's been cutting off every rotation.
Dude,
whether
and
it's
now we're adding
rotate
in
to
a
A,
little
rotate to
fake.
B.
Dude, I don't even know that it's about not allowing them to retake. Big out from Aspas.
Okay, clears the info
Fire
though
with fire.
with the knife.
Finally, right?
But
Finally
the
shutting
rotate's
down
already in. If they can get this...
And then that happens.
Whoa.
Gosh, when that kid's on, he's on, man.
And they have a free B site just like that. Finally, we're going to see a 4-on-4 retake post plant. This might be the first one we've seen so
they got
far.
VINCERE. They're just going to wreck him.
Knife not going to tag anyone. Prize hidden among the logs.
Storm's activated.
Still 2 flashes from Rafa as well to set him up.
They're not even playing in one in main. They're all playing up.
Just so much delay.
Yeah, but they dodged some of that utility. Aspas instantly dropped as soon as he tries finding a way
I don't
out.
like that my server's playing here, but...
This is so labored. Shenum and Verno trying to approach us from different angles. As Shenum was 1v1ing against Prize, able to win that out, and now they're able to play a little bit more aggressively here. Khalil's 9 HP will fall as Shenum gets
like
4.
that. Time though?
Uh-oh. I don't think there's enough time
Yeah,
here. That's going to
close.
be really close, but I don't know if
Nice,
there's enough.
dudes.
Nice shots from Shenum, but the disruption on that post plant from Furia, the crossfires they had
There's
on
definitely
site, the
like
timing
shots that are
peaks.
making it a
They're
little bit
playing so
easier, like have a
confident right
key.
now, Doug.
Prize are
Where
hitting
was this Furia
incredible
before?
shots. But dude, you can actually see the work that they put into this map. Whoa. What the?
Yeah.
Nasty, but
Jesus,
it doesn't
nasty shot.
matter. Khalil said that Furia have a hard time translating good practice into game day. And it kind of looked like that was going to be the case on that first map. But right now,
Yeah, but you can actually see,
they are
well,
playing to
they
a
still
high
play
standard, a
insanely
different level.
contact heavy,
We've never seen a
but
Furia play like this.
at least they have set stuff with wards.
Aspas crept into wine again.
Paranoia going to buy a little space.
Yeah, you're not wrong by the way,
How long
Bacon.
does he stay here? And do they have anything to clear him out? Prize has his
Last
drone,
round probably messed stuff up though.
but you imagine
but-
that gets cleared by our team.
It's a walk up. I don't know. I don't think they know. Oh, Aspas could do some dirty work right here.
Yeah, but there needs to be something to let them know that that's where the hit is coming from. Our team's going to dive, and there was too many there.
Seeing Aspas get overwhelmed like this is truly a sight to see.
Well, I mean, he was faced by 4.
But he's that guy. He's the one that is okay with that. I mean, he gets multi-kills. And now, how do you break through this on the retake? It's a 3v5. There's still so much utility on the side of Heat and Prize.
Cortezia is a sheriff.
You're cooked. This is cooked. That timeout did nothing, Doug.
This
Problem
is
that they're gonna
cooked.
have to solve. Havoc's 2 HP, not enough to stand against the test of Cortezia. But still plenty of work to be done. Rafa just waiting for any swing into his crosshair. Spots ahead, Shenum and Verno. Side by side, get a couple kills. Prize.
How many times is this guy gonna 1v2?
Finally able to upgrade a weapon. The
Huge
time
shot.
is low. I
Well,
don't
no
know
one
that
in
there's
you.
a shot for Cortezia to do this anyway. Even was getting the kill
Ah,
through.
you
and he
get
can't
the
even
shot
get
as well. They
back.
got 10 on attack.
A dominant half for Furia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we
The
have a
deadest
game
fish
on
with the
our
prime. Thank you,
hands.
the 4 months.
That we do.
What is this?
Yeah, they just-
Surely this goes map 3, Doug. Surely.
I mean, it's
10-2
going.
on the attack side against MIBR.
It's going map 3.
Yeah, this was a really impressive performance from the defense.
And it wasn't just, you know, yeah, there was a lot of flashy kills, sure. But it was strategy too. I mean, they outplayed MIBR in every facet.
They look like a different team, and I
Great
suppose this is the
IGL
thing, mate.
on
Like,
the side of Fury on this attack
we've only
side.
seen this Furia on
Break
Lotus
in the second
before.
half of Ascent. Right
But
after
it's
this.
cool that we actually get to see it on another map. Like, you can actually see that the time went into this. Makes it feel a lot better. Yeah, ball this? Nah, I think they'll be okay. Third map split. I mean, they can do this on other maps though. So there's that. This is a little bit over exaggerated just because of shots. You maybe like -3 off this, but there's so many good all rounds that actually got them this spot as well. Crazy to see what a difference a map makes. Yeah. But this is what we always try and talk about, whether we're on like Placha, whether we're just talking here. Is like you should pretty much view every team in like 7 segments of maps.
MIBR because, well, it's MIBR and they're playing against FURIA, but lo and behold, you could not be more wrong. Heat, Havoc, and Prize got in on it a little bit, but they put up an insanely competitive. I mean, that's probably the best half of VALORANT we've maybe ever seen from them.
Yeah, 100%, and it's not on Lotus, which is even more impressive. It's on Ascent, where they got absolutely destroyed by Leviathan. What a bounce back for this squad. It just looks like they were so much more confident, but they were actually playing to their advantages as well. And that was the difference. On Icebox, they had a lot of first bloods. It was 9-7, yeah, in favor of MIBR, but still, the conversions on those first bloods is what was lacking for the side of FURIA. And this time on their attack, they
should be able
cleaned
to
it up.
be decent at most maps. That's true to an extent.
What a
I would say that a lot of these maps play pretty
See
different in
what Havoc can cook
Valorant.
up here on this defensive side. He's running into 3.
Bro gets so many first kills.
Disgust.
On to Aspas too.
Oh, crazy trade from Verno. Maybe a little bit of luck on that one. Kind of changes things a lot now for the side of MIBR. Evening numbers like that on the attacking side tends to put you in favor. It is Vice utility here at B, but that B wall is so far back. Might be able to separate some members. See how far MIBR
Does the
decided to
game plan
contact
here
them.
from
Let's
FURIA
see
make
this
sense as
wall.
well? Just knowing that they're going to try find the wall over towards middle. And they wanted to punish it early with numbers.
Surely you go for this.
They've got to win this fight. They've got to win the fight out of market, and they've got to win the fight to spawn. Rafa not taking any damage. Very well done. Keeping the attempt at a retake relatively high as far as possibility. Our team down to 40 HP. FURIA are waiting for the second round of utilities to be able to try to get through. That knife tagging onto the first Shannon, waiting for the first swing. Paranoia connecting. That's going to buy a little bit of time, but they aren't taking the window that's been afforded to them. A second flash they have to deal with main. It's Layberg.
How is he winning that?
Still gets a kill. Shannon now falls.
That's sick. Good time so low. They need to speed up so much.
Inches closer and closer, but MIBR desperately needed pistol to
Dude,
keep
double
this thing
pistol.
competitive.
It all came down to that window of opportunity with that paranoia onto Shenum. The fact that FURIA weren't jumping on that instantly.
Yep.
That paranoia that comes out from Shenum is able to delay for just long enough for the other members to get activated and online. And I was so curious in this moment why Rafa didn't decide to pop flash through that smoke and help Heat out. That was 100% the play.
Nice! Let's go.
Those players in boat would have surely gotten flashed, and Heat probably continues to dominate this map, and now all of a sudden MIBR have a chance.
Havoc with a Marshall. He's tucked
Yeah,
in.
they had a sad little play for this as well. That they have rounds. They have strats for if they lose pistol. And I know that's like a normal thing that most teams should have, but I'm telling you, FURIA haven't had this.
Havoc not connecting on the spam. Now what do FURIA do here?
In the past, they've tried to die to the spike. It looks like Havoc, he was trying to get some use out of that Marshall. He takes armor off of Shenum, but it's not going to be enough, and it's a decent investment from the side of FURIA, to be honest.
MIBR for sure thought
We'll
they
get
were
some
picking
value out of
lows,
that
like we all did.
Sheriff buy, but they're going to have light armor, Heat and Havoc in the following round. And that's kind of scary because when you look at the side of MIBR, you have Verno and Aspas sitting on a Phantom. That's a one-shot headshot on the entry.
Yeah, again, it's the same FPX buy from the previous map.
That can be a big difference maker, seriously, especially because Heat and Havoc have been the ones kind of at the forefront taking a lot of the first engagements. These Phantoms from the side of MIBR might punish FURIA on this bonus. Such a nice shot here, too. Yeah. Pixel.
If they can find a way to quiet Heat and Havoc, they have a shot at getting back into this, but they've been so good.
Let's see, first buy round on defense.
I mean, that's much easier said than done. Does the
I
utility
mean, they
clear
got
out
wall
line.
to play.
Aspas on the cross,
Oh,
not
back
fully committing
with.
onto the dash. Not yet, anyway.
Oh, dude,
Now
Aspas,
out.
you're gonna have to do a lot, mate.
They've got a lot of
You're
space.
pretty much on site for like the next
Here
5
goes by.
seconds
You
on
were
your own.
talking about the lighter armor, excuse me. Havoc is the first of all. Khalil will join him. He does too.
Ooh.
Oh, this has all the smells, all
Okay,
the makings
something that
of
was
a
really
bonus.
nice here is just like Shenum and them having a good idea that especially as they've seen the fawns, they probably know there's a good likelihood that the wall is here, even if they haven't heard it. With dash up with the updraft and at the same time we're Omen TPing into the corner. They actually managed to, in a world where normally the wall would like isolate one, they managed to get 3 over towards site, right? TP into, so you can see them talk about it now. TP over towards the corner. Got a KO triggering the wall and we have updraft tender.
That Furia had, and
that was nice from
look again,
MIBR.
I mean, it's still scrappy buys right now. Furia are getting snowballed right now, and they just need to settle. They still have timeouts in play. They have 2.
Yeah, it is early in the half, but
you got to stop this momentum. That's such a bad round to lose. You're within 5 now. And this round surely goes the way of MIBR.
there has been a turn of the tides. All members of MIBR here. You got a little bit of defense. It's just not enough to really fight back. They know where Heat is. Aspas will fall. But you imagine it's just a matter of time. There's no way that he can withhold and withstand the aggression and the pressure his way. And so now Rafa and Khalil with their 2 stingers are left trying to retake this somehow.
They know Khalil is here as well.
Yeah.
Omen TP
Hey, it's just stingers. It's not like they want to hold on to them.
Get some damage done, but still spammed out. Problem is, the economy is still not looking too good for the side of Furia. I don't even know if Havoc will be able to buy up an operator in this next round. I feel like it's so crucial to have your duelist have an op on this map on the defensive side. You can isolate so many of these lanes, get first bloods, especially with the way that we've seen Havoc play so far.
Yep.
Hitting a lot of those first shots.
Do they time out?
It almost feels like it would be a miss.
Okay,
if
they
didn't
time
play
out.
around that, and that is what they'll
Okay, he
do.
does
Light
have
armor.
enough.
They
light
time
armor
out,
enough
they
for
get
Havoc
op
and
out
timeout for
here.
Furia.
Yeah, I think this timeout is perfect right now. You have a good opportunity to
Needs
set
to-
yourself up.
Because
Close
they're in
this
an
map
incredible
out.
spot still. They need to just relax.
Make sure everyone's settled.
Like,
This
it's
isn't even a strategic timeout by any means. This is just, hey, let's settle.
I do think the
calm
wall
nerves a
over
little bit.
towards. I do
We
think there's one
amassed a
thing that
great lead on our
teams that are
attacking
playing
side.
Vice at the moment
Yeah,
on
they
this
won
map
4
are
in a
just
row.
like lacking.
It's
Is
okay.
just
We can still do this.
everyone uses the
More of a
wall to
spiritual
like
timeout than anything,
isolate one. And honestly, if you're looking at MIBR, the fact that they managed to wall was here and they still got 3 on site. Still think just the wall over towards middle so you can actually have like 3-2 on site is so strong.
I mean, there's
I really think the
there's a little
teams
for
that
them to
use the
reckon with,
Vice at the
That's
moment,
actually very interesting.
apart from
The attack
C9,
operator. I mean, Aspas is known to
don't
do this.
use
He did
that
this
wall
a
at middle
ton
enough.
on Leviathan when he was on that roster. You remember seeing all those clips of him at Champs, walking up mid specifically with that op. He's not afraid to take
But
those fights.
I think because they have the
deep
op
into
here,
your
they'll probably
spawn or
keep
deep into
the
B
kill walls
market.
over towards the side, and they'll probably
Obviously, he'll
just
get
try
some
cover up
utility to
middle
set
with an
himself
op.
up to do so.
Right.
Oh no, I like
But
this.
let's
They
see
actually
how
did
Havoc
the wall at
decides to
middle.
play around that, or if he's the one that
This is good.
decides to take the 1v1.
I do prefer the more passive one, but
we were
it still
hoping
gives
for
them
an
info
optimal,
so they can play the
even the tail of
3-2,
the
so
tape
we'll
that
be
we
happy
just
with
went
this.
through, but it seems
It's a good
like-
change up from Fury.
Yeah, it seems like Havoc is going to be playing A. So we will not see that exchange early on. But
It's a shame
again,
they had to
all
call a
eyes still
timeout for it
figuring out
because they're probably
how do
mid
they find
default now, but
success
still
on
very
this
hard to
attack op?
default against the op over towards her. And Havoc's maybe waiting for the knife over towards short before he faces.
Wait, they are
Yeah,
gonna peek this. They're gonna
Recon
peek
maybe
this. He's
heard
on
the
the
knife and
outside
now
of
he
it.
can
No,
peek
don't go
shot.
back to that.
Yeah,
Aspas hitting the shot onto Havoc.
I get the
There's
idea
just
though.
no need for you to be jump spotting that in that moment. I say that as Prize evens the score in B main. Usually this prompts a speed up onto A site because the Senti is down.
Not getting a little value. That drone is going to provide some problems.
Still nice though, right? They don't have to worry about middle yet because of this.
Drive through that, nicely done, and there's the attack side up again.
It's just reigning supreme. He's holding all the angles for his team as they
Good
walk
luck,
up.
mate.
Yeah, quick lance to the money for Furia too. It doesn't get any better in the next round. Khalil has to find a lot of value.
And they know he's here.
Confirmed now by Shenum's peak.
He's just trying to buy time for Heat. The Heat is taking way too long. The round's over.
Yeah.
Save.
Or do you double down and give another gun away?
I mean, yeah, Bacon, I'm expecting them to
Getting
have
out
it
of
just
hand
because the
right now.
coach is
Furia
right.
have lost the plot. And MIBR right now, they know that the operator's on Cat. That's why 2 players are aimed and trained on that angle. Prize gets taken out.
You know, part of the criticism I've had for Furia throughout the year is how often it feels like their fights are heavily forced. And I mean, you see why just on this
I mean,
map.
this was just
Because
that.
when
If
they're
Havoc
on,
doesn't give him a
it's
kill
insane,
early,
right? Like they're shooting like crazy, and you
then
look
I felt like
they
this
can
setup
best
would work
anybody. In a
well.
lot of ways, they've repeatedly bested one of the best to ever play the game. But when they're
pick it up, you can't save it. No, there's another up here. That's my up. Yeah, no, I went up.
yeah.
But then there are times where they force it in situations like this, and
They
it's
get
not
shut
changing.
down.
Yeah.
Shut down. My ult is ready.
There's help on the other side. That's another really good example of that. Prize forcing the hand a little bit too much. Cortesia had his back.
I know exactly where you are.
And again, there was a weird investment here. Khalil is the sheriff, but they bought up around it.
It's just so awkward. I mean, that lost bonus money does add up.
Yeah.
And they should have a buy, but
Yeah, they got to buy that
I'm
fine.
still just question marks around my head about that peak from Havoc, that late peak catwalk.
He's still thinking
I
about
guess
the
not
last round.
expecting the attack side operator, which does make sense, but still. I mean, your KO was already there making noise. And now you're
Baby
just
Bay's
driving in.
thinking about the last round, man. Could have that mental reset.
Gotta get over the pass, though. Post plant. Should be fortified.
That's
I mean, I see
funny.
that, but Verno is very far away.
Just making sure there's no one going to be on the late flank. Remember, it's a guardian and a sheriff, and the sheriff gets the kill.
Vice ult committed. We're going for it.
Time is short, though. And you were mentioning how Verno was so far away. I think he's still got a gun. He does. Waiting for the weaponry to join him. Opts to go for the utility.
Double bounce?
Chooses not to
Oh,
do it.
chill,
Now he's
chill.
locked in 1v2. He's been good. But time is so short. And they invested, again, they invested that
Close,
Vice
though.
ult. They're not going to carry a gun into the next
Yeah,
round.
let's see the
MIBR
big buy
are going to
rounds.
get to 8.
And this time they're going to be
This is
on
why
top
you
of the
cannot
attack op.
give confidence to teams like MIBR. They're at a different level. They have experienced players.
Wait, did no
that
one
are able
save
to
enough
bring
money
it
for
back
his
the
op?
rest of the squad.
Ooh.
We're within 2 rounds
And they're just
now.
gonna do-
After a 10-2 attacking half.
They're
from
just having
Furia.
aggro this round, but you do it again now.
There's just no way. Even in that 2v2 that was played, Khalil had an Omen smoke. Didn't even decide to use it on the spike to try to bait out half.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
Again, pace Forte.
I like when Baby Big gets like this, man. It's funny.
Khalil, the only one in the vicinity.
Get out of my way.
Shut down.
And oftentimes getting punished here too, playing up close.
Aspas popped his blades.
I mean, Khalil's stuck.
Dashing into the smoke,
Oh,
waiting for the second bit of
he is
utility.
in
Out.
trouble, though.
Fade away from Aspas.
Of course he
As he's looking
does.
for the second.
Lucky to be
Warning
alive,
shots
Aspas here.
onto Havoc. A threat, and he's
Whoa,
going to try to
whoa, whoa, whoa,
respond.
fast,
So
fast.
aggressive, and he gets 2!
Down A.
Relentless in his approach, and rewarded for it. They cannot let this one slip.
No,
This would be
guys, not like
heartbreak. This
this.
would be disaster. It was a 4v2.
Oh my goodness, this guy
crisis
is the
averted.
actual
Furia gets
savior
11.
right now.
I mean, it came down
the
to the
savior of
wire, though.
Ascent.
They had full advantage, 4v2 like you stated. And it comes down to a 1v1. Rafa with some really good utility to set up Havoc's Flood here. But yeah, Khalil, he's been getting
That is a
punished here at
lovely
this A
flash
site. He's
though.
playing way too up close. I mean, in previous rounds, getting hit by daggers. This time, he's just stuck there from the
All
drone.
of the KO utils nice and
And of
round.
course, Prize getting a spray down with the Phantom again. But it's not comfortable for Furia.
Oh, what
Maybe
is
a
this
bit of
one?
a
Little
sigh of relief,
set.
though, but
Omen
aggression
flash.
here.
Oh, a cheeky little tiles crunch.
Oi!
Havoc looking for the third and will find it. Furia knocking on the door of map point.
Oh, he went too early.
And they've red shed him. They've red Artsy.
Ah, nicely done.
They red MIBR
4?
that round.
Surely.
That one round giving enough confidence for Furia to run it down, W key, and get to match point. It was a long time coming, Doug, but they've made it. That second shot was ridiculous.
Yeah, this is sick.
He was flat. Oh.
Oh my.
Verno just no chance.
So fast.
Some pretty things out here from the side of Furia, but now it's going to be full B approach from MIBR. An operator meeting them here. Dash procced early on.
Waiting for the threat. Havoc has no way to
Havoc,
get
mate,
out.
you're in so much
He's stuck
trouble.
here, and now they know where he is. They're going to hunt him down, and they're going to clean him up.
Not much you
Off
can
the
do
board
there.
now as they turn their attention towards B, the paranoia back sight. And Verno knows where he is. He's trying to connect onto him. It's a little labored, but it will.
It's okay. It's okay.
fall
And they got a
through.
lot of
Now
money.
5v3 for the
So good.
attack. Rafa's still
They
playing
can
on
only
the
see
other
the
side of the
save here. It
map.
doesn't even matter about
You go
anything
for a
else.
save here. I mean, if
Ham Sandwich Rink with a tier 1, bro.
get a
We
pick
should
on
have
the
60
MIBR,
maps.
maybe you can go
You
for
can
it,
play
but
2 maps now?
the
Yeah, yeah.
discipline
They
right
added
now,
another one. They doubled the maps.
Not allowing any mistakes to falter through. Yeah, that attack onto Havoc, he got completely overwhelmed. A good use of the KO ultimate from Artscene. And that Molly Sova ult back sight. There's only one spot Prize could be in that moment. Completely cleared out. A much needed answer back after some crazy aggressive plays from Furia.
Oh.
I mean, all damage is good right now. Look at the economy from MIBR. It's not pretty. I mean, I think he hears that jump.
Yeah.
I wonder if Rafa's going to go for this.
I think he will.
He should. He should.
Big nade.
That's going to hurt. Yeah.
Oh my god,
One
those
down. Will our team survive? I think he will, yeah. So they get one gun out. Should be enough to buy back up, though. There was not enough damage
3
at the
chances.
end. But you're right. On the long enough timeline, given the fact that they're trying to play for OT, that does matter.
Yeah, often in times like this, if you're able to get, I mean, 3-4 guns out, the attacking side is only able to buy up light armor and bulldogs and stuff of that sort. But the fact that MIBR are able to
get
get
the
away with
Odin
3 of those
out. Damn,
buckets
this
is
guy's
good.
really
Here
feeling
comes the
it.
V-rush again, back-to-back rounds.
It's an Odin for prize, too. And look where
Choke
he's
goes in
posted
at the
up.
beginning. He's trying to master the chip damage.
Flash popping through. They've got the wall on the other side. Aspas getting across.
Look
right
at this
into
guy
the
go.
Odin.
Oh my
Connecting onto the
goodness.
second.
The Odin god.
Only 3 left now. Again, Furia so close.
Go and spam him.
The wall keeping them at bay.
I did so much damage
It's
to
all on
him.
Artscene Cortesia now. Can they keep this thing alive? Or
Damn,
split
bro.
on the cards? Prize with 3.
Yeah, a beast map as
Cortesia,
well.
a man left alone. A 1v3 attempt to keep Ascent in play, and I don't know how he pulls this one off.
I mean, we've got Raid Boss back at sight in the best Odin angle. It's done.
Instantly deleting everyone on his screen. Let's see if Cortesia is next on the list.
Really
And he is.
nice. Whoa. Okay, now we see why they pick Ascent.
From MIBR.
They got 2 good maps.
That is
Some rough stuff from MIBR for sure. Like they were a little bit overconfident, especially if you look like right at the beginning, 3rd round, like Aspas playing over towards B main when he didn't have his dash procced. Well, he didn't have his dash up at all. But then it actually turned out that they were pretty good at the map with Havoc getting a lot of early picks. But they had good ult rounds as well. Like they actually practiced, and you could see what they practiced.
Is what really shined
And
for me,
dude,
though,
that's
from
all
this
we've been
squad,
asking
because
for.
It wasn't just all the heat and Havoc show. Yes, the entries help, but it's the way that you close out the round. Something that they couldn't do on Icebox. And now going into Split, when you have momentum, when you have an opportunity to win your first game of the season.
Imagine if their split is good. You think they're gonna triple the maps?
I think that goes a long way.
Think they're gonna triple their
MIBR,
maps in
no
1 week?
slouches on Split though. I mean, who knows what kind of composition they're going to bring.
They
You remember
might.
earlier this year they were running the double duelist comp.
When did they
And
last
so
play this?
if-
Let's have a
if that is
have a
what
look.
they decide to go with or change it around, we might have fire against fire. And given how Havoc and Heat and Prize were shooting on Ascent, we might be in for a good time.
They played
Time 1-1,
Lev.
Split to decide it all. We'll see you guys soon.
Wait, ages ago in kickoff. Wait, they might be right at this moment. Okay, let me upload the VOD. Where on earth was I uploading it? Got distracted. favorite Scar band? I know a couple of Real Big Fish songs. That's about it. I mean, that's all I can bring to the table. The specials, they had some bangers. They're old school though. Stage 1 map 2 ascent. Okay, back in a little bit, chat.
Tentar passar o dedo, mas o Havok na bala, levou a melhor. Havok! 4K maravilhoso!
Muito miado, Madden. Pode cair cedo. Xenon, muita mira. Leva 2. 4 kills pro Xenon.
Welcome back, everyone. Right, so the picking ascent and how we laughed. And who's laughing now?
You could get Furious more fresh bananas, honestly. Those are on the verge of being perfect for banana bread, though. Really.
Yeah, pancakes.
Yeah,
I use that for my kid when they're a little bit.
Well, yeah, when it's like a little
sweet.
Yeah, that sweetness
replaces the sugar.
Yeah, but also Furia won somehow.
Which is also sweet.
To pivot from
somehow.
bananas.
They had a sweet run on ascent.
That was bananas.
They threw us like a banana-esque curve there in as well.
What's the funny old school like callback?
Great.
Yeah, that ascent was BANANAS.
Can we get this guy out of here? Where's Emily?
He's about to do the choreo as well.
My bad, chat.
Oh my god. But also, Furia won, you guys.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was crazy.
It's actually quite nice to see that Furia was able to get a good victory here on the set, though, jokes aside. Because if you're actually looking at how MIBR played it, I mean, they played the bench comp. Everything that we already know how the comp is being played. So, they're not being pressured by too many of this Tejo, Wele, whatever compositions that teams are coming out right now that could turn this composition for a loop. So I think it just makes it easier for Furia to actually call a very good attack side because you're just calling the most easiest thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I might be coping as an MIBR fan, but I think there's a possibility that they're saving strats for playoffs and are hiding what they're gonna run.
That's the narrative you're gonna run.
Insane levels of code, potentially. I mean, also they got 13 first kills and still ended up losing the map because on account of what we were just watching, it's just Furia on attack side dominating. And when you go up by 10-2 on ascent, especially when you're running traditional comps, the map is traditionally defense-sided. It was really only a matter of time until they got over the finish line. Like, they had done enough, and we're playing Valorant. Eventually, they're going to get ults, and they're going to win around.
10-2,
yeah, like, it's over. It is genuinely over. It would have been a Herculean effort for MIBR to come back. So
it's getting there. It was like 8 rounds in one attack at some point, too.
It looked like the fraudulent comeback. We love those absolute
got to the exact threshold of a comeback where you can then start actually taking it seriously. And then lost. So,
well, much of that due to individual moments, though, because quite frankly, Furia, like even that first half, like they had good strats, the calling was great and everything, but it's also just like individuals popping off like there's no tomorrow. Heat was such an example in that first half. Absolutely phenomenal performance, putting up big numbers.
Yeah, it was crazy. At one point, he was like 15-5, 16-5, something like that on the attack side. Pretty wild. He had a fantastic half. He was the player that we were looking at when this Furia team was formed at the beginning of this year. It's like, damn, that's an injection of talent in a Furia team that desperately needed it. And, well, you know, on display here.
I think that's super important, too, to see how his timings are really good on the attack side. And when I talk about timings, it's not necessarily just on lurks.
Look at that happiness.
I know.
Look at that joy that he's been
$1 million smile. Not worth 200 credits as a player that I picked up. Worth $1 million with those smiles. But jokes aside, again, Heat finding great timings on the attack side, not only on his lurk capabilities. I think there were rounds of just finding timings of when he should push with his team, when he should be lurking, when he should be going in for for like the util right after on the post plant. Like he's been very pivotal in those moments. But I think Havoc also deserves a shout. He did a great job here on both the attack and defense. And you saw that pistol round, for example, just coming in with the Sheriff alone, about to go out through a smoke against 3 guys on middle, still gets a pop, is able to dash away. So again, we just talked about it when we were going into this game. You kind of needed like both of those players to really try to elevate the whole team overall. So yeah, they were definitely the fraggers, and the rest had good util to support around them.
Yeah, on the other side, though,
Prize was kind of a multi-kill phenom. Too. I'm going to throw that out there. But.
I want to pick your brains there, though, on the other side, because MIBR, this is a uncharacteristic quiet game from a lot of individuals. What happened there? Where did it all go wrong?
I'm gonna keep coping.
I don't know.
If they play
I don't know.
in playoffs, okay, I truly believe that at the moment, obviously this is a lot of work that I'm about to just throw on all the teams, but I'm gonna do it, which is that, listen, if you're playing Ascent in this current meta, if someone picks it into you and you get to start on defense, if you have the Vice deadlock in your pocket, you're up a free like 10-2 half minimum on defense if you have that double senti ready to go. So I was kind of surprised to not see that and not see even just the Vice. Regardless of that, I'm gonna still cope. I think they were saving it, running a comp with Ospas on Waylay like they did on, he's been playing that on Pearl. They're saving it for the playoffs. Yeah. When we get there, if someone picks a Sand against them, all of a sudden, the 2002 old comp,
I still don't believe it now.
Out the window.
I think even Ospas is just mentioning it. He knows that Waylay has a very good kit, but it is not going to be an agent that he actually wants to play. That said, though, I just feel that MIBR just felt like they still had good control of their defensive half of what they could do because they're running the bench comp. But when it was the 10th round that we had a timeout call here coming in from Fraud and they finally found some sort of answer, then that means like, okay, well, we are figuring out how our opponents play, but it's okay if we lose this map.
Well, we now know that FURIA can play Ascent to a good degree as well. So
looking forward to Split 2.
Lotus, that's right. You know, it's all about the future. You can't stop looking back. It's not about that. Also, I want to just see more of those individual players, and we also get to hear more about some of those individual players because we got a moment together with Furia's Havoc to get to know him a little better and the story behind his ink. Check it out.
Minha tatuagem é um anjo aqui. Eu sinto que ele é um anjo que me protege. Eu também tenho um anjo aqui em cima que é mais um anjo mãe, que eu sinto que ele me protege também, é mais a mitologia. E aqui em cima é meio que um coliseu onde os anjos ficavam na mitologia antiga. E aqui é só um passarinho e é só isso.
Some good ink. How come that almost every single Brazilian player has ink? Like all of?
Yeah, I don't know. They just
is
all have
anyone
crazy
uninked?
aura, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm uninked.
Maybe Court.
Oh, you're
jealous.
pure. You're just
Maybe
like
Shannon.
a plain
I wouldn't go that far.
Fine. And on that note, not try to get out of that one.
On that note, where's
We're heading
Emily?
into the
And
purest of all
Peter's out
commercial
here.
breaks, and when we're coming back, things are gonna get muddy on our last map. You don't want to miss it.
Split to decide who wins this series. It was a really good map from Furia and map 2, and I think honestly a surprise to a lot of people, but man, they showed why they were so aggressive. They were able to rely on their shooters and they took us the distance. I'm Doug, with me is Dre. We got to talk about comps for Split. We've seen a lot of different iterations for both of these teams, and I think even for MIBR, a different look from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they ran Cypher Astra last time around, this time on the double controller, so just trying to have a bit of a new look. I don't know if I like it that much, honestly. I really like seeing Cortesia on that Cypher. I feel like he gets so much value with that aggressive lurk timings, and on the other end, it's a near mirror, but this time it's a Yoru from the side of Havoc. And completely new comps on both
I mean,
sides.
their comps,
we haven't seen Havoc
their comp's
do
nice.
a ton of Yoru. I mean, he played
Played on Ascent last time against Leviathan.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, when you think of Havoc, I don't know about you. I don't think of Yoru.
I think of Jet.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can get anything going. I probably much would have rather him be on the Jet on this map as well,
VOD.
considering the performance that he had on that last map. Let's see if he still has
it
confidence
dies in,
on the
what,
Yoru
59
going
minutes?
up against Osbos on that Jet.
We'll chance it.
Again, Havoc, we talked
Prodigy, let's
a
see
lot
what
about him,
happens.
but Heat 2 was just insane for Furia, excuse me, on that last map. So
Up for a fast
again,
one.
a need to replicate
Okay,
a lot of
Fury
that
on
success.
defense, MIBR on attack, and we have
They're gonna be on the defensive
Raid
side.
Boss for
Havoc moving
MIBR.
towards B,
At the
that's
moment,
where
the
a lot of
pistols are
presence of
incredibly
MIBR is.
stacked.
Mid control for MIBR, a reclear of all that A space and nothing heard. Here comes the speed up, Osbos.
Oh, Aspas.
Already
Tunnel
tagged
visioning
up,
on the
and Havoc
sound
gets
a
the
little
best of him
bit.
once more, picking up right where he left off.
Still only 2 on site, like he has to do something.
Attackers
Oh,
to
boy.
freeze, but Verno somehow gets that pick onto Heat, Doug.
Nicely done by Havoc to get out of
Oh,
there. To
what
play his
happened
life.
there?
Verno traded back. Really nice timing on the flank there from Shenum, though, but flanked out.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, it's just chaos everywhere, trade upon trade.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's is that every
I mean, it's
pistol
nicely
for
done from
MIBR?
quarters here.
Yeah.
I don't think they've lost a single one.
Yeah, he just had to
Very tough
kill
so
one.
far.
He just had to
Fury
kill one, and
get
he
on the
was like,
next
he just
half,
like
but
committed.
Losing pistol on defense is
Dude,
not a good
5-0.
start
They can't win a pistol.
if you're Furia. And I mean, it was scrappy. Everything about that was scrappy. The fact that Verno gets this kill onto Heat, I mean, if Heat just swings normally there and doesn't jump up, he probably gets that kill. But it just seemed like a bunch of timings being taken everywhere on the map.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Good job,
And although
guys. Good job, guys.
and although Havoc takes out Osbos early, it's just not enough. The B player is just overwhelmed right now.
See that reinforced a little bit as Rafa joins that side of the map. But a 1-3-1 from MIBR here.
Just conditioning this B Heaven control back-to-back rounds.
Excuse me?
So snappy with it, man.
Okay, they don't know
Osbos
about
answered back on
the
a
one
Rafa, though.
behind
That's
pillar.
breach utility not used to support these members on B site.
Havoc is still in garage. Price is
Oh,
up
okay.
really
Well, now
far.
they do.
Price on.
Salvo's going to create a little bit of space. Our team trying to flash behind. Be careful. There's more than one there. Havoc gets another with a pistol.
How does he get that?
You flash TP on the inside, so you don't have one. Khalil falls. Heat and Havoc forced
Oh,
to
timing
approach
is
this.
pretty nuts.
Oh. Verno, wise on the swing.
Okay. I mean, Havoc,
Havoc gets the last. A little
Havoc
bit of
ended
damage
up
dealt.
doing the
Are they
right
gonna be able to
damage.
upgrade the weapon? Yes. Oh, they didn't.
No, he's too
And
far away.
Osbos actually lost his... Oh, no, he got his Phantom. Okay. I thought for a second he had a
These
Bulldog
two,
still.
man.
Looked like it was
He's
a
still
bit of a
cracking
visual
me
bug
up.
for me. But yeah,
The draw. Yeah, the fact that it clears under heaven as well, Bacon's really strong,
it's
right?
just the Havoc show right now. I had questions wondering if he's going to be able to perform the same way on the Yoru as he did the Jet. So far, so
Let's
good.
go.
Now going into their first gun round. Let's see what MIBR can cook up on the bonus. They've showed everything towards B, and now it's going to be an A hit.
Bucky, no armor for our team
The
here.
art's in attack Bucky,
Cashing
no
out, trying to give
armor.
Osbos a little bit of space
He
to
sold
work
the
with,
Mr.
but tag.
Fallon
And
ace,
Wisely to
maybe.
fill in behind the space. Wisely not swinging behind it.
Uh-oh.
Rafa
Ooh.
feeling a lot of that pressure, standing strong in the face of the duelist.
It was looking kind of rough until
Just completely
he hit
stuffed.
that little...
Yeah, MIBR hitting stumbling blocks at
Spray.
the beginning of this round.
Shenum did sneak all the way up into mid, though.
He's hearing this. Spotting one and disposing of him. No idea that there's a little bit more threat on
Gets
the other
away
side.
with a freebie.
Boldly
There might
tries
be
to
a
take that
really
fight
important
again.
duel in middle here.
Khalil's in such a weird spot.
And he gets killed by
kill on a
Corsair,
Shenum,
right?
That's the harder one, and nicely done
Nice.
from
He was on top of
Khalil.
this the whole time?
Spike down
I like
as well.
that. Yeah,
Great
good
awareness
peeks.
from Khalil in that moment. Turn around, understanding that he could be getting pinched.
Am I watching
Now it's all
APAC
left
tomorrow?
to
Yeah,
Verno.
yeah. We'll have a little
He does
sleep.
have a Phantom, and he does take
Do
out
we start it
Khalil.
off with a
He
Paper
has some room to
XGE?
work
I'm really
with and some
excited for it.
utility.
30 seconds left, a
30
1v3.
seconds left.
That's the salvos that you were just mentioning. But prize this too, and as you imagine, as soon as you hear the tap, there's going to be a fault line, salvo, heat swing. There's the fault line, there's the salvo, and now heat swing. Right on cue. Furia on the board.
Very confident as well. Not allowing Verno to get that spike planted, not allowing him to put himself in a spot to isolate 1v1s. But Khalil,
EMEA into Americas. Yeah, we always do it on the Friday.
taking those 2 engagements in vent and mid was the round decider. So a good answer back from Furia. They don't get bonused.
Yeah, and I want to very quickly touch on Rafa's kill onto Aspas there. Rafa struggled on map 2. He struggled tremendously. And
He looks scared.
I know it's early. I know it's
Okay,
only
we get
been
the
one
full
kill,
buy
but
round against the full buy rounds.
If Furia are
And
going to pull this off,
definitely a couple of people maybe speaking about the orbs. Like on B, you feel like they would want to try take this. Okay, in reaction to them taking B main, do they try force middle?
Very good in setting up this Yoru.
Another 1-3-1, and this time Shenum getting the best of Havoc.
And that just destroys the defense. I mean, look at the mini-map right now. Everybody shifting over. No space anywhere right now. MIBR have everything to play around.
Oh, this is interesting because they only tag the Viper.
Oh, that timing.
Do you assume it's just a lurker?
It's a great shot, though. Okay, just won the biggest round on your
No matter
enemy.
what it is, Duck, because that's a free A site. All alone, Shenum takes every single engagement and wins it. And I think right now, if I'm Heat, I am unbinding my jump key. That's 2 crucial moments to bring a round back.
Yeah, this is
where he
nice.
has pressed the space bar or mouse wheel and completely
Yeah, and they're just
thrown
going
it
to be
away.
saving on this one. And if both of them get to save, they can get a full buy next round. So
Meanwhile, Rafa and Khalil trying to save their weapons. Seems like they will succeed. Clutch onto those pearls and carry them into the next round.
Yeah.
did I get burnt out watching too much Valorant? I haven't yet. I feel really good about
kill 3 members like that
everything
is
at
so
the moment.
scary for you if you're on the defensive side, because now you kind of feel like you have to compensate. But the attacking side knows that, and they could just abuse the fact that your B is probably going to be weak because you're sending a little bit more resources and utility towards that A lurk. And with the way that
the
MIBR
6-month gap, the off season, yeah, the off season is
the first
nice.
2 rounds were completely
I just enjoy the game.
into a fast A ramp hit, into an A lurk. I mean, it really opens up that B site once again. So sick. I mean,
Oh, that second shot's
jumping
actually
up,
nice, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a timing. That's just unfortunate. But Shenum was a monster. And so into the next we go. You see light armor on all members of MIBR.
After this round, the economy will be broken.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
it.
it.
Fury, you've got Yoru ult up.
This is the go at
A
it.
couple close by too. I mean, Prize not too far off of his.
Yoru on the defensive side.
My favorite region to watch at the moment, Pacific.
And look, if you look at the minimap, I mean, Furia had the
Pacific's
confidence, right? There's
always
3
the most
members
fun
here.
one.
More utility being used. And the spike is towards B. This is great calling right now from MIBR, as long as these A players do not fall.
Remember, Aspas was not spotted. All they saw was the Viper. Do they
Ever,
take the bait?
ever had days where you're dreading coming into watching all regions? Tomorrow, like Friday into Saturday is always the worst because I normally, that's when I have to like change my sleeping pattern. Like tomorrow morning is normally when I'm the most tired.
Them off this A line, put that
But
bumper wall up.
again, I really enjoy
That
watching
defense is
Pacific,
extremely
man.
weak. But that 1v1
So,
is
it's not too
massive for
bad.
Furia.
Havoc now realizing there's a little bit more threat on the other side. Pops the flash. Buys some time.
The China playoffs, yeah, we'll try and catch
Gonna
them at the
rotate
China
out towards
playoffs.
B.
If we get some fast games tomorrow, we'll be able to
Spike
catch
barrage
the
and-
later
I mean,
games.
Havoc could pop his ult here to try to get a little info. 45 seconds left in the round. And they're not showing you much.
Shenum has to make a lot of noise here. Try to keep all 3 of these members here.
I don't think they're taking this bait. I don't think they're buying it. Havoc pops the ult, not for info, but just to stay alive. Meanwhile, Heat from up in heaven, able to get 5 HP. Havoc falls. Shenum finally dealt with on the other side of the map as Heat down in hell, can't do much.
It should be impossible for them to win this on site, though.
Still has full utility. He could delay this plant.
You got 10 seconds left. You've got to commit to this very quickly. Keep an eye on the heaven push. Aspas has to hold that. Does Verno dare pop his ult here?
Oh my god.
Oh, the snap from Verno's good.
Aspas now needs to do
2v2
something.
now. Rafa creeping forward with a full bed of utility. He's going to have to solve this one.
No way.
Verno down to the 1v1.
Must be so tempting
11
to use your
HP,
ult.
7 bullets. As Khalil pushes further and further.
That incredible
And
try
wins
from
out the 1v1
Verno.
for
He made the
Furia.
impossible nearly
Talk
possible.
about a sigh of relief from Furia, though.
No matter what, the damage here is like the one
like
though.
you said, and there's no way that Verno
Because
could
this
have
next
time to go
round,
back sight, but he was
it's going to be all of them I
second-guessing
can't buy
himself
if they
every step
lose.
of the way. Breach C there would have been perfect to flush out anybody on that default box. He did a great job taking that engagement on the lurk, though, clearing all that space out.
Yeah.
But it's just too close for comfort for me. The way a win is a win, though. Now Furia evening that score ever so slightly. It's 2-3 right now, and that use of the Yoru ultimate to live, like you stated.
Is this from Furia? Set rounds?
Really good use of the Yoru, but
Oh, a couple of set rounds.
fast. I mean, he's
Wait,
cooked.
he thought he was okay in the corner? Or maybe the stun like just got him. I'm not entirely sure. This is interesting. Do they ult the line that they stun?
They bolstered the defenses on B.
We have 2 chances of getting kills, maybe.
There's so much for Khalil to do here. He has one TP, but he's only got
Okay, while this was going on, there was an aggro play over towards A. They managed to get a kill and they carry on pushing. How is Verno winning some of these duels? I don't
Advantage the way
know.
the attack. You've got Prize who's going to be on this late lurk.
Gotta win this 1v1, but Havoc gets taken out as well. Prize, maybe he can bring this one back.
Fortizzi is waiting for it. Still nicely done by Prize. And now the ult at the ready. They're going to flush right into it. He's got to take those fights,
This
and he
guy,
wasn't
man.
ready for it. Verno with 3 on the round.
This
guy's a beast,
dude. This guy's a beast.
It was a cool, cheeky little setup, but Heat getting taken out at that start of the round. All that Viper utility not being able to use to delay Heaven, whatever it may be. He just got stuck.
Too good.
On that wall, thinking
He's
that
so
there was a
good,
gap
man.
there. Instead, he gets completely obliterated by that Armageddon.
Meanwhile,
and that double
it
face
was a
onto
good
Khalil was huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Furia showed.
Do you think NRG regrets going Bono, letting Bono go? I mean,
Probably,
probably, but it depends. Probably, but probably not, because like they're probably doing it for a reason. They probably are more just like, man, I wish we could get some match
Something
results.
that has been the bane of Furia on this split map.
He definitely wasn't clicking with
Kind
them.
of just falling in mid by himself with no
Sure.
help, whether he's taking a swing. This time
So
around,
they
getting
felt like
caught by
something needs to
utility.
happen,
It's
but-
clear that MIBR have done their prep and they understand the pathing that Heat likes to take to put that mid orb down. And he gets punished
They
by a
changed the
single ult
NRG results.
and a
That's the
fault
thing. I
line.
don't think the vibes were great.
I feel like there needs to be a conversation had here in this timeout for Furia to maybe adjust that.
Verno,
Figure out a
dude, I've been on the
different way
Verno
to put that
train for
orb,
like
and
the
it's
last
so hard
3
to do that on
years,
the fly
man.
if you don't have the lineups. But if you keep
We
going
always
from
used to talk
vent
about like the
into be
underrated
it's so
players.
abusable, and that's
There was
why we've
Verno,
seen MIBR
MV,
approach mid the way
Clouds.
that they have from
Who
the
did we
start
have
of the
in
game till now.
China?
Take a look at the mini map
Stu?
here real quick. MIBR have a lot
I think they were our
towards A.
4
Remember, in the
if we were going
previous
to take
round,
like all
Furia
the
spent
underrated players
much of their
from
utility and a lot of their personnel
regions.
into dealing with Shenum.
They're a pretty strong
There's
4,
a lot
to be
more
honest.
behind this.
The calling has been great so far from the attack.
That was like the 4 we always used to talk about.
Bit of a masterclass right now. Anybody here should get punished.
Dueling fall lines. Both get tagged, a gentleman's agreement. Handshake, if you will. But now,
Nice.
the reinforced push behind all of the weaponry, behind all of the utility. Aspas gets it first.
Somehow Prize gets a kill as well, though.
He's just traded back out. You just don't really have the guns to fight back on this, but Havoc has found a little bit of a window to play into. And that window's instantly shut. Aspas with 3 on the round.
33 HP. I mean, we're reading the crowd saying ace. It gets stolen,
Nice shot.
though.
Khalil left in that 1v3 with the Stinger, and there's no way he can pull that one off.
Yeah.
See what
I
they got
like
for the
all
buy
the
round though.
utility MIBR using to
The
set up
last-
boss on
last
these
remaining
XX,
bit of
whether
hope
it's the
for
V-Heaven
Furia
splits,
here.
or in this time around, the A main hit. Using layered approaches.
When was Verno underrated?
Stealth bot into
I mean, he was
paranoia.
good. He
It
was
just
good enough for
sets
tier
Aspas
1,
up for
2,
easy
3
kills.
years
If
ago.
he gets going in this map,
Just
I mean, if he gets going
thing,
ever, he's the guy you want. He will close it out for you by himself at times. So 5-2 for MIBR. It's another A approach. This time, it's going to be a stun on ramp.
There's an off on the other side of the map. Aspas pops his blades. Oh my goodness, Khalil.
fast.
So fast.
Oh no,
Hitting
not the
crowd with 0
ult.
HP, and now they got
The
rolling
ult
thunder. They
and the
can kill him
info
behind
back
Price.
of sight
Was
as
stuck. He had
well.
nowhere to go.
So
Did
many
the
different layers to that
MIBR
hit. and FURIA.
They got some. It's gonna sound stupid, but
completely destroyed.
I think they've actually worked on like their drone and like where to pop the drone and where they're actually doing their where they're doing their drone to get maximum value.
A breach ult used on
in terms
site
of maximum
alongside
info.
that stealth bot. It made that execute look so clean. It looks so rehearsed.
Right there.
Envy, I haven't watched enough. You talk about like rankers, Envy. I haven't watched enough of them. Like I can't comment on them. I just haven't seen enough.
Try to stack A again? Do you use all that utility A again? What if they just punish my Viper in mid?
Yeah, pathing. Yeah,
that
dude.
has been the
Bacon
story
people
of
have been
this
doing that
half
for
so
ages.
far. Yeah. I mean, MIBR haven't really had to dig deep in a lot of these rounds.
They're going to try to save these weapons. Remember, Havoc has an op. Rafa has a rifle. That's a rifle down. Can they get the op out of Havoc's hands?
Yeah,
Yes,
they can.
They can.
The ranked pathing, yeah, it kind of is.
Shorty in the hands arts, and here's that replay. This is clean. Oh. Just no chance for Khalil right there.
And then that. I mean,
Yeah, there's so many layers to that. The pop through the Viper smoke for Shenum at the top ramp too. And now we're gonna lean towards B, but FURIA aren't taking the bait. They're not overcompensating towards that A side. It is a silent stack here from the side of FURIA. Do they decide to use fault line here early though?
No, I wouldn't think so. Given that you have stingers, right? You want to kind of bait them into this fight as much as you can. That should be the cue. It's a paranoia.
Problem
it's a
is,
fault line,
do
and then
they-
where's the swing? Oh,
Yeah, the problem
There's
is
no
it's like
swing.
no, they can't swing off their setup though. Like this one
it's a
doesn't.
really cool idea, a really cool setup at the beginning, and it looked like they were dead, but
It's not a cool idea that they don't have
little
anything off of it.
gun-shy.
They kind of just waste their
Not
util.
confident enough. Where's that confidence we saw on Ascent?
Yeah.
Feels like they've just been on the
Like
back
a
foot
cool
this entire
idea
half.
is if the Teo is here instead of the
Now
Yori.
after all
Like
that
sure, then we
utility
got
being
some
invested
stuff.
from the defensive side, and MIBR
But-
coming away unscathed. They have complete advantage here. So much utility being blown right now from the defense. I mean, you
Dude,
have nothing for the
imagine
actual
joining
side.
this eco strat up and being like, yeah,
Rise's missiles are back up.
I think this
Rafa's
one's gonna
fault
work
line's back
actually.
up.
Just too far away.
Having your Teo solo over towards A.
Baits out rotations, and B site is free for the taking.
Really nice paranoia, but Havoc may have found a tiny window to play around, but he's pushed back. You've got a Shore, you've got spam from the rifles. Khalil somehow still getting a kill. And Havoc getting
Shot.
one too. But Aspas arrives to save the day.
2 HP survives as well.
Weak here, but not weak enough.
Jeez. Once this guy gets going, Doug, once Aspas is online, it just feels miserable to play against. This is like Icebox all over again. He's a robot. Turn of
Oh,
the
that
flash
second one
and
is.
taps Rafa into the nether realm.
Yeah, it helps when you have a guy like Aspas on your team.
Absolutely, and that's why you saw so much utility invested into him early on in this map. Get him online, get him confident.
Attack side op. Havoc popping the ult to
Okay,
get
we got a
info.
set ult, but then we got
brother
okay,
delivers info.
guys.
That's
Pretty
a
sure
lot of
we
info.
can't stun or omen flash off of this one. Wait, he doesn't have a TP to get himself out of there. Oh my goodness! Wait, he still actually went for it.
Inferno, still getting his ones, but not able to settle
They had
onto
no
our team.
backup
Meanwhile,
plan.
it's
He had
been
no
investigated.
TP out of there, but honestly, they did a late
Bit of an
stun.
overcommitment there, though. I mean,
Oh,
you
for
take
sure,
the
it's an
5-4 any
overcommitment.
day of the
If he has a
week.
TP, he might actually be able to get out
Was a
here.
cheeky
Like
little
they got to
fault
give
line
themselves
play, but now-
options. This is looking like we can lump it in with the other
Your
maps
defense
from
is spread thin.
FURIA.
I mean, you do have that
There is
Viper
no
split in
fault
AMA,
behind some of
which
these rounds.
makes it a little
There
bit
really
easier,
isn't.
but
I don't
Like
mind
I
the
don't know
play
what
at
they're
all.
doing in there.
And I
I
don't
don't know
mind
what they're
trying to
doing
go
in
for
this
it
server
either.
time. If
And
there's
you're
a
down
server
5
time,
rounds and
I don't know
goes
who's
off
coming
the
up
fault
with the
line
strats,
setup.
but
I mean, had he hit the shot,
we
he had a
gotta
chance.
consider someone else to
But
just
you're right,
come
they
up
are
with
spread
some
a
of the
little thin here.
strats,
The kid's
surely.
gonna help things over on
But
A.
whoever came up with some of the
No
Lotus
mid
and Ascent
info.
ideas, they can
Ooh, they're coming for you.
they
He has the
can
dash.
be in
Oh,
charge
he
of doing
slams
some of
into
these
a
rounds.
wall.
great punish. Protocols.
They're gonna try to fill him behind.
Oh
this.
my,
Oh,
that is probably the
Thunder
highest
sends
I've
him
ever
sky
seen people
high.
go in this game.
Cortezia lands to get a kill,
There's
but
two
can't
of
connect
them
on
as
anything
well.
else. Shenum left in a 1v3. They don't know where he is, do they? Yes, they do.
Yeah, they managed to frag their way out of
Furia
it.
get 3.
A cool set play on the defensive side. Viper's Pit at one end, Yoru ult at the other. Fault line being set up for Havoc.
What if it's the same
And that
person?
breach ult destroying the rotations, destroying
I don't
the
know, man.
splits. Yeah, I guess he just didn't put his TP down there. That proactivity
Oh
he made
my,
to take out Ospas,
that's
the solo person
insane.
in there, just makes it so obvious that all the players of MIBR are going up B heaven. And yeah, you couldn't have drawn it better.
Still 4 rounds separating these two squads. No heavy hit from the attack here. But they have taken A main control and ramps control.
Yeah,
Breach.
on the other end,
The solo breach hold
getting
B.
a little comfortable in this defensive side of split. He's walking all the way behind every member of MIBR.
Yeah, he's gone exploring.
He can cook. Let him cook.
But they don't know that B main isn't where the threat is. I don't think they saw anything to suggest that, but they're guessing right. They have everybody here.
But you have to delay. You cannot fall now. You have to delay.
Keep a close eye on where the spike is. If he gets a kill on his spike, that's it. The round is probably
Well.
over. They're going to have to fight back in A main to take this back. And I don't know how they do
They can't
that.
lose this one, right?
MIBR forced to scale forward, but they're surrounded.
Hey, nice. Nicely done. They didn't.
Furia are crawling their way back into this. It
They
felt
are,
like
but it's
MIBR
kind of
had
just down
complete
from
control over this
individuals
attack
really
side.
just doing random stuff.
But with the power of Khalil, the power of Havoc's confidence of walking all the way down mid, willing to take engagements, he's able to flank the spike and put MIBR in such a disastrous position.
I missed it. I don't know what they saw B, but I mean, they guessed it right, and it was a slaughter. Heavy A from MIBR. We talked about how the last
His
one was a
tail.
little bit slower. Do they speed up here? They don't have Arteen's ult. They don't really have the same tools. This is gonna hurt.
Aspas
They've
might
got
be
a
dead here.
scatter. They've got a flood, and Aspas is dead. Cortezia can't alleviate any of the pressure. The flash up from Khalil's gonna hit all 3, if I'm not mistaken.
He just gets taken out from some spam. Gotta be careful that Omen Smoke doesn't cover all that. You can see over the edges.
Shannon with a counterpunch to keep it competitive.
I have to say, Verno is 1 off of that Armageddon. Viper's Pit is still online and available. Furia cannot
I
afford.
mean, that's what they
to
did
let
last
MIBR
round, Bacon,
touch
but they didn't
a
have it this
single
round.
site. The spike cannot be planted. You have to take out the Viper.
He had to TP out. He's gonna get all the way back into spawn.
You spoke about Rafa in the beginning of this match. He's gonna have to step up huge here.
On his own
Very
and
nice.
stand up, he does.
Dude, they got 5
Huge
here.
for Furia. 2 kills found.
Guy, it's definitely a really good recovery from what was going on.
What a fight from Furia to bring this half back and win the last 3 rounds. Cleanly, I should say.
Just when it seemed like MIBR were gonna run away with it, just when it seemed like Furia had nothing left in the tank. Heroics
Dude,
from
they cleaned up some of their ideas as well. Like, they get so many more rounds.
top fragging for Furia. Rafa has a massive round there to close things out, to get them to 5. 3 rounds in a row to close the half. We'll see if they can close it out on the other side of this break.
Yeah, let's pause it. This team, I think the individuals are, like, honestly aren't that bad at all from Furia. I think it's just, I mean, Havoc wins a lot of rounds from his solo skill. But I'm telling you, when they do like setups, sometimes the fort isn't there. But they had like, on their ascent, they had pretty good fort. Especially their ult rounds. But some of these rounds, not so much. Reset YouTube. Yeah, it's gonna be close. Do we reckon this map's done in 25 minutes? We're gonna chance it. MIBR are winning every pistol. You say yeah, but dude, this half took 24 minutes. It's kind of close.
In Furia, we thought they were down and dead for the season. We thought there'd really be no way, but they continue to answer the call. to keep things at a competitive score. 7-5, the way of MIBR, yes, but the momentum that they were able to amass, Dre, at the end of that half was exactly what they needed.
They put themselves in a really good spot here. If they can finally win a pistol round, Doug,
yeah, which would be the first of the series,
it might be the difference maker. It truly might be.
Can FURIA win a pistol?
Map is
Let's
so
see.
close. Who wants it more? Who's gonna dig deep? MIBR thought this was gonna be a freebie.
A
In the
little,
first map, yeah,
little
they were so
reminder that
disciplined in
it's
their
5-0 on pistols.
But you can hear it in here.
Icebox feels like an eternity ago. Aggression from the defense. They've taken all of the space mid already. They've got to get this catch onto Heat, because as soon as they spot what's going on here, they're going to speed up
Someone
A.
commit. Okay, well,
And
speed
that's
up over
exactly what
towards
they do,
here.
instantly
Do
increasing
we...
pace.
Yeah, we
Smokes,
just spam.
backside, drones, TPs, the whole thing.
Not close enough to hear the TP, and
by.
no one is
Really good
considering it.
spot to make a play. He's got a frenzy too. Yeah, that's one kill found. Turning around finally, Verno's
Verno stays alive with salvos as well. Keep an eye on Havoc. He took a lot of space, but at one point he was running.
Pistol, so desperately needed. Really nicely done by Verno. Position given away, yes, but takes a step back, forcing Havoc to take the fight, and he will take it. They've gotten it down to 2. They've gotten it down to 1.
Oh my
The pistol for Furia.
Okay, fast pistol.
3K from prize.
Fast pistol. Dude, this is going to get close. I should have reset
The Omen TP
YouTube,
into
man.
Heaven Smoke, relaying all the
YouTube
information
stream
to
might
his
die
team
in 23 minutes. Oh,
on where the retake was going to
maybe
come
mine
from.
stream does
Even
anyway.
getting 1 in that moment, maybe could have gotten more.
Oh, what the hell's going on?
But that was enough to paint the picture for Rafa's utility. That breach stun hit every single member.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
done.
they took a good amount of space here.
And they finally won
With
a pistol.
the info they got bottom and mids, they did
They're
great.
investing behind this
Over
too.
towards
3
A, took the
Bulldogs
side
and a
itself. Took all
4-1
the map control
for
in
the
terms of
attacking
spawn.
Side. The defense is spread right now. Havoc the forefront in B main.
There's danger here. Our team still has this fault line, and it's trained towards B main.
Trying to gather some info with that Yoru TP. Looks like Fury's still not quite sure where they want to end.
They're already rotating back A. They know it's not a B hit.
Yeah, this is going to be dangerous for Furia. They're running into a stack. They do have the better weaponry.
But remember, our team still has a stun too.
And there's Teo missiles, and there's a Omen Paranoia.
Was it too early? Was it too fast? They're able to get 1 kill off of it. Aspas not connecting
It's
the shot on the
actually
second.
pretty worrying.
Rotating off, Doug. They think it's going to be a pivot back to B after all that utility. Oh, Furia, you can tell they don't want to throw this one away.
Smoke goes in.
I love this call.
We got Verno committed over towards site. That got close. No armor on this
They
one.
have so much power in numbers.
Ooh, stun
But that
salvo
low
though?
freeze is just enough to set them apart.
30 seconds left.
Boss.
Shot.
Good for 1. Good from Heaven,
Oh,
2.
odds in though.
Khalil's
Off
left
the
alone in
contact
1v2.
goes in. Omen flash is great. Fake
Fakes the
TP.
TP. Does he take the bait?
Do they know he's
Khalil.
locked in?
Trying to avoid disaster. 13 seconds left. And it's
Ah,
a
it's
thrifty
really
round
rough
win
from
for
Furia. The
MIBR.
great shots from Aspas though.
finally
You got to
win the
give him that.
then they
And
fumble the next round.
shout out to Artin as well.
Complete heartbreak for
He's got himself
Furia.
into a great position as soon as the contact happens
They
from
ran into the
Aspas.
stack. MIBR Artscene calling such a good read that nothing was going to be B.
Dude, that smoke
push
as
through
well.
heaven,
Smoke's
getting
pretty
freebies.
cool.
Nice. Nice, Jasper.
Artscene and Aspas holding down A site. Now just a Guardian left for
Leak out
Heat.
smoke.
He's been having a rough
See,
one on this Viper, Doug.
You have to commit and you can't really see.
He's going to have to wake
It's
up
interesting.
for Furia to take this map win.
Havoc's dead. Do they know there's
Oh
one
my
on the
God.
other side?
Okay, at least cleared that. In theory, no one's pushed through it, even though we can see that someone
trying
has
to
pushed
drone
through
him
it.
out.
But they leave that anyway, so they might. I mean, they might not expect him in heaven this early.
Meanwhile, Khalil's gotten up really far into B heaven.
Taking a lot of that space, but Aspas with that outlaw, he
People have been doing
loves
this
to
smoke
use that
to
weapon
run out.
against
Oh, really,
light
Bacon?
armor, no armor.
They don't do it tight.
I don't think Rafa's going to swing that. I don't think he's going to challenge him there.
I That flash.
See, people have been doing this to give this guy freedom, but I haven't seen it used to like
might set him up for
go
some
out
kills
through
in future
heaven.
rounds if he decides to get an op online.
They're trying to split B. Surprise is a stinger. But Khalil's dead. And now they know where one more is, and you've got to be careful. That's the spike. I mean, if he dies there, everything's being picked apart around him anyway, but
One enemy remaining.
that's the precious cargo. And it will fall.
Convincing round.
MIBR get to 9, and they carry over 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom.
And we have to keep track of how that flash didn't hit Ospas. That could be a very micro thing that sets himself up to get a free B main pick in future rounds. And in a series like this, where it does feel like it's been a fight back and forth and Furia aren't really out of the count, it could come down to small things like that. Furia.
Do we have a set round?
Here's that operator online. He's changing sites.
Op goes off for Aspas.
be
A lot
careful
of people will just TOW ult and stun Vents, and I'm pretty sure.
It's the same play, but this time with an
Okay,
additional
well.
flash, and this time Havoc gets the best of
I
Shenum.
was going to say, I'm pretty sure Shenum was going to die, but honestly, I didn't think that was how he was going to go down. I thought he was just going to tank the tail.
Our team playing just on the other side of the smoke. He will not get tested. Not yet, anyway. And now they know the op is there. Prize investing the Armageddon, but they haven't been able to alleviate a lot of this heaven pressure.
Whoa.
And the smoke is going to keep them back. They have to force their way through this. They face check out, but it's late. Rafa will pay for it with his life.
Does he consider? No.
Oh my gosh.
Trigger discipline, not the name of the game today. And MIBR win the bonus with that forced up operator from
It's so
Ospas,
devastating.
taking out Heat on that lurk. Yeah, Shenum, he might fall early, but it's just obvious it's going to be a B hit once that lurk goes down. Ospas doing a great job getting ahead of all that Viper utility, having the confidence to do so.
Pretty much
Man, you can see it
same
on
reaction
Prize's
as me.
face. That one got
It
away.
stings, it stings.
Oh, no, it does, for sure.
Havoc does have an ult to play with, though.
He's going to be
The
up
classic
towards
split B.
Gonna feels, and it's a pretty light setup here. Is there a stun setup for him? There it is. It's going to connect, but it hits him too. The judge. Exactly what he needs there.
It's a must-win round for Furia, and they're up 5v3 in
No,
a
I was going to
post-plant,
say,
but the flood is
MIBR
coming through.
might just think about doing damage, but
How does nobody
Verno
read
gets a
that?
spam. And they all managed to get their ones.
He and Khalil, the dash forward. He's got to get out of there. Khalil's able to get one. Just in the nick of time. Ospas from up top.
Player standing.
Heat's getting it down to a 1v1. With Spike just out of reach and 42 HP, I don't know how he does this. Verno can just hold the line. All of it is on Heat to swing his way out.
Nicely
And
done.
Verno connects.
God, that's such a rough round for Furia to lose as well.
MIBR bring
Dude,
that
how did
back.
Verno get this
How
first
do they
kill?
do
Is it through
that?
smoke? Is there a gap or something? Did he jump
How
in
does
box?
Artsine jump into hell, making noise on the rope, and still get one?
I mean, even this was almost bad. Havoc got hit by
It's
the
a
stun
straight
too.
up spam. They're going for the good
Prize
plan.
unlucky, but jeez. I mean, maybe a bit of chaos in the communication from the side of Furia. No timeouts though. They're just playing through this.
They're forcing up into this a little bit here too. A light buy.
They've bought the last, what, 3 rounds now?
Feels that way.
He's going to have nothing in the next round. He's only got 300 to his name.
Prize is not crossed behind this wall. And there's an op trained on it. The gas should be down soon.
Big opener onto Shenum and Vent.
Dude, Shenum's getting
A lot of
wrecked in
space gathered right
vents.
now from the side of Furia. No B main control though.
Keeps getting wrecked
These
in
players
vents.
at A already, Doug.
The fact that our team just swings like that
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah. I mean, you have to push him off, but how do you deal with Ospas here?
Oh, they wait for the wall to go up. They refresh the smoke too.
Oh,
And he
as
still
if
connects.
he hit the
dip
guy at the
on
back.
Havoc.
He actually shot in between the two that he could see and got
Verno
one.
not far off. This defensive setup looks like
The
it will
hesitation
hold.
from Rafa.
The shorty doesn't connect, but he didn't realize that
They
Verno was there,
didn't
so he's able to
clear
get the
the
messer off, and now the stun on the swing.
shot.
A little early from Verno. Now 2v2, the spike just out of reach. All on to Cortezia now.
Spike planted.
He's been quiet, but he's got a chance to be heartbreak for Furia once more.
He smokes himself off, so they don't think that he's coming from this place.
Such a strong player this stage, this year.
And he pretty much watching it the whole time.
Not even given the chance. A thrifty round win for Furia as they get to 7.
He's trying to make it look like he was coming from him.
And considering the way that these last couple rounds have went for Furia, to say they needed that one is an understatement. That is what keeps them into the game. This 1v1 against Verno was massive. And it looks like he's finally awake. He's here. He is online. Now MIBR, all their sights are towards mid, but the pack of Furia are going towards A control. They're gonna take this A ramp with the stun.
It's off of a TP, a little bit different timing than you would normally expect. Aspas dropping.
Yeah, not expecting that one. Gets out of here. Drone spots over towards A heaven. Insta drone is going to clear all of A site though, so they're going to take a free site for losing one.
So if they can get out, maybe there's
The only place that didn't clear is elbow.
Havoc on this A ramp is going to have to
Viper, but they go in for the heaven plant.
And he does. He got 2.
I don't know that if it was enough of a
And they
miracle,
don't know about the Rafa luck, but they also have no plan right now, so this guy has to just
freeze on the other side of this pit.
either stick in his ult the whole time and they're going to know where he is, or try and plant.
I mean, you got to stick at some point. Oh, you're done.
As the wall goes down, Rafa takes a step back, drops on Aspas, and now he's going to have the Rolling Thunder.
But you got to plant the spike.
Or you swing into the fight! They decide to drop the pit, and now they want to fight into spawn.
The timing's nuts.
These moments, these micro decisions have been the Achilles heel of Furia.
Spike planted.
But they settle, they get the spike down.
It's not planted for heaven. Rafa is so far away.
He still has a drill, he still has 2 flashes. But you're right, it feels like he's on the other side of the map right now. Doesn't have the stun up. Heat's feeling a lot of this pressure. Meanwhile, Cortesia has slipped in the net. The flash is perfect. And Rafa's shots are too.
Rafa gave him a little flash on sight as well to help him play. That's kind of nice.
It looked like it was going to be done. It looked like MIBR were going to get on match point.
What's their money like? They got to eco this.
There is no heaven smoke, so the spike gets taken out. But Havoc coming up huge, getting the 2K, and then Rafa diffing Aspas in that moment. Diffing Verno. The IGL who had, what, 4 kills? He pied
might
on
have
the
to
last
time
map
out
at
here.
some point.
There it is. The flash here is a
Now
nice flash.
MIBR are taking a timeout. First one of the series. First one of this map. This next round is so crucial for MIBR, because if they don't win this, Doug, their economy is going to be cooked. It's going to be done. And then all of a sudden, that lead that you amassed is within 1 round. And you got to keep in mind, Aspas, he's been putting in so much work with that operator. You want to get that back online if you want to close this out if you're MIBR. And again, this is a team that was supposed to just walk through Furia. It was supposed to be easy. You have to think, even if they do win this, when they're going into the playoffs against any team, that team might be more confident because Furia took you to the distance.
We've got 11 minutes. Yeah, it's going to get close.
It doesn't seem like financially they're too concerned about getting it up in the hands of Aspas. They're buying down here. Light armor, a judge for Ardzine. And the Riot Games Arena trying to will Furia into their first win of the year. Still much work to be done though. Cortesia dropping a little paranoia. Do they swing behind it? They were going to try. Verno's going to get a kill off the salvos too.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Furia wanted to do earlier.
Yeah, good smoke.
Just, they had, where the jet was, they had a tail.
All of Rafa's utility now for an execute is gone. And this scrappy buy from MIBR proving to be beneficial for them.
It's the
in this round.
drones, so they see that they picked up the spike. They get, oh, he saw 3.
Spotted with that stealth bot.
He didn't crouch.
Heat has to relieve some of this pressure at B. He has to be the one that tries to bait out a rotation, maybe even win a 1v1 on one of these players. It's the only way back into the round.
Yep. He has to do right now what Shannon was able to do so successfully in the first half. But he's got it.
One pass on Yori
He
fake.
has to do it against Aspas. And he can't.
Meanwhile, they invested in Yoru TPB, so now there's a mad dash to try to take the space that he's managed to gain.
And
but he's on an
MIBR
island
can just
here.
play together. They
Havoc
don't really
has
need
to
to give them
stand on
anything
his
here
own.
because they just got
He's
breach.
got to try to disrupt. He cannot let
And they
these
can have
hail
4
missiles
people
go
here,
down,
so
delay
just off
the
the
spike.
top
There's
of the
only
spike,
20
they
seconds
probably
left.
just ult and
This
send
is the
it.
play.
Off the flash,
Ooh,
able
it's
to
nice
get the
though.
first. Cortesia down.
He's got to keep going.
Trying to scale up behind the utility. Prize gets a spike down. A retake attempt from MIBR, which includes a Rolling Thunder, is going to be a
That
problem.
was
Havoc
lovely
stunned,
from Verno. Clears it all in zone, so they know they can breach all sight. They might not expect a second one there. We'll see.
Not anyone, so Prize included. We'll have a shot at this. Oh, but he whips it all. And now Prize is left in a 1v4.
That's so devastating. Takes the timing through the smoke, and there's just a judge that literally
Maybe just
landed
not
next to
expecting
him.
the force buy from MIBR. Maybe expecting Aspas to save up for that operator like I was stating. Underestimating the firepower on the other end there. And that spike.
Oh, he omen flash from
breach
that?
being
Oh,
taken out
okay,
early.
okay.
What a cool trap play. What a cool stun from Artsin. Usually it's a fault line straight down the middle. This time Artsin around mid, around B heaven, doing it diagonal. Getting most of that B main area, allowing his teammates to peek behind it. Securing a free first blood.
Now off of that defuse, Verno got his ult online.
All right, 4 chances, chat.
He's
4
been
chances.
so good on this map with his utility, with his aim.
+8 with an ult that disruptive on defense. Fury have their work cut out for him, but honestly, that's been the case for them. As it was the case for them.
Look at
3 hours
Verno's
ago
got
when we
his ult
started,
as
but
well, so
they're
when they
still
do
in
hit this
fight.
site, he could ult behind them.
The thing is, Aspas has that
Or he could
entire
ult like
A-line.
this. Any kind of line like this.
Artine up in heaven, turning the flash. The paranoia is behind it. Do they kill
Yeah, all
in?
this ult is
That's gonna cause so many
incredible.
problems. Khalil scaling forward into the smoke, hitting the best of Artine. It's all falling apart for them. Heat has to stand in 1v2
29.
with 29 HP. The spin to buy some time, and
Yeah,
Shen
very nice from
swings into
MIBR.
it to break
I
the
feel like
hearts of
Furia.
Furia.
I gotta say
So
though,
close, but
Furia
just
one
not enough.
1 out of 6 pistols, and they managed to make it this close.
It was extremely hard
I
fought,
respect
man.
that.
I mean, MIBR
They
were
still
pushed here.
had a really
Furia.
rough first map, and they still have
Night and
really
day
rough
from what we've
maps.
seen from them in the
But
past. I genuinely,
you can
very
actually
impressed
see
with how
like
they approached
you can
a
see
lot of these
that
maps.
they
Yeah,
worked hard
Icebox
this
was
week.
probably as bad as their season went.
Yeah, and
But
the
the way
YouTube
that they
stream's gonna stay live 'cause
dismantled
we'll end it before 12
MIBR's
hours.
ascent and then came ready to play on this, not backing down. I mean, it was a lot of close rounds in this last map, Doug.
They got ecoed off the only pistol they won. That
I
is
was
true.
Stirring the pot
Yeah.
a little bit on Twitter earlier today.
Yeah.
Alright.
Asking about whether or not Fury even had a chance. And I think the overwhelming consensus was, you've got to be scared of a team that's playing like they have nothing to lose. And Furia looked at their best when they were playing like they had nothing to lose. But MIBR just stood taller. They stood
Okay,
stronger.
chat. We should have time for the interview if they're relatively fast, and then we'll
Very
raid
demure
someone.
from the side of MIBR. Can't wait to see what they cook for us in this playoff. And yeah, it wasn't pretty, but now you have something to learn. Now you know, okay, we are really good at this game. We know what we're doing, but we have things that we still need to work on in this playoff.
Chat, give me
Clearly.
a
I mean,
give me a streamer that's gonna
every
stick
team
around so that I can
going
raid
into playoff is looking at that performance and being like,
after the
okay,
interview.
clearly they can't play Ascent, so they're gonna have to go back to the lab.
Wait, are we even gonna have
cook
time
up
for
a
the
little bit
interview?
more.
Chat, I might just
That
have to
default
raid someone
comp
now.
seems to just not be working for them.
I don't want to lose the whole
But
VOD
I mean,
on
that
YouTube.
Icebox was a statement as well.
Now, Wyatt was talking about it on the desk. I think in this day and age, if you know you're starting on defense and you don't run the double Senti comp, the Vice Deadlock comp, you're just kind of
We got
letting
GMD,
an
Pancakes,
opportunity go
Tarek,
there. So you wonder if we're
T-Dog,
going to see a different